In the battle between the master and the enemy, after being seriously injured and closed for recuperation, the senior brothers who usually respect the master the most not only do not respect the master, but also want to take advantage of the opportunity to nourish the master with innate charm. In order to improve their own cultivation, they even let you, who are least favored, take care of the master in the name of taking care of the master, but actually use you to explore the master's bottom line. With no strength, you can only reluctantly take on the task of taking care of the master. As time goes by, you find that the way your master looks at you becomes increasingly strange, and he even breathes warm air into your ear when you least expect it. It's not until 3 senior brothers fall in a pool of blood that the master viciously ties you up, raising his exquisite jade foot to your chin. Disciple, be honest, do you also have thoughts about me? Since you want to be a flower thief, why not take the initiative? Do I have to teach you this too? At this time, you learned from senior brother that master is going to leave seclusion, and your expression suddenly didn't look good, because if the matter of stealing master's spiritual herbs to complete the system task is discovered, you may have to pay with your life. At this time, the senior brother standing outside the door continued, Junior brother, you will be in charge of taking care of the master tomorrow. This made you somewhat puzzled. Why should you take care of the master when everything is fine? Shouldn't this kind of thing be arranged by several senior brothers themselves? Senior brother, if master has come out of seclusion, why do I need to go? Zhang Yunqi's eyes flickered slightly. Who knows? After master comes out of seclusion, she hasn't come out of the cave either. Maybe she's still injured. It's good for you to go and check. I have something to do. Not very convenient. You frowned, feeling 100 unwilling to see master. After all, guilty conscience, but there's no way. He is the senior brother, and you can't even rank yourself in this mountain. You can only reluctantly agree. Okay, I'll go take a look tomorrow morning. Zhang Yunqi nodded and said, after visiting the master tomorrow, come find me. After Zhang Yunqi left, the other 2 senior brothers also came to find you one after another. Without exception, they all asked you to take care of the master and inform them of the master's situation. This made you somewhat suspicious, as the 3 people who rarely interact with you on weekdays all came to find you, and for the same reason. You did not continue to think deeply, and today's daily tasks have not been completed yet. Anyway, the master will find out as soon as he sees it, so you might as well continue to do the tasks. The scene changes, and you arrive at the back mountain of the master's medicine garden. The daily system task only requires 10 spirit grasses, and there is no requirement for high quality, as long as you meet the target. After finding the Kuan grass, submit it to the system, and soon you will receive a message that the task points have been credited. Then you bring up the system panel, where 1 task point can be exchanged for 10 experience points. Completing the daily spirit grass collection task can give you 10 task points. At this rate, you will need more than 200 days to reach the next realm. Thinking about this, you decide to use 100 task points for a lottery draw, hoping to see if you can change the situation. As the system roulette spins, soon a dark pill appears in your hand. Just one? You are instantly stunned, as you already have many of these pills in your hand. Like 1 pill and you fall, or 1 pill and you cry. Indeed, the beginner's benefit was the release of the Concealing Heaven Technique manual. The task is completed, and then the second sect mission of today began, guarding the scripture pavilion. Just arrived here, you saw Senior Sister Yushi. Senior Sister Yushi is in the golden core stage, but she loves reading books in her spare time. Through the following conversation, you learned that the master unexpectedly has an innate charming body. The innate charming body possesses a large amount of yin energy. If you cultivate with it in a unique way, you can build an unparalleled foundation, and even break through several realms. You also learned that the senior brothers had borrowed this book not long ago. Based on the changes in the senior brothers before, you suddenly realized that the senior brothers are planning to cultivate together. The next morning, you came to the entrance of the master's cave with anxiety and fear. Who? A female voice quickly came from inside the door, but with a hint of weakness in the voice. Then you respectfully called out to the house. Master, it's me, Ru Abai. I heard that the master has left seclusion, so I came specially to visit the master. Obviously, the other party did not expect you to come, and remained silent for a while before saying, if you want to come in, come in. Upon hearing this, you dared to push open the door. The room was relatively dark, with the windows tightly closed, only letting in a faint light. And just then, these rays of light fell on a cold face, and you could see that the master's face still had a hint of paleness. Strangely, you couldn't sense the master's cultivation level of the nascent soul stage. Despite the huge gap in realms, thanks to the heaven concealing technique you obtained from the system, you could hide your own aura very well, and at the same time, see through the other party. Could it be that the master did not come out of seclusion because the injury healed, but because there was no cure? You breathed a sigh of relief at the thought. If the master lost her cultivation, Even if she knew you stole the spiritual herbs from her medicine garden, she wouldn't be able to do anything to you. Of course, while the cultivation was gone, that kind of momentum still remained. Yi Lingyue looked at you coldly, making you feel a little chill down your spine. You came by yourself, or did your senior brothers ask you to come? You thought for a moment. Since none of the senior brothers said to keep it a secret, it should be fine to speak up, Master. Several senior brothers are very worried about your injury, so they sent me to come and check on you. Upon hearing this, Master Yelinju sneered. I knew none of you disciples are good people. Upon hearing this, you twitched slightly at the corner of your mouth, lowered your head without refuting her. The master said so. Could it be that a few senior brothers are really coveting the master's innate charm? Yi Lingyue looked at you with a cold face, and the atmosphere in the room suddenly dropped to freezing point. You estimate that she is treating herself as a rebel like those senior brothers, and you can't help but feel worried in your heart, wondering if the master will cut you off? Losing cultivation does not mean you have no cards to play. Goo goo. Just as you were thinking about how to escape, suddenly a sound rang out in the room, sounding a bit like a hungry stomach growling. You were a bit suspicious if you misheard, so you secretly raised your head and glanced at Night Spirit Moon. Her cold expression remained cold, and if you didn't observe carefully, you wouldn't be able to see any unnatural color on her face. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ruabai tentatively asked, Master, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook for you? Night Lingyu coldly came. You want to poison? Hearing this, Su Ruabai almost didn't choke. However, Su Ruabai could understand that immortal cultivators were accustomed to a lofty stance, and if they were to be without their cultivation, it would naturally be extremely insecure in their hearts. Furthermore, his several senior brothers still had to plot against her, and it was only natural that there was some suspicion in their hearts. But again, he didn't have the heart for it. A drop of kindness is returned in kind. He may not be able to do it in a gush, but he definitely won't bite back. If it wasn't for Night Spirit Moon bringing him back to the mountain, maybe the young one would have already starved to death in a corner. It didn't teach him anything, but at least he had a bite to eat, didn't he? Koku. There were two more untimely sounds in the room, and he didn't know if Night Lingyu was embarrassed, but he felt quite awkward anyway. Only Night Lingyu suddenly opened her mouth and spat out two words. Go. Ha! Su Ruabai didn't react for a moment, but feeling his master's icy sight, Su Ruabai hurriedly replied, Oh. Without the slightest hesitation, he then hurriedly left his master's cave. He had a cookhouse in his own place, and since he was exempt from grains and cereals during the chi refining stage, and there was no one else on the mountain, it had always been him who cooked for himself. However, after reaching the foundation establishment stage, he was able to dispel the grain, and he hadn't cooked again for a while. Su Ruabai wondered if she should go and cook first, or go and talk to her senior brother and the others first. This made him feel a bit difficult to deal with. Now that the senior brothers and the master are divided into two camps, is it to help the senior brothers against the master, or should he help his master against his brothers? A little bit of thinking Su Ruabai had an answer in his heart, and he also knew that what his senior brother and the others were doing was a wrong thing, and even if they wanted to break through, they wouldn't be able to use this kind of method. Moreover, for the master, will bring himself to the mountain may just casually, but for him, that is a life-saving favor, when he was almost about to starve to death. So even if he doesn't return the favor, then he can't do two stabs in the back. However, since he had promised to go and explain the situation to elder brother and the others, then he still had to make the trip. If they don't go, they will be suspicious instead. Senior brother, how is he doing? Senior? Right at this moment, the voice of third senior brother Li Wu Xin suddenly came from behind him. He was still hesitating whether to go to cook or go to senior brother and their place first, but he didn't expect that third senior brother would take the initiative to look for him. Su Ruabai pondered for a moment. If they really had thoughts about their master, they definitely couldn't tell them the real situation. Well, master looks. There's nothing too wrong with it. Li Wuxin frowned. Nothing serious? How could it be? If there really wasn't a problem, how could master teacher's character hold back from coming to settle the score with them? The eyes that looked at Su Ruabai were also a little more skeptical. So, what's this rush you're in now? Cook for master. Master is hungry. Upon hearing this, Li Wuxin's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. Under what circumstances would one need to eat? That would definitely be when one could not draw an aura to convert it into energy for the body, so that was why they needed it. Su Ruabai naturally noticed the obvious change in his eyes, and her heart thumped. Had she said something wrong? Soon Su Ruabai reacted to what was going on. Master was hungry. Didn't that mean her cultivation was gone? Su Ruabai heart cannot help but some chagrin. But, even if you do not say this sentence, cooking to send over to the master they will also notice, so it seems to say or not they will find out sooner or later. Li Wuxin patted Su Ruobai's shoulder and took out another small bag of spirit stones and handed it over. Keep an extra eye on Shirzhu and her for me. I'm also worried about Shirzhu and her old man. Looking at the bag of spirit stones that Li Wuxin handed over, Su Ruobai waved his hand. No, this is part of the job. I'll let you know if there's a situation. Senior brother. Li Wuxian nodded and then left the place. Su Ruobai then went to the other two senior brothers and rehashed what he had just said. And there was no doubt that they had all discovered the flashy point that their master was hungry. It couldn't be helped. One couldn't hide the fact that he had gone to help his master cook, too explicitly siding with the master teacher. It was guaranteed that these few senior brothers would see themselves as thorns in their side. I think that they didn't make a move now, presumably because they were afraid of whether or not there were still cards in their master's hands. And besides, the Yuan-yin is only as good as the first time. These several senior brothers to the time afraid not also want to fight. The original wind calm Tianling mountain seems to have gone. LOL. In the future, you should consider your words and think twice before you speak. Chapter 3 Yu Yunqi's suggestion. There weren't many ingredients left in the cookhouse, and it would take quite a bit of time to leave the clan and go to the town outside to buy them. Su Ruobai also had no choice but to use the remaining dishes to simply make some rice and take the food box to bring it to her. Regardless of who loses or wins on either side in the end, he did what he had to do and that was enough. To let him go to stop the three senior brothers he a foundation stage also do not have the ability to help the master as much as possible to help. That's all. Night Spirit Moon's Cave. Knock. Master. The meal is ready. Come in. Su Ruobai once again returned to the middle of the cave. At this moment, Night Lingyu was still sitting on the stool next to the table, as if she hadn't moved. Su Ruobai took out the food box and placed it on the table. However, Night Lingyu did not have the intention of making a move, but instead, her gaze stayed coldly fixed on Su Ruobai, a wary look in her eyes. Su Ruobai also understood her thoughts and opened the food box, then tasted a bit of each dish, and only after doing so did Su Ruobai arch his hand and say, Master, take your time, I'll leave you alone. Night Lingyu didn't stop him until after Su Ruobai left. Then she picked up the chopsticks that were set out on the table, smelling the aroma of the dishes in the air. His stomach was already hungry, but his heart was still a little hesitant to eat. It wasn't until his stomach rumbled again that he picked up and chucked a bite of the dish into his mouth, his eyes lighting up all of a sudden. But after a moment's pause to make sure his body wasn't reacting in any other strange way, he began to dazzle, picking up the food and bringing it to his mouth faster and faster. Not knowing what she had eaten, Night Lingyu suddenly frowned. Spit it out of my mouth to realize I just ate a piece of green pepper. The book depository. After Su Ruobai went to the medicine garden and completed his daily tasks, he came directly to the Tibetan scripture pavilion to be on duty. Now he was not panicking at all. Master, her old man, was now struggling to protect himself, and probably wouldn't care about the matter of the medicinal garden. It was just that I didn't know when this task of obtaining spirit grass would end. Ding! Obtaining spirit grass punch card mission completed. 100 mission points rewarded. Ding! New task has been released. Pay attention to check. This quest is really done? But what's the new mission going to be? Personally help your master, Nightingale. Provide 3 meals a day, 1/3. Su Ruobai mouth corner slightly twitching. Looks like the system is still quite righteous. Let yourself stand on the side of the master. Of course, even without this mission, he couldn't possibly watch his master's father starve to death. Su Ruobai glanced at Yu Yunqi, who was sitting in the counter and was reading a book, and wondered in his heart if he should ask her for her idea, whether she had emotional intelligence or not. Surely that intelligence was enough to give herself advice? Plus she has also guessed the master is the innate charm body. Until now the clan also did not pass the relevant things think she mouth should be more strict. Senior sister, I have something I want to ask for your help. Yu Yunqi raised her eyes to look at Su Ruobai. Related to your master? Elder sister is truly divine. This he had not even opened his mouth. Yu Yunqi guessed what he was going to say. Su Ruobai heart is very admirable. Is it possible that your senior brothers are having thoughts about your master and you don't know what to do about it? This was a little too accurate, and Su Ruobai wondered if she was a mind reader. Elder sister, why don't you think that I would also have thoughts about my master? Yu Yunqi faintly shook her head. You are a good person. At those words, Su Ruobai's expression stiffened. How did he suddenly get a good guy card for him? In a previous world, you're a good person might have meant something derogatory. But in this world, I don't think it means anything like that, does it? Only to hear Yu Yunqi continue. Before in the book learned how to read the face. Your several senior brothers are not any peaceful master. Just you seem like an honest person. Hearing this, Su Ruobai cried and laughed a little, not knowing whether she was praising herself or. However, it looked like Yu Yunqi hadn't read books for nothing all these years, and it had really taught her something. What's the saying? There's a golden house in a book. You don't read after stealing the gold. Hiss. The original saying seems to be not like this to come. Su Ruabai then spoke. Elder sister. It's fine for you and I to know this. Don't say it out loud for outsiders to hear. Yu Yunchi looked at the little cutie with an expression at Su Ruabai. Senior brother. Do you think I'm stupid? I still understand the truth that trouble comes out of the mouth. The corner of Su Ruabai's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't know what to say yet. Said she stupid well? She with smart can see through people's hearts. Said she is not stupid well. These things she actually in their own know on the line. But also when he set out. If a change in the heart of the people, her wave can be people fell into the words of the handle. Ahem. Senior sister. What do you think I should do now? Yu Yunchi pondered for a while then spoke. Do you not want to offend both sides? Su Ruabai nodded and shook his head again. Senior sister. You know what kind of strength I am. It's definitely not convenient to offend senior brother and the others right now. But, I still want to help senior. Yu Yunchi smiled. Let's just say that you are a good person. Senior brother. Su Ruabai scratched his head in embarrassment. He felt, he is not really a good person. He just chose to be a human being. However, if you just want to side with those senior brothers of yours, I'm afraid you'll only end up dead in the end. Su Ruabai had naturally taken this into consideration. After all, Senior Xin Yuan was only once, while Senior had 3, even if they were on Senior's side, they would still end up fighting. His own cultivation in this heavenly spirit peak, say as a miscellaneous fish are not too much. The disaster and the calamity of the fish this reason he still understands. That means they'll have to decide on a winner at the end of the day to do so. Even if he really didn't have any thoughts about his master, then they probably wouldn't let him off easily. Whereas, if you're on the master's side, it's obvious that it's not so much of a problem. But now there is no doubt that the master's side is more vulnerable. Otherwise the master would not be meticulously in the cave not to go out. And, above all, this lord still does not trust him. Loyal ministers who are not trusted by their lord. It's sad to think. Think about it. I'm going to read. After saying that, Yu Yunchi lowered her head again and looked at the book in her hand with great interest. Su Ruabai arched his hand. Many thanks, senior sister. Then it was off to sort up the books, though the mind kept scrambling. Too long have not been so hooked up with the brain is not very good. The last time so much brain time or in a previous life to play a board game as a traitor when slightly analyzed. The stand is definitely to stand on the side of the master, but certainly cannot directly jump the loyal subjects, or a few senior brothers will set fire first to their own deaths. Now that it was clear that the senior elder didn't really trust him either, plus the fact that he couldn't even beat a few of the senior elder brothers either, there wasn't much use for him to jump out even if he did. However, a few senior brothers had asked him to find out about the situation of his master, so he could report something false to make them throw in the towel and not dare to make a move for the time being. The only thing he can do is probably to stall for time. He just doesn't know if he can stall until his master's realm recovers. Chapter 4 doesn't like green peppers. Noon. Su Ruabai took the food box and set off to Night Lingyu's cave. I also wonder if the lunchtime meal was to her liking. He was trying to ask his master's father in a sideways manner if he had any cards or not. Otherwise he couldn't let go of his heart. But if he asked too abruptly, the master would surely have to think that he was trying to help a few senior brothers again. At that time angry pull out the bottom card to use on his body. Then it will be a mistake. Knock. Knock. Master. I've brought you food. Come in. Entering the cave, Su Ruabai didn't wait for Night Lingyu to open her mouth, and opened the food box in front of her to taste every dish. Only then did he place the food box on the table, taking the lunch box with him. Master, take your time. The two of them were very silent and didn't say a word, and Su Ruabai left with the empty food box. Although he didn't meet Night Lingyu's eyes squarely, Su Ruabai knew that his master was probably staring at him the entire time. He could already brainstorm what expression was on his master's face. It was only after exiting Night Lingyu's cave that Su Ruabai opened the noon food box. There's a bunch of green peppers left in there. Seeing this, Su Ruabai couldn't help but spit out. How old are you? And you're still a picky eater. Suddenly, a chill was felt behind him. Couldn't have heard himself spit, could he? Su Ruabai hurriedly ran away. However, he soon thought of a very serious problem. There were no more ingredients on the mountain, and after making a meal in the morning, all that was left for lunch was green peppers. That is to say, Su Ruabai swallowed his saliva, cold sweat flowing down from the forehead. The heart relieved himself that the master may just happen to have not eaten green peppers, and do not love to eat. However, seeing that the task went from 1/3 to 2/3, Su Ruabai knew that Master her elder should have eaten his own cooking, and at this moment, Night Lingyu, frowning, swallowed the green pepper in her mouth. If not for the fact that all of her cultivation was now sealed, Where would she need to rely on eating to maintain her body's functions? Looking at the large pile of green peppers in the food box, Night Lingyu couldn't help but twitch a few times on her ice-cold face. She was a bit skeptical if Su Ruabai was doing it on purpose. Was this green pepper something a human could eat? As far as she remembered. Well, there wasn't much of an impression. Not that she usually paid much attention to him, only that he was talented to say the least. Because of this, she paid less attention to Su Ruabai, and to put it more seriously, if it wasn't for the fact that he came to clean the cave every few days, she would probably have forgotten that there was such a person on the mountain. Likewise, Night Lingyu understood how tempting her physique was to someone whose talent was a dime a dozen. Even the great disciple she originally valued had bad intentions towards her, let alone Su Ruabai. Her physique can be said to be able to help Su Ruabai change his fate against the heavens, forging a supreme foundation that is not a joke. It was as if the great disciple who usually looked gentle and elegant was still having thoughts about her when it came to times like this. Even if Su Ruabai looks honest again, that no people know faces don't know hearts, who knows what kind of people are behind the scenes. The town outside the clan. Su Ruabai intends to come to buy some ingredients to go back. This night if you give the master a whole bunch of green peppers, he is afraid that the little life is not guaranteed. Senior brother Su? Why are you here? No sooner had he entered the town than he heard voices coming from behind him. Turning back, Su Ruabai also didn't expect Yu Yunchi to be here. Arching his hand, he then said, "Senior sister, I've come to buy some ingredients." Buying ingredients? You cook? Yu Yunchi asked with some doubt. Su Ruabai nodded, then whispered, "Cooking for my master." Hearing this, Yu Yunchi quickly reacted to what was going on. Yu Yunchi then spoke, "It looks like you've already thought about it. If you're willing, I can introduce you to Qingyan Peak." Su Ruabai was grateful and said thank you. The relationship between the two was at best a colleague, and for her to be able to help herself so much, Su Ruabai was still very touched. "No need, so I won't trouble senior sister." Hearing this, Yu Yunchi did not say anything more. Su Ruabai then asked, "Senior sister, why have you come to the town? Shouldn't you be in the Bible pavilion reading books at this time of the day?" Yu Yunchi smiled. "I've basically read all the books in the hidden scripture pavilion, so I came out to take a stroll and see if there are any places in town that sell books." This senior sister Jade, her obsession with books was not ordinary. Su Ruabai took the initiative and said, "Senior sister, when I was just passing by there was a small stall selling books over there. Let me take you to take a look." After all, they had done him a favor. He couldn't just accept their good intentions for nothing. "Okay." Su Ruabai then continued, "Senior sister, do you want me to treat you to a meal? You cook yourself? That's something to try. I've read a lot of food preparation methods in books before, but unfortunately, I don't seem to have the relevant talent." Su Ruabai had originally wanted to treat her to a meal on the street, but since Yu Yunchi had said so, Su Ruabai naturally had to go along with her. "It's fine. Senior sister is going to our heavenly spirit peak? Inconvenient?" Su Ruabai shook his head. His master and elder brother didn't care much about him, and there weren't that many rules on the mountain, so naturally there was nothing inconvenient. "That's a nuisance." Soon the two of them arrived at the vendor Su Ruabai had seen selling books earlier. Su Ruabai took the initiative to speak. "Boss, do you have any books here that circulate less on the market?" The clan's hidden scripture pavilion organized all sorts of books. As long as they were a little more famous, the clan's hidden scripture pavilion had them all, which was why Su Ruabai had asked so. Less circulated books? This boss looked at Su Ruabai, and then at Yu Yunchi beside Su Ruabai, and the smile on his face grew a bit wider. Yes, sir, how old are you?" Su Ruabai cannot help but be a little strange. Good reason to buy a book. How to ask on the age? 22. Hearing this boss didn't hesitate any longer and took out a wooden box from underneath the stall. Once opened, there lay the book with its largely unreadable cover. Hey, Gonzi, this is something you can't even buy on the market. It's absolutely wonderful." Su Ruabai always felt that his smile seemed a bit obscene. "How much?" 30 coppers a book. 30? This seems to be a little too expensive point. Most of the book 10 coins will be able to buy. However, the market cannot be bought. Expensive point is normal. As the saying goes, things are rare is expensive. Well, then I'll take all the ones in here. A small bag was then thrown to him. This boss was still very conscientious and gave him this box containing the book as well. After receiving the box, Su Ruabai handed it to Yu Yunchi. "Elder sister, take it." Yu Yunchi was not polite either. "Then thank you senior brother. Let's go." "Senior brother, I will accompany you to buy food." Su Ruabai nodded, and then the two of them set off to the town's food market. Chapter 5 Uncirculated Books on the Market. On the way back from the grocery store, "Elder sister, you don't need to read even when you walk, do you? In my previous life, I've seen people walking with their heads down playing with their cell phones, but basically nothing like reading a book while walking. If there is, it's someone else's kid. TSK. It's the first time I've seen such a wonderful book. This made Su Ruwabai a bit curious. That boss said that wonderful might just be an exaggeration. After all, he was a seller. But senior sister is different. It's not too much to say that she's well read. And what she says is wonderful. Elder sister, can I see it? Yu Yunchi handed the book in her hand to Su Ruwabai. After casually turning a page and seeing the 2 illustrations inside, Su Ruwabai was instantly confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Ruwabai wiped his eyes, fearing that he had misread the situation, but it turned out that he hadn't misread it. No wonder that boss smiled so lewdly when he was selling books. So he was selling little yellow books. He just wanted it not to be the commercially available kind. He didn't say it was this kind. No wonder the age was asked. But the book is 18 plus. Su Ruwabai hurriedly explained. Cough cough. Senior sister. This was an accident. I don't know what kind of books these are. Why don't I go return it and replace it with 2 new books for senior sister? Yu Yunchi shook her head. It's fine. This book is quite wonderful. It's just a pity that there's no place to be able to practice it. Hearing this, Su Ruwabai was horrified in his heart. Was this something a normal person could say? And you still want to practice it? Senior sister. That's not a good thing to say. Yu Yunchi cocked her head and looked at Su Ruwabai. I'm talking about the alchemy method inside. What did you think it was? Su Ruwabai froze. There is also the method of alchemy in this book? Then the book in his hands turned a few more sides, and really found the method of alchemy. Only, it is not what serious pills. These days, do little yellow books have to teach people to make pills? However, what he was more concerned about was how on earth did Yu Yunchi manage to read such a book in broad daylight without blushing? Elder sister. If you really want to see it, just hide in your own home in private and look at it. It won't have a good impact if people know about it. He then handed the book back. He was a bit skeptical if her senior sister was a legendary frigid sexist, that's why she didn't really care for the contents of this book. Yu Yunchi put the book away, her gaze moving away from Su Ruwabai's face as she looked into the distance, feeling that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Su Ruwabai then spoke. Senior sister, do you have any contraindications? No. Where are the peppers? What happened to the peppers? It didn't look like Jade Yunchi was averse to green peppers. Told you. Aren't green peppers delicious? His master must not be a normal person. Into the night. Nightling Yu looked at the sky outside through the gap. It was already evening. Why hadn't Su Ruwabai come to bring himself food? However, it didn't seem like he had specifically explained that he was going to let him cook for himself. Nightling Yu let out a long sigh as her stomach started to feel bad again. For lunch, probably because it was all green peppers, she simply ate a few bites. There were some peppers left in the food box, but they should be cold. She really doesn't want to eat green peppers, but if she's really starving, she can't seem to stop eating them. After another half an hour, Nightling Yu could only look at the food box on the table. To eat or not to eat? 100 times. I finally reached out. Just as her hand reached for her chopsticks, the knock on the door suddenly came. Knock. Knock. Nightling Yu had never felt that a knock on the door could sound so good. Master teacher. I've brought you food. Come in. Soon Su Ruwabai entered the house. It wasn't that he wanted to come so late. Mainly because he invited Yu Yunchi to be his guest that he definitely had to be well entertained. If the other party didn't say he wanted to leave, he, as the master of the house, couldn't kick him out. Could he? That's why it's taken so long. Su Ruwabai placed the food box on the table, still tasting it before placing it on the table. Seeing that the food box was not full of green peppers amongst the food box, Nightling Yu's heart was also relieved. Master, then I won't bother you. Wait. Su Ruwabai's freshly raised foot only had to be put back down again. The heart cannot help but be a little apprehensive. It is not really because today at noon to give her green peppers she wanted GA his own right? Master, what's wrong? Seeing Su Ruwabai's careful appearance, Nightling Yu couldn't help but feel a little like laughing. He then took out a small bag and threw it into Su Ruwabai's hand. From now on, you're in charge of every day's meals. So remember not to order green peppers when you do. Ordering food? Su Ruwabai looked at the bag in her hand and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled in her heart. However, he didn't dare to say anything more. Many thanks, master. And don't get any ideas, or there will be consequences. Hearing this, Su Ruwabai knew that Nightling Yu must have thought that he wasn't a good person as well. I guess he was entrusted with the job because he really had to eat. He still had to rely on her to complete his current mission. So how could Su Ruwabai possibly harm her? Su Ruwabai once again arched his hand and then left. He was quite curious to know what the consequences would be, and wondered if she had any cards to be able to deal with his senior brothers. Su Ruwabai is thinking, to be on the safe side, Should we go and use some external force? It was just that he didn't know many people in the clan besides Yu Yunqi. Senior sister Yu's teacher, Venerable Qing Yan, was a very good choice. However, I heard that Venerable Qing Yan and Master Zun do not deal with each other. It seems that the position of the sect leader is the two people fighting with each other. And finally Master Zun, her old man, was lucky to win. That Venerable Qing Yan might even be eager for something to happen to her master, so that she could succeed the position of the patriarch. Su Ruabai couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. After thinking about it, it's better to wait until tomorrow to ask senior sister Jade. Maybe she can still give some advice. Su Ruabai then called up the system panel. In the morning, he had done a quest to collect spirit herbs, and now he had completed the quest to eat 3 meals a day. It adds up to a total of 30 mission points. That is to say, cooking for Master her elder earns more quest points than collecting spirit herbs. What kind of design is this? It was also true that cooking for the master was a dangerous thing to do. It was a good thing that looking at the current situation, the master was not going to make a move on herself without a fight, or else who else would have fed her? After returning to the cave, Su Ruabai cleaned up the leftovers from his previous meal with Yu Yunqi. Sister is also genuinely big. Lonely men and women share a room in the middle of the night, are not afraid of doing something themselves, but it was also true that at his realm, he wasn't enough for people to beat him with one hand, and he couldn't do anything if he wanted to. Soon he noticed a book left on the bench. The moment she saw that cover, Su Ruabai knew what kind of book it was. Blinking his eyes a few times, he then flipped the book open. Well, it wasn't that he wanted to read it, he just simply wanted to learn the alchemy method inside. Chapter 6, Hyperactive Su Ruabai. The next day. The book depository. Senior brother. What did you do last night? How come it feels like you're rather hyper? Yu Yunqi looked Su Ruabai up and down, her eyes actually showing an odd color. Cough cough, said Su Ruabai as he coughed dryly twice before saying, last night, I was thinking about how to secretly help my master, and I kind of got the beginnings of it. Yu Yunqi gave a hum, then stretched out her hand. Senior brother, my book seems to have landed at your place. Have you brought it over yet? Su Ruabai nodded, and with a flip of his hand he took the book out of the Qianquan ring, rushing to stuff it into Yu Yunqi's hands as if it were a hot potato. After receiving the book, Yu Yunqi briefly flipped through it twice. Then coldly, he spoke. Last night around 9 o'clock in the evening this book was opened, and it should have been read over and over several times. Senior brother, it should be you who read this book, right? Hearing this, Su Ruabai almost didn't choke. Bad. Forgetting that senior sister had this ability. But, how is it possible to see how someone can accurately tell that someone has read this book even if it's not? But how can it be accurate to the time? Faced with this question from Yu Yunqi, Su Ruabai could only choose to skip the topic. Senior sister, I have something I want you to help me with. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunqi pondered for a while, as if she was thinking about some major life event, and only after a while did she open her mouth and say, well, it can be. After reading so many books I haven't experienced exactly what the above said. To be able to experience it in person might be able to have a different feeling. Su Ruabai, winky face? Su Ruabai had a questioning look on her face. Why did she feel that there was something wrong with this answer of hers? Upon careful consideration, Su Ruabai realized that it was Yu Yunqi who had misunderstood. But this misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Why does she seem to agree? What the hell is this? Ahem. Senior sister, that's not what I'm talking about. Have you misunderstood something? Yu Yunqi cocked her head and asked with a serious face. Then what favor do you want me to do? Seeing her like this, I don't know why Su Ruabai would actually feel that this senior sister of hers might be quite good to abduct home. It was a good thing that he was a decent man, but others might not be, and Su Ruabai felt that he had to give her a good lecture on this matter. Elder sister, let's talk about asking you to help later. There's something more important to talk to you about now. Yu Yunqi still tilted her head, inexplicably making people feel that she was stupidly somewhat adorable. Can say that she is stupid but at some point very smart? Also do not know how the Qin Yan venerable teach her. The human condition of the world her master does not know. Elder sister, this kind of thing is not something you have to help just because someone asks you to. This kind of stuff thing can only be done with people you like. That said, Su Ruabai herself turned a little red in the face. What the hell? Why was the topic getting progressively more outrageous? He remembered that he seemed to have come to seek help from Yu Yunqi, only to hear Yu Yunqi said shockingly, the book seems to say over here, but I see a lot of words in the book. This kind of thing is quite casual. What father sister-in-law cough. Su Ruabai hurriedly coughed a few times to interrupt her words. In letting her speak on this book will become 18 plus. Elder sister, books are books. What if those people just crave your body and after tricking you into bed, they don't take responsibility afterward? Wouldn't you lose a lot of money then? Yu Yunqi's expression remained calm as she said, But senior brother, you're a good person. Surely you won't lie to me? Seeing this serious look on her face, Su Ruwabai's heart inexplicably beat a little faster and hurriedly shook off his head. No, no, no. Not even for me. Senior sister. Men's mouths, deceitful ghosts. Don't trust others' words so easily. Yu Yunchi let out a hum and didn't retort to Su Ruwabai anymore, but instead turned to ask, what favor do you want me to do? I thought about contacting Venerable Ching Yen. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunchi quickly understood his meaning. You want my master to step in and help you? Su Ruwabai nodded. Looks like senior sister's IQ is still online well. I also don't know if elder master, her old man, has any undercards. Moreover, I don't know when she'll be able to recover. And at that time, if elder brothers make a move ahead of time, I won't be able to stop them on my own. Yu Yunchi nodded. What senior brother said is not unreasonable. But, master, she is closed, so I'm afraid she can't help you. Hearing this, Su Ruwabai could only sigh. There were only 2 transformation spirit stages in the clan. One Venerable Qin Yan and one of his master. Eldest senior brother Zhang Yunchi was already at the Yuaning stage of existence, and he had previously heard his master say that eldest senior brother had excellent talent, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the first person in the ancient world. Under the same realm, it could be said to be an unrivaled existence. The clan's Yuaning stage probably couldn't stop him, which made it a bit difficult, but the good thing was that it wasn't without its disadvantages. The second and third senior brothers were at the Jindan stage, and although they might not be able to defeat the eldest senior brother, they were expected to have a check and balance. Plus, eldest senior brother was also afraid of Master Teacher's undercard, so he was definitely waiting for Master Teacher to reveal his undercard. LMAO. Why does it feel like this opening is a big headwind kind of thing? How is he supposed to flip the game? Alas, elder sister. You say, my senior, she's at least a sect leader. Doesn't she know to seek help from the sect when she runs into this kind of situation? Yu Yunchi pondered for a while, then said, senior brother, think about it, even her closest disciple betrayed her? Do you think she can trust anyone else? Hearing this, Su Ruwabai instantly understood. It was also true that if she asked someone else for help, maybe the other party would also covet her innate charm body, which was nothing more than jumping from one abyss to another. Moreover, a few senior brothers are at least scrupulous about whether or not the master has an undercard, while others may not necessarily be scrupulous about the master. For a while, Su Ruwabai didn't know what to do. Senior brother, I actually have a good idea here. Senior sister, please, if you can seize your master's Yuanin before they do, won't everything be solved? Upon hearing this, Su Ruwabai sweated for a while, then said somewhat helplessly, if I really do this, then what difference is there between me and a beast? Didn't ask you to really do it. Su Ruwabai froze, then his eyes lit up. This could be staged. If the master's Yuanin had been taken, then there was no need for them to take the risk again. However, if he really did that, it was expected that the hate value of the senior brothers and trio would be all on him. That's a total give and take. Su Ruwabai didn't know what to decide for a moment. Arching his hand towards Yu Yunchi, he then said, many thanks senior sister. I'll go back and think about it first. Well, go ahead. Su Ruwabai then headed out of the hidden scripture pavilion. Yu Yunchi stared at his back. The corners of his mouth could not help but raise a few points. Knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. Come in. Strange, why is this voice a few points weaker today? When Su Ruwabai entered the middle of the cave, his line of sight habitually went over to the stool by the table, but this time, there was no sign of Knight Ling Yu's figure. Where's master? Looking around, Su Ruwabai realized that at this moment, Knight Ling Yu was curled up on the bed. Don't! Even if this injury is bad, why does it look worse? Hastily, he placed the food box on the table, then came over to the bed. At this time, the Knight Ling Yu hand covered her abdomen, the pale color of her face a few points more. Her eyebrows tightened, as if it was very painful. Chapter 7, I am not alone in my ways. Master, are you alright? No, it's fine. Leave the food and you can go. Hearing her shudder as she spoke, where she looked like she was fine, Su Ruwabai thought about it. She is now the symptom is like a woman's menstruation. Or else cover the stomach to do what? It can't be that she ate something bad, right? That's absolutely impossible. He doesn't cook much but he definitely can't eat. Master, wait for now. I'll be right back. After saying this, Su Ruwabai rushed out. Whether or not she could eat in her current state was another story, but the mission was for her to eat the 3 meals a day that she had made. Knight Ling Yu looked at his back as he hurriedly ran out, somewhat unable to guess what he was trying to do. I don't think he's seeing himself weakened a little bit, is he? Hiss. The sharp pain in her abdomen made her suck in a cool breath. If it hurt all the time, it would be fine. It wouldn't hurt so much if she got used to it. But it was the kind of pain that came in bursts and didn't give her a chance to get used to it. I didn't expect my body to completely return to the state of a mortal after losing my cultivation. Even my menstruation was not spared. It didn't take long for footsteps to come from outside the house. Knock, knock. Master, I'm coming in, haha. Night Lingyu wasn't worried about what he would do to her. Even if there was no cultivation, that thin dead camel was bigger than a horse, and it was still more than enough to deal with a Su Ruabai. Night Lingyu's gaze was vigilant as she stared at Su Ruabai's every move, only to see him bring a bowl over. Master, brown sugar water. Su Ruabai handed the bowl over, but Night Lingyu had no intention of taking it. Soon Su Ruabai figured out what was going on, grabbed a spoon and took a bite for myself first. Master, it's not poisoned. Don't worry. Su Ruabai does not care that she is so guarded himself, can be so vigilant or good, so that a few brothers want to take advantage of the opportunity to be a lot smaller. Only then did Night Lingyu endure the pain and sit up. Put it here. I'll drink it myself. Su Ruabai hummed, and didn't forget to say, Master, don't forget to eat after drinking. After leaving these words, Su Ruabai left. Night Lingyu picked up the bowl, glanced at the red liquid inside, and slightly was taking a sip. It was warm and sweet, and my stomach didn't seem to hurt so much all of a sudden. In 3 tries, he drank the brown sugar water into his stomach. The abdomen is still a little sore, but it doesn't affect it much anymore. It couldn't go on like this. She was still very aware of her health. If she was able to operate so much as a sliver of spiritual energy, she would be able to use it to slowly recuperate the injuries in her body. But the crux of the matter was that she couldn't use a single ounce of her spiritual energy at all right now. If it drags on like this, those good disciples probably won't be able to sit still for long. 3 meals a day, February 3rd. Seeing this, Su Ruabai was relieved. What about 20 quest points? That could be 200 experience points. If it took this many days every day, in a few days he would be able to build the middle stage of foundation establishment. Knock, knock. Senior, you're home, right? Eldest senior brother? Su Ruabai quickly guessed what the coming one was here for. A quick thought of wording went through his mind. Before this opened the door. Elder brother. What's wrong? Zhang Yunqi didn't beat around the bush either. How is the situation of master? Su Ruabai pretended to look distressed. Senior brother. Why is she so wary of me? The whole thing seems like I'm an outsider. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi smiled and patted her shoulder. You're not to blame for this. Do you know how master teacher was injured? This Su Ruabai wasn't very clear, only knowing that it was the master who had gone to seek revenge on his enemy, and then was seriously injured in a careless manner. Is there a reason for this? Only Zhang Yunqi spoke. Master's enemy is only at the early stage of God transformation, while master is already at the mid stage of God transformation. So guess why master is so heavily injured? Ambushed? Then guess again why master teacher was ambushed. Su Ruabai quickly understood what Zhang Yunqi meant. Senior brother. You mean someone leaked the information? Zhang Yunqi nodded. That's right. At that time, the only ones who knew of master's whereabouts were me and the other 2 senior brothers, and I suspected that someone among the 2 of them was plotting against master. Hiss. Eldest senior brother couldn't be a loyalist as well, could he? Hearing him say that, he seemed to be on the side of his master. As for why he came to find himself, I guess it was because he didn't even know about his master's visit to the enemy. Thinking of this, Su Ruabai didn't know whether to be happy or sad. It always felt like, he really didn't seem like a member of the mountain. And also, in the eyes of the master, he was a dispensable and transparent person. In the immortal cultivation realm, strength was honored, and a talent like Su Ruabai's, which was not very good, was probably not even qualified to make people look at him squarely in the eyes. However, it's still a pending option as to which side Big Brother is on. After all, that's how the mole plays out. Helping the Lord first and then backtracking when it counts to become the final winner. Eldest senior brother. This is unlikely, isn't it? Second and third senior brothers are quite nice. How could they do such a thing? Zhang Yunqi shook his head and said in a serious tone. Ruabai, knowing people, who knows what they are like behind their backs? The treacherousness of the immortal cultivation world is far beyond your imagination. His present speech is indeed considered loyal, but as he himself said, one should not jump to conclusions until the very last moment when one knows the face of a man. This, then, senior brother. Why did they make a move against senior? Master is an innate charm body. Su Ruabai pretended that this was the first time she had heard of this matter, and a look of shock appeared on her face. Really? Would senior brother still lie to you? Zhang Yunqi's face also showed a pained expression. Senior treated our several brothers quite well. Who would have thought that they would have such thoughts? I, as a senior brother, absolutely cannot see such a thing happen. This righteousness didn't look like a fake. Su Ruabai was a bit confused. Could it be that there really was an ally? The second and third senior brothers are both at Jindan perfection. If they break through to the Yuaning stage, I don't think I'll be able to do anything about them then. So, senior brother, I need your help. Su Ruabai patted his chest. Senior brother, don't worry, I'll definitely help you. Just say what you need me to do, senior brother. Well, with you as a senior brother, I am not alone in my path. The eyes of Zhang Yunqi as he looked towards Su Ruabai also took on a color of relief, and the two of them stared at each other with a sympathetic look. Zhang Qian continued. Senior brother, you just need to help me ask to see if the master teacher she has any cards yet. Otherwise I can't very well deal with the two senior brothers. Chapter 8, Li Hao. Well, that old man's bad, waiting for me here. With so many twists and turns, Su Ruabai almost thought that Zhang Yunqi was a good person, but then he was suddenly asked to test out his master's bottom card. Could this good person do such a thing? Since he liked to act, then he must surely have to act with him as well. Eldest senior brother, leave this matter to me. I'm only able to make a small contribution in this lowly realm. Well, remember, those two senior brothers might be looking for you too. Don't believe what they say. After leaving these words, Zhang Yunqi left. Su Ruabai's heart cannot help but spit out. Master, you see, you teach out a few good disciples. Not as good as me. This looks like an outsider, really it. Of course, even if Night Spirit Moon intention to teach him is not much use, the talent is here. Teach at most. Let him take less detours in the early stages of the road. But taking a detour is not a kind of cultivation? Su Ruabai, no. People teach people may not teach to understand, but things to teach people, that is one's will. It could also be that he can't eat grapes. It's definitely better to have someone to take care of you, but if you don't have someone to take care of you, then you're on your own. It's very simple. The situation also cleared up, and sure enough, eldest brother and second and third brother, they weren't together. Maybe then the second and third elder brothers would also come to him to let him test his master's bottom card. He had to think of a foolproof plan to keep a check and balance between the two sides. What's the saying? The authorities are in the dark. The onlookers are in the dark. Go to senior sister Jade, she might be able to give the most pertinent idea. Undercard or whatever, he could make up one of his own, as long as it made more sense. Compared to that, he was more interested in knowing exactly when his master, her old man, would be able to recover from his injuries. As long as her cultivation was restored, then everything would be solved. I just don't know if the one given by the system just works or not. It said it was just one, but the description on it was that each dose healed 1/1000th of an injury. He wanted to throw up when he saw it then. It's not just one. It should be called 1,000,000,000. He had 100 or so of these things instead. Looking back, it's all blood and tears history. Young only wanted to be a betting dog, thinking that the system would have a guaranteed system just like MeQ. As a result, after hundreds of draws, all of them were these pills that were of no use whatsoever. He just can't get better by scraping a small cut and taking this elixir. One can only say that it is worthy of being a white quality elixir. However, if there are a lot of them, they might be able to be somewhat useful. It's definitely not a good idea to give it to her straight away. Seeing the black, unctuous pills is something that anyone would think is wrong with it. And the master was wary of himself. This also had to be done somehow. A two-pronged approach, delaying a few senior brothers on one side, and letting his master recover from his injuries faster on the other. Thinking of this, Su Ruabai cannot help but sigh. In order to this cheap master is really worrying about. Qingyun Hall. I didn't realize that in a trance it was time to receive my monthly salary again. Su Ruabai felt that this time had passed a little too quickly, as if last month seemed like yesterday. The monthly salary wasn't much, compared to the amount of money his master gave him for food. It could be said to be a drop in the bucket. Originally, the dishes he used for cooking were just ordinary crops in the mortal world, not spiritual plants, and they didn't cost much at all. One lower grade spirit stone was enough to cover the expenses of an ordinary person for half a year. One should know. As soon as he reached the entrance of the Qingyun Hall, Su Ruabai saw Yu Yunqi's figure. Just as he wanted to go up to greet him, he realized that a male disciple was stopping in front of Yu Yunqi as if he was saying something. It was only when Su Ruabai got closer that he heard, "Sister Yu, you are the first disciple of Qingyan Peak, and I am the first disciple of Juyang Peak, so the doors are right for each other. Would you like to consider it?" The first disciple of Juyang Peak? Li Hao. Hiss. I remembered that he didn't seem to have a good reputation, and he often plagued the female disciples of the sect. Moreover, the peak master of Juyang Peak was still the more protective type, which led to Li Hao becoming more and more arrogant, and no one could restrict him at all. You're not really going to say yes, are you? Seeing that she didn't say anything for half a day, he was getting a little anxious. Senior sister treats him not thin. This he certainly can't make a gesture regardless. How to say should also remind a bit. Senior sister. Finally. I've found you. I happen to have some questions I want to ask you. Upon hearing Su Ruabai's voice, both of them turned their gazes toward him. Yu Yunchi cocked her head. Senior brother. What are you asking? It's not very convenient to talk about it here. Oh, okay. Then come with me to the hidden scriptures. The way these two people didn't put Li Hao in their eyes at all naturally enraged him. Kid, do you know who I am? Li Hao looked at Su Ruabai angrily, and his voice carried a warning tone. The clan had passed on Li Hao's deeds, and Su Ruabai naturally knew what kind of character he had. While it's true that you have to think twice before you act, some things can't be measured rationally. Su Ruabai had also considered the consequences. The big deal was that he would be found in trouble by Li Hao. If it was placed before, Su Ruabai would definitely hesitate. But it was different now. He now had a crucial role to play in the situation of Heavenly Spirit Peak. If he dares to trouble himself, then he will go and invite the senior brother. With the identity of the eldest senior brother, Li Hao definitely couldn't afford to offend him either. In terms of interest alone, eldest senior brother would definitely still need himself to keep an eye on master teacher as well. So it was thought that this small favor would be something he would help with. This should be considered a fox and a tiger. Thinking of this, Su Ruabai's heart was a few points fuller. Senior brotherly, I'm just looking for senior sister to ask some questions. Nothing else. Li Hao sneered. Do you take me for a fool asterisk? If you don't ask sooner or later, kid, report your family. You're finished. Being targeted by Li Hao was quite a headache. It's not so bad if you have a background, but if you don't, you'll have to swallow your teeth even if they're knocked out. Sky Spirit Peak. Su Ruabai. Hearing this, Li Hao obviously froze for a moment before bursting out laughing. The patriarch has taken in just 3 disciples, Zhang Yunqi, Li Yuanhe, and Li Wuxin. I haven't heard of any Su Ruabai. There was a pause. Then he continued, kid, even if you panic to report your home, then you have to find a peak with more people to say it, right? Su Ruabai's face stiffened. His heart was still a bit hard to bear, whether in the eyes of outsiders or in the eyes of his master. It seemed that there was no such thing as him as a disciple. Just when Su Ruabai was planning to fight him hard, Yu Yunchi straddled the middle of the two, her face still calm as she looked at Li Hao. Let's go. I think we can find a place to have a good chat. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's expression, which was still tinged with anger, instantly took on a joyful expression. Yu Yunchi was the #1 existence in the sex beauty list. Li Hao had long been eyeing her for a long time, but Yu Yunchi rarely showed up in the clan, which made it difficult for Li Hao to find an opportunity. Su Ruabai couldn't help but utter a cry. Senior sister. Yu Yunchi smiled back at him. Allah, I have my own measure. Looking at the smile on her face, Su Ruabai couldn't help but freeze a little. Li Hao was just about to open his mouth to say something when Yu Yunchi said to Li Hao, going or not? If you don't go, I'll go back to the peak. At those words, Li Hao could not care about settling accounts with Su Ruabai, but just glared at him viciously, as if to say, boy, I remember you. He then followed Yu Yunchi and left this place. Su Ruabai stopped for a moment, then entered the Qingyun Hall. The last words of the senior sister just now thought that she herself should have some consideration. That's really strange too. Why is senior sister so casual about herself? Is it hard to believe that you're special? Chapter 9 Against Life Immortal Herb. After receiving the spirit stones, Su Ruabai went to the Bible Pavilion, and once he entered the door, he wasn't able to see Yu Yunchi's silhouette and was still a bit uncomfortable. I don't know how senior sister is doing now. She won't be embarrassed by that Li Hao, right? Senior brother Su, why are you sighing? Su Ruabai turned back, and he didn't know when Yu Yunchi was standing behind him. Elder sister, why are you back so soon? Yu Yunchi said with an air of entitlement. Of course I have to come back to read after things are done. Su Ruabai asked with some doubt. Senior sister, what about Li Hao? Yu Yunchi walked into the counter and sat down amongst the counter, picking up a book before speaking. Senior brother, be careful lately. I beat him up. My identity is here. He definitely can't come to find me as trouble. At that time, if he sees you, he might spread his anger all over you. Beaten up? Isn't senior sister only at the Jindan stage? Su Ruabai asked the doubts in his heart. That Li Hao is also a Jindan perfection, right? How did you beat him? Senior sister? Yu Yunchi said indifferently. Because I'm at the Yuaning stage. Hearing this, Su Ruabai froze, previously only knowing that Yu Yunchi was at the Jindan stage. He had never heard of her reaching the Yuaning stage. Every day, Yu Yunchi was just reading books, and I hadn't seen her practicing properly, so how could her cultivation speed be so fast? It's a real people pleaser. However, being targeted by that Li Hao is indeed a troublesome thing. Had I known that the senior sister will not be given for nothing, I will not go up to help. Su Ruabai still taught a sentence, sister. In the future encountered other people pursuing you and so on. do not easily agree. The other party is not necessarily sincere to your good. Even if sister defined the words of the Taoist couples, that also want to find a good for you talent line. Door to door, what is not so important. Yu Yunqi hummed. I know. A lot of the time Jade Yunqi was still a good talker. Before in the hidden scripture pavilion together for so long the two did not say much at that time. Su Ruobai thought she was a more withdrawn type of personality. Now it seems to be entirely just because she's a nerd. By the way, senior brother, what kind of problem did you say before? Hearing Yu Yunqi ask this, Su Ruobai then remembered that there was still business to attend to. With that, he told him what Zhang Yunqi had approached him about today. Elder sister, do you think eldest brother he's a good person? Yu Yunqi shook her head. I'm a very accurate judge of people. Those few senior brothers of yours are not good people. Su Ruobai nodded in deep thought. These few senior brothers wanted to be a rushing master rebellious disciple even if, or the old coins, always thinking of using him as a gun. Elder sister, what do you think is the situation of my master teacher her now? If this injury of hers is not good then it won't be able to break the game at all. Yu Yunqi pondered for a while before speaking. Your master is no different from a mortal now. That's most likely because the root is damaged. If you want to cure your master you can just prescribe the right medicine for the symptoms. On the 5th row of shelves, the 3rd tier, the 6th book from the left. Go and take a look. It pays to read a lot. At least it comes in real handy when it counts. Su Ruobai gratefully said thank you, and then went to find the book that Yu Yunqi was referring to. 100 Solutions to Difficult and Inconvenient Diseases. The name. Why does it look a bit like a groundhog? Su Ruobai thought. Those medical books should be called Ben Chao Gang Mu and so on, very advanced, name it. Su Ruobai flipped through a few pages and quickly found this section about roots. After a moment of understanding, Su Ruobai knew what was going on. Assuming that the body of an immortal cultivator is a large wooden barrel, this barrel is what is used to hold the aura, and if there is a hole in the barrel, then the aura stored inside will leak out. And Master's situation is no longer a hole, that's the entire chassis is gone. The aura can't be retained. That naturally becomes mortal. Reverse fate immortal grass? Senior sister, does the clan's medicinal garden have this? No. Yu Yunqi did not know when to lean on the bookshelf on the side, so close to the sound almost did not give Su Ruobai a jump. This reverse fate immortal grass is a divine object of heaven and earth. Even if an ordinary person without the slightest foundation eats this thing that is capable of stepping onto the path of cultivation, how could the clan's medicinal garden possibly have this kind of thing? Thinking about it, this kind of heaven and earth divine object was afraid that it would be bought as soon as it appeared in the world. Even the heirs of those great clans and great families could not be completely able to guarantee that they would be born with the same ability to cultivate immortality as their predecessors. At times like this reverse fate immortal herb would be able to come in handy. In terms of past life biology, that would be called a genetic mutation. This would be difficult. Where would he go to get this reverse fate immortal herb? I'm afraid I can't even replace both his loins. Senior sister, then do you know where I can find this immortal grass? Yu Yunqi shook her head. There is no circulation on the market. If you want to find this immortal grass then you have to go to those secret places to have a chance to find it. Su Ruobai is only a foundation stage. Those secret areas are extremely dangerous. By then I guess the immortal grass did not find his own people first lost. Then this is difficult. The root is necrotic and if it is not repaired then it is a dead end. If he could just have 100 million of one right now, then he wouldn't have to think about this at all. But 100 million pills would require 100 million draws, or 10 billion mission points. This seemed even more impractical than finding the reverse fairy herb. However, the Pill King Valley's trial is about to open again, and if you win the top prize, you'll be able to pick any herb from the Pill King Valley's medicinal garden, and it might have this. Medicine King Valley. You know what kind of place this is from the name, right? If there was a place in this world other than within the secret realm that was most likely to have this immortal grass it would be this Medicine King Valley. But, senior sister, I don't know how to make pills. Pill King Valley trials naturally and alchemy related. He simply did not have contact with alchemy. Through the sea election are bad enough, but also trials. Pull down. There's still a month left for you to learn. Hearing this, Su Ruobai couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Really think he's a genius. A month at most he can learn a skinny, right? However, it's good to try. After all, this is the only way to go now. And there's usually nothing to do in the mountains besides practicing. Do your best. If you can't get it then there's nothing you can do. Senior sister, do you know how to make pills? Does the aphrodisiac Dan we learned last time count? Hearing this, the corners of Su Ruobai's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. No, you're really learning the alchemy from that little yellow book. I thought it was just talk. However, the other party is a senior sister named Yu Yunqi. Outrageous and at the same time with a hint of reason. Chapter 10, Blowing Up the Dan. Bang. A loud sound rang out on the heavenly spirit peak. It immediately attracted the attention of the crowd on the hill. The three master brothers appeared at the entrance of Su Ruobai's cave together. Although Zhang Yunqi and the other two weren't people along the way, it wasn't time to tear their faces apart yet, and after nodding his head a bit he asked towards the house, "Senior brother, are you alright?" Soon the door was opened, accompanied by a plume of black smoke. A grizzled face also appeared inside the door. And yes, this person was none other than Su Ruobai. Su Ruobai coughed a few times, then waved his hand and said, "A few senior brothers. I'm fine. I just blew up the furnace from alchemy." The commotion was a bit loud and disturbed the senior brothers. Alchemy? Third senior brother Li Wuxin looked at Su Ruobai with a somewhat odd expression. "Senior brother. Ah, how come you're refining Dan in a good short period of time?" Su Ruobai had already thought of an excuse. "Isn't the Pilking Valley going to have a trial in a month's time? I'm going to give it a try. And, senior brother, you all know that I'm not very good at this cultivation talent, so I'm thinking of taking a different path." A few people didn't have much doubt. There were many such examples in the immortal cultivation world. There was no talent in cultivation, but that didn't mean there was no talent in alchemy. But coincidentally, Su Ruobai doesn't seem to have much talent for either. It had already been refined several times, and the more it blew up, the more powerful it became. And that furnace of elixir just now almost collapsed his cave. Then be careful, senior brother. We'll leave first. Several senior brothers came and went in a hurry, disappearing in just a blink of an eye. Su Ruobai headed for the doorstep and sat down, intending to take a moment to slow down. How could she be fine after being blown up so much just now? The sleeves were all blown up in 1,000 holes, and traces of blood oozed from his arms. He was also a foundation establishment stage anyhow, and to be blown up like this showed that the power of the explosion was not small. No wonder it was said that alchemy was also a high-risk occupation. If the power of the explosion was a little bigger, then I'm afraid that these arms would not be saved. For a while Su Ruobai was a little uncertain whether to continue refining. Before Yu Yunqi did demonstrate a few times. At that time Su Ruobai did not think that this Dan can be so difficult. The fact proves that others are others. He is his. I'm afraid it's hard to rely on proper alchemy to participate in the trial, and I'll have to find another way to do it. After resting for a little while, Su Ruobai continued to go and refine pills. Although he's not very talented, he can still suffer. After all, he had come alone for so many years, and there were many problems that arose when cultivating. It was impossible to ask his elder brothers all the big and small questions. They also had their own things to do, and most of the ones that could be solved on their own, Su Ruobai was left to fumble with on his own. All life so far has failure written all over it, and it doesn't stop me from moving on. Bang, bang, bang. In the countless explosions, Su Ruobai also discovered the problem. What's the saying? Failure is common, but if you can learn from it, it's also a success. Blowing up the Dan is not an instantaneous explosion. The time for this Dan to explode is not certain. There are times when you look like the Dan has been made, but as soon as you get over to it, it suddenly explodes. If it is possible to control the time of this explosion, or if it is possible to control its explosion, then isn't it a very powerful weapon? SSSH. Seems a bit off topic, but an exploding elixir is also an elixir, and basically the alchemist is thinking about how to make the elixir not explode, and it seems that no one has studied this direction throughout the ages. Thinking of this, Su Ruobai instantly had an idea. Since he was so talented in the area of blowing up Dan, why not do the opposite? Relying on normal alchemy alone, he was definitely no match for others, and at this time, the importance of innovation came out. Of course, what should be resolved now was how to control the explosion of the elixir and how to control the power of the elixir. Su Ruobai decided to go to find Yu Yunqi to explore. Senior sister, she is very knowledgeable. This may have a different insight. The heart cannot help but be a little hot, and then pushed open the door of the house. But after seeing the sun hanging high outside, Su Ruobai fiercely remembered something. Asterisk. Forgot to cook for master. The Dan could not be refined, but the meal could not be left uncooked. It was about his quest points now. Then dive headfirst into a side kitchen and just cook. Night Spirit Moon's Cave. After drinking the brown sugar water in the morning, the pain is now completely gone. And I have to say this stuff is really working. But it's already afternoon, isn't it? Why hasn't Su Ruobai come yet? Night Ling Yu's stomach was starting to rumble with hunger again. Before the explosion she also heard. The heart cannot help but some doubts. It could not be Su Ruobai is out of something, right? It didn't matter to her if Su Ruobai had an accident or not. She was more concerned about whether or not she could eat. Knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. There was a wheezing sound between the words, as if he was tired. Come in. Su Ruobai entered the house, placed the lunchbox on the table, and tasted it as he had done. After doing so, he intended to leave, but was stopped by Knight Lingyu. Why are you coming over so late and what's going on with you? Su Ruabai had come in a hurry, and at that time, he only knew that he had forgotten to cook for Master Teacher and had not forgotten to clean up a bit, and he was still in a state of grime. Su Ruabai stretched out his arm and wiped his face, saying with some embarrassment, Alchemy overdid it. Don't worry, Master. I'll pay attention to the time next time. Knight Lingyu simply swept a few glances before shifting her gaze to the middle of the lunchbox. What is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Egg fried rice. It's pretty good. It was mainly because he was in a hurry, so Su Ruabai chose the simplest approach. Knight Lingyu looked at it suspiciously, then picked up a spoon and tasted it. Indeed quite fragrant, but I didn't realize that this practice is already available now. Suddenly, Knight Lingyu felt a trace of heat flow through her body, and her abdomen warmed up slightly. Feeling the changes in her body, Knight Lingyu's face immediately turned ugly. Spirit language. A line of white light flashed through the darkened room, and a flying sword instantly crossed Su Ruabai's neck. Scared, Su Ruabai collapsed to the ground. At that time the sword was only 0.001 centimeters from my throat. If God can give me a chance, I will definitely say to that girl, Master Teacher, have a word. Su Ruabai really didn't understand how he was fine just now and how he suddenly had his sword across his neck. Look at her stance. Quite the intention to cut over at the drop of a hat. 0 frame start. It can be said to be undefendable. Chapter 11, Xuanwu Shield. You know in your heart what you've done. I knew it. There's not a single good thing in the 4 of you. I shouldn't have brought you 4 white-eyed wolves up the mountain in the first place. Su Ruabai was dumbfounded. He really didn't know what he had done. Could it be that this egg fried rice was not good? He had just tasted it too. Not to say it was delicious, but definitely not bad. However, it looks like Master still has a card. This sword is able to maneuver without spiritual power. It must have an artifact spirit. I just don't know if the sword can deal with his 3 senior brothers. Of course, now is not the time to think about this. The priority is how to explain clearly is, but the problem is, he did not do anything at all. Let him how to explain, brain running fast. This today if you do not say a reason is afraid to be planted here. This sudden change came after eating egg fried rice, which means the problem is most likely with the egg fried rice. The egg fried rice itself can't be a problem, and he followed the steps. Except for the addition of 1 is fine after an ordinary egg fried rice is not any different. Does it mean that? Master, you've misunderstood. I did add some medicine in there, but it was for irregular menstruation. This is not wrong, he said. This elixir itself has no limitations on what to treat. As long as the body has the symptoms it can treat 1,000,000,000%. This effect can be said to be almost no. At those words, Knight Lingyu's face froze for a moment, and for a moment, she wasn't quite sure. Those aphrodisiacs get hot when you take them too, but it's the whole body that gets hot. But the fever was only in the abdomen, and, after all this time, nothing appeared out of place. She could clearly feel her own mind was very clear. If there really was any hint of wrongdoing, the sword would have cut down long ago. Could it be that it was really a misunderstanding? Even if it's a misunderstanding, then he must be a wolf. Fuck off. Hearing this, Su Ruabai didn't hesitate in the slightest and hurriedly left Knight Lingyu's cave. It wasn't until after they were out the door that Su Ruabai dared to take a big breath. The feeling that his heart was in the right place scared him a little. He didn't know what to do to gain his master's trust. Or, could he really gain his master's trust? It was impossible not to be angry in his heart. After all, after doing so much for her, in the end, he almost died in her hands. His fists were clenched for a few moments, but the hands soon relaxed again. The exasperation on her face also turned into helplessness, and Su Ruabai was able to understand that the betrayal of her 3 senior brothers had probably made it difficult for her to trust the people around her. This was good, and Su Ruabai had thought about Chu Yunqi's proposal earlier. Pretend to take the master's genjutsu and then transfer the hatred. By the time that time came he probably wouldn't be able to stay in the Spirit Rain sect anymore. And judging by her master's 10,000-year-old misanthropic face, if she really knew about her plan, it would probably be easy for her to reveal her flaws by the time she was allowed to act. It would be better to let her mistake her for a Punch Division rebel, which should make it more real. Of course, this is the next best thing. This plan can only be used before the elder brother is about to make his move. It is an emergency backup plan. If Master Teacher had been able to recover before this, then there would have been no need for such trouble. Would the master at that time kill himself along with his elder brother and the others? This Su Ruabai Haijin is not sure, because this master seems to really do this kind of thing. After a slight reprieve, the mood had calmed down. Just as he was about to return to his cave to continue refining pills, a voice came from not far away. Senior, what's wrong with you? third senior brother Li Wuxian suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Ruobai had a good reason to wonder if he had been paying attention to this side of the room the moment he entered his master's house. I guess it was expected that a few senior brothers were paying attention to the situation over here. It was a good thing that Master's Cave had an isolation formation, and they didn't know exactly what was happening inside. This operation space will be big. The Master is a bottom card, this no doubt. What he has to do is to exaggerate this bottom card a little bit, so that they are afraid. At least in the short term, do not dare to start before. Alas, don't mention it. The good old Master's spirit sword suddenly flew out and almost cut me down, and I pondered that I didn't do anything. Li Wuxian frowned. Could it be Master's spirit speech sword? The spirit speech sword has an artifact spirit, so it is possible to be able to manipulate it without using spiritual energy. Hearing his words, Su Ruobai knew that Li Wuxian had also seen that his master could no longer operate his spiritual energy at this time. It was probably also easy to see that immortal cultivators didn't need to eat. Master Shi had to eat 3 meals a day to be able to see the problem. However, by the looks of this, it seems that the third senior brother recognizes the sword in his master's hand, so it wouldn't be too good to make an issue out of this sword. Su Ruobai pointed to a thin line of blood at his neck, and his face also revealed a sense of panic. Senior brother, look at this. I don't know what kind of madness she suddenly went through with her senior. I'm the one who has to cut me even though I'm bringing her food. Third senior brother, how about switching to you to take care of your senior? I'm afraid I'm not up to this duty. Li Wuxian dryly coughed twice, then said, Senior brother, you also know. Senior brother, I am usually busy. I can't spare this time. Here, this you take, for self-defense. Senior father, her temper is like this. Just pay attention to it in the future. After saying that, Li Wuxian threw a palm-sized small turtle shell into Su Ruobai's hand. Seeing this, Su Ruobai blinked his eyes a few times. He actually didn't think about cheating on his food and drink. But nay, his senior brother, he stuffed it hard. His intention was actually just to improvise a couple of lines, but it turned out to be an unexpected gain. Elder brother, what is this? Xuanwu shield. A mid-grade spirit weapon. Its defense alone is comparable to a top-grade spirit weapon. Hearing this, Su Ruobai's eyes glowed. Children like him who don't have a master to love, not to mention spiritual weapons, it's difficult to get a magic weapon. Don't worry, senior brother. Please make sure to entrust this matter of taking care of your master to me. Li Wuxian nodded. He was actually a little heartbroken about this Xianwu shield. Who would have too much of this kind of magic treasure that can save your life? But it's only in his hands for now. It'll be back in time. Did she use her sword just now? Master, did you see anything else? Just waiting for you to take the initiative and ask. Old boy. Su Ruobai pretended to recall, eyes also detailed with the color of fear. This acting, if placed in the previous world, that is absolutely have to award a small gold man. Hiss. I think I also saw something else in Master's hand, but the room was too dark for me to see it clearly. Holding a what? Li Wuxian's face showed a look of gravity. Seeing this expression on his face, Su Ruobai knew that the other party had fallen for it. Anyway, he'll just give ambiguous words. How the other side brainstorms is the other side's business. Chapter 12, Su Ruobai's Revenge. The Book Depository. Senior brother, you appear to look as if something has happened. I have to say, Yu Yunshi's power of observation is still very meticulous. Su Ruobai this her back to clean up a bit before coming over, did not expect this can let her see the end. Su Ruobai didn't mean to hide it from her. His heart was already depressed, and it was naturally excellent to have someone to talk about it. Alas, senior sister, you don't know, my senior. After blah blah blahing for almost 5 minutes, I finally got it out of the way. Elder sister, do you think she'll suddenly kill me one day? Yu Yunshi shrugged. I'm not sure about that, but why would you continue to help the patriarch when she's done this to you? Senior brother, if you want, I can take you to Qingyan Peak. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai let out a bitter smile. Senior sister, maybe it's true that I'm a good person just like you said. The master may not have me as a disciple in his eyes, but when I was about to starve to death, it was her who brought me back. Not to say how good she was to me. At least I'm still alive, aren't I? After a pause, Su Ruobai continued. Besides, it's now an emergency. It's only natural for her to suspect me. And if I were to run away with all of it, then master teacher would probably have no one to help. Seeing Su Ruobai's serious face, Yu Yunshi suddenly laughed out loud, her chest trembling with laughter. Su Ruobai is still the first time to see her so smile. The heart cannot help but some doubt. Is he told something very funny not? Senior brother, I really wasn't wrong about you. Yu Yunshi's eyes flickered slightly, staring at Su Ruobai a little uncomfortable. Su Ruobai naturally couldn't stand this strange atmosphere a bit and hurriedly changed the subject. Ahem. Senior sister, I'd like to ask you a little question. Well, You say. Senior sister. I was thinking about how to control the explosion of the pills. Yu Yunchi asked with some doubt. You blew up the Dan? Why did it feel like from this tone of hers, blowing up the Dan appeared to be something that was simply impossible? Su Ruabai said somewhat helplessly. Senior sister. It's not that I blew up the Dan. It's that there's only blowing up the Dan, and I simply can't refine a proper elixir. If you want to not blow up the Dan, then you have to control the fire and the proportion of spirit herbs, and most importantly, the technique. Honestly, even if it was done exactly the same, that wouldn't necessarily work. Alchemy is also concerned about the time, place, and people. Fire, techniques, and spiritual herbs can only be regarded as the time and place. The most important thing still had to be whether or not the person had a talent for alchemy. In professional terms, this is called a Danish heart. There is no Dan heart that how to alchemize Dan cannot be successful. Obviously, Su Ruabai this kind of belongs to is no Dan heart. No. Senior sister, you've got it wrong. I don't need the potency of the elixir itself, as long as I can control its explosion. I don't intend to refine a proper elixir. Hearing this, Yu Yunchi also reacted for a while before reacting to what he meant. Senior brother, it's the explosive pills you want? Or the kind that can control the explosion? Su Ruabai nodded. This and the previous life of the bomb is similar principle. But this world does not have just. Rao Yu Yunchi hadn't thought that there was such a route, and couldn't help but exclaim. Senior brother, you're really a ghost genius. Su Ruabai hemmed and hawed, scratched his head and said, this is not the normal alchemy of the road cannot go well, can only find another way. If this matter comes to fruition, it might be able to open up a new avenue. Ha? Su Ruabai was a bit disbelieving. Senior sister, you're not kidding, right? This can also become a great Tao? This is natural. Rune road is the branch of formation road. In the beginning there can be no difference between formation and runes, but it is the small formation engraved on the rune paper, which gives rise to the rune road. It seems to be true that this blowing up and refining pills belongs to two directions. Maybe. Thinking of this, Su Ruabai's heart was a little on fire. If one could open up a path, it would be something that would live in the history of the world, and it was not a mere vanity. If, after he had opened up this path, as long as someone later was also able to follow it, then he would be able to benefit from it. There might be something you're looking for on the third shelf in the fifth row. Go check it out. Su Ruabai nodded and hurried over. Looking at his back, Yu Yunchi heart cannot help but sigh. Such a disciple is afraid that other people begging cannot come. Into the night. Night Lingyu was surprised to find that she was able to retain a little bit of spiritual energy in her body. It's just a little bit, but there's a world of difference between having something and not having it. With spiritual energy being able to remain in the body, then it could be used to repair the foundation. Just so little. To recover from the injury, do not know when to wait. But then again, how could one suddenly be able to retain a bit of spiritual energy for good reason? The change. It seems to have started when I ate that so-called egg fried rice at lunch. Is it because of the medicine Su Ruabai put in? Didn't he say it was for menstrual disorders? In fact, there was some regret in his heart. It seemed that he was indeed too impulsive. If he doesn't come over to bring him dinner tonight, he's going to starve to death? She didn't know exactly what Su Ruabai was thinking, and her intuition told her that Su Ruabai might not be what she thought he was. But if her intuition was really good, she wouldn't have taken in these disciples in the first place. When I first watched the other disciples, I thought they were quite good and cute, but they turned out to be all rebellious disciples when they got older. So, not to mention others, now she doesn't even trust herself. Knock, knock, master, the rice was left outside for you, and brown sugar water. Hearing this voice, Night Lingyu was also relieved. Only after the footsteps outside had gone away did Night Lingyu open the door and bring in her lunchbox. She actually wanted to ask Su Ruabai if that medicine for menstruation was still available. If she was able to have more spiritual energy to repair it, then the speed of recovery that would be greatly increased. However, she was also a little embarrassed to ask because of what happened at lunch. LOL. It's just a matter of eating first. Night Lingyu sat back down at the table. He lifted the food box and was about to move his chopsticks when he saw a pile of green stuff inside. The face instantly darkened. Su Ruabai, who hadn't gone far yet, shivered when he heard the shouts coming from behind him. Heck, who let her almost kill herself? How can you feel good in your heart without a little revenge? Besides, green peppers are just green peppers. They're delicious, they're tasty and nutritious. You should eat more of them. Brainstormed his master's expression at this moment. Su Ruabai suddenly in a good mood. Back to the cave on the way also cannot help but hum a little song. Chapter 13, Art is explosive. Touring grass. It can prevent pills from exploding, but it fails as soon as it comes into contact with spiritual energy. For an alchemist, this stuff is equal to useless. Fried Dan for alchemists, that is a shame. And wait until the real on the road of alchemy. As long as a bit of talent, it is impossible to fried Dan. At most, it will become a wasted Dan. And blowing up a Dan is something that only a layman who can't get into the door can do. Coupled with the fact that touring grass grows all over the place, the roadside can be said to be a huge pile of this stuff, which is not even a spiritual grass. And you don't even need to buy it. Out of the cave casually plucked a few plants, Su Ruabai began his scientific research. There is no way to. Half an hour later. It's done. Master Dao. I've made it. Looking at an elixir lying in the middle of the alchemy furnace, Su Ruabai's eyes revealed excitement. Then with the elixir in hand, he went outside. Throw it quickly after injecting spiritual energy. Boom. There was a loud bang, and a larger deep pit appeared not far away. This power was comparable to a strike from the foundation stage. Don't underestimate the fact that it's only the foundation establishment stage, and you should know that what he refined was originally the most basic clear heart pill. Pills are divided into 9 grades. The clear heart pill was the most elementary of the 9 pills, belonging to the threshold of being an alchemist, but after this became a fried pill, it was able to possess the power of the foundation establishment stage. It's simply far more than it's worth on its own. Even a disposable attack talisman with similar attack power would cost a few medium-grade spirit stones. Except for those rich kids who were able to keep a little for self-defense, for most of the chi refining stage, they simply couldn't afford it. Isn't that properly a way to get rich? Su Ruabai's eyes lit up. The attack talisman subordinate to a few middle-grade spirit stone. Then this will sell a middle-grade spirit stone that certainly has a market. Add to that the extremely low cost and it's a profitable business. There is still a period of time before the trials at the Medicine King Valley. It is good to take this time to earn some money on your plate. Registration also requires spirit stones. And the expenses along the way must be only on your own, right? The clan won't fund it, and it's even more impossible to count on him as a master. Turning Plaza. This place was usually used for the disciples to trade. It's like some second-hand cell phone that's lying around the house. Bah! Second-hand magic treasure. Second-hand potion. Hiss. It seems there are no second-hand pills, only imported ones. It's like saying that the magic treasure used in the foundation stage will definitely not be useful after the Jindan stage, right? It was better to keep this kind, rather than exchanging it for spirit stones, which was more practical. Disposable attack magic treasure. The power is comparable to a full force strike in the middle stage of foundation establishment. Don't miss it if you walk by. Don't need 5 middle grade spirit stones. Don't need 3 middle grade spirit stones. Just 1 middle grade spirit stone to be able to take it home. That's right. The owner of this yell was none other than Su Ruabai. It shouted him a little red in the face, although this square was full of sellers. But after all, the identity of the immortal cultivator was here. Basically no one was yelling like a marketplace peddler, being looked at by the surrounding people with different gazes. Su Ruabai has long been a little embarrassed with his toes buckling to the ground, but it couldn't be helped. His fried Dan looked strange, and the people passing by basically just looked at it, but there was no one who wanted to buy it. These days, anti-fraud awareness is all too strong. Su Ruabai is doubtful that they have all downloaded the anti-fraud app. Just then, a pig's head suddenly walked up to his stall. Su Ruabai thought he was here to buy something, but he spoke up. Kid, finally I've found you. This voice is somewhat familiar. Su Ruabai always feel as if he has heard it somewhere before. Su Ruabai asked with some confusion. Big brother, who are you? After flipping through the memories in his mind, Su Ruabai really couldn't find anyone who matched the pig-headed person in front of him. Hiss, your senior brother Li? Su Ruabai is really a little less sure. He can feel that the other party is Li Hao because it seems that just Li Hao and himself a little contradictory. Although Li Hao was a relatively scummy person, his image was still good, and this pig head was completely incompatible with the Li Hao he had seen before. Does it mean? Usually look at the Jade sister seems to be quite quiet. Did not expect to start so hard, which is estimated to hit the parents do not recognize it. Cough. Senior Li, what do you want to see me about? Seeing that it took him so long to recognize himself, Li Hao became even more annoyed in his heart. What do you think? Even after being beaten up by Yu Yunshi, after going back and telling his master scolded him instead, and finally, he was warned not to mess with Yu Yunshi, but this gas where he swallowed, cannot find Yu Yunshi's trouble, that cannot find other people's trouble? Su Ruabai also know that he is not good. The first day of business, the guests did not wait, but instead waited for the enemy. With his mind racing, he soon had a response. Senior brotherly, there are so many people around here, you shouldn't really want to make a move, right? Oh, what do you think? Seeing Li Haojin raise his fist, Su Ruabai hurriedly spoke. Senior brotherly, you shouldn't want others to know who this piggyback will be either, right? Hearing this, Li Hao's pig head, bah, Li Hao's face went a few shades of red. There were still watching eyes around him looking this way all the time. He wanted to fight but didn't dare to. If it was in normal times, it was just a matter of beating up a person, and there was no need to have any concerns at all. But now he's not looking good. How is he going to live after this gets out? The first few days he did not dare to go out. Or later even a few brothers on the mountain did not recognize him. Li Hao this dare to go out. Anyway, no one knows him, as long as he does not say who knows he is Li Hao it? You, senior brotherly, we are all civilized people. What's the point of always thinking about fighting? Why don't you come and buy 2 thunderbolt balls? Thunderball, a name Su Ruabai gave to Fried Dan. How cheesy would it be if we just called it Frying Dan? Li Hao laughed coldly. It's just such a gadget. What's the point of having it? Seeing that Li Hao had no more intention of hitting him, Su Ruabai was also relieved. Senior brotherly, this is something you don't understand. Do you know what is called a man's romance? What? Art is an explosion. Su Ruabai then pulled out 2 thunderbolt balls. Senior brother, these 2 have the power of an all-out strike at the Jindan stage. How about you consider this as me making amends and apologizing? We don't have any major conflicts, so let's just forget about it in the future. Jindan stage? Li Hao was in disbelief. Are you kidding me? This thing can have the power of the Jindan stage? Elder brother can try. Li Hao took the thunderbolt ball he handed over. How do I use it? Infuse it with spiritual energy and throw it quickly. Li Hao infused this thunderbolt ball with spiritual energy as he said, and then threw it to the side. Boom! A loud bang resounded throughout the turning square, and a huge crater appeared in the middle of the square. It is good that the surrounding people run fast, otherwise get such a hit, the body may be dead. A voice then sounded in the sky above the square. Which little brat is rebelling here? In the next second, an old man appeared beside Li Hao. Jindan stage? It's Jindan stage. You should know the rules, right? The turning square was a place used for trading. Surely no explosions or anything like that could be made out of the whole thing. Even a brawl would have to be taken to the law enforcement hall here. Of course, it depends on the person. Li Hao flashed out a token. The old man quickly recognized what it was. Li. Before he could open his mouth, Li Hao coughed dryly. Uncle Wu, go back first. It's fine here. This old man gave Li Hao an odd look in his eyes and left without saying anything more. Chapter 14, Quasi-Boyfriends. Su Ruabai also did not expect this. Li Hao will be so tiger. Jindan stage of the full force of the blow that is not joking with you. Normal people should not be thrown to the sky, which is good that it did not hurt people. Otherwise, or hurt people this seller is estimated to be responsible. However, the effect of this wave was quite good, and the entire square was attracted to the explosion that had just occurred. This is also Su Ruabai's caution. If he came to do this is expected to be arrested on the spot. This is not exactly a Li Hao to give him a gun. For businessmen, there is no profit to be made. How else could Su Ruabai have given him 2 Jindan stage power thunderballs? The materials used to make it are quite a bit more expensive, and the success rates are all quite a bit lower. To make explosive Dan first have to become Dan. If the Dan cannot even become a mess, there naturally will not explode. So, this production of thunderbolt balls still has a threshold. But to be simpler than alchemy, do not know how much is it. There was a special formation in the square, and the large crater that had just been blown out was quickly repaired. Li Hao was completely in disbelief at this moment. At first, he did not believe that Su Ruabai said that this gadget has the power of the Jindan stage, so he casually threw it to the side. Obviously, the effect of this thunderbolt ball was beyond his imagination. Not only did it have the power of the Jindan stage, there was also ranged damage. Li Hao opened his mouth and asked, "Do you still have this stuff?" Su Ruabai nodded. "There are 3 more like this powerful one." "How many spirit stones?" "I'll buy it. 100 middle-grade spirit stones. I'll take all of them, and if you have any more afterward, come find me at Juyang Peak." Li Hao then threw a small bag into Su Ruabai's hand, then left. Look at this situation. Li Hao should not have to continue to find his intention to settle accounts is not sure. Li Hao are already Jindan stage complete. According to the reason, should not need to rely on this kind of disposable things is. Soon there were people around. "Elder brother, does this foundation establishment mighty one of yours really only cost 1 medium-grade spirit stone?" "Yes. Don't want 5 middle-grade spirit stones. Don't want 4 middle-grade spirit stones. Just 1 middle-grade spirit stone and you'll arrive home. The quantity is limited. First come first served. So do you have any other cheap and good disposable spells here?" "Yes, brother, yes. There are a total of 9 types of cheap and useful thunderbolt Dan like this one, each of which exists at T05. After working all morning, all the stock on the body was sold out. Looking at the table full of spirit stones, Su Ruabai smiled so much that his teeth couldn't close. Sure enough, mastering an advanced technology is the way to get rich. In the past, what kind of hard life have you been living? Helping the clan to guard for so many days can't get a few pieces of spirit stones. With so many spirit stones to cultivate, there was no need to save anymore. Cultivators can absorb the spiritual energy in the air when they cultivate. And they can likewise absorb the spiritual energy in spirit stones. Which one is faster is obvious at a glance, right? The foundation establishment stage was able to refine a Jindan stage powerful thunderball, and the Jindan stage might be able to refine a Yuaning stage thunderball. When the time comes to give this to the master teacher, it will also add some cards to her. However, he was only at the early stage of foundation establishment now. Even if he fully absorbed the spirit stones plus the quest points to redeem his cultivation, it would still take him 10 or so days to get to the middle stage of foundation establishment. And as for the Jindan stage, I'm afraid it would take at least 2 or 3 months. Of course, such a cultivation speed was already considered very fast. Most people cultivate from the foundation stage to the Jindan stage, that is to spend several years or even decades. Even stuck in the foundation stage for a lifetime cannot break through is also possible. Got to splurge on being rich today. Su Ruwabai thought about it for a while and quickly had an idea of how to splurge. Su Ruwabai intends to go to a trip to the Star Gathering Pavilion. Order 2 bowls of kanji. Drink a bowl and pour a bowl. The book depository. Elder sister, are you invited to dinner? To be able to earn the first bucket of gold in life which Jade Cloud Creek credit. Not to say that I'm going to repay her in any way, but at least buy her a meal. Yu Yunchi put down the book in her hands and raised her eyes to the excited Su Ruwabai. Senior brother, you're not trying to pick me up, are you? At those words, Su Ruwabai's face instantly froze. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Only to see Yu Yunchi bring the book in her hand to the counter, pointing and instructing Su Ruwabai to look over. Chasing, the third way to chase a girl. Buying the other person dinner. Creating a romantic atmosphere? Seeing what was on it, Su Ruwabai was dumbfounded. Closing the book, it was clearly 100 ways to chase girls. Not. Sister, you're a female. Are you serious about reading this? Su Ruwabai then reacted to why Yu Yunchi just said he wanted to pick her up. Elder sister, you've got it wrong. Inviting you to dinner is to thank you. At those words, Yu Yunchi cocked her head. Thank me for what? I don't seem to have done anything, right? Senior brother, are you trying to find an excuse to treat me to dinner and then pick me up? The corners of Su Yunbai's mouth twitched slightly. No wonder there are good and bad books. Isn't this misleading? Elder sister, I really didn't mean that. In the morning, after 5 minutes of blah blah blah, he finally told the story of the morning sale of the Parak Dan. Elder sister, do you understand now why I'm inviting you to dinner? Yu Yunchi pondered for a while then asked back. You really don't want to pick me up? Su Yunbai said helplessly. I really haven't thought about it. Not even a little bit? This, looking at Yu Yunchi's serious face, Su Ruwabai was thinking that if he said no, it seemed that she didn't have any charisma. And if he said yes, wouldn't it still show that he was plotting against her? Don't give yourself a pig in a poke then too. Maybe. A little? Well, then you'll be my quasi-boyfriend from now on. Ha? Su Ruwabai was mentally prepared to be hammered, only to be told that he had become a prospective boyfriend? Senior sister, you're not kidding, right? Do I look like I'm joking to you? Yu Yunchi had always had an extremely serious expression on her face, and she couldn't see the slightest hint of joking at all. It's... Su Ruwabai didn't know what she meant anymore. Maybe she was reading a book on the spur of the moment, so she was doing a little role-playing or something. After all, this senior sister of his appeared to be capable of doing such a thing. Sister, then why is it a prospective boyfriend? The book says that what is too easy to get will not be cherished, so you still have to be tested a bit before you can be promoted to boyfriend, and finally to Dao couple. This has to be done one step at a time. Su Ruwabai has been unable to spit out. Senior sister recently read some books. It's been teaching the kids a bad lesson. Chapter 15, Giving Attributes for Nothing. No, Su Ruwabai is numb. Isn't he here to invite us to dinner? How did he somehow become a boyfriend to be? If this were to spread out, I'm afraid that the male disciples in the sect would want to kill themselves. However, Su Ruwabai felt that senior sister might just be on a whim, and might forget about it after a while. Then Su Ruwabai said, Senior sister, let's go. We'll go to Star Gathering House today and order whatever we want to eat. The Gathering Star building was the most famous restaurant near the Spirit Rain sect, and the ingredients used were basically demon beast meat, spirit plants and other high-grade goods. Immortal cultivators do not eat grains, but did not say not to eat immortal food. Those who eat can also be able to cultivate immortals have the benefits, only the price is a little expensive. The general cultivators cannot afford to eat. Do you want to hold my hand then? Yu Yunchi extended her hand, seemingly signaling Su Ruwabai to shake it. Looking at the jade-like hand in front of him, Su Ruwabai had never felt that a person's hand could be as good as this. It looks slender and boneless, so it should be important and comfortable to touch. right? Su Ruabai rushed to throw out the idea in his mind. The teacher's sister so simple. People do not understand. You do not fierce also do not understand. Ahem. Senior sister. Holding hands and this kind of thing is only for Dao couples. I'm only the prospective boyfriend. It's not quite appropriate. Hearing this, Yu Yunqi's face revealed a thoughtful expression. Senior brother, you seem to be right. Su Ruabai also nodded. If this really went out holding hands, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for this to spread throughout the entire clan. Hands are held 1 second. People are gone the next. When the time comes, I don't know how many of Sister Yu's admirers will come to trouble him. Also, senior sister, don't just randomly find someone to be your boyfriend, or else things will easily go wrong. Yu Yunqi cocked her head. No, I carefully considered it. Considered what? Shitty. You're a good man. What chasing girls 100 ways? Su Ruabai think, the most useful is one. That is, sincere. Sincerity is the only surefire way. Universal for both men and women. Being looked at so directly by Yu Yunqi, Su Ruabai felt his heartbeat accelerate by a few points. Silently, he moved his eyes away and turned around. Senior sister, let's go. Yu Yunqi raised the corner of her mouth, then she followed. Star Gathering House. Looking at the sky-high price dishes on top of the menu, Su Ruabai's eyes widened a few points. This gathering star building here the first time to come. Before only heard that the dishes here are quite expensive. I did not expect to be able to expensive to this extent. The most expensive dishes have to use the top-grade spirit stone. The family if there is no mine how can afford to buy? Cough cough. Senior sister, you watch and order some food. Senior brother I only have so many spirit stones on me. If I order more I guess I'll have to stay here and work long hours. Su Ruabai felt that it was better to know in advance. Otherwise the waste GA could not get together this spirit stone. Yu Yunqi hummed. I'll eat this then. Green underworld bamboo shoots. 50 medium-grade spirit stones. That's already considered a bargain. Elder sister, go ahead and order. You can't just have one kind of dish, can you? Yu Yunqi shook her head. Enough. I can't eat that much. Hearing this, Su Ruabai couldn't help but somewhat regret the words he had said earlier. It was probably because he had said that the spirit stones weren't too much so it made her embarrassed to order them. Su Ruabai looked at the menu and found a few at the right price point. But even so it added up to 500 medium-grade spirit stones. I have to say, this meal is really not something that an ordinary person can afford, Yu Yunqi said with some doubt. Senior brother, didn't you say that you just earned 400 medium-grade spirit stones? Su Ruabai smiled. There's still a bit of savings on my body. It doesn't matter. This kind of thing, spirit stones, they don't come to life and they don't go to death. There's still a chance to earn them in the future. Hearing this, Yu Yunqi shook her head. The book says that one should look for a Taoist couple who can hold their own. And you have to deduct 10 points for spending spirit stones in such a profligate manner. Su Ruabai does not care about deductions or not. As for the matter of spending money, Su Ruabai is usually quite frugal. After all, he was thinking that Yu Yunqi had helped him so much, so how could he not be too petty? There was still something to be said for human feelings. That, sister, won't I become a negative number after you deduct points? Is it that I won't be able to keep my status as a prospective boyfriend? Originally thought that the quasi-boyfriend status that he had just gained was about to disappear. But I didn't expect Yu Yunqi to open her mouth. Of course not. The book also said that being atmospheric to your girlfriend is a plus. Let me think about it. So I'll give you an extra 20 points. Hearing this, Su Ruabai was all a bit teary-eyed. How could this addition or subtraction of points be so hasty? Senior sister, then how many points will I be promoted? 100%. That doesn't seem too hard. Wouldn't that make you a proper boyfriend with a little effort? Su Ruabai felt that if he could really have such a Taoist couple, it would still be quite good. It's just that the other guy probably doesn't know anything about men and women and is totally just having fun. Soon the food came up, and the aura in the air was a few shades thicker. Su Ruabai really wanted to see what this immortal food really tasted like. Elder sister, eat? Well, seeing Yu Yunqi eat would only Su Ruabai then move his chopsticks, simply chucking a piece of meat into his mouth. The rich spiritual energy exploded in his mouth. And even the spiritual energy in his body operated a little faster. Su Ruabai couldn't help but sigh. Well, sure enough, there's a reason why it's expensive. And it tastes pretty good. Yu Yunqi, however, said, it feels average. It's still senior brother's cooking that's delicious. Su Ruabai thought for a moment that he could try making his own immortal food when the time came. After all, the master, her old man gave himself so much food expenses. Just give her to eat grains and cereals seems a little too black-hearted. Maybe the fairy food will help her recover. Yu Yunqi seemed to think of something. Continued. The book said that a man who can cook is also a plus point. Almost forgot to give you a plus point. Counting ha. Now you have 30 points. Right. We'll make money should also be counted. We'll be refining Dan. Seeing that Yu Yunchi could still go on, Su Ruabai hurriedly interrupted her. Ahem. Senior sister. There's no need to forget about these. They're all basic skills that a man should know. He was a little skeptical that if he didn't stop her from going on if he would have been promoted on the spot. Why do you feel that the senior sister this white to the attribute points full? Yu Yunchi cocked her head. Do you have to know them all? But the book says, elder sister. Not everything in the book is right. The book also says, choose what is good and follow it. And change what is not good. We will just learn what is right. Yu Yunchi nodded. I've been taught. Senior brother's speech is so reasonable. It also has to add 10 points. Su Ruabai. Chapter 16 Compensation. Su Ruabai thought that Yu Yunchi's comment about eating less was just a polite remark, but he didn't expect to really eat only a few bites before not eating anymore. And while Su Ruabai wanted to eat more, the dish contained too much spiritual energy. Eating 2 mouthfuls, Su Ruabai felt the sea of chi rising. With his current digestion speed, this is if he eats a little bit more it is estimated to blow up. There were still so many dishes left, so Su Ruabai definitely couldn't waste them. He can't eat it, then pack it back for master, so he doesn't have to cook. Senior sister, returning to the clan? I want to buy some books. I finished the last one you bought me. Su Ruabai also do not know what to say. This senior sister reading books that is not to be rejected. It always feels like if I go back to buying books, there's still a chance I'll screw up. Su Ruabai then said, elder sister, you've probably read all the books around here that you should have read, and the rest of those that you shouldn't have read are better off not reading. Upon hearing that there were no books to read, a rare hint of frustration appeared on Yu Yunchi's face. Senior, can't I see what I shouldn't see? The rest are 18 plus books now, even if you've read them before. If you read them later and your sister has to try what's written in the book, it's not over? Of course not. Elder sister, how about this? If I'm free, I can tell you a book. Speak books? Yu Yunchi cocked her head, clearly somewhat less convinced that Su Ruabai could speak in books. Elder sister, don't believe me yet. I've read quite a few books too, and they're definitely all ones you haven't read. Because of compulsory education, Su Ruabai still read a lot of books, but most of them are webcomics is all. Okay, if you can actually name one I haven't heard of, then I can give you extra points. Su Ruabai instantly cried and laughed a little. It's fine to talk about the book, but there's absolutely no need to give him extra credit for it. Well, senior sister, let's go back. I still need to refine more Thunderbolt balls to sell. After this meal, I'm going to run out of spirit stones in my pocket. Didn't the book say that in front of a woman, it's best for a man not to say he has no money? Otherwise it's a demerit. Books are books. I'm me. They're dead set on it. I'm not. So that's why the books aren't comprehensive. Sister, don't you want to deduct points from me? Yu Yunchi shook her head. You're right. What's in the book isn't comprehensive. I think senior brother you're honest. So I'm going to give you. Ahem. Elder sister. I'll go check out first. Put down this sentence. Su Ruabai rushed to run away. This a word to add points. The whole Su Ruabai do not dare to talk more with his senior sister. Knock. Knock. Master. The meal is ready. Leaving these words behind, Su Ruabai pulled out his legs and ran. As a result, a spirit sword suddenly crossed in front of him blocking his way. Soon a voice came out of the house. Come in. Su Ruabai's face went a few shades of white. It couldn't be counting the account of giving her green peppers yesterday, could it? The sword was so close to being on his neck that it seemed like he had to go without it. Su Ruabai had no choice but to turn around and enter Night Ling Yu's cave. Master! Master! Night Ling Yu had a cold face, and there was a hint of grudge in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Su Ruabai straight feel hairy. It was Master who misjudged you before. These count as your compensation. Only to see her take out a Chinkuan ring and place it on a side table. Su Ruabai's eyes all took on a trace of disbelief. He was very skeptical. It couldn't be a severed head meal, right? Master was apologizing to him? But with this cold face, where did it look like he was apologizing? Su Ruabai more suspect as he just may hallucinate hearing. When Night Ling Yu saw that he didn't respond for half a day, she couldn't help but frown, but she didn't say anything else. Instead, he opened the food box and saw that it wasn't green peppers inside, which made Night Ling Yu sigh in relief. Su Ruabai took the initiative to explain. Master, this is something I bought back from the Star Gathering Pavilion specially for you. It's a great tonic to eat. A little bit of emotional intelligence, no. This kind of time certainly cannot say that this meal is his leftovers. It's not called a lie. It's called a good lie. Given his master's character, if he knew it was leftovers, he probably wouldn't eat it. She'll still be hungry then instead. This is totally for her own good. Gathering Star Court? As the head of a clan, Night Lingyu hadn't gone to the Star Gathering Pavilion very often, so she naturally knew that the meals there were considered heavenly prices for ordinary cultivators. Although he had been given spirit stones before, it was definitely not enough to eat at the Gathering Star Pavilion. This made Night Lingyu a little curious. He was a foundation establishment stage. Where would he get so many spirit stones? Master, do you think I can go now? Night Lingyu then asked. Is there any more of the medicine from last time? Su Ruabai froze and quickly reacted to what medicine she was referring to. Got it by accident. And there are 2 more. Su Ruabai didn't hesitate, and immediately took out 2, just one, and handed them to Night Lingyu. Originally, Su Ruabai had planned to take this and mix it into the rice, then help her recover from her injuries. But because of the last thing after, Su Ruabai has eaten bear heart leopard gall will not dare to casually add things to the meal again. Do you know what this potion is for? Cure for irregular menstruation? Hearing his words, Night Lingyu further concluded the suspicion in her heart. This Su Ruabai didn't know that this thing was able to restore her injuries. Otherwise, Su Ruabai certainly wouldn't have given this elixir to herself. Right? I'll take it. And you can take this pair of quicksilver boots along with it. Being able to increase the speed of movement is just right for use in your realm. Su Ruabai didn't make any pretense. Many thanks, Master. Well, go ahead. Su Ruabai hurriedly left with his things. He had prepared himself to be cleaned up, but he didn't expect to not only not be cleaned up, but instead to reap a large amount of benefits. How about, why don't we give you some green peppers next time? When Su Ruabai left, Night Lingyu picked up her chopsticks. After a few bites of the food, his brow furrowed in disbelief. It is indeed a meal from the Gathering of the Stars. She couldn't quite put her finger on that feeling either. It wasn't that the meal wasn't good, but it always felt like it was missing something. Then again, where did Su Ruabai buy the meal he brought earlier? That one seems to taste a lot smoother. After simply taking a few bites, Night Lingyu took the 2 pills. Then Night Lingyu's eyes all had a hint of joy in them. A miracle drug. Simply a miracle drug. She could feel the injuries in her body recovering a little bit more, although it was only a little bit. But for her, this little bit of recovery was already able to do a lot of things. If only there was more of this drug. Sadly. Chapter 17, Qingyan Divine Fruit. 7 days later, Su Ruabai added all of the quest points he had saved up these days to the realm at once. The realm had successfully broken through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. The next level of experience would take 4,000 points. Even if one used spirit stones to cultivate, that would take quite a bit of time. Counting the time, it was almost time to get ready to leave Medicine King Valley. The Pill King Valley was in the southern heavenly domain, which could be quite a distance from the Spirit Rain sect. It will take at least 3 or 4 days to get there. Having been out of the sect less before, Su Ruabai planned to go ahead and take a look. Maybe he could find a way to improve the refining of the Thunderbolt Dan. Other people can make a dozen pills in one furnace, whereas he refined fried Dan but could only make one in a furnace. It would be great if he could do the same. Plus, he had heard that this alchemy was also able to be directly refined without borrowing the method of the alchemy furnace. If you can learn this, then you will be able to do random shots that are explosions in the future. As of now, Senior Brother and the others shouldn't be able to make a move against Master Teacher for the time being, so Su Ruabai didn't have to worry about that. However, it's a pain in the ass to provide 3 meals a day. Su Ruabai was thinking about not doing a good job of sealing in advance in the Qinkuan ring, so that the same can be done to preserve the effect of freshness. The Book Depository. Elder Sister, I'm planning to leave next week. With Su Ruabai's current ability to earn spirit stones, there was actually no need to come to the Scripture Pavilion on duty at all. The reason he was here now was solely because Yu Yunchi was here. Of course, he didn't mean anything else than that, purely because he thought of the other man as a friend. People were ultimately herd animals, and so was Su Ruabai. After living alone in the mountains for so long, there is finally a friend who can say something. Su Ruabai naturally wants to talk to each other more. And Yu Yunchi get along. He also feel quite relaxed. Is always give him inexplicable extra points. Let him some headache. Is it day after tomorrow? Want me to go with you? Su Ruabai hurriedly waved his hand. No, senior sister. You can just stay in the sect and read. If you can, help me keep a slight eye on Tianling Peak. Yu Yunchi's face immediately showed a look of distress. But, I'm your girlfriend. Shouldn't I go with you? The book says that a man who goes out of town is likely to be womanizing outside behind his wife's back at home. As for why it's already a girlfriend, it's entirely because Yu Yunchi Gaga gave him extra points and somehow got promoted. Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai immediately burst into tears. Senior sister, didn't you say that I'm a good person? Yu Yunchi said with a serious face. The book says that the more like a good person, the easier it is to get involved with women. Su Ruabai helplessly stroked his forehead. This elder sister, we're all good, is to read books to see the devil. Elder sister, If I really dabble in womanizing, are you going to break up with me? Yu Yunchi nodded, then shook her head again. The book says it seems to say that you have to break up when this happens. However, it also said what? If you get green, then just cut the other guy. Hearing this, Su Ruabai's cold sweat was almost scared out of him. This senior sister shouldn't really be doing this, right? Su Ruabai suddenly feel, this so-called boyfriend identity seems to be a high-risk occupation. Cough cough. Senior sister. This kind of time directly break up is good. There is no need to cut each other to death. Just male and female friends then. That is considered to be still dating, and did not form a Dao couple. If they form a Dao couple, then say another thing. Yu Yunchi tilted her head. Senior brother. Don't worry about it. You still have to tell me a book. You won't be hacked to death. Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai was relieved, not realizing that there were times when talking about books could be a life-saving skill. Only to hear Yu Yunchi speak in a shocking way, I'm going to chop the person you cheated on to death. That way you won't dare to cheat. Su Ruahai was dumbfounded. How did this senior sister feel like she still had a bit of a sickly attribute? He was all wondering if he should talk to Yu Yunchi about breaking up first. Originally Su Ruabai was thinking that his senior sister might just be on a whim, and after a while, he wouldn't need him to play any boyfriend role after the interest was gone. But I didn't expect that after so many days, senior sister was still happy about it. Senior sister. Then if I meet a woman I like someday, can I break up with you? Of course you can't. Let's see ha. The book also says that the man really likes another woman himself and is still unwilling to let go of her, then the man can only be allowed to take a concubine. At those words, Su Ruabai's eyes widened. So there was such an option? Su Ruabai then asked. And what if you meet someone you like better? Senior sister? Yu Yunchi tilted her head and asked rhetorically. Wouldn't killing him be more like it? At those words, Su Ruabai's expression stagnated. Could there still be such an operation? Right. Senior brother. Accompany me somewhere. To what? Under a giant tree at the top of Qingyan Peak. Su Ruabai was a bit scared and looked around. Elder sister. You brought me here so that nothing would happen, right? Didn't you say this place is off limits? This tree was the Green Diffusion Divine Tree, and it was said that the tree had existed for longer than the time the Spirit Rain sect had been in existence. Earlier in the year, Qing Diffractive Honors set down the rules. Here cannot have anyone close to. Contrary to the person is to lose the head of the. It's fine. Master, she's in seclusion. She doesn't know when she comes. When Su Ruabai heard this, her heart panicked even more. This if the Qing Yen Venerable know. He came to this under the divine tree also will her disciple abducted away this fear is to kill his heart habit. Elder sister. What are you doing bringing me here? Picking fruit. Just with a wave of her hand, Yu Yunchi plucked the only 2 fruits from this Qing Yen divine tree. Since it was called a divine tree, the fruit on it was naturally extraordinary. Su Ruahai was dumbfounded. Can this fruit be picked casually? When Venerable Qing Yen came out of seclusion, he was afraid that he would be finished. This is for you. Eating it is good for cultivation. Su Ruabai didn't take it. Senior sister. Would it not be good for us to do this? How will your master explain after he comes out of seclusion? The fruit was hanging right there, and there was no doubt that anything less would be noticed. Master will understand me. The corner of Su Ruabai's mouth twitched slightly. She was able to be understood. So wasn't she finished? Master is very nice to talk to, and besides, she won't know who ate it if I don't tell her. So I'll just say I ate it myself. Su Ruabai can only say that the little cotton jacket brought up by Venerable Qing Yen appears to be leaking. Seeing that Yu Yunchi had such a strong attitude, Su Ruabai didn't refuse anymore. You can't just hang the fruit back up again after it's been removed. Senior sister. At that time if Venerable Qing Yen finds you in trouble you can just say that I asked you to do it. Yu Yunchi tilted her head. The book says that it's bad to lie. Okay. Why didn't you say that when you just said you ate it yourself? Chapter 18, Holding Hands. Senior sister. Then thank you. Well, all on your own. Su Ruabai didn't know what to say, always feeling that he owed more and more favors to his senior sister. You don't really have to give yourself to me to pay it off, do you? However, it seems that he is still taking advantage of him by giving his body to him. Elder sister. Shall I eat now? Yu Yunchi nodded. Just eat here. I'll escort you. Su Ruabai took a bite of the fruit in his hand. Where did he expect that the fruit would turn into streams of light and drill into his mouth? A huge spiritual energy exploded in his abdomen. Compared to the kind of spiritual energy from eating spiritual meat before, this spiritual energy was much softer. Completely do not have to worry about the kind of absorption can only say, worthy of the fruit of the gods. Half an hour later, the aura on Su Ruabai's body gradually climbed until it stopped at the foundation establishment perfection. Su Ruabai also ended his refining, his face bringing a look of delight. Senior sister, I've completed my foundation building. A realm that should have taken a few more months to reach. He didn't expect that a single fruit would quickly allow him to reach it. Yu Yunqi hummed. There's one more. You'll be able to eat it and be able to golden dan. Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai looked at the fruit in her hand and eventually shook her head. Senior sister, don't you need to eat it? No need. I've already eaten this green diffusion divine fruit. Just the first two were effective when eaten. The second had only half the effect, and the latter was useless. Su Ruabai thought for a moment, then said, then can I bring it back for master teacher to eat? I've heard that the relationship between master teacher and venerable Cheng Yen isn't exactly good, so master teacher shouldn't have eaten this, right? And it would be too wasteful for me to eat it if the effect is only half. Hearing this, Yu Yunqi said with some doubt, wouldn't it be better for you to eat it yourself? Your master teacher treats you like that and you still give this kind of thing to her? Su Ruabai smiled. The book says that the kindness of a drop of water should be repaid by a spring of water, and compared to her giving me a chance to live, it's not too much to ask how she treated me. Yu Yunqi's gaze was stunned as she looked at the smiling sunny teenager in front of her, and she couldn't help but be infected by him and laughed out as well. Knowing that you know what you're doing, add 50 points. Ha! Su Ruabai was dumbfounded. Senior sister, if you suddenly add so much, won't that immediately promote you to a Dao couple? Yu Yunqi shook her head. Above boyfriend is quasi-Dao couple, and behind quasi-Dao couple is Dao couple. Hearing that there was a realm in between, Su Ruabai couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. At this rate, it's only a matter of time, right? That's right, senior, put your name on it. Only to see that Yu Yunqi suddenly had a wooden sign in her hand. Su Ruabai said with some confusion, what is this about? The book says that male and female friends would hang little wooden plaques with their respective names on them to pray for longevity. Su Ruabai had also heard of this argument. As to whether it actually works or not I don't know, but, having him leave the wooden tablet with his name on it here, wouldn't that be telling venerable Cheng Yen that he's been here? But seeing Yu Yunqi's somewhat little excited eyes, Su Ruabai didn't reject her. The name was then engraved on it. This senior sister of his, her IQ is extremely high, but her heart seems to be a bit on the small side. What a strange setting. Yu Yunqi reacquired the sign that Su Ruabai handed over and carved her own name onto it as well. Su Ruabai blinked a few times, always feeling as if she had just carved a few more words. After doing this, Yu Yunqi spoke. Senior brother, do you want to go to my cave? Been to your cave all before? The book says you have to be courteous. Courtesy is right, but isn't there something wrong with where this is being used? Okay, well, then I can only stay for a little while. Yu Yunqi stretched out her hand, looking at this like she wanted to hold him. This left Su Ruabai a bit at a loss. He hadn't held a woman's hand since he was a kid. Elder sister, this hand holding and stuff is only done between couples. I'm not at that level yet. Yu Yunqi stared into Su Ruabai's eyes and said, Senior brother, do you think I'm gullible? No. Hands. This tough attitude made Su Ruabai not even know what to do. Wouldn't that be too intimate? Wouldn't it jeopardize her innocence if someone saw her? If she doesn't, will she be angry? After hesitating for a moment, Su Ruabai still held it up. Elder sister, if there are outsiders just let go, okay? You shy? Su Ruabai almost didn't choke on her saliva, pretty much. He also did not want to explain. Or elder sister she could not say that she would not be able to move a few words from which book again. The idea of holding Yu Yunqi's hand had crossed his mind when he saw it before. When you really hold on to it, it feels a little too dreamy. Was this soft, boneless hand really something he could grasp? Su Ruabai didn't know. Because, on top of this kind of thing, he really didn't have any backbone at all. Probably, as much as he was looked down upon by others most of the time. His master looked down on him, and the rest of the clan looked down on him, and it was actually quite difficult for him to be in such an environment. But people want to fight. Rely on other people's eyes certainly does not work. It must also be to look at their own ability is. Good thing he has the help of the system. Sooner or later one day, he will certainly be able to stand squarely in front of outsiders. Tell them that he also has a status. He also has a name. Thinking of this, Su Ruabai's eyes also firmed up. Senior brother, why are your palms sweating? The book says that sweaty palms seem to mean that one is weak. What about my happiness? Hearing this, Su Ruabai instantly broke. What do you mean? What about her future happiness? Su Ruabai really wanted to see what this senior sister of hers brain was made of. Senior sister, I'm just more nervous. Nervous? Why nervous? First time holding a girl's hand. Yu Yunqi asked somewhat strangely. Senior brother, it's still the first time for senior brother? That seems to be a plus point as well. Hearing that she was about to give herself extra points again, Su Ruabai hurriedly asked, could it be that it's not the first time for senior sister? Me too. Then why isn't senior sister nervous? Why should I be nervous? That's right, It's only wrong that a senior sister like him who knows 9 out of 10 things about relationships would be nervous, right? In that comparison, it feels like he's a little too innocent. Sister, what's wrong? Can you stop tickling my palm? It feels like your hands are warm. Yeah, men's hands are usually a little hotter. The book says there's another place where men get hot too. Can I? Can't. Chapter 19, Prude's Sister. The cave of Jade Cloud Creek. Finally arrived at the place. These few minutes Suruwabai felt as if a few centuries had passed. Too torturous. Senior sister always asked strange questions, causing him to blush a little, while senior sister remained expressionless. I don't know how she managed to say those words without any change in expression. Like what thing has been feverish still just basefuck? Suruwabai all feel that the senior sister wants to cut him open to see the body structure. Once into the Yu Yunchi's room smelled of fragrance. The maiden's boudoir is really fragrant, so it seems a little too perverted point. A sweep of Suruwabai's eyes quickly caught sight of certain strange toys placed on the bed. Suruwabai's eyes widened a few points. Senior sister. What is that thing? Mr. Horn. What's wrong? It's still true. Suruwabai almost thought that he was mistaken. No. How did you say the name of this thing in all seriousness? Senior sister. Why do you still have this kind of thing? The book says that addressing physical needs. Well. Books again. Some books are really harmful. But I don't seem to have much of a physical need for it, and I haven't used it since I bought it. The corners of Suruwabai's mouth twitched slightly. Why was this talking with a big gasp? Also have not heard of the senior sister and who has been dating. A yellow flower big girl. With this kind of thing more or less not appropriate. Only to hear Yu Yunchi speak out. I feel like I won't be able to use this thing. Senior brother, do you want to take it and study it? Hearing this, Suruwabai almost didn't choke on her saliva. She can't use herself without it? It's better for you to keep this one for yourself. Senior sister, it might come in handy later. After glancing at the oddly shaped object on the bed, Suruwabai averted his gaze. What a knife-pulling ass. Eye-opening. Yu Yunchi cocked her head. Still playing steadily. The book says that you don't need this kind of thing when you have a boyfriend. Hearing this, Suruwabai's mind all of a sudden began to have images in it. But it is good that he is more determined in his heart. Otherwise, in exchange for the screen in front of the readers of the old man is afraid to have been unable to press. Suruwabai said somewhat helplessly. Senior sister, aren't you a little too relieved of me? A man and a woman alone in a room together. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something? Only to see Yu Yunchi's hands protecting her chest. Her mouth said, Don't come over. When he said this, there wasn't even a single expression on his face, which made Suruwabai a little speechless. Where did this look like fear? Elder sister, you're just plainly trying to lure in a crime, aren't you? Well, senior, how did you guess? I didn't expect that Yu Yunchi not only didn't deny it, but also boldly admitted it. This kind of operation was probably only something that senior sister you could do, right? Suruwabai looked at this desirous senior sister, and for a moment, he didn't even know how to spit it out. If you go on, you're an animal. If you don't go on, you're worse than an animal. After thinking left and right, Suruwabai still felt that it might be better not to be an animal. Mainly, he felt more like her senior sister just thought it was funny, not that she really had any special feelings for him. In this situation, if she really did something, later on when she reacted, the probability was that she would not even be friends. It was so hard to be able to have a friend that he could talk to. Suruwabai was naturally unwilling to do such things that hurt his feelings. Ahem. Senior sister, the tour is almost over. Shouldn't I go back? Previously Suruwabai didn't think so, but now he was very much in agreement with the saying that a girl's room can't be entered casually. It always feels like you've fallen into the wolf's den. Just go back? I was thinking I'd cook for you. Hearing this, Suruwabai couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Senior sister, you can still cook? As if it wouldn't. Suruwabai, so you still cook? A little bit. However, it's definitely not as delicious as what you make. Senior brother. Suruwabai did want to taste his sister's handiwork, but it was getting late, and Suruwabai felt that if he stayed for a meal, he might have to stay for the night. With her senior sister's character, she must have been able to do such a thing. No, I still have to go back and cook for master. Yu Yunchi brought a trace of pity on her face. Well, then I'll treat you again sometime. Suruwabai gave a very helpless If it wasn't for that day when Yu Yunchi suddenly approached her about a few senior brothers borrowing books, I guess the relationship between the two couldn't have developed that fast. It's only been so long that they're all mixed up as boyfriends. He has been working in the Tibetan scripture pavilion for many years. The salary of this job is not much, but it is better than the leisure. I remembered that it seemed like it was only 3 years ago that Jade Yunchi came to the hidden scripture pavilion. That means that the two have actually known each other for almost 3 years as well. The first 3 years, basically just enter the door, say hello, and then she reads her books. And he himself is in the Tibetan scripture pavilion to organize the books. Each other basically did not come and go. Has always been his impression of Yu Yunshi, her high-cold senior sister. Did not expect, after getting acquainted, this senior sister will be this way. Senior sister, I'm leaving. But suddenly Yu Yunshi stopped right in front of him, only to see her slightly open her arms. Hug. The book says that between male and female friends, there should be more intimacy to maintain a good relationship. Su Ruabai thought. Right. A simple hug should still be okay. After all, it makes sense that friends would have a little hug when they are separated, right? Thinking of this, Su Ruabai didn't hesitate any longer. Taking 2 steps forward, he gathered Yu Yunshi in his arms. I was thinking of a friend hug, but how could I not think about it more when I really hugged? The fragrance of that young girl made Su Ruabai's nose itch a little. No, it seems that at her age, she's not really a young girl by any stretch of the imagination, right? Su Ruabai didn't dare to move around either, simply holding her in a false embrace. But Yu Yunshi didn't seem to be satisfied with this, and also pressed forward a step, sticking close to Su Ruabai. Sideways, he leaned into Su Ruabai's arms and said with his mouth, the book says that if you cuddle with your boyfriend, if you really like each other, your heartbeat will definitely speed up. Su Ruabai was also Yu Yunshi's sudden action of the whole somewhat embarrassed, not to mention, usually looked unobtrusive. This packet let him feel the elder sister that broad-minded. However, he was more curious about the words that Yu Yunshi had just said. Sister, did your heart beat faster then? Chapter 20, Touch and See. Don't you know? Yu Yunshi raised her head and their eyes met. Senior brother, won't you know if you touch it? Su Ruabai subconsciously looked downward, then hurriedly moved her head away again. Amat ba, sin. Ahem. Senior sister, it's almost time for me to leave. No wonder they say a hero can't pass through beauty. This goes on like this, he's afraid he won't want to go. Yu Yunshi loosened her hand. Senior brother, don't you want to make sure? Su Ruabai hurriedly waved his hand. No. Senior sister, I'm leaving. Leaving aside the question of whether or not the things in the book were believable, just based on the fact that Yu Yunshi didn't have much of an expression fluctuation, Su Ruabai felt that she probably shouldn't have any heartbeat acceleration either. There was more or less a small loss in his heart, but he soon let it go. I cursed myself in my heart. It's not really my girlfriend. Why are you still suffering? Sister, see you tomorrow. Leaving these words behind, Su Ruabai left her cave without looking back. Yu Yunshi looked at the doorway and waited until he left, then pressed her hand on her chest. It does seem to have gotten a bit faster. Sky Spirit Peak. With the guidance of spiritual energy, the realm was already gradually recovering. After so many days, the realm had already recovered to the 5th level of chi refining. The more spiritual energy, the faster the recovery. But of course, the spiritual energy needed for each realm was huge. Therefore, even the faster one recovered, the more one went to the later realms, the more time one needed to spend. What she needed now was no longer some medicine for her injuries, but a large amount of spiritual energy. Knock. Master, the meal is ready. Su Ruabai's voice rang out. All these days Su Ruabai had just left the food box outside without coming back in. As long as he was honest and didn't put green peppers or anything in his dishes, Night Ling Yu didn't bother with him. I had thought that today would be the same, but Su Ruabai didn't seem to have any intention of putting the food box down and leaving. Master, can I come in? Night Ling Yu frowned. Why did he suddenly want to come in? Could it be that you found something? She wasn't worried if this was only discovered by Su Ruabai. Even if 100 Su Ruabai were here, she would be able to take them with one hand. But if her other few rebellious disciples knew about it, I'm afraid they wouldn't give themselves another chance to recover. Come in. Su Ruabai entered the middle of the cave, and within the darkened room, his master's face wasn't as pale anymore, and it looked like he should be recovering. Previously, when Night Ling Yu asked him for some kind of medicine for menstruation, Su Ruabai had actually guessed that one would be good for her for sure. Only after making sure that the door to the cave was closed did Su Ruabai pull out that Qingyan divine fruit. Master, this is for you. Seeing what he had in his hands, Night Ling Yu's eyes all carried a hint of blazing heat. How could she not recognize this thing as the sect leader of the Spirit Rain sect? This thing was more than familiar to her. Plus, she herself came from Chengyan Peak and had eaten it before. Although it no longer had a special effect, it contained a huge amount of spiritual power in itself, which was just right for Night Ling Yu's situation at this time. However, there was something she couldn't figure out why the Qingyan divine fruit had appeared in his hands. Could it be the senior sister her? Where did you get this? From a senior sister. Hearing this, The expression on Night Ling Yu's face became strange. I don't know what came to mind, but a long sigh followed. However, the expression on his face looked much more relaxed. Do you recognize what this is? Qing Yen Divine Fruit. Night Ling Yu thought that he didn't recognize it. Otherwise how could he possibly hand this over to himself? But the question arises, why would he give it to himself if he knew it? Does it mean there's something wrong with this fruit? For a moment, Night Ling Yu's eyes took on a wary look. Su Ruobai naturally also noticed the change in her eyes, and couldn't help but be a bit speechless. It's good to be vigilant. Not to this extent, right? This can't be blamed on her. Once bitten by a snake 10 years afraid of the well rope. It is estimated to be a few senior brother pit out of the shadow too. He wanted to test the poison, but this one bite went straight to his stomach. So how could he test it? Su Ruobai also had no intention of persuading love to eat or not. Anyway, the things were delivered. If I'd known this was going to happen, I might as well have eaten it myself. Master, I'll leave first. After arching his hand, Su Ruobai then left. Night Ling Yu stared at the Qing Yen Divine Fruit on the table with some hesitation in her heart, mainly because she couldn't see what had been done to it. However, this huge spiritual energy was attracting him all the time. If Su Ruobai was on his side, then everything could be explained. But, is he really on his side? Night Ling Yu can't even see her disciple who has never looked at her squarely. After thinking carefully, it seemed like all along Su Ruobai hadn't done anything to wrong her. It's just a bet. Night Ling Yu took a bite. The aura on his body began to climb as well. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy in her body, Night Ling Yu hurriedly ran her gong methods. However, even so, most of the aura could not be retained because of the holes in the body. In the end, he had only recovered to the 9th level of qi refining. This recovery is just too slow. Previously, in order to recover to the 5th level of qi refining, a large portion of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures that had been previously accumulated on his body had been emptied out. To recover to the transformation spirit stage, not only did one need a lot of time, but also a large amount of heavenly materials and treasures. Thinking of this, the joy of just recovering his realm dissipated quite a bit again. The green diffusion god fruit was fine, which meant that the odds were that Su Ruobai had no intention of harming himself. Maybe, try to pull him in. I just don't know what kind of attitude the senior sister has towards herself right now. Why did he pretend to give this Qing Yen divine fruit to himself again? Besides, isn't she in seclusion? Gathering Sun Peak. These days Su Ruobai was considered a regular visitor to Juyang Peak. The increase in cultivation level was also much more comfortable refining the Golden Dan Power Thunderbolt Ball. Li Hao gave him a deposit and reserved all the Thunderbolt Balls of Jin Dan stage power behind him. Although I don't know why Li Hao needs so many Thunderbolt Balls, there is money to be made. The conflict between the two was kind of just invisible. Senior brotherly, the Thunderbolt Balls that were refined yesterday, there are a total of 5 of them. Li Hao's piggy face had also recovered, and he looked at another 5 Thunderbolt Balls. You don't have to bring me any more tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai did not ask what the reason was, but spoke. Seniorly, those deposits of yours, put it here with you. You may need to find it again later. Su Ruobai nodded, then left. Li Hao calculated that he already had more than 20 of these thunderbolts on hand. He was definitely able to shine in the demon tide this time. The thought of a thunderbolt ball can casually blow over a piece of Li Hao cannot help but GGG laughed out. Chapter 21 Master's Weakness. Host, Su Ruobai. Race, Human, Mediocre. Realm, Foundation Establishment Perfection, 5999/6000. Task Points, 120. Mandate, 3 meals a day, 1/3. The experience value was so close to being able to break through. In other words, as long as he added the quest points upwards, he would be able to break through the Jin Dan stage in the next second. If it was someone else, they might still be stuck for quite some time before they could break through. But he's different. He's the man with the system, which is a little bit of an advantage for him. Of course, breakthroughs were breakthroughs, and the heavenly tribulation that should be there would not be missing. If the heavenly tribulation was not crossed, it would be just as futile. The heavenly spirit mountain wasn't very suitable for crossing over. Moreover, if he broke through too quickly here, a few senior brothers would definitely be suspicious as well. This was all because it was good that he had the sky shading kung fu in his body and was able to hide the cultivation on his body, and in the eyes of outsiders, he was still the same early stage foundation establishment. But if he attracted a heavenly tribulation, wouldn't everyone know that he had reached the Jindan stage? Therefore, one should definitely not cross over on the heavenly spirit mountain again. After thinking left and right, Su Ruobai decided that it would be better to seek help from Yu Yunshi. Senior brother Su, come over here for a moment. Zhang Yunshi beckoned him over. Eldest brother, how is the situation with Master? Su Ruobai then said, it's the same as always. But, Master, I've discovered a weakness in Master. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqi's eyes glowed. What weakness, master teacher? Su Ruobai suddenly paused. Zhang Yunqi couldn't help but be a little anxious. No, how did this senior brother still catch the problem of talking with a big gasp? Say it, senior brother, elder brother. Would this be a less convenient place to talk? Su Ruobai signaled with his eyes, and Zhang Yunqi quickly understood what he meant. It's still senior brother who has thought it through. After saying that, Zhang Yunqi laid down a soundproof formation around him. Elder brother, you can say it now. Being so secretive, Zhang Yunqi was even more curious about Night Ling Yu's weaknesses. Senior, her weakness is, doesn't like green peppers. Zhang Yunqi's face stiffened. Senior brother, you're not teasing me, are you? Of course not. How delicious are these green peppers? I can't believe master doesn't eat this. Zhang Yunqi thought it would be some kind of weakness, but it turned out to be this. It always felt like a feeling of being teased, but now that he was still needed, it wasn't good to turn the tables with Su Ruobai. Pay more attention to the condition of your senior, and also, be careful of your other two senior brothers. They took a shot at me the day before yesterday. Ha! Su Ruobai could be completely unaware of this. This mountain was basically calm if he didn't blow up pills. Then with a worried face, he said, Senior brother, are you alright then? Zhang Yunqi shook his head. It's just a slight test. It doesn't matter. But looking at this situation, the two of them may have already pressed on a bit. Hearing this, Su Ruobai also found it a bit tricky. He still has to leave for almost half a month. If they make a move in this period of time, then even if he passes the trial, it will be a lost cause. Senior brother, don't you have a way to deal with them? Zhang Yunqi shook his head. The main thing is that they are two people. It would be nice to know how many cards Master Teacher has. Why don't you go and ask Master Teacher for me? Oh, it's not that they're two people. It's that he doesn't want to deal with the other two senior brothers at all, right? Well, I'll stop by and ask when I drop off dinner tonight. Zhang Yunqi hummed. I'll leave this in your hands. Leaving these words behind, Zhang Yunqi left. Su Ruobai felt that it wasn't just that second and third senior brothers, but the eldest senior brother probably couldn't hold back as well, right? After all, there was a possibility that Master Teacher would recover once this time dragged on. It's a bit tricky. Regardless of this, first go to break through the Jindan stage before saying, if by that time can really refine the power of the Yuanying stage Thunderbolt Ball, then there will also have the capital to fight against a few senior brothers. It's a one-time thing, but if there were 1,000 of them, wouldn't that still blow them up? However, it is definitely inconvenient to go back to the senior sister today. It is better to wait until tomorrow. With 120 mission points, only 1 point was needed to advance to the Jindan stage. Su Ruobai was wondering if he should be a gambling dog again. It's been too long since I've raffled, mostly, and I'm a little itchy. In that case, let's have a shot. I don't believe it can't come out gold. 100 quest points were thrown in, and the dial spun again. Su Ruobai was already mentally prepared to come out white. Sure enough, the pointer, after pointing to the gold-colored area, quickly crossed over it and then went back to the familiar white area. The pointer had no intention of stopping, however, but instead dripped to a halt above the purple color. Holy shit! Real shipping? Sword Heart Tong Ming *1. What's this? Can't extract it, like a talent for kendo or something. This is still great. Better than some one and done or some such thing. Su Ruobai himself had no talent for the sword path, and even if he took this very good spirit sword here, like someone without talent, he would only be able to exert at most 1/12 of his abilities with this sword. The effect of using something like a sword technique could also potentially be doubled if one had a talent for swordplay. It's the difference between being gifted and not being gifted. It doesn't describe the exact usage, and I don't know what it's for. It was probably near the end of the night. Knock, knock. Su Ruobai was still busy cooking in the middle of the stoveroom when suddenly the knock on the door sounded. Senior, are you there? This was third senior brother Li Wuxian's voice. Yes, come in, senior brother. Li Wuxian entered the stoveroom, looked at Su Ruobai, who was busy, and spoke. Is this cooking for master? Elder brother, do you want to taste it? Li Wuxian waved his hand. No, these are spirit pork, right? Senior brother, wasn't I thinking of trying my hand at making immortal food? Maybe it will help a little with senior's injuries. I didn't expect you to be so dutiful. Normally, it seems that the master hasn't taught you much. This whole thing made Li Wuxian a little ashamed, but for the sake of the avenue, it's nothing. Elder brother, what do you want to see me about? Li Wuxian nodded. During the day, eldest brother looked for you, right? Sure enough, when he was chatting with Zhang Yunqi at that time, Su Ruobai had a feeling that someone was staring at them, and he didn't expect it to be true. Su Ruabai didn't put down the work in his hands and spoke carelessly. Well, looked for me and talked a bit about Master Teacher. What was the conversation about? Chapter 22. What did you say to Big Brother during the day? Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai looked embarrassed. I promised eldest senior brother that I wouldn't tell anyone. Hearing this, Li Wuxin also knew that shedding the child would not catch the wolf. With a wave of his hand, a Dan furnace appeared on the ground. This is a Dan furnace that I obtained in my early years. It is at least a top-grade spiritual weapon. Not only can it be used for refining Dan, but it is also able to be used as an attacking magic weapon, which I can't use either. Senior brother, look. Seeing this alchemy furnace, Su Ruabai's eyes brightened a few points. Why doesn't Big Brother give any favors for letting people work? Look at this. How on the ball is this third brother? Last time, he gave a Xuanwu shield, and now he's giving an alchemy furnace. It's simply a big moneymaker. Ahem. Third senior brother, as you know, if you promise someone something, you must do it. Not to mention, what was said wasn't anything important. It's fine, whether it's heavy or not. As long as you say it, then this Dan furnace is yours. Really? Really? Although it was said that what was promised to others must be done, Su Ruabai was not a pedantic person. Plus, eldest brother hadn't asked him not to tell. The heart can say that there is no burden at all. I spoke to eldest brother about the weaknesses of the master. Li Wuxin's expression at this moment was the same as Zhang Yunqi's at that time. What weakness? Master Shi doesn't like green peppers. Now everyone on the mountain should know that master doesn't like green peppers. Hearing Su Ruabai's words, Li Wuxin had a questioning look on his face. No, senior brother, you're teasing me. No, that's what I told eldest brother. I could have sworn to heaven. Li Wuxin was dumbfounded. Could this be considered a weakness? It's not like you'll die if you don't like green peppers. But he was going to swear. Was he really talking to eldest brother about this? Or did the kid have no intention of telling himself? Li Wuxin was also a bit elusive for a while, but he was more inclined towards the latter. If this brat was really on eldest brother's side, then I'm afraid it wouldn't be a good situation for their side. The main reason was that Li Yuanhe was now allied with himself, but the two were not exactly of one mind, each having their own calculations. It always felt a little bad. Third senior brother, why don't you take this back? Li Wuxin waved his hand. No, senior brother, you keep it. Remember to help me pay attention to the situation of the master. By the way, the eldest senior brother, he is not a good thing. Less in his dealings with the better. Su Ruabai said, these two people are just like 50 paces to 100 paces. None of them are good. Although Li Wuxin's mouth was sprightly, his face had long since darkened. The main thing was that he couldn't do anything to Su Ruabai right now. Just had to brush off. Su Ruabai wondered if he was trying frantically on the verge of death. If the master's father planted it, then he himself would probably be finished as well. However, even if you don't die, it is estimated that the master's father planted himself or be finished. Su Ruabai Ling pork was given a slice. He was trying to make chili pepper stir fry, but chili pepper stir fry has to have green peppers, and without green peppers does that have any soul? On second thought, he decided it would be better to put in some green peppers. Master, her old man doesn't like green peppers, so he can't dislike sliced meat, right? After working for half an hour, the meal of the day was finally ready. Su Ruabai wiped the sweat from his forehead. I didn't realize that cooking was still a physical job. But of course, I'm talking about making fairy food here. The person who makes the fairy food has a special name for it, called the fairy chef. Cooking also requires the use of spiritual energy and special techniques. Su Ruabai had studied this for a long time before he dared to make a move during the few days he had been on duty at the Tibetan scripture pavilion. By the looks of it, it should be a done deal. And, in a home-cooked way, that would be different from most fairy chefs. When they cook, they are all looking for high-grade atmosphere so that they can be worthy of the status of an immortal cultivator. Just his plate of fried pork with green peppers on the table. If one didn't carefully go to taste it, who would know that it was immortal food? After packing into the food box, Su Ruabai set off. The entrance to Night Spirit Moon's cave. Knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. After Su Ruabai put the rice down, he was about to bolt right away. After all, it had green peppers in it. Not a lot of them, but hell if his picky eater master would get mad. Come in. Hearing those two words, Su Ruabai's face froze. He was trying to run away, but there was no way around it. The master had spoken. For the sake of the green diffusion god fruit, she shouldn't do anything to herself, right? Su Ruabai entered the house. Night Lingyu's complexion was again much better than when she saw it at noon. It was probably due to the green diffusion god fruit. Master, what do you want to see me about? Seeing his heartfelt look, Night Lingyu couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Has this kid done something wrong? Well, there's something. After a pause, Knight Lingyu then spoke. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you. Do you now know what the calculations of your several senior brothers are? Su Ruabai was a bit uncertain. What does she mean by that? Why is she asking all of a sudden? Wouldn't it be logical for her to avoid the question? I know. So what do you have in mind? It's none of my business what elder brother and the others do. Knight Lingyu didn't know if what he said was true or not, but since she chose to draw him in, she naturally had to believe what he said first. Su Ruabai, Master needs you to help me. It turned out to be an attempt to pull himself together. Su Ruabai asked, Master, how do you want me to help you? With my realm status, I'm afraid I can't help much other than being able to cook. Then you swear by heaven that you are on my side. At those words, Su Ruabai frowned, but nothing more was said. I, Su Ruabai, swear by the heavenly Tao that I am definitely on Master Teacher's side, and if I have the slightest intention of plotting against Master Teacher, the heavens will strike me with 5 thunderbolts. Is that okay? Hearing that Su Ruabai had sworn, Knight Lingyu then completely settled down. Immortal cultivation world oath is not just send, unless you have shielded the means of heaven, or else it really will be fulfilled. Night Spirit Moon then said, in this way, you pretend to defect to those senior brothers of yours, and then find out when they are going to make their move. It's best to be able to put out some fake news to delay the time. One lets himself be mixed up on the side of the master, and the other lets himself be mixed up on the side of the brother. Double undercover, right? Let's just say, it's not family. Good. Knight Lingyu took out a spatial ring. There are still quite a few spirit stones in there. When this storm passes, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. I'll teach you well then. Actually, Su Ruabai didn't need any of this at all. For him, it was simply a matter of honoring filial piety and returning the favor. But it seems that in the eyes of the master, this is nothing more than an exchange of benefits. This somewhat hurt Su Ruabai's heart. When this fiasco is over, he probably won't have the heart to stay here. If we calculate according to the relationship of interest, she saved her life, he saved her life. It should be considered payback. Chapter 23, The Sister of Daily Life. Su Ruabai accepted the Qiankun ring. Master, these are for you. Su Ruabai took out all the one on his body just fine. These things on his body can be said to be of no use at all. Now, if it can help the master recover from his injuries, it can also be considered to have played its role a little bit. Plus, he was supposed to be helping her master teacher, and receiving her favor was completely unnecessary. So just think of it as something she gave herself to use to buy this elixir. Knight Lingyu looked at his hands suddenly more a pile of black and unattractive pills could not help but have doubts. Aren't you just 2 of them? How come there are still so many? Su Ruabai said without blushing. Forgot. Knight Lingyu glanced at Su Ruabai with some suspicion, but the suspicion in her heart was quickly replaced by joy. With so many of them, that recovery could be a lot faster again. However, it soon occurred to Knight Lingyu that Su Ruabai probably knew that this medicine had an effect on her, or else she wouldn't be able to take it out now. The main reason for mixing this medicine in the rice before was also because I didn't want to be paranoid. Thinking about this, Knight Lingyu felt as if she seemed to owe her little apprentice seemingly a little too much. Ahem. Master, you eat first. I'll go back if there's nothing else. Knight Lingyu But in her heart, she always felt that Su Ruabai was a little strange. At the beginning, she felt that he was very vain, and now it seems to be even more of this feeling. Wait, Su Ruabai had just taken a step, when the voice made him pause, only to stiffen his head and turn back. Master, what's wrong? Knight Lingyu stared at him for a moment, and was indeed in a state of weakness. But what is it that's so vain? Could it be that? Knight Lingyu opened the food box on the side, and after seeing the green stuff in the middle of the food box, her face instantly darkened. Su Ruabai, Knight Lingyu stood up, her beautiful eyes glaring at Su Ruabai. Su Ruabai's heart went straight to his chest. Master, green pepper stir-fry with sliced pork. It's delicious. Tasty? Come on, you eat all the green peppers for me, but if there's any left over, you're not going to have a good day today. Su Ruabai cannot help but spit in his heart. Green pepper, how you make it seem as if there is some deep hatred. Picking up his chopsticks, he picked up the green pepper in the bowl and put it in his mouth in front of Knight Lingyu and chewed on it. A look of disbelief appeared on all of Knight Lingyu's faces. Can anyone really eat this stuff? No way. It must be an illusion. Su Ruabai ate all the green peppers in the food box in 3 tries. Master, are you satisfied now? The green peppers are really quite tasty. Why don't I make some more for you to try tomorrow? Don't you dare. Knight Lingyu had actually taken out all of her spirit speech swords. Looking at this situation, it was true that he was going to cut the apprentice he had just pulled together because of the green peppers. Su Ruabai's mouth slightly twitching. Not. This green pepper invites you to mess with you. There is so difficult to eat? Suruwabai helplessly sighed. His own this master how on a small child like so picky eaters. I thought picky eaters were stunted? I don't see where it's stunted. Okay, but, master, this green pepper is just for flavoring. You can also eat something else without it. I don't care. The sight of me makes me sick. Suruwabai was all a bit speechless. Night Lingyu hummed, then picked up her chopsticks and took a shallow taste of the sliced meat. Quickly sensing that something was wrong, the psychic energy exploded in his mouth. It's a little intoxicating to be in the middle of it. Fairy food? Night Lingyu thought that this was just an ordinary dish, not realizing that it looked ordinary and its true identity would be immortal food. Suruwabai was satisfied when he saw the shocked look in her eyes. How was it? It's delicious, isn't it? It wouldn't have this flavor without the green peppers. When did Star Gathering House hire this kind of chef? Hearing this, Suruwabai couldn't help but look a little odd. Master, her old man wouldn't think that the Wasian food was made by the Immortal Gathering House, would he? Suruwabai said without blushing. Well, sort of a great chef. People can't normally eat the food he cooks. Rather, it's been a long time since I'd been to the Star Gathering House. Night Lingyu is thinking. Wait until the storm is over. Personally go there to taste. Senior, it's getting late. If I stay too long, senior brother and the others will definitely be suspicious. So I'll leave first. Go on. Looking at Suruwabai's departing back, Night Lingyu couldn't help but sigh. I didn't realize that the youngest apprentice who was least valued at the beginning seemed to be the one who turned out to be loyal. The talent may not be great, but the heart piece is nothing to sneeze at. Communicate with him, but also completely do not need so many hooks and corners. Perhaps, this is the master and disciple it. The next day, the book depository. Sister, good morning. After what happened yesterday, Suruwabai was a little afraid to look at Yu Yunshi. Maybe, this is called Xiao Chunan. Yu Yunshi hummed and patted the seat beside her. Senior brother, come and sit. There were 2 seats inside the counter, but since there wasn't much space inside and Yu Yunshi basically had to sit there, Suruwabai hadn't gone in to sit there. This, elder sister, would it be a bit too crowded? Yu Yunshi cocked her head, her eyes all carrying a hint of incomprehension. Isn't this just right? So what if someone comes in later and sees it? Can't anyone see it? Well, elder sister, she didn't seem to care about that. It's not impossible. It's just, senior brother, you don't think you dislike me, do you? Suruwabai guessed that she had learned this again from somewhere in a book. Helplessly, he held his forehead. Senior sister, why don't you read something serious? Only to see Yu Yunshi continue to tilt her head and say, what is a proper book? Is there still a proper book? Books don't, but people do. Suruwabai also take her no way. A master, a senior sister. How I'll feel so let him headache ah. Suruwabai then sat down in the middle of the counter, which was a really small space. So small that Suruwabai could smell that serene and unique scent of Yu Yunshi's body at any time. Suruwabai leaned to the side as much as he could, trying to maintain a gentleman's distance, but Jade Yunshi obviously wouldn't allow him to do so. Slightly moving his body, his entire body leaned on Suruwabai's shoulder. Senior brother, are you so far away from me that you don't like me anymore? You don't have another woman, do you? Can another woman love Gigi as much as I do? Seeing her like this, Suruwabai's eyes jumped straight up. Elder sister, pretending to be green tea is to have an expression. Your expressionless look is too out of character. Oh, so, there's no picture in the book and I don't know what expression to use. Chapter 24, Transition. Suruwabai was no longer surprised by his senior sister's daily whole life. Dryly coughing twice, he glanced downwards at the chest that was squeezed out of shape from holding himself tightly, then said, Senior sister, there's no need to hold so tightly. It's not a good influence to be seen. Besides, we're just male and female friends now. There are limits to intimacy. Acts like this that are so intimate should only be done between Dao couples. This if someone really came and saw an unknown disciple of theirs being hugged by the clan's clanflower. Wouldn't their Dao heart be shattered? It seems so. Yu Yunshi's face took on a few moments of thoughtfulness. Why don't I just fill up your score? At those words, Suruwabai couldn't help but cry and laugh. Senior sister's brain circuits were really clear. Shouldn't she be thinking of letting go of her hand at a time like this? Why is she thinking of directly promoting herself to a Taoist couple instead? No. Senior sister, didn't you say yourself that you can't let the other party get it too quickly? Otherwise they won't know how to cherish it. It takes ages for other people to become Dao couples step by step. How many days have we been here? Why did it feel like this senior sister was not just emotional, but her intelligence was a little less normal? I've heard that women in love have an IQ of 0. Is it because of this? But Suruwabai felt that it was less like falling in love, and more like a senior sister unilaterally molesting herself as a junior. Of course, the odds are that the other person has no intention of doing so. Then again, is there really such a thing as a person who is addicted to reading books and knows nothing about relationships or anything? Well, the books say that a man likes his girlfriend to stick to him, so how come you're not quite the same, senior? That's a good point to make. But the problem is that the phrase is used where it is really boyfriend and girlfriend. And their words right now are probably more like going through the motions. Since it's a family affair, it's natural to pay attention to proportion. Elder sister's mind may not be too mature, but not himself. 2 lifetimes ago, can't take advantage of the other party's lack of understanding to take advantage of the other party, right? His upbringing doesn't allow him to do that. Senior, you shouldn't what? It's not supposed to work, is it? Hearing this, Suruwabai almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Don't tell me you got that from a book again. Yu Yunchi nodded. The book says that when a female gets close to the other person is not happy about it instead. Either it's a dragon and yang or it doesn't work. Senior brother, which one do you account for? Good lord, the social mores are probably being brought down by books like this. Suruwabai was speechless as he said, Senior sister, do you know what it means to send out feelings? Stop at manners, and hide them in the heart? You see, although we are now boyfriend and girlfriend, the feelings between a man and a woman should be more bound by etiquette. It's not good to act recklessly. After saying that, Suruwabai sighed long and hard. Senior sister, it's fine to read books, but you have to take the best and remove the dross. Don't learn everything, but you can't learn nothing either. Yu Yunchi had a thoughtful look in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Suruwabai knew that she should have understood. Spare himself the thought that he would one day be able to preach to others. Who says language classes are useless? Look, isn't this learning something real? Only after a long time did Yu Yunchi open her mouth. I've been taught. Senior brother, what if I like you even more now? This straight ball style of speaking caught Suruwabai a little off guard. Looking at this serious look on senior sister's face, it would definitely be a lie to say that she wasn't moved. Forcing himself to avert his eyes, he then spoke. Senior sister, I actually have something I want you to help me with. This time, Yu Yunchi did not think out of the box and asked, what is it? I'm going to break through the Jindan stage, but Lingyu Peak isn't very suitable for a robbery. So, then come to Qingyan Peak. The master is closed. I'll be the master on the mountain. Suruwabai hummed. Then thank you, senior sister. The conversation had digressed, but the heart was still beating a lot faster than before. I guess I was sitting too close to my senior sister, and the scent of her body was really a bit disturbing, so he picked up a book off to the side, intending to distract himself by reading. Just after turning a few pages, Suruwabai realized that the illustrations on it looked somewhat familiar. Sister, these books, why are you still reading them? The meaning of a book is revealed to you when you read it 100 times. Is that phrase used in a book like this? All white people are stupid. Hurriedly threw the book to one side, grabbed the book again. To determine is normal after the book, which read up. However, after just a crop, the heart seems to be more chaotic for a few points. Yu Yunchi, who was on the side, stared at Suruwabai's somewhat slightly reddened ears, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upward a few points. Shidoshi is really cute. Qingyan Peak. Senior brother, don't worry about the tribulation. There won't be anyone around to disturb you. Suruwabai nodded. After an hour or so of reprieve, his mood had finally calmed down. Naturally, he also let his senior sister bring him to Qingyan Peak to cross over. Suruwabai called up the system panel and added a little quest point to his experience value. In the next second, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Previously, Suruwabai had often watched a few senior brothers transmute, but it was the first time he had crossed the threshold by himself. The dark clouds in the sky gave a deep sense of oppression. Suruwabai took out the spirit sword that his senior brother had given him earlier to use to defend against the robbing thunder. But when he first grabbed the sword, he was surprised to feel like he was supposed to be holding it. There was no such feeling before, and there was no doubt that it must be that sword heart passage working. The bottom of his heart was also a few points stronger in the face of the heavenly calamity. Rumble! That thunderbolt actually transformed into the shape of a sword in the sky and slashed towards Suruwabai. Thunder tribulation transformation? Shouldn't this be something that only occurs with the heavenly tribulation of the first infant? And, coincidentally, it happened to be in the shape of a sword? It couldn't be that it was also because of the sword's heart that the vision arose, right? Suruwabai lifted his sword and slashed at the falling robotic thunder. Zip! The current traveled from the sword to the body, but there was no tingling sensation as expected. Instead, it was warm at the dantian. There appeared to be a current floating vaguely above the dantian. The robber thunder continued to fall, and that current continued to converge, even gradually condensing into the shape of a sword. It was about half an hour later, as the robbery clouds dissipated, the aura on Suruwabai's body stabilized at the early Jindan stage. Suruwabai clenched his fists with both hands, feeling the power surging out of his body. His face couldn't help but put on a joyful color. Is this the Jindan stage? No wonder it was said that the Jindan stage was the introductory realm for cultivators. No! Where are my clothes? It was a good thing that the spatial ring had prepared clothes, or else he would have been naked when his senior sister came over later. No wonder the fairy to find in no one place alone fairy estimated that even if it is a cultivator, it is not possible to have the cheek to appear naked in front of others. Chapter 25. Senior brother. Congratulations. Yu Yunshi quickly appeared in front of him, and at this time, Suruwabai had already straightened his clothes, a faint smile on his face. Senior sister, thank you so much. Yu Yunshi waved her hand. This can't be counted on me. Senior brother, you've broken through to the Jindan stage, and you've performed so well, do I have to reward you? Suruwabai asked. What reward? Yu Yunshi opened her arms slightly, and Suruwabai quickly realized what she meant. The reward is indeed quite tempting. It just doesn't seem to fit. Suruwabai would like to think of this as a hug between friends, but after the last hug, Suruwabai realized that this kind of thing was addictive. The feeling of holding your senior sister in your arms was not only physically satisfying, but also psychologically extremely satisfying. Senior sister, why don't you, or forget it? Originally, I thought that Yu Yunshi should have quoted the scriptures again and said something from a book or something, but I didn't expect that this time. She put her hand back without saying anything. Their eyes met, but the atmosphere was suddenly silent and somewhat odd. Suruwabai couldn't figure out what this senior sister of his really meant for a while. Sister, I have a few things to do, so I'll go first. Suruwabai stretched out his hand, but just as he raised it halfway, Yu Yunshi had already disappeared, only to touch his nose resentfully. Elder sister isn't angry, is she? Suruwabai sighed, and he knew that it was a bad thing to keep rejecting other people's good intentions, but what could he do if he didn't refuse? Even though his senior sister knew nothing about relationships, in reality, he himself was no better. Love it, but fear it. He was afraid that his liking was nothing more than a passing fancy in the eyes of his senior sister. It's like yearning for the light of a fire in the darkness, wanting to move closer to it and fearing to be burned. This affliction of feelings is just too much to handle. For a while, all the joy of breaking through the Jindan stage dissipated. In the back of his mind, he was wondering if he should go to his senior sister to apologize. Forget it, maybe senior sister happens to understand that she is not as good as she thinks. Into the night. Night Spirit Moon's cave. Bad mood? Nightling Yu looked Suruwabai up and down. Her heart couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Wasn't this still fine when she came to bring herself food during the day? What's wrong with him all of a sudden? Suruwabai smiled grudgingly. Senior, is it that obvious? Nightling Yu nodded deeply. If it were in the past, she wouldn't have bothered to ask about such things. But now Suruwabai was the only one on his side. And if he didn't give some proper attention, what if he changed his mind? Tell me about it. For the master is also considered to be a person who has been there. So maybe I can enlighten you. Suruwabai shook his head. Thanks to master's kindness. No need. How can he say this? Emotional matters? He does not think that his master father can understand. Nightling Yu? After Suruwabai left his meal behind, he left Nightling Yu's cave. Though he had always thought that his senior sister was just going through the motions and didn't think to use any real emotion. But after spending so much time together, would there really be no feelings at all? The answer is no. Now that something like this has happened, in the future, senior sister shouldn't treat herself as a so-called boyfriend anymore. It felt so contradictory. Obviously he wanted his senior sister to be able to wake up, and then he himself was able to end his boyfriend status. When it really comes to ending the identity, the heart is not happy about it. Sure enough, human emotions are complicated. Suruwabai forgot about the moon in the sky and sighed deeply. Going back to those old days again? What habit of loneliness is fake? Who doesn't want to have a few friends around? The shadows on the ground all looked a little forlorn for a few moments in the moonlight. The road home is not far, but Suruwabai but feel. This walk without the initial road seems to be a little long. Soon Suruwabai sought his cave. That's strange. Why are the lights on? You should have turned off the light when you came out, right? Maybe it's just that I've had a lot on my mind today, and it's not unusual for me to forget. The pace quickened a few moments and soon he was at the door of the house. The mind had already made up its mind that there would be no cultivation tonight. Get a good night's sleep and you might be in a better mood in the morning. He then pushed open the door and entered the middle of the cave, quickly noticing a figure sitting at the table. Master, sister? The eyes all had a few moments of disbelief in them, rubbing his eyes as if to confirm before realizing that he wasn't dreaming. After Yu Yunshi heard Suruwabai's voice, she immediately stood up and ran over to Suruwabai's side. Look at this stance. like he's going to jump into his arms, but just as it reached him, it stopped hard, almost forgot. Hair on the ground. Looking at Yu Yunchi, who was close at hand, Su Ruwabai's lips trembled a little. Senior sister, why are you here? Yu Yunchi blinked her eyes a few times. Of course I'm here to give you a reward. Ah, didn't you notice anything? Reward? Su Ruwabai's eyes flicked downward slightly. This time he noticed that his senior sister wasn't wearing the clan's Dao robes. Instead, she wore a short black dress with legs and black silk. Previously, he thought that his senior sister's hands were good looking, but now it seems that he was too shallow. His senior sister was not only good looking with her hands, but the proportions of these legs were also extremely perfect. With this black silk on, it's simply seductive. How was it? It's nice, isn't it? The book says that wearing black silk is a bonus for your boyfriend too. Su Ruwabai looked at his senior sister who seemed to be glowing in front of him, and his vision was a little blurred. Senior sister. Why? Yu Yunchi cocked her head. What why? When you left so suddenly during the day, I thought you were angry. Only to hear Yu Yunchi speak out of turn. I thought that the book said that the desire to capture the enemy would work, but it turns out, senior brother, you didn't come to me all day. It looks like what the book said really isn't alright. Hearing this, originally he was still touched by such an interruption, instantly dissipated a large part of it. Su Ruwabai did not know whether to cry or laugh. As a matter of fact, this desire to capture the indulgence is very effective. So effective that this is difficult all day, and the result is that in the end, all he is in the self-indulgence. However, the heart does not have the meaning of anger. Instead, some glad senior sister she just wanna capture. Looking at the playful person in front of him cannot help but be a little stunned. Yu Yunchi stood on her tiptoes, reached out her hand, and touched his hair. Senior brother, did I upset you too much? I just wanted to try if the strategy approach mentioned in the book worked. Su Ruwabai shook her head slightly, rubbing her somewhat slightly reddened eyes. No, senior sister, I'm happy now. Really happy. Chapter 26 Curfew. Senior brother, you still haven't answered if it looks good. Su Ruwabai didn't move her hand away from his head, scrutinizing it once more before saying, good looking. Are you satisfied with this reward? Thank you, senior sister. After this black silk put on, originally looks her belonged to his relatively simple good cheat sister, all of a sudden all astringent gas a lot of. Su Ruwabai felt that this appeared to be a little too exciting for an innocent male university. What's more, the night is dark and windy, the lone man and woman, and black silk temptation. This buff is simply stacked. Su Ruwabai feels that if he stares any longer, he's afraid he won't be able to control himself. Senior sister, it seems to be getting late at this hour. Yu Yunchi still tilted her head. Senior brother, are you driving me away? Qingyan Peak has a door ban. You can't go back after the time. Do you want to see senior sister me homeless? Su Ruwabai almost didn't laugh at her words. Senior sister. When did Qingyan Peak even have such a thing? How come I didn't know? It's just been set. As the senior sister of Qingyan Peak, she naturally has to lead by example. Su Ruwabai cried and laughed a little. How could he not hear what she meant in her words? Nothing more than wanting to stay the night. Elder sister seems to be too assured of herself, right? So, the question came, should one refuse her kindness again? After thinking about it, Su Ruwabai decided to follow his heart. There was no doubt that he definitely liked senior sister. There is a saying how to say, close to the water tower first get the moon. Sister or so give the opportunity to their own are not grasp. That is not stupid asterisk it? No matter what would happen in the end, he had to try. Thinking of this, Su Ruwabai's eyes became firm. Senior sister, then do you want to stay with me? I can hit the ground running. Aha. Then it's decided. Yu Yunchi was obviously prepared, only to see a bedspread appear on the ground with a wave of her hand. Do normal people carry bunks with them? Senior, if you want to sleep on the bed that's fine too. Oh. Su Ruwabai lost his smile and shook his head. No, senior sister, this is enough. Now at least he was able to restrain himself. He's not a saint. If he really sleeps in the same bed, he'll do something. Yu Yunchi hummed. I'm turning out the lights then? Well, Yu Yunchi gently blew, and the room instantly darkened. Moonlight filtered in through the window, spilling out onto her pale face. Senior, do you want to help me take this off? Jade Yunchi pointed to the black silk on her legs. Looking in the direction she was pointing, Su Ruwabai almost didn't choke and hurriedly averted his gaze. Ahem. You can do it yourself with this senior sister. Elder sister was afraid that she wouldn't do something, luring herself to commit a crime all the time. Then he hurriedly got into the middle of the bunk and recited Amatba Buddha in his heart. Good night, elder sister. When he said that, he lay down on his side, not daring to look at it anymore, or it would explode if he looked at it anymore. Yu Yunchi looked at his back as he lay on his side, and a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Good night. The next day, Yu Yunqi opened her eyes. Not to mention, she slept quite well last night. I was expecting to be a little uncomfortable with the extra person, but I didn't expect to sleep well instead. Yu Yunqi sat up and stretched her waist, the curves of her body perfectly exposed. Unfortunately, no one was able to see such a feast for the eyes as all. The lethargic look on his face was completely devoid of the dopey feeling he had before. Glancing at Su Ruobai, who was sleeping soundly with his eyes closed under the bed, the corners of Yu Yunqi's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. You can fall asleep at such a good opportunity. It's really worthy of you. Jade Yunqi's mind turned, and she quickly had an idea. Half a quarter of an hour later. Aha! Why do you feel like you can't breathe? Su Ruobai opened her eyes. It was dark in front of her. Not right? Even if it wasn't dawn yet it wouldn't be as dark as this, right? Hiss. Why is there a familiar scent? Sister? It was only then that Su Ruobai reacted to the fact that he seemed to be being held by something. And this so-called something was none other than his senior sister. So he gently pushed Yu Yunqi away. And only then did he realize that he had just been smothered in something, and his face could not help but burn a little. Looking at her eyes still closed, Su Ruobai was relieved and at the same time had some doubts in his heart. Where'd you get this for yourself? Didn't he sleep on the floor? How come he's in bed? It can't be that he sleepwalked up there, right? However, Su Ruobai felt that his sleeping appearance was still quite good, and generally, what he was before sleeping would also be what he was after waking up. At a time like this, should one pretend to be asleep? Or should we quietly leave? Or should we wake up senior sister? Obviously, it's the second option that qualifies as a decent person. After all, pretending to be asleep or just waking up that would be misunderstood. The first time you keep someone in your own home for the night directly climbed into her bed. How this kind of thing is not quite like it, right? Mainly, it wasn't the other person hugging them either, but they were arching into their arms. Su Ruobai gently took her hand on his shoulder. Just when he was about to leave from Yu Yunqi's broad chest, she suddenly opened her eyes. Shifu? It's over. The worst has come to pass. Su Ruobai's hands were frozen in midair as he grabbed onto Yu Yunqi. Sister, I can explain. Do you believe me? Yu Yunqi blinked. Explain what? I don't know how I got to the bed, but don't worry, elder sister. I definitely didn't do anything. Su Ruobai definitely didn't dare to swear. After all, he didn't know if unconsciously his hand had touched it carelessly. Seeing Yu Yunqi suddenly stop talking, Su Ruobai thought that she was angry, and for a while, she was a bit at a loss for words. Just as he was about to open his mouth to apologize, Yu Yunqi spoke. Senior brother, I was the one who moved you up. Ha? Su Ruobai's brain was a bit spinning when she heard this. I saw that you might be uncomfortable sleeping on the floor, so I moved you up here. You won't blame me, will you? At those words, Su Ruobai couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. I told you, he's such a good sleeper. How could he climb into bed by himself? No. Su Ruobai then hurriedly sat up from the bed. This morning, originally is the age of hot blood, stick so tight Su Ruobai naturally some cannot top. Since there was no need to explain, Su Ruobai only wanted to escape from here at the moment and hurriedly said, Senior sister, wait here. I'll go make you breakfast. Then a flash disappeared here. Good thing now he is not a mortal. Or stand up and run out may want to be sister to see out where not right. After he left, the corner of Yu Yunqi's lips curled into a nice looking arc. The heart can't help but sigh. Teasing a senior brother or something? It's really fun. A moment and a half is expected to Su Ruobai will not come back. Take this opportunity to go to see her stubborn senior sister. Chapter 27, Sister. Night Spirit Moon's Cave. At this moment, Night Lingyu was curled up on the bed with abdominal pain. In theory, she had recovered to the foundation establishment stage, and the effects of her irregular menstruation should be less. So why did it hurt more? Moreover, how long has it been since the last attack? Not even a month. If this keeps up, before the realm recovers, she will already die of pain. It should be morning, right? Why isn't Su Ruobai here yet? Faced with this situation, the first thing she thought of was Su Ruobai. Of course, as to whether it is thinking of Su Ruobai, or he made the brown sugar water, it is unknown. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Night Lingyu subconsciously assumed that Su Ruobai had come. Gritting her teeth, she said, Come in, get in. Soon the door was pushed open. Night Lingyu closed her eyes and didn't look to see who it was, so she just said, Su Ruobai, go boil me some brown sugar water. Ha, senior sister, you're really in a sorry state. Hearing this familiar voice, Night Lingyu's eyes snapped open. Unexpectedly, the one standing by the bedside wasn't Su Ruobai, but Yu Yunqi. Night Lingyu frowned, somewhat puzzled as to what exactly was the purpose of her visit. If they were in the past, Their relationship could be said to be as close as sisters, but because of certain things, they have now broken up. However, when Night Lingyu thought that the Qingyan divine fruit from before should also have been entrusted to Su Ruabai by her senior sister to give to herself, Night Lingyu had no intention of quarreling with her. Night Spirit Moon forced herself to sit up and said stiffly, Senior sister, why are you here? Yu Yunchi glanced at her lightly. TSK, you still know that I'm your senior sister? Humph. For the sake of that green diffusion divine fruit, I'll leave you alone for now. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunchi couldn't help but laugh out loud. You don't think that the Qingyan divine fruit is something I'm going to give you, do you? Seeing this, Night Lingyu frowned a few points tighter. What do you mean? My little boyfriend just remembers to think of his master even when he gets something good, which makes me very jealous. Hearing this, Night Lingyu's eyes took on a few shocks. She could hear which word each one was, but why did it make her a little confused when it was formed into a sentence? Little boyfriend? Night Lingyu reacted for most of the day before reacting to who the little boyfriend she was talking about was. The shock on his face turned into incredulity, and even the pain in his abdomen appeared to have diminished by a few points at this moment. Su Ruabai? Yu Yunchi slightly raised her head. Aang, what's wrong? Can't you? Only after a long time did Night Lingyu spit out a few words. You did it on purpose? Yu Yunchi laughed, not caring that she was staring at her eyes. You guess. Where is he? Cooking me pasta yet? Hearing this, Night Lingyu's heart was inexplicably a little uncomfortable. I really don't know what Su Ruabai thinks. Can the senior sister be genuinely letting him be her boyfriend? Elder sister, you don't think you can provoke me by snatching him away in this way, do you? Sorry to disappoint you. Do you think I would care much about him? Hearing this, Yu Yunchi completely lost the casual look she had just had, and even her voice was a few points colder. Night Lingyu, you really can say such things? He doesn't owe you anything. You don't care about him. There are people who care about him. Night Lingyu was momentarily speechless. In fact, she was just saying that. Looking at her senior sister like this, it didn't seem like she was becoming some sort of boyfriend/girlfriend with Su Ruabai purely for the sake of disgusting herself. Elder sister's character was generally not very angry. Something that could make her angry must be something she cared about very much to be. That is to say, in the eyes of the senior sister, she cares about Su Ruabai. Night Lingyu, you may look down on him and think that he doesn't have the talent to cultivate, but in my eyes, it's you who doesn't deserve to be his master. Night Lingyu wanted to retort, but the truth did seem to be the case. These days, Night Lingyu also knew that Su Ruabai had a very good character, and that his talent for cultivation might not be as good as that of his several senior brothers, but it was still of a moderate degree. It was indeed a dereliction of duty on his part as a master teacher. If you don't want to teach him, you can just transfer him to Qingyan Peak. Originally was strongly supportive to sit up, but also has been listening to Yu Yunchi hear sermon. Night Lingyu feel the whole person is a little drowsy. Hearing this, Night Lingyu instantly panicked. This was the only disciple she had left, and she couldn't let it go to someone else. I'll teach him without you. Yu Yunchi snorted coldly. Think about it. After leaving these words, Yu Yunchi disappeared. Only then did Night Lingyu lie down again. However, it felt a few points harder, as if there was something throbbing in her head. The vision also began to blur. The eyelids fought straight, and finally closed his eyes. His consciousness in a state of half-sleep. Stove. The icy color on Yu Yunchi's face had long disappeared. A very helpless sigh. Master was gone, and she had to worry about this senior sister. If she hadn't promised her master to take care of her senior sister, she wouldn't have bothered to say so much to this mindless senior sister. At this time, Su Ruabai's voice came out from the stoveroom. Senior sister, where were you just now? The noodles are cooked. Come eat. Yu Yunchi let out a hum. It smells so good. Senior brother, is it so delicious down there? Hearing Yu Yunchi's words about tigers and wolves, the corners of Su Ruabai's mouth twitched slightly. Sister should just say it mindlessly, right? Elder sister, you eat first. I'll go and send a bowl over to my master as well. Yu Yunchi nodded and praised. There's still filial piety underneath the delicious food. This must give you an extra 20 points. Su Ruabai smiled. Then thank you, senior sister. Then with the noodles in hand, he headed off into the distance. Looking at his back, Yu Yunchi's face was even more helpless. His girlfriend was here, and he still looked like he was thinking of going to Night Lingyu's place. This was too much filial piety, right? Su Ruabai, it's not that girlfriends don't smell good. It's that mission points have to be. The other side. Knock. Knock. Master, I've cooked noodles and brought them in for you? Su Ruabai stood at the door and waited for a while, and didn't hear any response from inside, so he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart. Wouldn't it stand to reason that she would let herself in? There shouldn't be anything wrong, should there? That's not good. She's her bread and butter now. A few more knocks on the door and still no movement inside. Su Ruabai was a little hesitant to push open the door and enter on her own accord. But if master is in there, it seems a little bad to just go in by yourself, doesn't it? No. 3 meals a day. Not even one missing. So he gently pushed the door open. Probing ahead and sticking it inside the door, he saw Night Lingyu lying on the bed at a glance. Aha! Isn't this in the house? Sleeping at this hour? It doesn't fit in with the master's routine. Su Ruabai walked in gently. Master, it's time to eat noodles. Chapter 28, the well-behaved version of Master. Master? Master G? Wake up. It's time for noodles. After screaming for half a day, Night Lingyu always lay on the bed without moving. Su Ruabai instantly panicked and hurried to the bed. Taking a closer look at Night Lingyu, at this moment, her face was slightly red, but her lips were white, like she was sick. Su Ruabai stretched out his hand, the back of it pressed against her forehead. Hiss, so hot. It can't be a fever, can it? Without thinking much about it, he pulled the quilt aside and covered her. It's a fever and you're not even covered. How old can you be and not take care of yourself? Night Lingyu suddenly curled up and spat out a word weakly from her mouth. It hurts, Su Ruabai said without any good humor. I'll go boil you some ginger soup to remove the cold. Ouch, does a fever hurt this much? It can't be menstruation and fever coming together, right? It's not like 1 + 1 = 2. They'll die together. Master, bear with me, it'll be fine later. Su Ruabai then took out an elixir and handed it to Night Lingyu's mouth. Master, take a painkiller to ease the pain first. The Night Lingyu in this current state was still very obedient, and she opened her mouth wide as soon as the medicine was handed over. It was swallowed in 3 swallows. It still hurts. Is there any difference between the current master and a child? The answer is definitely no difference. Su Ruabai sighed, then crouched in front of her master's body. Where does it hurt? Tummy. Sure enough, menstruation came too. How else could a fever cause a stomach ache? Does it hurt? Ouch. The corners of the eyes of the Night Lingyu is still flooded with tears. This all hurts. The brain seems to be not awake. It is estimated to be very painful. I'll give no a rub? Well, how cute was such a master teacher. Unlike before, when he would only have a cold face. I didn't realize that I had just casually said it, and that the master had actually agreed to it. Su Ruabai certainly knew the difference and didn't stick his hand under the covers. Instead, he found a spot to rub her through the covers. While rubbing it, he said, Is it better? It still hurts. Night Lingyu didn't seem to be satisfied with just rubbing through the covers. He actually grabbed Su Ruabai's hand and brought it under the covers. This gave Su Ruabai a fright. Master, this isn't right, is it? Ouch. Su Ruabai's cold sweat was scared out of him. I don't know if master is conscious now. If she comes to her senses and remembers what's happening now, even if she survives, she'll probably lose her hand, right? Rub. How does this feel like pampering yourself now? Su Ruabai averted his gaze from his master's face. Non-courtesy is not a good idea. What's the saying? You can't be sick without a doctor. In this world, an alchemist is considered a doctor, and he can make fried pills, so he's half a doctor. A little physical contact should be normal when treating a patient, right? The main reason was that Night Lingyu didn't even give him a chance to pull her hand away. Pressing his hand against her stomach, Su Ruabai had to gently rub her. Not to mention, although you can't feel a bit of flab on your stomach, you can still give a soft feeling, and you can score 9 out of 10. As for why less a point, entirely because at the moment Su Ruabai simply do not care to feel this soft belly, but already thinking about waiting until the master sober up. They want to bury in what place? Night Lingyu's frown also stretched under Su Ruabai's movements, and that satisfied expression that only a child would have appeared on her face. This version of Master Chief is just too rare. How about a stay stone to record it? Thinking of this, Su Ruabai was instantly energized. One hand took out a shadow retaining stone and slapped it as if it were at Night Lingyu. Master, you're the one who made me rub my stomach, right? You're not going to cross the river when you're better, are you? No way. If you cross the river, you're a puppy. Well, green peppers for you for lunch. Don't. It's that time of year and you still remember not to eat green peppers. TSK, how much you have to dislike it. Su Ruabai satisfied put away the shadow stone. Even if at that time the master of the time she came to her senses to find their own accounts that he will be able to come up with a bit of evidence is not it? However, Su Ruabai felt that if he took out this shadow retaining stone, the other party would most likely destroy the corpse. About a few minutes later, seeing that Night Lingyu didn't cry out in pain anymore, Su Ruabai spoke up. Master, it doesn't hurt, does it? Why don't you let go of my hand first? No response. Master, be good. Let go of your hand first. I'll go make you ginger soup. Only after hearing these words did Night Lingyu's hand loosen slightly. Su Ruabai hurriedly pulled her hand out. What the hell? Is this the correct way to open a master? Su Ruabai now can only pray that after she comes to her senses there is no memory of the present, or designated to finish the calf. Returning back over to the stoveroom, Su Ruabai however did not see Yu Yunshi's figure, leaving only an empty bowl on the table. There was a note next to the table. I'm going to the library. Come back when you're done. Su Ruabai put the note away, and a faint smile was brought to her face. To be able to stand squarely by the side of senior sister, one still had a long way to go. This time the trials of the Medicine King Valley must take some achievements, just based on this new path of alchemy to see, even if you can't come out on top, then at least you can also obtain some popularity. The ginger soup was soon ready, and with a bowl of ginger soup, Su Ruabai re-entered his master's cave. Night Lingyu was still lying on the bed. However, the complexion of her face could look a lot better than before. Master, the ginger soup is here. Su Ruabai put the back of his hand on Night Lingyu's forehead. The temperature had dropped quite a bit as well. In fact, Su Ruabai was a bit confused. Being an immortal cultivator, how could she still get sick so easily? Must be the picky eaters not eating peppers. Su Ruabai helped Night Lingyu up. Master, open your mouth. Night Lingyu had her eyes closed at this time, as if she couldn't hear him at all anymore. Su Ruabai skimmed her mouth and took a deep breath before softly saying, Master, good boy, open your mouth. Sure enough, the next second Night Spirit Moon opened her mouth. This contrast is a little too big, right? This makes him somewhat doubt whether this master in front of him now is a fake. Feed it to her one bite at a time, saying it again each time she asked her to open her mouth. Su Ruabai's head got big, but fortunately, she eventually forced herself to finish feeding the ginger soup. Finally, you're done with your busy schedule, and with an apprentice like me around, you're just going to be happy. Su Ruabai wiped the sweat on the forehead, stood up, just ready to go back, this only to find that the table is still set with a bowl of noodles. Suddenly the whole person is frozen in place. Chapter 29, Stay here because of you. Of course, an hour and a half later, Night Lingyu sat up from the bed holding her forehead. The head is still a bit uncomfortable, like that reaction after too much alcohol. However, this was nothing compared to the pain in my abdomen earlier. Rubbing his brow, his brain was rebooting as well. It seems that the senior sister came to find herself before, and then Su Ruabai. Su Ruabai, Night Lingyu's fair face instantly turned red. Now she has one thought in her head. Find a crack in the ground and bury herself. The entire person's scalp went a little numb at the thought of actively grabbing Su Ruabai's hand and placing it on his belly. Took 2 deep breaths, then said to myself, I don't remember anything. Nothing. After hypnotizing his side, his complexion then returned to normal. Senior sister is actually quite right. Su Ruabai does not owe himself anything. On the contrary, it seems that he owes him a little more. Although he was his master, he had never done his duty as a master, while the other party had been doing his best to take care of himself when he was down and out. As soon as she thought of this, Night Lingyu recalled Su Ruabai patiently coaxing herself to drink ginger soup. Damn it! We must settle the score with him when he comes. The book depository. Elder sister, brought you cinnamon cakes. After working in the morning, since there weren't quite enough ingredients left, he made a trip out of the clan and happened to bring some food for Yu Yunchi as well. Chasing girls should be willing to spend money. Of course, here the willingness to be within their own means. It's better not to do things like swollen faces. Su Ruabai was now a small asset by selling thunderbolt balls. Plus he had also decided to pursue his senior sister. So naturally he had to put in some effort. The final result of how Su Ruabai think it is not important. Just like reading a book. Can not just look at the end of it, even if not willing, but at least the process is good. Yu Yunchi tilted her head. The book says that if you offer something for nothing, you are either a traitor or a thief. Senior brother, which one are you? At those words, Su Ruabai couldn't help but cry and laugh a little. Senior sister, aren't you my girlfriend? What's wrong with being nice to you? Yu Yunchi pondered for a moment, then spoke out of turn. That would be gluttony for my body. Su Ruabai face is stiff. Senior sister, this play is still stable nah. However, she didn't seem to be wrong, and in a way, it did seem to be gluttony for her body. The book says that if a boyfriend doesn't crave his girlfriend's body, then it's not considered liking. So master must like me, right? Su Ruabai had thought about how to round a little. Did not expect the senior sister actually took the initiative to help him to round back. Ahem. Senior sister is right. Yu Yunchi patted the seat on the side, signaling Su Ruabai to sit over. Su Ruabai didn't hesitate and sat straight down next to Yu Yunchi. Senior, can I still come to your place tonight? Hearing this, Su Ruabai hurriedly waved his hand and refused. No, that was a special circumstance yesterday, and it wouldn't have a good impact if it were to spread out. Where could Su Ruabai not know that what Yu Yunchi said yesterday about the curfew was false? If put under normal circumstances, Su Ruabai would definitely have chosen to refuse her stay. After all, it's just too much of an impact on a girl's innocence. But last night he belonged to the state of being emo, and himself wanted someone to stay with him, so his heart wavered and he stayed for her. Now, if he said anything, he couldn't agree to Yu Yunchi's continued need to stay overnight. The main thing was that, with a big beauty lying right next to him, even a relatively strong-willed one like him couldn't possibly be able to restrain himself all the time. Right? Okay, but, sleeping on your bed, senior brother, will feel more comfortable, especially with your scent on it. It smells good. The way this was said, it gave Su Ruabai a bit of a blush from the whole thing. Did he have a scent on him? Su Ruabai sniffed towards himself and didn't smell anything. On the contrary, he was able to clearly smell the scent of the elder sister next to him. Yesterday, elder sister slept in her own bed for the night. Would there be her scent on the bed as well? Su Ruabai hurriedly shook off the strange thoughts in his head, almost turning into a demented man. Let's come back later when we have the chance, senior sister. Lately our heavenly spirit peak has not been peaceful either. Speaking of this, Su Ruabai had almost forgotten about the main event. He still had to go and try to find out when elder brother and the others were planning to make their move. In a few days he will go to the Valley of the Medicine King, which does not ask clearly he is somewhat uneasy to go okay. Sister, can I ask you a question? Why did you come to the cache? Puzzled, Yu Yunchi asked back. Then why did you come to the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion? Senior brother? Earn spirit stones. In that case, are you very short of spirit stones? Senior sister, I have them here. I can give you all of them if you want. Looking at the senior sister, this face serious look, Su Ruabai feel that if he really want, the senior sister really will give. Su Ruabai smiled helplessly. Senior sister, I can earn spirit stones now. Besides, if I want your spirit stones, that won't make me a soft eater? Yu Yunchi tilted her head and said, what's wrong with eating soft rice? I'd be happy to give you a soft meal. Hearing her say this, Su Ruabai was a little touched in his heart. There are times when just a casual remark is 1,000 times more lethal than a confession. Let's not talk about that. Sister, you haven't answered me yet. Yu Yunchi then said, coming to the Hidden Scripture Pavilion is of course more convenient to read books but, in these few years, you should have finished reading all the books in the Tibetan Scripture Pavilion, senior sister, right? Yu Yunchi nodded. Indeed, they have all been read. Some of them have been read several times, and there have been no new books added over the years. There are not many books to read. Then, senior sister, why do you still want to stay here? Yu Yunchi took out a book and casually flipped open one side, pointing to the words on it. Drunkenness is not about the wine. It's about the mountains and the water. Su Ruabai couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. What was senior sister doing pointing out a sentence to herself? Part of the culture of this world is common with the culture of the previous life. This point raises Su Ruabai lived for so many years also did not figure out why. Just think of it as a collision of geniuses. He had also studied this poem and naturally understood what it probably referred to. Could it be that what senior sister meant was that she stayed in this Bible pavilion not because of the books? Then what could it be because of? As if she had read his thoughts, Yu Yunchi faintly came to his ear and whispered, idiot, of course staying here is because of you. Chapter 30, The Hongmen Banquet. Flop flop. Su Ruabai could clearly feel his heartbeat accelerating. Senior sister's casual words were lethal enough, and speaking such words of love, Su Ruabai felt like he was going to fall completely. Still thinking about raiding the teacher sister. This he invariably has been the teacher sister to raid. Senior sister, you're not deliberately saying nice things to me, are you? However, Su Ruabai had already gotten an answer from the serious expression on his senior sister's face. Eyes fluttered, trying to avoid her, but even if he moved his eyes away he could still feel a burning gaze on him, only to hear Yu Yunchi suddenly say, senior brother, can I give you a kiss? Good. Su Ruabai subconsciously replied with the word good, but quickly reacted to what the other party was saying and hurriedly said, no, can't. The word no had just been uttered when a soft sensation came from his face. When Su Ruabai's sideways glance tried to look over, Yu Yunchi had already retracted it. There was still a hint of self-condemnation in her eyes at this point. Can't. I thought senior brother said it was okay. Su Ruabai almost thought that she was really blaming herself, but as a result, she pointed to her cheeks and then said, then, is it okay if I let senior brother kiss me back? Su Ruabai stared at her fair and pretty face and couldn't help but gulp. No, who's teasing who here? It always feels like senior sister is being a hooligan. Su Ruabai all feel as if he is a little dizzy. Then hurriedly spoke. No need. No need. Senior sister, I still have to go sell the Thunderbolt pills. I'll leave first. Su Ruabai said that he couldn't stand it, couldn't stand it at all, and could only strategically retreat first. After leaving these words, he flew away. After Su Ruabai left, Yu Yunchi pursed the corners of her lips, and a hint of a smile was brought to her face. Knock, knock, eldest brother, are you there? Su Ruabai didn't go straight to the turning square after escaping from the scripture pavilion. It was also time to find out the enemy situation from the eldest brother. After all, eldest senior brother had also explained before that the master should go to him to report any situation. He had never taken the initiative to look for himself, and if he didn't brush up his presence, he was afraid that he would be suspicious by then. Gotta think of something to say first, though, judging from the standpoint of eldest senior brother, he definitely didn't want any signs of recovery from his master. If he knew that senior was recovering, eldest brother would definitely not be able to sit still, and if they didn't recover, the other side could strike at any time. So, it has to be that take a degree. Soon the door pulled open. Zhang Yunqi spoke up. Senior brother, is there something going on at the master's place? Su Ruabai nodded, then cried out. Senior brother, I feel like I can't do this anymore. It's going to be life-threatening if it goes on like this. Zhang Yunqi asked with a somewhat grave gaze. What's wrong? Master, she had a fever this morning. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqi was relieved. Since he would have a fever, it meant that his cultivation had not recovered. A fever? How is that life-threatening? Master, she held a sword to my neck and told me to go make her ginger soup. Zhang Yunqi thought it was a big deal. If it was just that one spirit-whispering sword, Zhang Yunqi wasn't very concerned about it. He was at least a yuaning stage. How could he be weaker than a spirit sword that had no master to manipulate it? Zhang Yunqi was afraid that this master teacher of his would have some other tricks up his sleeve. However, if he really had some tricks up his sleeve, he probably wouldn't have huddled in his cave and not come out, right? He had pressed on a bit. Those two senior brothers are also chicken thieves. They don't move themselves. Since you don't want to move, don't move. As long as he temporarily trapped his two senior brothers and then seized the yin yuan of his master, then he would not have to be afraid of those two senior brothers at all afterwards. It was a risky thing to do, but riches and riches. Cultivation was originally a big gamble. It's alright, senior brother. Master teacher's temperament isn't considered good. Coupled with the physical problems, it's inevitable that her temper will be almost as bad. When she recovers, she shouldn't be like this. But Su Ruabai still wanted to push back. But, senior master, she said that she would let you, senior brother, take care of her, and that I can't take care of her well. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqi was horrified in his heart. Let me go? Originally, Zhang Yunqi had planned to make a move, but now he instantly faltered. Surely letting himself go wasn't really wanting him to take care of his master or anything. The master had long known that he and his two senior brothers had secretly betrayed her. This is ostensibly a way to get yourself to take care of her. But in reality, isn't that the Hongmen banquet? There was no doubt that master teacher must have a means of dealing with him, or else he couldn't have said such words. Ahem, senior brother. As you know, senior brother, I'm rather busy and can't find the time to take care of my senior, so I'll trouble you to take care of her on my behalf. Hearing him say that, Su Ruabai knew that his words must have taken effect. I'm going to the Pilking Valley in a few days, so I might not be able to take care of master teacher. Master teacher still has to eat. It's fine. Just get your meal done ahead of time. Come on, I have a gadget here that can preserve food. Take it. With a flip of Zhang Yunqi's hand, a small box appeared in his hand and handed it to Su Ruabai. Su Ruabai blinked his eyes a few times. He had considered this matter before, and had wondered if he wanted to learn about ice-based formations and make a refrigerator out of it to preserve food. As it turns out, big brother prepared himself straight away. Then thank you, eldest brother. Zhang Yunqi nodded. Go on. If you are really unavailable, you can go and find the other two senior brothers to take care of senior. I think they should be quite happy to do so. Su Ruabai hummed. Then, senior brother, I'm leaving. Eldest brother is stable for now, and their second and third brother. It was just as well. Didn't eldest brother say that he would let himself go to them? This eldest brother is afraid that he is more cloudy than stagnant water. Even if he was afraid himself, he was still thinking of letting those few senior brothers of his test the waters. The residences of the second and third elder brothers weren't too far away, and Su Ruabai first went to the closest second elder brother's place. Compared to the other two senior brothers, one didn't have many encounters with him. The eldest brother is of the gentle type, but is in fact an old silver coin. Third brother is one of the more outgoing and lively types. Well, not really a nice person either. The second elder brother is a bit more silent, not to mention the fact that it looks like he's already not a good person. To be honest, until now Su Ruabai felt a bit incredulous. How did this good old heavenly spirit peak play into a 5-player triple kill? It is good that these three rebels are not one heart. Otherwise this lord-in cannot afford to help the same. Want to win, that is too difficult. Chapter 31, 10,000 Swords Decision. Knock, knock. Second brother. Are you there? Li Yuan's voice soon came out from inside the house. What is it? I'm going to Pilking Valley in a few days, so I might not be able to take care of Master. Master originally asked eldest brother to go, but eldest brother said to let you go. The door was then pulled open. Li Yuan grimaced. Eldest brother asked me to go? Su Ruobai nodded. That's what eldest brother said. No matter what is said, it has to be the big brother who takes the blame anyway. Li Yuan sneered. I don't have the time. If you want to find it, go find your third senior brother. Bang. After saying that, Li Yuan closed the door. Su Ruobai rubbed his nose before going to find third senior brother. It was the same words, but the third senior brother was much more talkative. And of course, the result was the same resignation of the matter. He then gave him a bag of spirit stones and told him to take good care of his master. I have to say, of the three senior brothers, the third one is the most imposing. Every time he met with the third brother, it seemed there was never a time when he left empty-handed. The three elder brothers were sort of stabilized for the time being. However, it's inevitable that there won't be any surprises. To be on the safe side, when the time comes, let the elder sister help watch over them. Don't let them change their mind again temporarily. Noon. Knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. Hearing Su Ruobai's voice, Night Lingyu instantly became a bit flustered. Tidying up a little, he tried to maintain a serious expression. Come in too. It wasn't just this one inside the door that was panicking. This one outside the door was equally panicked. The master had spoken, no doubt regaining his sobriety. Su Ruobai cannot help but be a little scared. No matter what, are a grasshopper on a rope? Cannot really GA their own right? Then he pushed open the door and entered the house. As expected, at this moment, the master teacher was sitting on the stool beside the table with a cool expression, having already returned to his usual state. If it is not that the shadow retaining stone is still there, Su Ruobai is somewhat skeptical that this morning's docile version of his master is not the one he dreamed of. Master, how does it feel? Night Lingyu had a hint of doubt on her face. How about what? Master, you had a fever in the morning, and it was a bit severe. Yeah? I don't remember. Only then did Su Ruobai secretly breathe a sigh of relief when he heard his master's words. It does look like you're so burnt out that you can't even remember. Night Lingyu glanced at the food box in his hand and faintly asked, What's for lunch? Green peppers. Night Lingyu looked at him with extremely dangerous eyes. Master, good boy. Bah, aim. This good word are used to say. Now is not a good version of the master. Do not pay attention to the wording of the point but to be in trouble. Su Ruobai hurriedly said. Master, look at you. If you are not picky about food, as a cultivator how can you get sick? This green pepper is just seasoning. Less green pepper is less soul. Master, you really do not want to eat green pepper that can only eat meat. Hearing this, Night Lingyu was instantly unhappy. She hadn't been in this situation before. Where would it be because she was picky about food? It must be because this time her roots were damaged, causing her body to collapse all the way, so she was in this situation. However, the last stir-fry was really quite good, so as long as it wasn't a bowl full of green peppers, she could still accept it. Count on it. This is for you. Night Lingyu placed a jade slip on the table. Then he spoke. A sword skill. Take it back and look at it first. If you don't understand it, you can come and ask me. Su Ruobai didn't expect there to be any unexpected gains. Was thinking of looking for door sword skill to try that sword heart to have what use? Did not expect the master this will give himself to the door. Thank you, master. Then, I'll go back first? Night Lingyu nodded. Go. When Su Ruobai left, Night Lingyu's face swished red. She could barely hold her tongue with that good behavior just now. The strange feeling went straight to the sky, and it was only because she thought of all the sad things in her life and time that she could barely suppress it. Very shyly, he cursed, this rebellious disciple really has no manners at all. Then he opened the food box and looked at the rice in the food box and then at his hand holding the chopsticks. The thought that it would be nice if someone fed me at this time came to my mind. No, 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 no. She's taken on 4 disciples in total, 3 rebellious disciples, and the other one has to follow her senior sister and run away. How can this work? Night Lingyu felt that when Su Ruobai came back at night then she had to give a good lecture on how to find a girlfriend. You have to keep your eyes peeled. Don't be confused and be cheated by others. The main reason was that she really didn't think that her senior sister was genuinely interested in Su Ruobai. sister's so fun-loving character. Maybe a whim. And so on. By the time Su Ruabai how to cry knows do not know. However, the current situation is a clay bodhisattva over the river itself is difficult to protect. She still have to find an opportunity to talk to her sister is. Although the heart of the sister still with a little hate. But if the other side can now help themselves, then she will not have to worry about the other 3 retrograde disciples. 10,000 swords technique? It feels a bit like a big road trip. But a lot of the fairy spells and such have very common names. Something like the flame score devouring wave ruler great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger is basically rare. This 10,000 swords skill was divided into 5 realms: introductory, minor achievement, proficient, major achievement, and perfection. To get started was to manipulate 1 sword, 3 for minor accomplishment, 10 for proficiency, 100 for major accomplishment, and at the consummation, it was the true 10,000 sword skill. Of course, this sword did not refer to a spirit sword, but a sword composed of spiritual energy. This required much more than just an understanding of the sword, and likewise required a huge amount of spiritual energy to support it. Otherwise you just might not be able to condense the sword out. Su Ruabai condensed a few spell seals following the gestures on the jade sketch. Soon the shape of a sword condensed in front of his body. However, it looked a bit similar to the thunderbolt that fell during the tribulation. Like a scaled-down version. It's that simple? But why does the sword I've condensed feel different from what's written on the jade slip? Su Ruabai's mind moved, and soon another sword condensed out. 2, 3, 4. By the time Su Ruabai reached the 6th hand, he felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. Every sword that was condensed needed to be given spiritual energy all the time. And the spiritual energy needed was not just a little bit. The 6 swords nearly emptied him. Su Ruabai probably had to calculate that with his current realm, 3 was the most appropriate. If there was enough spiritual power, any feeling like a million swords or something like that wouldn't matter. No bottlenecks at all. Maybe that's what the sword mind is for. Chapter 32, Who to Save First? Into the night. Qing Yen Peak. Knock. Knock. Yu Yunqi felt a little strange. Who would come to find herself at this hour? Sister. Is it there? Aha. Su Ruabai? What's he doing here? Go to your place to live. You do not like. Originally want to come to my place. It seems that this senior brother is not so muted. Yes, I'll come and open the door for you. Senior. Yu Yunqi opened the door and looked at Su Ruabai, who was holding a small box outside the door, and asked with some confusion. Senior brother. What is this? Su Ruabai grinned. Senior sister. Just made dumplings. Try them. Yu Yunqi took the box he handed over, and looked at the still-stained flour on her face and couldn't help but be a little dazed. Dumplings? Aha! It's wrapped in spirit pork. It's also considered immortal food. Senior sister can eat it without worry. I don't think it's New Year's Eve. Is it? Of course not. I wanted to eat it, so I wrapped too. Elder sister. The dumplings have been delivered, so I'll go back first. After saying that, Su Ruabai was about to leave. Yu Yunqi was confused. No, you really just came to deliver dumplings? Senior. Wait. Su Ruabai returned to her senses and asked with some confusion. What's wrong? Won't you come in and sit down? Su Ruabai waved her hand. No need. No need. Senior sister. Isn't your Qing Yin Peak under curfew? I won't be able to leave later if I don't leave early, right? Yu Yunqi also didn't know whether this he really didn't understand or didn't understand. At a time like this he even pulled the curfew thing with himself. Let's just say it's worthy of him. Senior brother. You could have stayed here for the night. Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai had to refuse even more. Senior sister. I appreciate your kindness. I still have to go and deliver the dumplings to my master first. She hasn't had dinner yet. Hearing this, Yu Yunqi was all of a sudden a little sour. Why did it feel like in his eyes this girlfriend of his was far less important than his master? Yu Yunqi said quietly. Senior brother. If one day, your master and I both fell into the river, who would you save? Su Ruabai faced a question mark. He did not find that Yu Yunqi is jealous, but instead he thought that his senior sister may have read some strange books again. Elder sister. You're all immortal cultivators. You shouldn't need me to save you, right? What if none of us have any cultivation, and then you can still only save one person? Su Ruabai thought for a moment, then said, save master first. Hearing this, Yu Yunqi was a little less than happy in her heart. Your master looks down on you and you're still so filial. Only to hear Su Ruabai continue, and then falling in love with you. After saying this, Su Ruabai was also a bit embarrassed. This answer is still on the internet in a previous life. I did not expect that one day can really come in handy. Hearing this reply, Yu Yunqi froze in a flash. The unhappiness in her heart dissipated. She was really not expecting that kind of answer. I didn't realize that this senior brother looks mute on the surface, but in fact, he's very boring. Ahem. Senior sister. I'll leave first. After saying that, Su Ruwabai hurriedly ran away. Love words and all that were really not for him to say. The corner of Yu Yunshi's lips curled up into an arc. Then she unveiled the box in her hand. Looking at the dumplings inside the box, eyes flickered slightly. Where are the dumplings handmade by my senior brother? Grabbing his chopsticks, he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. How come the dumplings have a sweet flavor? Sky Spirit Peak. Su Ruwabai patted his somewhat hot face. Obviously the one who said love words was himself, but in the end he was shy. However, once he thought back to his senior sister, after she heard his words, she remained expressionless. Su Ruwabai knew that saying this kind of words for his senior sister may not have much effect. Perhaps there was no definition of so-called love at all in sister's head. In other words, the senior sister one was chasing wasn't much different from chasing a rock. However, Su Ruwabai is not discouraged. He firmly believed in the saying, sincerity to goldstone for open, even if it is a stone. Su Ruwabai believed that as long as the water can flow down, there will be a day senior sister can understand their own meaning. Knock, knock, come in. Su Ruwabai entered the house. Leave the food box in your hand. Master, the dumplings that were made tonight. Well, if it's not enough to eat, I have more there. At those words, Knight Lingyu frowned. What does that mean? Making it seem like she can eat. It didn't matter what to eat. Now that he had recovered to the foundation establishment stage of cultivation, he didn't have too many requirements for food or anything else. Even if you don't eat it, it won't matter. However, what Su Ruwabai was making now was immortal food, which contained spiritual energy and was also beneficial for recovery. Plus, the fact that the meal, no doubt, was a false signal to those disciples was what mattered. Ahem. Su Ruwabai, I heard you got a girlfriend? Hearing this, Su Ruwabai was dumbfounded. Ah, senior, where did you know that? Guess. Su Ruwabai couldn't help but be a little puzzled. Although it was true that according to his previous life, having a girlfriend and not having a girlfriend could be seen. However, that was all the ability of the older generation who had come over. This master teacher of his own, wasn't he also a single dog? How did she see that? Night Spirit Moon continued. Is it convenient to say where in the clan she is from? Master can give you a reference. Su Ruwabai was very skeptical whether her so-called reference was useful or not. It's just a senior sister. Not too good for anything else, right, sister? Knight Lingyu's face went black. According to seniority, Yu Yunshi should be his senior uncle, right? You want Su Ruwabai to call you sister? You're just pretending to be young, aren't you? What do you think of her as a person? Pretty good. Then, if one day, that senior sister of yours and my master both fall into the water, who will you save first? No, what about me? It's fine for sister to ask this question, but why are you asking it too? Master? Save master first. Hearing this, Night Spirit Moon nodded in satisfaction. Humph, senior sister, fight with me, you are still early. What about your senior sister? I fell in love with my senior sister? The room suddenly fell into a dead silence. Night Lingyu had just had the corners of her mouth rise upwards in triumph. When she heard this, she immediately froze. Why does it feel like you've been stuffed? In his heart, he also regretted. Why did he ask this kind of question to make himself uncomfortable for a good reason? Master didn't teach you much before. Now that I'm free, then naturally I have to say a few words about you. Su Ruwabai nodded. Speak, master. Looking for a girlfriend? You must keep your eyes peeled. Don't be fooled only. Some women, on the surface look well behaved, in fact bad. Chapter 33, Meeting the Parents? Su Ruwabai wanted to spit out a sentence at this point. Is it possible that some women who appear to be high maintenance actually have a goody two-shoes version? Very perfunctorily, he replied. What master said. Knight Lingyu also didn't know if he was listening to this or not. Then he spoke. Bring that senior sister of yours over to me tomorrow. I have something to say to her. Ha? Su Ruwabai was dumbfounded. The 8 characters haven't even started yet. Wouldn't it be a bit too early? Su Ruwabai had no father or mother. And, in the immortal cultivation world, if they were to become Dao couples with each other, the people they would meet would be the masters and elders of both sides. Doesn't having the other person come to see her mean meeting the parents? Night Lingyu skimmed her mouth, where she couldn't tell that this brat was misunderstanding. Just wanna help you look. You talk to the other party. If she doesn't want to come for the time being, forget it. Hearing this, Su Ruwabai nodded. However, Su Ruwabai heart is actually a little worried. After all, the master and the Qingyan Zunshi are not against each other, and the senior sister is the disciple of the Qingyan Zunshi. This relationship, well, by the way, why are you so late today? Delivering dumplings to senior sister. Hearing this, Night Lingyu wanted to slap herself. What was the point of asking so much? Stuffing another mouthful. But, in other words, the dumplings were not made for yourself? Rather, it was made for sister? Does that mean that you're able to eat the dumplings because of your sister? Thinking of this, Night Lingyu's eyes towards Su Ruabai became a few points more dangerous. However, Su Ruabai didn't notice this and instead spoke. Master, eat and rest early. I'll leave first. After that, Su Ruabai arched his hand and left. When Su Ruabai left, Night Lingyu opened the food box, indignantly glanced at the dumplings inside, and cursed, "Stinky senior sister. This all has to be snatched from me." Then they picked up chopsticks and picked up a dumpling and put it into their mouths. This vicious look as if the bite was her senior sister. Why are these dumplings sour? The next day, your master wants to see me? Yu Yunchi couldn't help but feel something odd in her heart. Good for nothing. Why does the senior sister suddenly want to see herself? Meet the parents? I think it should not mean the so-called meeting parents. This may just be a front. It is presumed to be the senior sister to find their own what is the matter. So Yu Yunchi agreed. Then I'll go with you to Heavenly Spirit Peak later. Su Ruabai also didn't expect his senior sister to agree so dryly, but it was also true that she probably didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. Senior sister, my master may not be very talkative. Not very talkative? Yu Yunchi pretended not to know. Then spoke. Then if your master teacher bullies me, are you on my side or on your master teacher's side? Hearing this question, Su Ruabai couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why does sister always ask such tricky questions lately? Which book did you read again? Su Ruabai replied without hesitation. Of course I'm on senior sister's side. Don't worry about it. Senior sister, master and girlfriend. He still understands the lesser of the two. Aha. Yu Yunchi is very satisfied, nodded. Looks like she intercepted or very successful well. Su Ruabai then continued. By the way, senior sister, there's something I have to ask you for. What is it? Su Ruabai then said. It's just that during these days when I'm going to Pill King Valley, I'll be troubling senior sister to help me look after senior. Yu Yunchi said with a difficult face. If those senior brothers of yours were to make a move, I might not be able to stop them. These words were of course just a lie to Su Ruabai. Yu Yunchi was Night Lingyu's senior sister anyways. Although his talent might not be as good as Night Lingyu's, his cultivation didn't fall much behind. Still handy against a couple of late bloomers. Mainly, Yu Yunchi was more interested in seeing just how far Su Ruabai could go for his unintelligent senior sister. If the few rebellious disciples of her senior sister really want to make a move, it is naturally impossible for her to sit back and do nothing. Su Ruabai pondered for a moment, then said, Senior sister, if they really do it, if they can't stop it, forget it, let's just say that it's the fate of senior. In fact, Yu Yunchi felt that this senior sister of hers still had a pretty good fate. At least there was such a good disciple like Su Ruabai around. Unable to help but sigh. Senior brother, I'm a little envious of your master. Anyway, that master of yours isn't treating you well. Why don't you come and be my disciple? Hearing this, Su Ruabai froze. Could it be that senior sister was saying this because she was already tired of playing boyfriend/girlfriend and was more curious about the relationship between master and disciple, so she said this? Only to hear Yu Yunchi continue. Senior brother, you say, being a master and a Taoist couple, this will be fun, right? Ha? Su Ruabai mouth corner slightly twitching. This is what strange play. In his previous life, he had read a lot of online articles that were all about rushing teachers and disciples, and naturally, he had not fantasized about such things. Of course, fantasies were fantasies, but Su Ruabai still knew what she could and couldn't do. Just why were we originally talking about business? How come this topic has suddenly become unorthodox? Su Ruabai then said, Senior sister, don't all the books talk about honoring teachers? I'm afraid this isn't very good, is it? Yu Yunchi shook her head. If master and disciple are in love, naturally it is not considered against honoring the teacher. I see quite a few words written in quite a beautiful way. That's true enough. After all, honoring the teacher is about not going against his will. If the two love each other, it should be considered a good story. That's true. But, senior sister, it's better to forget about it. Having a master is already enough. But, the book says that falling in love with your master seems to be an exciting thing, right? At those words, Su Ruabai inexplicably brought this object to his master. Falling in love with your master? Daba daba. Even if she has a bad temper, she's hard to serve. The point is, she doesn't eat green peppers. If you piss her off one day, it's not a thrill, it's a shock. Compared to the master or something, or he this elder sister fragrant. Then somewhat helplessly, she said, Senior sister, what's in the book? Just take a look at it. Not everything is as beautiful as what's portrayed in the book. Yu Yunchi nodded, did not refute his words again, and secretly said in his heart, Master, You are giving me a problem. Afternoon. Night Spirit Moon's Cave. Su Ruwabai brought Yu Yunshi to his master's cave. As always, Sensei sat down on the stool. Su Ruwabai introduced, Senior, this is the senior sister of Qing Yin Peak. Yu Yunshi arched her hand and shouted, Greetings, Patriarch. Seeing Yu Yunshi call out to herself like this, Night Lingyu could tell that she didn't want to have her identity broken up right now. Night Lingyu looked over at Su Ruwabai, who was standing next to Yu Yunshi. You go out first. I have some things to talk about with her. Su Ruwabai hesitated for a moment, then said, Master, you shouldn't want to eat green peppers tonight, right? Hearing this, Night Lingyu's eyebrows widened a few points. This couldn't be a threat, right? This kid, he's really got his wings. But, peppers and stuff, definitely not. With a dark face, he said, it's just a simple chat with your senior sister. Su Ruwabai dry coughed too. Heart secretly, before also did not lie a few brothers This green pepper is also considered the weakness of the master well. After Su Ruwabai left, Yu Yunshi laughed out. TSK, senior sister. I didn't even realize before that you hate eating green peppers so much. Hearing this, Night Ling, you are a little ashamed. Heart secretly scolded Su Ruwabai a few times. How to make her like a vicious mother-in-law, but also deliberately take this to warn themselves a little. Elder sister, I want to ask for your help. Yu Yunshi put away the smile on her face and turned serious. Help? Looking for me? Night Lingyu is also a little embarrassed. After all, before to break with senior sister is also himself. Now beg for help is still himself. Senior sister, I thought you already knew about the situation on the mountain. Elder sister, help me. Chapter 34, 3 Conditions. Yu Yunshi was a bit powerless to spit on her. Did this look like a begging attitude? However, she also knew what kind of character this senior sister of hers had, and to be able to have her come and ask for her help was already very rare. For example, before she lost all of her cultivation, even if her several disciples on her eye that did not want to come over to beg for their own this senior sister, helping you is fine, but on one condition. Night Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. If her senior sister was able to help her, then she wouldn't have to worry about those few rebellious disciples at all. On what terms? 3 conditions. First, I happen to have the reverse fate immortal herb on hand right now. Before Yu Yunshi could finish speaking, Night Lingyu looked at Yu Yunshi with a fiery gaze and said, Senior sister, do you really have this? Yu Yunshi nodded. I got it in the early years. I didn't expect that I would really come across this situation one day. The condition, it's also very simple. After restoring your cultivation, you still have to remain in the same way as you are now. At those words, Night Lingyu frowned. If her cultivation could be restored, the first thing she would do would be to go and yank those few rebellious disciples. And this would still leave her as she was? Those few rushing masters and rebellious disciples she had not wanted to endure for a long time. Why? Yu Yunshi smiled. Don't you want to see how far Su Ruwabai can go for you? Night Lingyu froze and quickly realized what she meant by that. So far, Night Lingyu still feels some incredulity towards Su Ruwabai, one of his own disciples that he least cares about. In the end, is the one who is on his side? Night Lingyu also didn't know exactly what purpose he was carrying. As for honoring the teacher, she wasn't even considered his teacher at all. Honoring an egg of a teacher. Although he was referring to knowing this, his heart was still a little curious as to just how far he would be able to go for his titular master, who had never looked him in the eye. Well, Yu Yunshi continued, then, the second condition. This is not something that I left behind, but rather, it was left behind by my master, so it is not a mandatory condition. Hearing this, Night Lingyu was a bit curious in her heart. Senior? Why didn't she say it to me personally? Yu Yunshi spread her hands. You'll have to ask her old man about this. It's useless to ask me. However, I think that at that time, if she had told you, you wouldn't have followed what she said. Night Lingyu wanted to ask, but master, her old man, had already passed away in immortality, so how could she ask? Then asked, what were the terms of that? Only to see, Yu Yunshi's complexion became a few points more eccentric and said, Master said that she calculated a fortune for you, that your red Luan star should be among your 4 disciples, so that you should find a man to control you earlier, and you wouldn't be so capricious. After hearing these words, Night Lingyu felt her brain buzzing. The star of red Luan is the master of marriage and falls among the 4 disciples? In other words, one's future husband is among the 4 disciples? Now in this situation, the other 3 are definitely unlikely. So doesn't that clearly refer to Su Ruwabai? Elder sister, are you kidding me? Yu Yunshi dryly coughed twice. This is what the master said, and not what I said. You love to believe it or not. This is not a mandatory condition. Night Lingyu said quietly. It's not because he's your boyfriend, so it's not mandatory, right? She was now very skeptical that Yu Yunqi was not intentionally trying to intervene. It was estimated that this senior sister of hers had long guessed that the person that her master was talking about was Su Ruobai. Night Lingyu also didn't suspect that her senior sister was lying to her. At first she actually did not want to accept the meaning of the apprentice, but her master let her go to accept the apprentice, but also must make up 4 disciples. At that time the Night Lingyu wanted do not understand why this is, and now it seems that it should also be because of the master counted the trigrams of that. Yu Yunqi once again dryly coughed twice, and her face became a little embarrassed. Just as Night Lingyu thought, Yu Yunqi had long seen that those other disciples of Night Lingyu were not good birds. So, naturally, he knew that the person master teacher was talking about was definitely Su Ruobai. So Yu Yunqi began to observe what was so special about Su Ruobai that would cause her stubborn senior sister to move the red Luan star. It was such an observation that it backfired. He looked ordinary and common like most people, but for some reason, there was a unique charm in him that attracted her. Yu Yunqi couldn't believe at first that she would be interested in such an ordinary man, but as he observed him for a longer and longer period of time, in reality, Su Ruobai didn't appear to be as ordinary as he looked. He had qualities that were not found in those heavenly prides, just like his several senior brothers. So what if they are gifted? Their heart destines them for achievement. Su Ruobai, on the other hand, was different, and apart from his cultivation talent, he was quite excellent in all other aspects. Good-looking and good cook. Many advantages anyway. Of course, this may also be because of the lover's eyes. Look at him everywhere, feel good. Yu Yunqi also did not deny this, because she really liked this teenager. Then Yu Yunqi continued, "Sister, words cannot say so well, like to grasp. Senior sister, I am still generous. You, as long as you are willing to do small, I will not care so much." Hearing this, Night Lingyu was dumbfounded. "Senior sister, you don't have a fever, do you?" Yu Yunqi said helplessly. "You think I want to? If it wasn't for the fact that this is the master's intention, I wouldn't bother with you." Yu Yunqi also cannot help. After all, it is her cut off in the first. The heart is more or less not too good. Master is also really too biased. How to give the younger sister to read a fortune and not to read a fortune for himself? Doesn't she have a red Luan star on Su Ruobai? Afterwards, Yu Yunqi continued, "The third condition, say 100 times that senior sister is sorry." Ha! Night Lingyu wondered if she herself had heard something wrong. "Senior sister? What did you just say?" "I said, the third condition is to say senior sister is sorry 100 times. After a pause, Yu Yunqi added, "This is a hard condition. Originally thought that the senior sister is a good person. Now it seems that, as in the past, still like to play tricks on their own." Seeing that Night Lingyu stopped talking, Yu Yunqi flipped her hand and the reverse fate immortal herb appeared in her hand. Looking at Night Spirit Moon, she said with a smile, "What about the reverse fate immortal herb? If this were placed outside, it could be exchanged for quite a few heavenly treasures. Now just call a few times senior sister to apologize for just that. There won't be anyone who can't even take advantage of such a good thing, right?" Seeing this bitchy look of hers, Night Lingyu was furious. The first 2 conditions were forgettable. This third one was purely spoofing her. Taking 2 deep breaths, he then whispered, "Senior sister, I'm sorry. Speak up. Can't hear you. Senior sister, I'm sorry. No feelings, doesn't count." Outside the house, Su Ruobai had been pacing back and forth in the doorway, and when she heard the sound of the door opening, she immediately stopped and looked in the direction of the door. Looking at Yu Yunqi, whose eyes were a little red, she immediately panicked. "Elder sister, are you alright?" "No, it's okay." Su Ruobai didn't believe that she looked like she was fine. "Senior sister, what did she say about my senior?" Yu Yunqi said with a look of watering eyes. "Well, she said she doesn't like me and told me to stay away from you." "Senior brother, is it true that we won't be able to see each other in the future?" At those words, Su Ruobai's fists clenched a few points. Usually the senior sister is not much expression of the kind. Can let her show this expression now. The master must have said something excessive, right? Well, you mastermind. It looks like you really want to eat green peppers, doesn't it? Night Spirit Moon. Of course not. Senior sister, don't worry about it. What it was like before is what it will be like afterward. Don't worry about what my master said. She doesn't like you, it's enough that I like you. Yu Yunqi nodded. But, I still have a hard time. This made it a bit difficult for Su Ruobai, who also had no experience in comforting others. But just when he was at a loss for words, Yu Yunqi spoke. "Senior brother, if you let me have a kiss, I'll feel better." Chapter 35, Tough Su Ruobai. For a moment, Su Ruobai wondered if senior sister had just faked that look. But come to think of it, senior sister shouldn't do such a thing, right? If he didn't kiss it, It was quite hard for him to watch his senior sister feel bad. Kiss a mouth. In addition to not quite in line with the etiquette, the other seems to be no bad place. His own heart also quite want a kiss on a mouth. Finished. How to feel more and more beggars. He swallowed his saliva. Then said, cough cough. Senior sister, why don't we change the place? It's not too convenient here. No good. That made it a little difficult for him. This was the entrance to Master's cave, and it was possible to hear the commotion outside from inside. Plus, Master she seems to be recovering quite well now, and may already have the cultivation to be able to observe the outside. But looking at her senior sister like this, there was no way. Took a deep breath, and then Su Ruabai could only harden his heart and quickly nodded on her face. It's okay, right? Kiss is kiss finished, but Su Ruabai can't help but feel some small remorse. Of course, am not sorry for kissing you, but I'm sorry for kissing you a little too quickly and not even feeling it. If you have another chance next time, kiss a little longer and maybe you'll know what a senior sister tastes like. Why do you suddenly feel that you are not only beggars, but also a little hentai attributes in it? Yu Yunchi nodded with satisfaction. Senior brother, you're so good. I'll give you an extra 20 points. Su Ruabai was embarrassed and asked, Senior sister, how many points have you added to me here? Wasn't it full a long time ago? A thoughtful look appeared on Yu Yunchi's face. It seems like Then, let's go to the cave today? At those words, Su Ruabai almost didn't choke. What the hell is going to the bridal chamber today? Su Ruabai said helplessly. Senior sister, I mean, points can't just be added. Yu Yunchi cocked her head. Oh, so, then when will it be added? Su Ruabai didn't know where or when to add it. He actually felt that it was only if Yu Yunchi really felt that something done would enhance her goodwill before adding it. This addition is just a little too random. It's like a joke. Unable to think straight, Su Ruabai could only choose to change the subject. Let's go. Senior sister, I'll send you back. I'll talk to senior here. Yu Yunchi hummed. Don't get into a fight with your master. Your master is also doing this for your own good. Hearing this, Su Ruabai even more feel that the teacher-sister temper is not too good point. And master then, is simply a heaven and a ground. Night spirit moon, is this green tea? I know. Into the night. Bang. Night Lingyu looked at the food box full of green peppers and slammed the table in anger. Staring angrily at Su Ruabai in front of him, he questioned angrily, Su Ruabai, what do you mean? Su Ruabai was also scared a little. He had guessed when he came that his master would be angry. But who let her bully senior sister? He, the boyfriend, had to get back at his senior sister, right? So only had to say with a hard head, I still want to ask what you mean. Elder sister, how good a person you put her. Night Lingyu frowned. What did you do with her? Almost made her cry. At those words, Night Lingyu almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood. Make her sister cry? She does not make herself cry are considered good. Originally shouted 100 times sister sorry. Froze and shouted dozens of times. She does not want to cry? After thinking about it, soon Night Lingyu also guessed what happened. It must have been her hateful senior sister who pretended to be pitiful in front of Su Ruabai. And that's why this is now happening. Night Lingyu sneered. Would you believe me if I said she was faking? Faking it? How is that possible? Why would elder sister she do such a thing? Why else? Is it just to prank myself? Night Lingyu was so angry that her stomach ached. She was already upset after hearing what her senior sister said today, and now that she was looking at these green peppers, her heart was even more annoyed. No more food. You take it away. Hearing this, Su Ruabai was instantly displeased. No, it has to be eaten. Seeing Su Ruabai's attitude tougher than his own, Night Lingyu's eyes widened. This kid, against the heavens? I don't eat. Must eat. Are you kidding me? This is about mission points. If you don't eat it, you have to eat it. Su Ruabai continued. If master teacher doesn't eat, you can't expect me to cook in the future. At those words, Night Lingyu frowned once again. Did you do all of this? She had vaguely felt that something was not quite right before. How could the meals at the Star Gathering House be so cheesy? Shouldn't they all look like the high-class kind? If it was all Su Ruabai's own doing, that would explain it. Not to mention, except for the green peppers, all of Su Ruabai's cooking is quite tasty. It's true that if you're not gifted, you're not very suitable to be an apprentice. But it seems that you're just right to be a husband. At least, if one's cultivation is high, one won't be bullied. Blah blah blah. Night Lingyu, what are you thinking? The heart once again cursed a few times her that hateful senior sister. All blame the senior sister. Make oneself always nonsense. Or what? Or else, am I the master or are you the master? What? Do you also want to follow the example of those senior brothers of yours? Su Ruabai's face stiffened, a hint of helplessness in her eyes, and she was silent for a while. then picked up the food box on the table and left without a word. Night Lingyu froze. She was really not expecting Su Ruobai to leave so dryly. Obviously her attitude was still tough last second. Now Night Lingyu was really a bit flustered. If Su Ruobai really didn't come to bring her food, it wasn't right. Her cultivation had been restored now, and it didn't seem to have any effect if he didn't deliver the food. It was just that, after all these days, he had gotten used to him coming to bring himself food. The thought that he wouldn't send it in the future made Night Lingyu feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. Hang in there a little longer. Won't you eat it yourself? Damn. Night Lingyu actually felt that she might have said too much herself. There was no doubt about Su Ruobai's loyalty to himself, and that he would probably break his heart by comparing him to those senior brothers of his. Night Lingyu sighed deeply. Why feel already not Su Ruobai oh not owe her, but she owes Su Ruobai too much. Knock. Knock. There was a sudden knock on the door. Night Lingyu couldn't help but be a bit puzzled as to who this could be to find herself. If placed before, she may still worry about is that a few disciples to deal with their own. Now, as long as they dare to come, then don't blame her in advance to them to do away with. Senior, I've refried you a portion of egg fried rice. Make do with it. I know, Senior may not deal with her because she's a disciple of Qing Yin Peak. However, Senior's sister, she's really quite nice. If Senior doesn't like it, then I won't bring her here in the future. After a pause, Su Ruobai continued. Also, just now, it was my disciple's impulsive moment. I might have bumped into my master. I will pay attention in the future. Night Lingyu opened the door, but Su Ruobai had already left. A food box was left alone lying on the floor. He stood looking at the spot for a long time, before bending down and picking up the food box. Sister is right. Su Ruobai is a very good person, so good that she did have so touching. It is no wonder that elder sister will like him. Night Lingyu pursed her lips. Looking at the direction Su Ruobai left also do not know what to think. Chapter 36 The Hairpin Controversy. 5 days later. The entrance to the Spirit Rain sect. Senior brother. Why don't I still go with you? Yu Yunchi pulled Su Ruobai's hand. A blear-eyed look that looked like it made people look like they had a sense of pity for me. Su Ruobai almost agreed. And over the past few days, Yu Yunchi had mentioned this matter not once or twice. Su Ruobai was also helpless at this. Senior sister. I also want you to accompany me to go together but Master Zun she is alone and the clan no one to take care of the words is too dangerous. Other people I do not believe. Can only please to you. After saying that, Su Ruobai pulled his hand out of Yu Yunchi's without moving. This wasn't Tianling Peak. Maybe a person would appear next to him in the next second. If it's seen, it's definitely going to be on the clan's headlines tomorrow. Yu Yunchi hummed with little interest. Alright, then you come back earlier. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll take you out after my master's injuries heal. I only heard Yu Yunchi say. Then, senior brother, can you give me a kiss before you leave? At those words, Su Ruobai froze. Why was senior sister so keen on letting herself kiss her? Is this stuff addictive? It seems to be true. I'd like to kiss it again myself. Moreover, it was obvious that it was not too good to refuse senior sister in this situation. If you put it in the previous world, male and female friends couldn't be more intimate. But in this world, this kind of behavior that was only for Dao couples. Therefore, there is no way. Can only work hard. Try to let the senior sister later into their own Dao mate. After looking around and not seeing anyone else, Su Ruobai then took Yu Yunchi in front of him in his arms. Senior sister. That. I kissed? Asked Su Ruobai. All feel that this seems to be some people machine. People have acquiesced. They still ask on again? The readers in front of the screen lord must not learn. Aha. Looking at his senior sister's pretty face, Su Ruobai slowly moved up. But just when it was about to kiss on her cheek, Yu Yunchi turned her head slightly, resulting in an impartial kiss on her lips. Su Ruobai's entire body froze. Soft, sweet. This is now a real taste of senior sister's flavor. After a few hard seconds, Su Ruobai then reacted to what had happened and hurriedly pulled away. Explaining. Senior sister. I didn't do it on purpose. Listen to my explanation. Yu Yunchi tilted her head. But I did it on purpose. The air suddenly went quiet, and the heartbeat thumped uncontrollably once more. Su Ruobai blushed slightly and coughed dryly before saying, Senior sister. I'm leaving. Then rushed to run away. This senior sister. Simply too good at it. The Pilking Valley was in the south of the Tianyan dynasty, a long distance away from the Lingyu sect. To go over, you have to go to the nearby capital city to take a flying boat over to the line. If he is by himself to catch the road, not 10 days and a half a month I am afraid it is not to. This trip was also considered his first time out of town. In the past, even if he took the mission of the clan, he would at most catch some small demons around the Spirit Rain sect, and he didn't even go out of the Spirit Rain sect's territory. It couldn't be helped. At that time he was only at the chi refining stage. And when he reached the foundation establishment stage, this happened again on the mountain. After eating a green diffusion divine fruit, it dabbled up to the Jindan stage. Otherwise, according to the sect's regulations, the foundation establishment stage was required to take on a mission to leave the sect's territory once. However, as soon as he thought that what he was going to do in this trip might be able to be famous for ages, Su Ruabai was a little excited. Lai Yun Chang. It was the first time Su Ruabai had come to such a large-scale city. Before he even entered the city, Su Ruabai saw a pavilion suspended over the center of Liyun City. This inexplicably reminded him of a poem, The White Jade Capital in the Sky, 12 floors in 5 cities. I can't help but exclaim about the ghostly work. With such a large structure, it was estimated that a large amount of spirit stones would need to be consumed every second to support it hanging in the sky. Su Ruabai was quite curious as to what it was like up there, but this airy pavilion certainly wasn't something that anyone could go up to. After sighing for a while, Su Ruabai entered the city. When he arrived in the city, Su Ruabai learned that a boat ticket required 100 middle-grade spirit stones, which was a bit pricey, so it's no wonder that there are many cultivators who would rather rely on themselves to make the journey than take a flying boat. But the good thing is that these days have earned a lot of spirit stones. Just ride a few times if you can still afford to sit. However, the next flying boat would not depart until the evening, and it was still early enough to take a stroll around the city. I had also promised elder sister before that I would bring her out to play afterward. He hadn't even been out to the clan a few times at all, so how could he do it without making a good strategy in advance? As it happens, Su Ruabai just thought that this Liyun city is quite interesting. A little stroll, buy some gifts for his senior sister, and then bring his senior sister along next time. Perfect. On the other side of the street in Liyun City, 2 women walked down the street, one in blue, one in white. From the reactions of passers-by who turned around frequently, it was possible to tell that the two were not unusual looking. The blue-clothed woman pulled the corner of the white-clothed woman in front of her and said, "Senior sister, if we sneak out here and go back to be known by the master, we'll definitely be arrested to face the wall, right?" When she heard the word master, it was obvious that the white-clothed woman brought a few moments of fear in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. "Little seeker, don't panic, senior sister. I've thought about it a long time ago. This time we're going to the Pill King Valley to see the world. It's not considered sneaking out to play." Mo Xiaoshuan had a worried look on her face. "Senior sister, just lie to yourself about that. How could Master Zhu believe your bullshit?" At those words, Scuttle Ling's face fell. "Little seeker, whose side are you on? Is it easy for me to bring you out to play? If you don't want to be chastised, then you should go back now. It won't be easy to go back when the flying boat comes later." Mo Xiaoshuan hurriedly shook her head. "Senior sister, I'll join you. However, you can't come out to play for too long." Shelling hummed and said somewhat less happily, I know, you're so young, why are you even more nagging than master?" Mo Xiaoshuan spat out her tongue and muttered, "It wasn't because last time, senior sister took me to steal the elder's spirit crane, and as a result, I was scolded by the master." Hearing this, Scutelaria was also a bit embarrassed, dryly coughed twice, then said, Well, the last time it was a problem for senior sister me. I didn't expect the third elder to be such a chicken thief, obviously raising so many spirit cranes, and would still count the number every day. As a compensation, senior sister, I'll buy a hairpin and give it to you. Didn't you lose one last time when you stole the spirit cranes? Senior sister, you still remember? Mo Xiaoshuan was still quite touched. Then thank you, senior sister. Scuttling hummed. Of course we have to remember that. That's what binds us together. Chatting away. Soon Scuttling found her target and took Mo Xiaoshuan's hand and walked forward. Little seeker, I saw a very pretty hairpin that should suit you quite well. The two of them walked forward quickly and were about to pick up that hairpin when another hand reached out. Boss, how much is this hairpin? Scuttling hadn't really expected that someone would cut off what she was looking at. Scuttling glared at the man in front of her with a huff. Hey, what do you mean? This is the one I looked at first. Su Ruabai froze. He hadn't noticed the two women standing next to him. Look at the clothes they are wearing. Like which clan in the Dao robe? Mainly because Su Ruabai also did not play much with other clans of people. To be precise, even their own clan has very few people to deal with, so do not recognize this as which clan of. This, Su Ruabai also quite liked the hairpin in his hand, mainly because he felt that this would go well with his senior sister. This fellow Daoist, where does buying and selling come into play in terms of who gets to look at it first or not? Seeing that the two appeared to be about to quarrel, Mo Xiaoshuan, who was on the side, hurriedly opened her mouth and said, Elder sister, why don't we change it? Scuttle Ling glared back at her. Would another one of those still look as good as this one? I just feel like this one fits the best. Su Ruabai frowned, then spoke. Since that's the case, how about whoever bids higher buys it? Already in a state of anger, Scutelaria agreed without doing any thinking at all when she heard this. However, there was nothing to hesitate about, and looking at the other party's clothes, he couldn't tell how rich he was. Boss, how much do you charge for this hairpin? 10 coins. This boss can be said to be panicked a horse. He will do some small business only. These two cultivators if the fight, to his stall to smash. That find which out to reason don't know. Su Ruabai didn't hesitate in the slightest. I'll offer 1 mid-grade spirit stone. P.S. I wrote this to pave the way for my trip to the sword sect later on. Chapter 37. Ha! Scuttleling looked at the cutie with an expression as she looked at Su Ruabai. You're offering a middle-grade spirit stone for 10 coins? In addition to the landlord's stupid son, Shelling can't think of anyone else who would bid like this. 1 medium-grade spirit stone wasn't too much for her, but this time, he came out in a hurry and didn't have many spirit stones with him. What's more, after buying 2 tickets for the flying boat, you've already spent big 200. I'm sure I'll have to take a flying boat to get back, right? You'll have to spend 200 by then. There are not many spirit stones left on the body, for this one hairpin, and spend out so much. When the time comes, I guess I can only travel poorly. Su Ruabai then said, well, if you, Taoist friend, can't offer a higher price, then it's mine. He naturally knew that his bid was a bit exaggerated. However, it was to buy something for his senior sister, so spending a bit more was not excessive, and he is also trying to let the woman in front of him know the difficulties and retreat, to avoid unnecessary trouble. In fact, it does work quite well. Listening to Scuttleling's angry teeth, she snorted coldly, count on me to let you have it. Don't think it's because I can't afford it. Hearing this pale and feeble explanation, Su Ruabai all wanted to laugh a little. Some people are like that. All over, they have the toughest mouths. Su Ruabai also didn't come with the intention of continuing to take care of the other party. After senior sister's things were bought, naturally, she couldn't forget seniors as well. Although this master is not very good to himself, but the filial piety should still be filial piety. What would be the most appropriate thing to buy for master teacher? Su Ruabai pondered for a moment. Why don't we buy a hairpin as well? Rings, necklaces and the like are not very convenient to give. It seems like just the hairpin is the best. Su Ruabai scanned the stall and quickly found another target, and just as he reached out his hand to pick it up, his other hand grabbed it at the same time. Su Ruabai inclined his head, glanced at Shelling next to him, and said with a frown, what do you mean? Scuttleling was dumbfounded, originally thinking that if she couldn't buy the best-looking one, she'd forget about it and settle for the second best, but just as she was about to grab it, a hand snatched it before her. Even if you jumped the gun, you're still backtracking and asking her what she means. Scuttleling said with great irritation, I still want to ask you what you mean. Is it a deliberate attempt to oppose me? Mo Xiaoshuan, who was standing behind her, saw that the two were about to argue again and pulled on Scutelaria Ling's corner once more. Senior sister, forget it, I still have my own hairpin. No, this isn't over today. This man did it on purpose. After saying that, Scutelaria looked at Su Ruabai again. Dare you go out to the city for a fight? Whoever wins, it's theirs. Scuttleling was at the early Jindan stage, and in her eyes, Su Ruabai was only at the foundation establishment stage, so she naturally didn't defy him. Only, what Shelling didn't expect was for Su Ruabai to shake his head and say, I wouldn't dare. At those words, Scuttleling became even more furious, and if it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't get her hands dirty in the city, with her personality, she would have punched up a long time ago. Are you still a man? Su Ruabai had no intention of hitching a ride with her. Was it a man this point? Where was the need to prove it to her? So to the owner, he asked, how much is this? The boss hurriedly waved his hand. No need for money, no need for money. The spirit stones just given by the immortal could have wrapped up this store of mine. This boss now has only one thought. Hurry to collect store home. A middle grade spirit stone. This is a mundane family, do not know how many years of expense is it. Su Ruabai nodded and was about to turn around and leave after saying many thanks, but it was clear that Scuttleling was going red warm at his ignorance of the whole thing. Stomping his feet, he shouted, wait here, don't let me run into you again. On the side, Mo Xiaoshuan was also very helpless to this senior sister, pulling her hand, whispering, senior sister, calm down, let's go. People have gone far away. Shelling grunted, I should have known to bring out more spirit stones. I'm so angry. I'll take you to a different stall to buy. I don't believe it. I still can't buy a suitable hairpin today. Into the night, on the flying boat, Su Ruabai leaned against the fence of the flying boat. Not only the pavilion hanging in the sky, but this flying boat was equally shocking. The scale of this flying boat could be many times larger than the pavilion on that day. Soaring in the sky like a great koan. This kind of flying boat is not only a transportation tool. I heard that there are at least 3 strong people above the whole void stage sitting on it, when necessary that can be used as a warship. From here, it would take about 3 days to reach the Medicine King Valley. After enjoying the scenery by the fence for a while, Su Ruabai planned to cultivate in his room. But no sooner had I taken 2 steps than I heard a familiar voice from up ahead. Wow! Senior sister, is this a flying boat? It's much more comfortable than riding a sword. Humph. Right. Seeker, you never know how interesting the outside world is until you get out and about. As soon as Su Ruabai heard this familiar voice, she knew who it was. How could she meet her here? Hurriedly lowered his head and walked quickly in the direction of his room. It is now night. The sky is darker. If you do not look carefully, you should not recognize him. But coincidentally, the road was so wide that this little ninny had to walk in front of him. Su Ruabai went left to make way for her, only to have her go right in front of him again. To the right the other side and want to go, and so on and so forth several times. Froze is undoubtedly foul, only to hear Shelling speak. No, this fellow Daoist, can you walk without always looking down at the ground? How do you make me walk? The corner of Su Ruabai's mouth twitched. Do you think I want to walk with my head down? Not bothering to argue with her, he saw that she wasn't moving and intended to go around her. It wasn't that he was afraid of things, it was mainly because it was too much of a hassle, and if she recognized him later, he might have to get into another fight. But just as she staggered past her, Scutelaria suddenly turned back. Stop. I said why I felt something was wrong. So it's you. Su Ruabai knew that she was recognizing herself, and turned back somewhat helplessly. You're recognizing the wrong person, aren't you? Scuttle Ling crossed her arms and said angrily, recognize a mistake? Humph. I know you even if you turn into ashes. So what do you want? Scuttle Ling also disregarded the difference between men and women, pulling Su Ruabai's arm and heading in one direction. Go to the ring and let me beat you up. The flying boat is counted as a small country, and it naturally has corresponding rules. If there were conflicts, they could go to the ring on the flying boat to resolve them, and could not fight in private. Su Ruabai looked at her hand gripping his arm and frowned. Aren't you afraid that you can't beat me? Scuttle Ling hummed. You're a foundation stage. Where else do you get your confidence? Su Ruabai had the sky shading skill, so he was naturally able to tell that Scuttle Mercy was at the same early Jindan stage just like him. But even if the realm is the same, Su Ruabai still does not have much confidence in his heart. The main reason was that he didn't know any powerful spells at all, like the 10,000 swords technique that he had learned from his master before that hadn't been practiced at all. It was all practiced by himself. But it would be nice to take this opportunity to try it out. Su Ruabai didn't move and pulled his arm out. Then spoke. It's fine to fight, but first things first, after the fight, win or lose you can't come back to trouble me in the future. Scuttle Ling answered down. The heart secretly said, see how I will pack you later. Sisters have revenger face to face, where will also wait for later. On the side of Mo Xioshuan cannot help but be a little worried. The master is right. This elder sister is not at all a saving light. No wonder he will let himself help to watch out. Chapter 38 Gathering Swords and 1 plus Thunder Sword Intent. The Ring. Su Ruabai also saw the other party's cultivation. Young age is Jindan stage. This behind no big clan that is impossible, regardless of the fight. If it is just a fight it is fine, but I am afraid that if you hit the small one, you will come to the old one. But the other party kept pestering her, so she had no choice but to fight her. However, before he had to fight, Su Ruabai still opened his mouth first just in case. Make a Dao oath. After you finish this fight, no matter whether you win or lose, you're not allowed to come back to trouble me again. Shelling grunted. How afraid of trouble was this kid? In her heart, she was now only thinking of beating him up quickly to get out the bad anger in her heart. So she spoke directly. I, Shelling, swear to the heavenly Tao that I will absolutely not look for trouble from you again after this fight. Hearing that the other party had made a vow, Su Ruabai didn't have so many worries. Scuttle Ling, right? You don't know how to keep a low profile when you're out and about. Today, on behalf of the elders of your clan, I will teach you well what is called humility. Humility is, I am too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to listen to. As he moved his mind, 3 swords made of spiritual energy surfaced beside him to surround him. On the contrary, on Shelling's side, when she saw this familiar sword technique, Shelling couldn't help but be a bit dazed. Why does this kid still know their sword sex moves? Sword sex sword know-how is not easy to pass out. If the origin is unknown belongs to steel learning, then it is to be the sword sect to pursue the responsibility. Only to see that the 3 spirit swords originally surrounding Su Ruabai had actually coalesced into a single sword. which was more solid compared to its original appearance. And similarly, its aura was also a bit more overpowering. Seeing this scene, Scutellaria's eyes widened a few points. His mouth couldn't help but mutter, "Gathering swords in one? I'm not mistaken, am I?" The Gathering Sword Unity could be said to be an advanced version of the 10,000 Swords skill. In the Sword sect, the 10,000 Swords skill could be learned by many people, but this Gathering Sword Unity was different. At the same time that her heart was incomparably shocked, Schelling likewise discovered that the other party did not appear to be at the foundation establishment stage of cultivation. The aura on its body was completely no less than his own, meaning that the other party was likewise at the Jindan realm. If he was only at the foundation stage, he would have a Gathering Sword Unity that wouldn't have been able to cross a large realm to defeat her. But now if it's the same realm, Scuttling people are stupid. How this still ran into the pig-disguised tiger. Soon, Scuttling realized something even more shocking. The other party was not using the ordinary 10,000 swords technique. It was from Wang Wei's poem. Ahem, ran to the wrong movie. The spirit sword Su Ruabai had condensed was different from the one she'd seen, and it had electric arcs on it. Wasn't this exactly the Thunder Sword intent that Master said? Sword Road is originally stronger killing attributes. If you can also match with this Thunder Sword intent, that is born with the Sword Fairy Embryo. The problem now was that the sword was pointing right at himself, and if the sword really flew over, wouldn't it be white knives in, red knives out? Schelling knew she was outmatched and hurriedly shouted, "Stop! Stop! Stop!" She was now very skeptical that this man in front of her was not a trust that her master had found from somewhere, just to intentionally frustrate her so that she could return to the sect and cultivate properly. Su Ruabai couldn't help but feel a little strange. The fight was hers to fight. How could she still call for a stop in the middle? "What's wrong? Aren't you going to lecture me?" Scuttling coughed dryly. "No more, no more. It's not very convenient today." At those words, Su Ruabai froze and quickly realized what she was talking about. No wonder the words were so strong. It was her relatives who came. Schelling didn't know that Su Ruabai had misunderstood her, and instead asked, "Which elder in the clan's name are you a disciple of?" Su Ruabai had a question mark on his face. "What do you mean?" Schelling looked at Su Ruabai with an expression that said, "I've seen through everything." "Humph. Still pretending. Surely my master invited you here?" Su Ruabai was even more confused. This girl was brainstorming something? "No. What are you talking about? I'm leaving if I don't fight." "Can't go." Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai thought that she was going to continue fighting, maneuvering his spirit sword in a manner that he was going to chop over towards her in the next second. This scared Scutellaria, and she hurriedly waved her hand and said, Don't. Listen to me first." "Say what? What's there to say? The deal was that you wouldn't bother me after this fight? You're not backing out, are you?" No. I've sworn here. How could I possibly go back on my word?" Su Ruabai thought about it and felt that it was also true. It wasn't as if anyone could shield the heavens like herself. She swore that there was still a small degree of credibility. However, she had sworn an oath to finish this fight, and if she didn't, that oath wouldn't count. Thinking of this, Su Ruabai's eyes narrowed slightly for a few moments. "You wouldn't be thinking that you can't beat me, so you just don't fight, and then have someone come looking for me afterwards, right?" "Oh, good mind. Scutellaria, what? I'm brainstorming." "You're brainstorming too, aren't you?" Schelling was a bit puzzled. Looking at him this way does not look like he is playing dumb. Could it be that he misunderstood? Is he not a trustee? Scuttling asked suspiciously. "You're not from the sword sect?" Su Ruabai was confused. "What do you mean? How did I become a member of the sword sect again?" "You know how to gather swords and return them to one, and you're not from the sword sect?" Su Ruabai shook his head. The sword sect and the spirit rain sect belonged to neighboring sects, and Su Ruabai had heard of the sword sect's name. What is the gathering of swords to one? At his question, Scutellaria was also confused. Can't it be, this is a wild sword cultivator? But also yes, gathering sword unity, thunder sword intent, this is their own master will not. The clan if there is this kind of disciple, it is estimated that it would have been offered up. Scuttling quickly thought to herself, hadn't the master always wanted to find a disciple to take up her mantle? Scuttling also knew that the two of them, herself and her senior sister, could only be considered moderately talented in terms of swordsmanship in the clan, and her master had often said that she needed to find another disciple. So if she could find her a disciple with such talent to go back to, she thought that she wouldn't be scolded when she went back to the clan then, right? Not only will she not be scolded, she might even be praised. It's harder than ever to get her master to praise her. Thinking of this, Scuttling's eyes looked at Su Ruabai with fire for a few moments. This can give Su Ruabai to see the spine cold. This is where it looks like to fight. Look at her like this. Fight is not fight is not. He will not be into the set, right? Rushing to speak, he said, since I'm not going to fight then I can leave. In this case, running is the best option. After saying that, Su Ruabai turned around and was about to leave. But he didn't expect that his hand would be pulled just as he turned around. Wait. Su Ruabai's head was big, knew that it would be troublesome to be recognized by her, turned back and said with some impatience, "What are you doing again? You've sworn to the heavenly Tao that you can't find trouble with me after the fight." After saying that, Su Ruabai noticed something wrong with the way she was looking at herself. There was like she was looking at some kind of treasure. It's over. She wouldn't. Chapter 39, Kissing Sister. No, I'm just handsome. I'm not in the business of selling my body. Unless you add money. I'm a married man. I can't even pay more. Su Ruabai shook his arm and tried to break away from Shelling's hand, but the person had a death grip and Shelling couldn't shake it off at all. Hearing Su Ruabai's words, Scuttle Ling knew that he must have misunderstood. This kid is really Pusheen. Is not just a little handsome. Sword talent is higher? What's the big deal? That's not what I meant. Before Shelling could explain, Su Ruabai raised a hand and pointed in another direction. Your master is here. At those words, Shelling froze, and the force in her hands subconsciously loosened a few points. Taking this opportunity, Su Ruabai directly broke free of her arm. By the time he came back to his senses, Su Ruabai had already disappeared. Scuttle Ling hurriedly chased after her, and when she exited the ring, she saw Mo Xiaoshuan waiting outside. Seeker, did you see where he went? Mo Xiaoshuan couldn't help but feel a bit strange. Senior sister, it's all over. What are you still looking for him for? Hit an egg. Scuttle Ling was a bit exasperated. I wanted to introduce him to Master Teacher, but it turned out that he ran away. At those words, Mo Xiaoshuan's eyes widened a few points. Senior sister, are you serious? Senior shouldn't be looking for a Taoist couple, right? Hearing these words, Shelling burst into tears. What Tao couple? What are you thinking? I want to be introduced to my master as an apprentice. Apprentice? Mo Xiaoshuan's heart was a few points more strange. Just now the two were still in a state of flames. How could they all of a sudden think of accepting a disciple on behalf of the teacher? Shelling peered into the distance and did not see Su Ruabai's figure before speaking. I'll talk to you later. Where did he run off to just now? Mo Xiaoshuan pointed in a direction. Then Scuttle Ling took her hand and chased her that way. Inside the room of the flying boat, Su Ruabai held his forehead helplessly. What's all this about? How did someone else get on to you for a good reason? In his heart, he also decided that it would be better to stay out of the room for the next few days and stay here to honestly cultivate. Waiting for 3 days to arrive at the place after getting off this flying boat do not believe that can still run into them. Su Ruabai then called up the system panel. Seeing the 2/3 on the taskbar I couldn't help but be a little puzzled. It was this time of the day. Why hadn't Master Teacher eaten dinner yet? The Spirit Rain sect. Night Lingyu sat by the window and took out the box Su Ruabai had left behind before he left. To be honest, she didn't expect that Su Ruabai would still make the meal and leave it behind even after she left. From inside, he removed a food box, which still retained its warmth. Just as she picked up her chopsticks and prepared to eat, a figure suddenly appeared in her room. Elder sister, where's dinner? Night Lingyu inclined her head and looked at Yu Yunshi. Why are you here? Yu Yunshi nonchalantly sat on her bed and slightly crossed her legs. TSK, senior sister. After recovering your cultivation are you so hardened against me, your senior sister? Night Lingyu grunted. I haven't asked you to settle the score for defaming me. Yu Yunshi naturally knew what Night Lingyu was referring to. Laughing, unconcerned, he said, isn't this a joke? After a pause, Yu Yunshi continued. Look, people leave without forgetting to prepare the meal for you, and let me take care of you. I'm a girlfriend who doesn't have this treatment, right? What's wrong with me being jealous? Night Lingyu didn't refute her, and in her heart, she also sighed that Su Ruabai hadn't been a little too kind to herself. Only after 2 or 3 seconds did Night Lingyu open her mouth and ask, does Su Ruabai have a talent for the Tao of Dan? Why is he going to the Pilking Valley trial for good reason? After saying that, Night Lingyu realized that the smile on her senior sister's face appeared to be a few points thicker. Quite oddly, he asked, what's wrong? What's wrong? Yu Yunshi shook her head. There's nothing wrong. I was just thinking. So you didn't know? At those words, Night Lingyu frowned. What do you mean? What should I know? Yu Yunshi then said, tell you what, call me a kissing senior sister and I'll tell you. Night Lingyu's face instantly darkened as she glared back at Yu Yunshi. Are you kidding me? Do you think I want to know so badly? Yu Yunshi did not say anything, only looking at her with a smile. Being looked at like this, Night Lingyu somewhat unnaturally turned her head away. Kissing senior sister. Senior sister, aren't you a good girl? As soon as she heard the word good, Night Lingyu's mind again floated back to the scene of Su Ruabai feeding herself noodles that day with a mouthful of the word good, and her ears turned slightly red. All at once they were a bit annoyed. Who's been good? Seeing her like this, Yu Yunchi wanted to laugh even more. This sister, as always, is fun. Yes. You misbehaved. Night Lingyu knew that elder sister was poking fun at herself again, then hurriedly changed the subject and asked, hurry up and say, why exactly? Yu Yunchi didn't laugh at her anymore and the expression on her face became helpless. That's why I want to be jealous of you na. But who made you my senior sister? There was a pause, before Yu Yunchi continued. When he asked me what methods I had to be able to cure you, I told him that the Medicine King Valley might have the reverse fate immortal herb. Hearing this, Night Lingyu quickly understood why and pursed her lips, her heart somewhat touched. But, even if the Pill King Valley had it, it would be very difficult to be able to obtain it, right? Could it be that his talent in the Tao of Dan is superb? Yu Yunchi shook her head. On the contrary, he doesn't have a talent for the Dan Dao. Upon hearing this, Night Lingyu's eyes all carried a hint of doubt. If you don't have a talent for the Dan Dao, then what's the point of going? Yu Yunchi then spoke of Su Ruabai's sky-high fried Dan. After hearing this, Night Lingyu's eyes widened a few points. Blowing up Dan? He's not being funny, is he? Yu Yunchi let out a bashful laugh. I've also talked to him about this matter. Guess how he replied? What's the answer? Night Lingyu looked at Yu Yunchi curiously, but Yu Yunchi just looked at her but didn't say anything for half a day. Night Lingyu's face went black and she could only shout again, kissing senior sister. Only then did Yu Yunchi speak up. He said that people can't be ungrateful. He knows that you probably didn't take him as a disciple, but the gift of saving his life is here. Even if he's not a disciple, he can't just sit back and watch. To do or not to do, it's up to him. As for the result, what kind of result? Try your best. Just do it without any shame. But, Night Lingyu felt that this was also too ridiculous. Even she, an outsider in alchemy, felt this way, so those from the Medicine King Valley would probably be even more so. There's nothing but. After a pause, Yu Yunchi said very seriously, even if the world doesn't recognize him, then I will still be on his side. Night Lingyu lowered her eyes, her fists involuntarily clenching a few points. Yeah, he did it for himself. So who's to feel ridiculous? Chapter 40, Genius on the left, Madman on the right. You don't have to worry about what will happen if he is ridiculed afterward. Since he decided to do this, he must have thought about the consequences of the matter as well. Moreover, his heart's ability to withstand it is not as fragile as you think. After all, he's been through all these years. Well, however, just in case, I'd better go and take a look in a few days. Genius on the left, crazy on the right. Yu Yunchi felt that the path of blowing up Dan was feasible. But which new path is not questioned by outsiders when it is opened up? Most geniuses are not recognized by outsiders. Yu Yunchi believed that Su Ruabai would definitely be able to walk this path out and even carry it forward. This is not blind faith. Because, she knows that Su Ruabai is certainly not the kind of person who will be defeated by words. Night Lingyu pondered for a while, then said, this matter started because of me. It's better for me to go. Hearing these words, Yu Yunchi's eyes looked at Night Lingyu a few times more oddly. Senior sister, you shouldn't be. Before she could finish her sentence, Night Lingyu interrupted her. Don't think too much. What's wrong with me? As a senior, going over to give him a boost? Yu Yunchi laughed. Are too lazy to break her down, sister ah. In fact, I think you owe him too much. Anyway, are not clear. Why not give your body to Hao? Night Lingyu didn't bother with her anymore. Picked up her chopsticks and buried her head in her meal. Only to hear Yu Yunchi said, I do not mind senior sister you cross a foot, but well, first come first served. In the future you have to recognize me as a big only. In the future also do not call senior sister. Change the name of the sister. How do you think? The rice that Night Lingyu had just eaten into her mouth almost didn't spray out. Senior sister, I didn't realize that you were so shameless before. Aren't you the one who intervened? Since the master had counted for herself, this red Luan star should be among her 4 disciples, and the situation was now obvious that that person was Su Ruabai. Master's divinations are very accurate, and I have never heard of a time when her divinations were not fulfilled. In other words, Su Ruabai was his future husband. So, if elder sister knows this and still intervenes, doesn't that mean that sister has gone green? Thinking of this, Night Lingyu's heart became even more exasperated by a few points. But I didn't expect Yu Yunchi to shamelessly say, senior sister ah. You have to understand senior sister's good intentions. It's not for fear that you won't get along with your future husband. First help you test the water? Hearing this, Night Lingyu exploded on the spot. Pointing at the door, he said, get out of here. Yu Yunchi awkwardly laughed twice. This is not a joke. I'll go. Okay? Look at her senior sister this way. Afraid that if she stays here again, the one she wants to do away with first is not her several rebellious disciples, but herself as a senior sister. However, now it seems that this senior sister of hers should be moved. Alas, it looks like I'm afraid I won't be able to do it alone. 2 days later, on the flying boat. Ooh-hoo, ooh-hoo. A cry reached Su Ruobai's ears, and he had no choice but to stop his cultivation. How come there's someone crying next door in this good time? It wasn't that the rooms on the flying boat weren't soundproofed, but the room Su Ruobai stayed in belonged to the lowest kind. The main reason was that Su Ruobai felt that he was by himself anyway, and that he spent all his free time cultivating, so there was absolutely no need to spend extra money on a better room. Now that I think about it, it's really expensive. The crying wasn't really loud, but it was especially audible probably because it was just a wall away. I'm afraid that with this voice, cultivation is impossible. However, why did it feel as if the voice sounded familiar? Always feel like I've heard it somewhere. Su Ruobai wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, but in the end, he was compassionate. After a moment's hesitation he went out to the next door. Knock, knock. After waiting a while the door opened. Seeing the crying little girl inside, Su Ruobai froze. It's you? He still had an impression of the little girl, remembering as if she had come with the one who was intent on swindling her woman. He felt bad. Oh no, this is not the Immortal Cultivation World's version of the Immortal Jump, is it? It's just a chain of events, trying to lure me into a trap, right? Rushed to look around and saw that there were no 2-meter-tall strong men appearing. Su Ruobai was relieved. Senior brother, please save senior sister. Mo Xiaoxian knelt down on the spot and hugged his thigh. Su Ruobai was dumbfounded. How did he become her senior brother for good reason? For a while he was also a little confused as to whether the little girl in front of him, who was crying so genuinely, was telling the truth or not. Your senior sister? The one who was yelling to teach me a lesson yesterday? Mo Xiaosun nodded, then shook her head again. No. Senior sister. She just wanted to take on an apprentice on behalf of her master. She didn't mean to teach you a lesson. Hearing this, Su Ruobai was a bit puzzled. Taking on an apprentice on behalf of a master? You let go first. This makes it seem like I'm bullying you. Mo Xiaoxuan wiped her tears. Lowered her head, and stood in front of him, as if she were a schoolboy who had made a mistake and was standing in punishment. Mo Xiaoxuan weakly asked, You're not going to run, are you? Su Ruobai said somewhat helplessly. I won't run as long as you aren't plotting against me. It always felt as if he had planted himself, but Su Ruobai still decided to understand the situation first. After all, there's a bit of trust between people. Of course, one can't be too defensive. Things are not right, so just bolt. Only to hear Mo Xiaosun speak. Senior sister, she went to the casino on the flying boat yesterday. Not only did she lose all the spirit stones and magic treasures on her body, but she also owes 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Su Ruobai instantly became a bit tearful. Don't you know that 9 out of 10 bets are lost? Who knows what kind of trickery might be in there? Why would your senior sister go to the casino for good reason? After going to the ring, there weren't many spirit stones left on her, and senior sister said that she didn't want to travel poorly, so she just went and let it go. Letting go of a fight and ending up wrestling himself in? After thinking about it for a while, Su Ruobai felt that it was still very plausible. When she bought the hairpin before, Su Ruobai could see that her senior sister seemed to be a bit short of spirit stones. He could still take out 500 medium-grade spirit stones if he wanted to, but it wasn't a small amount for him. Besides, he wasn't sure the other guy was 100% telling the truth. Then he asked, What do you mean by taking on a substitute teacher? Mo Xiaoxuan then said, Senior sister. She snuck out, afraid of being scolded by her master, thinking to bring a disciple back to her master. Su Ruobai instantly cried and laughed a little. What kind of strange operation was this? You're from the sword sect? Mo Xiaoxuan nodded, but was afraid that Su Ruobai wouldn't believe him, so he then took out a token. This is our sword sect's disciple token. Su Ruobai picked it up, and he could clearly sense that there was still a hint of sword intent on it. Credibility is once again a few points higher. After all, things like disciple tokens are hard to fake. Chapter 41, The Deadly Face. Who is your master? Flower Sword Venerable. Upon hearing this name, Su Ruobai's expression went a few shades weirder. Flower Sword Venerable? Isn't that the sword sect sovereign? You're not bluffing me, are you? Mo Xiaoxuan hurriedly shook his head and raised his hand, 4 fingers facing the sky. No, everything I said is true. I can swear. Seeing that she was about to swear, Su Ruobai didn't have any more doubts. Instead, he asked, Since your senior is Flower Sword Venerable, the people on this flying boat won't make things difficult for your senior, right? Although the sword sect and the spirit rain sect were neighboring sects, the two sects were not of the same magnitude. After all, the sword was a great Tao, and the single word for the name basically represented the origin of this Tao. And in fact, the sword Tao ancestor did indeed come out from within the sword sect. This magnitude, if you know as the first disciple of the sword sect's patriarch, it must be good to eat and drink. It is not possible to make things difficult for them because of a mere 500 middle-grade spirit stones, Mo Xiaoshuan said with some embarrassment. Senior sister, elder sister. She's afraid of being beaten to death by her master and won't allow it to be said. Hearing that, Su Ruabai immediately a little crying and laughing. But also, see her that senior sister's character to know. Dead face live to suffer. This point is and their own that master is a little like. So, why must you accept me as your disciple? Could it be that I'm very powerful? Mo Xiaosun nodded then said, awesome it is. Senior sister said that you not only know how to gather swords in unity, but also comes with Thunder's sword intent, a rare embryo of a sword immortal in 10,000 years. Hearing this, Su Ruabai always felt as if she wasn't exaggerating a bit. What gathering swords into one? That was just something he tried to play with. And by chance he realized that the three swords could still be combined together, and their power was even more powerful. As for the Thunder sword intent, Su Ruabai had noticed at the beginning that the spirit swords he had condensed appeared to be a bit different, but to become a sword immortal embryo with just that? Are you kidding? But as stated before, the sword sect was a transcendent great sect, and the resources that could be obtained from being able to enter this sect were definitely incomparable to the spirit rain sect. Plus, that cheap master of his didn't pay much attention to him, so actually going to the sword sect was a good choice. However, Su Ruabai ultimately chose to reject it. Forget about this what surrogate master accepting a disciple. I have a clan. I can lend you the spirit stones, but your disciple token has to stay here with me first. I'll give it back to you when I've paid back the spirit stones. If placed before, there could be a more open path. Su Ruabai would definitely not hesitate to choose, and now cannot. His master is now in trouble. The task is also brushed on her head, plus the most important point, the senior sister in the spirit rain sect, so for the time being certainly cannot leave. Hearing Su Ruabai's willingness to help, Mo Xiaoshuan's eyes were filled with delight. Then, which clan are you from? I'll return it to you when I return to the clan to retrieve the spirit stones. Spirit rain sect. After saying that, Su Ruabai took out a small bag and handed it to Mo Xiaoshuan. Then he didn't forget to remind, let your senior sister be careful, but don't gamble anymore. After leaving these words behind, Su Ruabai turned around and returned to the middle of his room. As for whether the other party would come to return it, Su Ruabai didn't know. However, it is only 500 middle-grade spirit stones. If it really planted then planted. The sword clan how to say is also a big clan. The disciple owes money and does not pay back this kind of thing should be unlikely it. With the spirit stones, Mo Xiaoshuan rushed to the casino on the flying boat without stopping. The casino people had given a deadline of 5 days, and if she didn't pay enough money in 5 days, then Scutalaria would be sold to the spirit mine to dig for ore. And after paying the money, it was simple to give the ransom. As soon as she came out, Scuttling took Mo Xiaoshuan in her arms. Xiaoshuan, senior sister loves you. Senior sister, don't hug so tightly, it's a bit choking. Hearing this, Scutalaria fell silent. How did she say something about -degrees and 30-something degree weather? How come I didn't realize before that this senior sister of mine still had the attribute of poisonous tongue? Shelling comforted herself a little in her heart before speaking. Little seeker, where did you get so many spirit stones? After saying that, Scuttling then noticed that Mo Xiaoshuan's eyes were still a little red around the edges of the orbits at this time, and it looked like the type that had cried. Heart thumped. 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Shouldn't. Little seeker. You've suffered. Moxie seeker, _? Mo Xiaoshuan asked with some suspicion. Senior sister. Are you misunderstanding something? Scutalaria blinked a few times. You're not going to sell. Aha. Before Scuttling could finish, Mo Xiaoshuan covered her mouth. Somewhat exasperated, he shouted. Senior sister, what are you thinking about? I should have known to let you be sold to digging. Hearing Mo Xiaoshuan say this, Scuttling was relieved in turn. If something really goes wrong with Xiaosun, she can't explain to her master when she gets back. Scuttling touched her nose and said with some embarrassment, Hey, just kidding. So where did you get this spirit stone? Mo Xiaoshuan then spoke. That senior brother lent it to me the day before yesterday. Senior brother? Scuttling was a bit uncertain. Which senior brother? That disciple you said you wanted to find for master. At those words, Shelling's entire body froze, and then her face turned odd. After looking for him all day yesterday and not being able to find him, he came out of his own accord when he wasn't looking, and he even borrowed money to help himself out of trouble. Is this person really not sent by master? Shelling then asked. Where is he? It seems to live right next door to our room. Hearing this, Scuttling pulled up Mo Xiaoxuan's hand and was going to go to him. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock on the door, Su Ruabai roughly guessed who the visitor would be. Opening the door, it was indeed Scuttling and Mo Xiaosun outside. Scuttling squirmed for a while before speaking. Today, thank you. It was kind of a no fight before. Su Ruabai waved his hand. There's no need to be polite. Remember to return the spirit stones? Then just don't bother me. I still have to cultivate. After saying that, Su Ruabai was about to close the door. Seeing this, Shelling hurriedly extended her hand and stuck it in the middle of the door. Wait. Senior brother. Don't. I still want to thank you properly. Su Ruabai couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Knowing that things would turn out this way, compassion precedes saving a life. But you also have to consider the consequences and think twice if the consequences are too much to bear. Now this result, completely within Su Ruabai's expectations. As long as the other party is not immortal jump and other things, Su Ruabai can still accept. No need to thank you. Just don't forget to return the spirit stones when the time comes. And also, who is your senior brother now? Don't get close. Said Su Ruabai will be to close the door again. But whichever thought. In front of this woman directly around him drilled into the room. No. Senior brother. No. If you don't want to be a senior brother, I'll talk to my master. It's fine for you to come and be my senior brother. My master is the sword sex patriarch. Are you really not going to consider it, senior brother? With my senior's teaching, coupled with your talent as a sword immortal, it might not be long before you are able to ascend to the great Tao. Chapter 42, Character Differences. Su Ruabai wouldn't fall for the words of painting a big cake. Wanting to accept a disciple on behalf of your master is false. Going back to find an excuse not to want to be scolded by your master is true, right? Hearing this, Shelling's face stiffened. Then she glared back at Mo Xiaoxuan, as if to say why she said everything out. Su Ruabai then spoke. Don't even think about it. I don't have any plans to leave the sect for the time being. Get out now. I need to cultivate. Originally, Scuttling wanted to say something. What she didn't expect was that Mo Xiaoxuan behind her actually spoke up as well. Senior sister, why don't we just leave people alone? Let's go back first. After saying that, Mo Xiaoxuan grabbed Shelling's hand and brought her out. By the time they reacted, the two were back in their room. Scuttling said angrily, Little seeker, why are you still elbowing your way out? Mo Xiaoxuan slightly lowered her head. Senior sister, people have at least done us a favor. But to keep bothering him, some not so good. Why did it feel like I was acting like some kind of poor and evil person after hearing her say that? Shelling sighed, and didn't mean to blame her. I know, but, Master has always wanted to find a disciple to inherit her mantle. With him here, won't Master not keep pushing us to practice our swords? Mo Xiaoxuan then explained, but, he doesn't even have the intention of wanting to go. If you keep annoying him so much, he might even resent our sword sect. When she heard it, Scutelaria felt that it did seem to have some truth to it, but if she didn't go looking for him, then how could she pull him into the sword sect? Mo Xiaoxuan hesitated for a moment, then came up to Scuttling's ear and said a few words. After hearing this, Shelling's eyes lit up immediately. Is this true? Really? The master told me. Good wow. Such a big thing master doesn't even talk to me. Master is really biased. Into the night. Su Ruabai had thought that with that Shelling's character, he would probably still come to annoy himself. As a result, the other party didn't even come at night, which made Su Ruabai a bit unpredictable. Unfortunately, it was assumed that they had arranged a soundproofing array, and Su Ruabai couldn't hear what was being said next door. When we go back to the Spirit Rain sect, Su Ruabai intends to learn it as well. Going out, protecting your privacy is still very important. Knock, knock. Who would have thought that just when he thought that the other party would not come to him? This knock came on the door. Directly, he said outwardly, I won't go to the sword sect, so just die. That. I'm not here to talk about it. The voice outside was not the woman who was yelling for her to enter the sword sect, but another more petite and soft one. Su Ruabai's voice softened by a few points. Where is your senior sister? She didn't come. Hearing this, Su Ruabai then pulled open the door. Looking for me for something? Mo Xiaoxuan bowed before saying, Senior sister. Her personality is just like that. I apologize here for her. Seeing this, Su Ruabai couldn't help but sigh. This master and sister's two personalities were simply one heavenly and one underground. Then he also said, It's fine. Just make your senior sister stop bothering me. Mo Xiaoxuan nodded. That. I still don't know what you call yourself. I won't know where to find you when I go to the Spirit Rain sect. Su Ruabai. Cold moon. Just go to Heavenly Spirit Peak and look for me. Originally, Suruwabai wanted to talk about Venerable Cold Moon's 4 disciples. But come to think of it, talking about this might not find him instead. Besides, Suruwabai still don't randomly report her master's name is better. When the time to disgrace her, she may instead be unhappy. Then, is it okay if I call you Big Brother Su? Suruwabai hummed. It's okay. My name is Mo Xiaosun. You can just call me Xiaosun like senior sister. Mo Xiaosun then continued to ask, Big Brother Su, can I ask where you learned your sword skill from? Suruwabai asked rhetorically. This sword skill is from your sword sect? Earlier, he had been a little curious as to why the other party was so familiar with this 10,000 sword skill, and in his heart, he had already guessed that this 10,000 sword skill was probably something from their sword sect. Mo Xiaoshuan nodded. The 10,000 swords decision is a move that our sword sect disciples have to know. Hearing this, Suruwabai was somewhat curious about what the authentic 10,000 swords decree would be like. Can you use it to show me? My master teacher just gave me the spell. I'm not too sure about anything else. Mo Xiaoshuan expressed great shock at his Versailles-esque statement. You've practiced to this level with just a spell and no one to guide you? Big Brother Su, how long have you been learning this sword skill? Half a month? Hearing this, the shock in Mo Xiaoshuan's eyes increased a few points. Half a month to reach this level? Then she had only reached the realm of small success after learning for so long. She was a bit skeptical that she hadn't lived all these years to the dogs. Mo Xiaoshuan then executed the 10,000 swords technique as well. Unlike Suruwabai's 3 spirit swords that appeared at the same time, this one of hers appeared gradually, one by one. The color of the sword that condensed out was just light blue, which was exactly the same as what was recorded on that jade slip. However, according to Mo Xiaosun's words, the 10,000 swords technique belonged to the more basic sword techniques of the sword sect. With the talent of sword heart passage in himself, he should indeed take the path of the sword. The Spirit Rain sect cultivated a more mixed bag of everything, while the sword sect was different, specializing in the way of the sword. In that case, it did seem that the sword sect was quite suitable for him. Suruwabai is not saying that he can't go to the sword sect. To want to be worthy of his senior sister, he definitely has to enrich his own strength. After things settled down with master teacher, it wouldn't be bad to go to the sword sect for some further training. When the time really mixed out the name of a sword immortal, he will be able to stand squarely in front of outsiders next to his sister. Although Suruwabai is not very concerned about the gaze of the unexpected, but he does not want to like the people because he was wronged. So, still need to work hard to be Big Brother Su. What do you think of my use of the 10,000 swords technique? Suruwabai pondered for a while, then said, the foreshake is a bit long, and the solidity of the spiritual energy isn't high, so you should have only been learning for a few days, right? Mo Xiaoshuan laughed dryly. Big Brother Su, I've been learning this for almost 9 years now. If it were Scutelaria Ling here, she would certainly not have told the truth. At those words, Suruwabai had a look of disbelief on her face, quickly also realizing that his speech appeared to be a bit vanilla. Suruwabai hurriedly coughed twice to change the topic. Your senior sister has lost all her spirit stones. Do you guys still have spirit stones on you? Mo Xiaoshuan shook his head. Nope. Then Suruwabai flipped her hand and a small bag appeared in her hand. There are 100 medium-grade spirit stones here. Make do with it first. Remember not to let your senior sister take it and spend it again. Mo Xiaoshuan froze and raised his head to look at Suruwabai, his eyes also taking on a grateful look. It was true that she and elder sister did not have any spirit stones left on them, and when the time came to go back, they would definitely have to rely on themselves to catch up. An elder sister had just complained to herself about this point. Mo Xiaoshuan was not polite and took the pouch, saying with a serious face, Big Brother Su, you're a good person. The corners of Suruwabai's mouth twitched slightly. How could someone send themselves a good guy card again? Well, a little favor. Nothing much. What's the saying? Anything that can be solved with money is nothing. Since he was certain that the other party was someone from the sword sect, then naturally, there weren't that many concerns. Big Brother Su, then I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, Mo Xiaosun bowed once more and left. Very polite little girl. Conversation is smooth. Then her elder sister do not know how many times better. P.S. Transitioned a few chapters. Next chapter will start writing the Valley of the Medicine King. Any suggestions can also be mentioned. Chapter 43, The Pill King Valley Trial with a Strange Picture Style. 3 days later, Valley of the Medicine King. Hello 3 elders, my name is Wang Irma. My family is poor. Both my parents have died since I was young, leaving behind an 80-year-old grandmother alone. The elder in the lead's face darkened as soon as he heard these familiar words and hurriedly interrupted him. Stop, 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 stop. Can you guys be a little original? How many people have used this template? This is the alchemy test. We are not comparing who has a miserable life. These three elders in charge of the examination were also helpless. The last session there was a more emotional female elder to be in charge of the assessment. And then because a contestant's life was too tragic, this female elder cried after hearing it, and broke the rules and admitted the person into the sect. As a result, it led to the fact that everyone who came up for this examination trial basically had to sell a wave of misery first. Selling misery on selling misery. But also unified are both parents are dead plus an 80-year-old grandmother. Listening to the three elders' ears are calloused. What kind of Dan are you going to make? The clear heart pill. No need to take the test. Next, the player even brought a hint of joy to his face when he heard, I passed? That elder said without mercy. What about passing NM? You'd better honestly go home and take care of your 80-year-old grandmother. Don't, elder. My 80-year-old grandmother is counting on me to make a name for myself by coming to the Medicine King Valley. Elder, give a. Before the word opportunity could be finished, that elder threw him out with a wave of his hand, then shouted, Next, player 2310. Suruwabai looked at the number plate in his hand, which was exactly 2310, and then walked onto the field. He had been watching here for a few hours, and to be honest, he hadn't expected that the Pill King Valley's trial would be like this. Whether you have real skills or not, that first sell a few words of misery, as if not selling misery will certainly not pass. This elder didn't wait for Suruwabai to open his mouth either, but asked directly, Both your parents are dead? Suruwabai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He was picked up on the mountain by his master as a child, and he had no memories of his parents, so he thought he should be dead. Your family is poor? His own little bit of spirit stone should be considered a poor family compared to most rich people, right? Suruwabai nodded once again. Don't you have an 80-year-old grandmother, too? Suruwabai also sensed that something was wrong. These few elders shouldn't also treat him as if he had come to sell his misery, right? Then he hurriedly spoke. Three elders? I'm different from the contestants in front of me. I'm not here to sell my woes. My name is Suruwabai. My alchemy hours are 2.5 years, and what I've brought with me today is one of my original elixirs, the Thunderbolt Ball. Don't ask why the alchemy lasted 2.5 years. After all, he couldn't say that he had actually been alchemizing for only half a month. Could he? Just thought I'd try to report the time as long as possible. 2.5 years is more palatable. That's why I said 2.5 years. Absolutely nothing else. Upon hearing the word original, the three elders' eyes lit up. Before bumped into so many sell miserable, finally came a normal person. And there is an original elixir. That is not simple. The expectation value directly pull full. Well, contestant, please begin your performance. At this time, off-site, Little Seeker, look over there. Is it Suruwabai? Scutelaria narrowed her eyes and looked carefully toward the center of the field. There were many people who came to the Medicine King Valley to try out, so it was divided into 4 venues at the same time. Shelling and Mo Shoshuan had come to join in the fun, so naturally they were just taking a look around the 4 venues, and they didn't expect to run into Suruwabai here. Mo Shoshuan looked over in the direction that Bakelinling was pointing. Is it really Big Brother Su? Why did he come to the Pill King Valley to participate in the trials? Senior sister, you have good eyesight. Hearing this, Shelling touched her nose in embarrassment. She didn't know how it happened. Anyway, she noticed Suruwabai just by sweeping a glance. Maybe she could recognize Suruwabai even if he really turned into dust. The flying boat is not just to one place in the Pill King Valley. It can be understood that the Pill King Valley is just one of the stops. Mo Shoshuan is really not expected to be so coincidental. Only to hear Shelling suddenly let out a shout. Not good. Senior sister. He can't be thinking of taking the path of the Dandao, right? This can't be good. If he takes the path of the Dandao, then how can he inherit the mantle of his master? If he doesn't inherit the mantle of his master, how can he distract his master's energy? If he doesn't distract his master's energy, how can I be lazy? Mo Shoshuan didn't even bother to spit out this senior sister of hers. This fuss only resulted from the fact that she couldn't be lazy. One can only say that it is worthy of being her senior sister. However, what Mo Shoshuan was more concerned about was why Big Brother Su had appeared here. Could it be that Big Brother Su was not only superbly gifted in Sword Dao, but also equally so in Dan Dao? The eyes looked straight toward Suruwabai in the middle of the field, who was refining pills. The herbs placed here should be the elixir used for the spirit recovery pill, right? Hiss. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a difference, but there might be other herbs put in later. After all, one more flavor could make a world of difference in effect. Not only the several elders, the crowd of onlookers were also looking forward to what exactly Surubai's so-called original elixir was. Turing grass? No, why did you add this? Didn't you say that the most taboo thing for alchemists is to add Turing grass? Adding this stuff will also greatly reduce the medicinal effect. What exactly is this to be refined? As a result, until after the lid of the Dan furnace was closed, the crowd couldn't see any other herbs put in. For a while, there was an outcry outside the arena. Isn't this just refining the spirit recovery pill? What original elixir? It can't be that it belongs to the same claptrap as the one selling misery in front of it, right? I think so. Don't tell me that the weak version of the spirit recovery pill is an original elixir, and that you need to put touring grass to refine this? This is also a talent. The headwinds were reversed all of a sudden, and the three elders' faces darkened as they looked at the young men in the arena. What's the saying? The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Thought we were going to kill some dark horse again this year. Now it looks like it's all bull and horses. Half a quarter of an hour later, Suruwabai uncovered the Dan furnace and took out the black and colorless pills inside. The three elders, please take a look. For a moment the entire field was silent, and it froze for several seconds before the field burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, too amusing. This black, this is still a potion? Where did it dry for me? Ha ha, my dog would shake his head straight if he ate this. Wouldn't he? According to the normal process, the refined pills needed to be tasted by the elders. Several elders looked at the pills Suruwabai had presented and looked at each other, obviously deciding who would eat them. The elder at the head, who seemed to have higher qualifications, coughed dryly before looking at Suruwabai. Kid, you have to put in 2 ling grass to refine the spirit recovery pill? Did you do it on purpose or accidentally? Suruwabai didn't pay attention to the jeers around her. On purpose. On purpose? Do you know what it means to put touring herb? The late generation naturally knows. The corners of this elder's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. This kid couldn't have come at them, the elders in charge of the assessment, right? Looking at the potion in front of him, he was hesitant to take it. However, there was no major problem with the placement of the herbs. They just sold a bit. A little hard to tell. It's just a matter of eating it. It won't kill anyone anyway. And then he picked up the elixir and was about to put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Suruwabai hurriedly spoke up. Elder, this isn't meant to be eaten. Elder, you can inject a bit of spiritual energy into it and throw it into the sky. Chapter 44, The Alchemist's Vocation. Not for eating? This elder looked at the thing in his hand with a confused expression. What else can a potion be used for if not for eating? To be honest, on this sale, it's not necessarily edible. He would like to see what kind of medicine this kid is selling in his gourd. Other than that, at least it looks like it's a much more original look than the previous ones that were just templates to sell misery. He then injected a trace of spiritual energy into his hand, and then threw it into the sky. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang! A loud bang came out of the entire sky, and huge explosions blew up in the sky as if they were like fireworks. The air froze for a few seconds after this explosion before someone spoke. This is what was refined still a pill? Don't tease. Isn't this just blowing up the Dan? I also said that it's no wonder that we need to add the touring grass. The feeling is that we know that we will blow up the Dan, that the elders look at the end of the silence. Good end of the alchemy. Which just if you eat into the mouth, and then bang, that is estimated to have to east a piece of west a piece of. It was all a bit scary when you thought about it. Even if he was at the yuaning stage, if this exploded inside his body, even if he didn't die, then he would be seriously injured. The eyes that looked at Suruwabai also became serious. This contestant, you don't think that blowing up pills is an honorable thing for an alchemist, do you? Seeing the serious expression on this elder's face, Suruwabai knew that the other party probably didn't approve of his Thunderbolt Dan. In fact, Suruwabai already knew the outcome from the reactions of the surrounding onlookers. If you say sad, well, certainly a little bit. Their own things are not recognized by others. Spare no one will have a little heart uncomfortable. This was all something that Suruwabai had long been mentally prepared for. After all, he knew that what he himself was doing was ridiculous. However, Suruwabai wasn't going to give up on this. The other party probably hadn't realized what he meant by this thunderbolt pill, and then opened his mouth. Elder, don't you think that what we alchemists lack is precisely a means of attack? Why can't this exploding pill be a means of attack for our alchemists? Hearing this, not only the elders, but all those around who knew a bit of alchemy laughed out. Kid, if you want to attack means, you can take the sword path or something like that. The Dan Dao is meant for alchemy. As long as you become an alchemist, are you still afraid that no one will be able to shelter you? Where do you need to do it yourself? Alchemists were tantamount to the existence of a nursemaid, no matter which clan they were in. That belonged to the guest of honor. Take the Medicine King Valley for example. In fact, the overall strength of the Medicine King Valley is not strong. The highest realm is only the Cave Void stage. Even the Mahayana stage cultivators are not yet, but is a heavenly order sect. This is because of its unique position in the immortal cultivation world. Cultivators need elixirs to cure bumps and bruises, right? Cultivators need elixirs to cross the threshold, right? These are inseparable from the alchemist. And the Pill King Valley is equivalent to the world's alchemist's ancestral shrine. So, no matter whether it is the right way, the devil's way, or transcendent sects that do not dare to easily offend the Pill King Valley, this elder was also right. The original duty of an alchemist was to make pills. This instead of coming to participate in what alchemists trials better to open a single faction, called the Fried Dan Master. Seeing Su Ruabai go silent, that elder thought that he had been told to break his defenses. As a result, I didn't expect that Su Ruabai suddenly opened his mouth. A disposable magic treasure of Jin Dan stage power. Not 998. Not 888. As long as 100 middle grade spirit stones you can take it away. It's cheap and good. Welcome to come to Pill King City to find me. The three elders face a black. Meow. These days, still not let a good trial? Even if you are miserable, why do you still come to advertise? The surrounding people laughed out loud. But, 100 middle grade spirit stones can buy a disposable Jin Dan stage power magic treasure? So cheap? Should we go and find out more about it? Leaving this sentence, Su Ruabai is very sensible to run away. Always feels so cheap. Stay a little longer may be beaten. That's right. In fact, coming to the Medicine King Valley, Su Ruabai didn't expect too much to be able to obtain the reverse fate immortal grass through the trial. In fact, the main purpose was to be able to expand the fame of his Parak Dan a bit. In the future, he might really be able to use this to open up a way to blow up Dan. However, he was the only one on this path for now. But if the benefits are big enough, I'm sure there will be plenty of people who will join in, right? What's the saying? The more you walk, the more you become a road. This avenue is likewise so. As long as more people join in, that can form a road. The trial ended quite hastily, but Su Ruabai had no intention of going straight back. This has just finished the advertisement. Just like this left, then it is not a waste of time? Before to Mo Xiaoshuan they borrowed so many spirit stones. The body savings are almost empty. Just sell some Thunderbolt Dan back to blood. Pill King City. Pill King City was a subsidiary city of Pill King Valley, and it was here that Su Ruabai had stayed 2 days ago. Earlier, he had fallen in love with a jade pendant in a store in Pill King City. Being able to warm up the meridians, Su Ruabai thought that this might be able to be a little helpful to Master's recovery. The purpose of coming to the Medicine King Valley was originally for the injury of the Master, so it couldn't be a trip that didn't bring it back, could it? Big Brother Su, you're running so fast. Not long after entering Pill King City, Su Ruabai heard a familiar voice coming from behind. Turning back, I didn't expect it to be Mo Xiaosun and Scuttling. What are you guys doing here? Mo Xiaoshuan little face a little red. Just now maybe chasing too fast. Some small gasp. We were supposed to come to Pill King Valley to see the trials, and senior sister said that we could grow our knowledge. Growing knowledge is a lie. Coming out to play is the real thing. Su Ruabai has long since figured out the pissiness of her senior sister. At this moment, Scuttling was standing behind Mo Xiaoshuan, and her face also had a somewhat less than favorable look. I wasn't too calm before, but now that I've calmed down I've figured out what stupid things I've done before. Su Ruabai thought about it and estimated that the two of them had just seen themselves participating in the trial, so they had looked for them, only to hear Mo Xiaosun speak. Big Brother Su, you're superb. Don't worry about what those people from the Pill King Valley say, they purely have no vision. Su Ruabai didn't expect Mo Xiaoshuan to say this, and lost her smile. No need to comfort me. I'm fine. Mo Xiaoshuan shook her head and said with a sincere face, No. I really think that Big Brother Su is very powerful, just with the materials of the spirit returning pill. If he is able to refine a disposable magic treasure with that kind of explosive power, then it would be much more powerful than a detonation talisman. Right, senior sister? Scuttling nodded as well. That's right. That explosive charm is expensive as hell. Do you still have the Thunderbolt pills you mentioned here? I want to buy some too. Buy? Su Ruabai looked at Shelling oddly. You still have spirit stones on you? Chapter 45, not laughing at you. Scuttling's face stiffened, almost forgetting that she didn't have any spirit stones on her. Su Ruabai naturally knew of her dilemma and smiled. How about this? I happen to be planning to sell the Thunderbolt pills later on. You guys give me a hand and I'll give you 1/5 of the profits. How about this? Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoshuan hurriedly waved his hand and excused himself. No need. Big Brother Su, if there's anything I can do to help you, just ask. No need to be paid. This won't work. One size fits all. If you won't take it, then it's better if I sell it myself. Seeing that Su Ruabai had said so, Mo Xiaoshuan didn't refuse. Shelling, on the other hand, blinked a few times before saying, Do I get a share too? Well, you just don't give me any trouble. Scuttling patted her chest. Don't worry about it. leave this to Xiao Sun and I. I'll make sure you earn a lot of money, and I'll come back to buy your Thunderbolt Ball when I've earned the Spirit Stones. Mo Xiaoshuan also nodded at the side. Her senior sister might not understand, but she knew that this proposal uttered by Su Ruobai was just helping the two in a different way. Sure enough, Big Brother Su is a very gentle person now. In response, Su Ruobai merely laughed, and then took out all the Thunderbolt Balls on hand. I'm going to refine some more, so you guys can go ahead and try to sell them. Just come to the 4 Square Inn and find me later. After saying that, Su Ruobai left. Mo Xiaoshuan was right in thinking that Su Ruobai did want to help them in this way. Not for anything else. Simply for those few compliments from Mo Xiaoshuan. Su Ruobai felt that it was enough for him to do so. Among so many people, to have the presence of someone who recognized him, Su Ruobai felt that it was very rare. To him, spirit stones were just things outside of his body, but something like trust, other than his senior sister. This was the first time he felt it from another person. In his eyes, trust could be far more valuable than spirit stones. Plus, he did need help. Just he himself would refine the Thunderbolt pills, so he specialized in refining them and let others take care of selling them, so that efficiency could be greatly improved. Su Ruobai has already calculated. Probably stay here for a week, and then go back to the Spirit Rain sect. Just a pity, did not get the reverse life immortal grass to go back. Hiss. Nope. Su Ruobai looked around for a moment, always feeling as if someone was staring at him, but after looking around, he didn't notice anyone watching him. It looks like you're scaring yourself. In the dark, Nightling you watched Su Ruobai enter the inn. For a while, I didn't know what to do. According to the original plot, it should have been Su Ruobai who was ridiculed by the people of Medicine King Valley and then depressed and acting sad and upset. By coming out at this time yourself, you will be able to achieve the best results. But the problem was that Su Ruobai didn't see any hard feelings at all. And on the contrary, he was still chatting and laughing with the 2 little girls. She had only come here today and didn't know exactly how Su Ruobai had hooked up with 2 more little girls, as her senior sister's senior sister, and Su Ruobai as her senior sister's boyfriend. Night Lingyu felt that it was still necessary for her to help her senior sister supervise and monitor Su Ruobai. Besides, maybe Su Ruobai is really his future husband. However, it was not good for her to come out in this situation. For the time being, we'll just have to watch in secret. And incidentally find out what his relationship is with those 2 little girls. Knock. Knock. A knock sounded on the door and Su Ruobai opened it. Standing outside the door was none other than Mo Xiaosun and also Scuttling. Mo Xiaoshuan brought out a small bag. Big Brother Su, this is the spirit stones that you just earned from selling the Thunderbolt Balls. And Shelling, who was standing beside her, hadn't taken her eyes off the little bag, with a look that was full of desire for spirit stones. Seeing her like this, Su Ruobai couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Why did this sword sect master's disciple feel a bit of a money grubber? Oddly enough, is it possible that masters aren't good at teaching disciples anymore? His own master is like this, and the masters of Shelling and Mo Xiaoshuan seem to be like this as well. Night Lingyu hiding in the shadows. Achoo. Who's cursing me? Su Ruobai took the pouch and couldn't help but look at the spirit stones inside with some confusion. Little seeker, how come there are so many extra spirit stones? The number was wrong at a glance. The Thunderbolt Balls he had given were only 5 or 6, and if it was 100 apiece, that was only 600. What's in this little bag? It's thousands. Anyhow? Scuttle Ling hummed. Are you stupid? Those detonation talismans. One of them cost 700 to 800 medium-grade spirit stones. How can you sell this one for 100? Hearing this, Su Ruobai realized what was going on. He only knew that normal one-time consumption of this kind of magic treasure is usually 200 or 300 market price, but did not specifically understand the explosion type of disposable magic weapon is what price. Wouldn't you lose a lot of money if you did that math? By the way, how do you guys sell so fast? It's only been less than a quarter of an hour, right? Scuttle Ling crossed her arms and said proudly, I put up the Sword Sect Disciple token and they scrambled to buy it. This was true. The Sword Sect was a big sect, and it was natural that no one would think they were cheating when the Sword Sect's Disciple token was put out. Sword Sect Disciples heart only sword. On other external aid is very disdain. So there is this kind of magic treasure and so on out to sell cheaply is also very normal. Scuttle Ling continued. How about it? Would you consider coming to our Sword Sect? Other than that, you'll definitely be able to do well in this business. This was true. If they reported the Spirit Rain sect, it was estimated that not many people knew about it. But once they said the Sword Sect, then basically everyone recognized it. In that case, the Sword Sect is quite suitable for you. I'll think about it. The words couldn't be said too dead. After all, it was still possible to go to the Sword Sect afterward. Su Ruobai counted about 2,000 or so spirit stones, and according to the agreement, Su Ruabai divided 1/5 of the spirit stones out. Take it. At the sight of the spirit stones, Scutelaria's eyes instantly lit up. Reaching out, he hurriedly picked it up. 1/5. That would be more than 400 medium-grade spirit stones. Su Ruabai, you're a good person. After saying that, Scuttling took out 100 medium-grade spirit stones. Speaking of which, I'll buy a thunderbolt pill as well. Su Ruabai looked at her with an odd expression. Aren't you selling it for 400 mid-grade spirit stones? To buy it. Shelling's eyes went wide. What do you mean? I've only gotten 200, and you want me to get 400? Why are you even blacker than me? You've just finished saying hello. Su Ruabai flipped his hand, then took out the thunderbolt ball that he had just refined. Just refined it. You'll have spirit stones when you sell it. Scuttling glared at him in exasperation. This was simply a black-hearted capitalist. Still, the bag containing the thunderballs was picked up. Humph. Senior sister, let's go. I don't believe I can't afford it today. Seeing that Scuttling took it seriously, Mo Xiaoxuan covered her mouth and laughed out. This senior sister, how to feel stupid. Seeker, what are you laughing at? No, I'm not laughing at you. Scuttling? Chapter 46 Art is explosive too. 0. Into the night. One had to admit that Mo Xiaoxuan and Shelling were very efficient. This afternoon, there were an unknown number of trips back and forth, and he couldn't even catch up with the speed at which they were selling this refining. Originally, Su Ruabai had planned to go out and sell it himself when he had refined more. After all, he was the one who advertised during the trial, and there were sure to be people who would recognize him and come to buy it then as well. However, this all boils down to getting the thunderballs out there. They sell faster and naturally better. It just seems like he's being a bit redundant. Okay, well, that's it for today. Su Ruabai wasn't really a black-hearted boss. It was dark. Not so much that he let them keep on doing it, but then again, immortal cultivators don't need to sleep after reaching the foundation stage, so wouldn't they be able to work all the time, day and night? Ahem. It's better to have fewer of these capitalist ideas. Su Ruabai distributed the spirit stones to the two of them, then took a freshly refined thunderbolt ball and handed it to Shelling. It's kind of a reward for your good behavior. Scuttling was all just about to take a spirit stone to buy it, but she didn't expect Su Ruabai to take the initiative to reward her. For a moment it was all a bit exasperated. What do you mean? I can afford it now. Su Ruabai shook his head. How many spirit stones do you think it costs for a Yuaning stage power detonation talisman? Shelling pondered for a while, then said, it's probably going to take a top-grade spirit stone to buy it. After a pause, Shelling looked at the thunderbolt ball in Su Ruabai's hand and quickly realized what he meant, her eyes taking on a look of shock. You mean, this one of yours has the power of the Yuaning stage? Su Ruabai held his head slightly high, although he wasn't a very vain kind of person, but seeing others shocked because of what they had made was still a source of pride in his heart. So, you think you can afford it? Scuttling counted. This afternoon earned about 1,000 spirit stones. Even if the spirit stones on the small search also counted, the estimated cannot afford to buy. But, a disposable magic treasure of Yuaning stage power. It's impossible not to be moved by such a good thing. After hesitating for a few seconds, Scutelaria finally extended her hand and took the thunderbolt ball he handed over. Well, then I'll owe it first, and I'll give it to you later when I have spirit stones. Su Ruabai gave a and didn't say when she should be allowed to return it. If you guys still want to come and help, then come back to me tomorrow morning. We'll be closed for the night. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxuan asked, Big brother Su, do you have something to do tonight then? Su Ruabai nodded, going to do some shopping. In that case, then elder sister and I will leave you alone. I'll come back for you tomorrow. Su Ruabai let out a and then the two women left. After leaving the inn, Shelling tugged on Mo Xiaoxuan's arm. Xiaoxuan, didn't you say you wanted to invite him to dinner? Why don't you invite him? Mo Xiaoxuan shook her head slightly. If big brother Su has something to do, I won't bother him. Upon hearing this, Scutelaria couldn't help but be a bit speechless. How much effort could be delayed by having a meal? Little seeker, are you interested in him? Then you have to work hard to trick him into coming to the sword sect. Long-distance relationships don't end well. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoxuan's face turned a little red and she said with some shame, Senior sister, if you keep making jokes like that. Before Mo Xiaoyun could finish her sentence, Scuttling interrupted. Fine. No more jokes. Xiaoyun, we just earned so many spirit stones, we mustn't go and spend money? Scuttling had long been a bit pressed. In the past 2 days, because there were no spirit stones on his body, he didn't even have a place to stay when he came to Pill King City, and when he saw the delicious food, he could only look at it with bated breath. Finally, there is money. Scutularia naturally want to get back what they missed in the past 2 days. Little Seeker, do you think I can learn Su Ruabai's method of refining the Thunderbolt pill? If I learn it, I won't have to worry about spending my spirit stones in the future, right? But this seems to be considered a trade secret. Even if Su Ruabai is a good person, it's impossible for him to divulge this kind of eating skill, right? Imo Xiaoshuan quite agree with Schelling's statement. If you can master the refining method, it is able to subvert the status of the detonation talisman, and in the future you can earn a lot of spirit stones can be said to be countless. Elder sister, you can ask about it tomorrow. Have you heard? The Pill King Valley Master is furious because of today's trial. Ha, you don't have to tell me. I went to see today's trial and it was just too abstract. What sent what? Tell me. In the beginning it was all about selling out. Alchemy at best you can make a chi refining Dan. You can't even make a base building Dan. And the most interesting one you know what is? What is it? There's another one in the back that refined a fried Dan. One that almost made the elder eat it. And it's beautifully named as original. That's right. Called the Thunderbolt Pill. Simply too joyful. A disposable magic weapon called the Thunderbolt Pill appeared in the city today. It's cheap and works well. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Not far away. When Su Ruabai heard this conversation, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. It looked like what he had done in Pill King Valley had spread quite quickly, and he didn't know how many times he had heard about it along the way. LOL. I was thinking of coming out and making a name for myself, but I didn't expect it to end up this way. The Great Wall of Demons. Is it almost over? The endless demon clan made people's hearts despair. The war between the human race and the demon race that can be traced back to the ancient times. In recent years, the demon race did not know where to get the special method. The fertility rate increased substantially, and the demon race was born itself to be tougher than the human race. Plus, both sides had signed a contract that the most that would go into battle would be the third realm. This also poured. The human race could not resist the attack of the demon race and retreated again and again until they retreated to the Great Wall of Imperial Demons. And according to this situation, the Great Wall of the Royal Demon will not be long to lose. The cultivators in charge of defending the city had long been ready to evacuate, just waiting for the commander of the Great Wall of Imperial Demons to issue an order. Above the Great Wall of 10,000 demons, Commander-in-Chief Li Yundu looked at the human race as well as the demon race that were constantly fighting under the city wall, and he couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. This Imperial Demon Great Wall has been in command for dozens of generations, and as a result, it has lost ground to him. So who can accept this? He didn't want to issue an order to retreat, but what if he didn't? It's still just more casualties? Li Yundu took out the commander's royal order and was about to give the order to retreat. Bang! A sudden loud bang resounded throughout the Great Wall of 10,000 demons. Li Yundu followed the sound of the explosion and looked over. A large swath of the demon race was blown to pieces, only to see a cultivator standing next to the big pit that blew out shouting up to the sky. Art is an explosion. Chapter 47. This explosion is only just beginning. Only to see this young cultivator continuously throwing out some sort of ball-shaped thing. A loud sound rose and fell. Each explosion that meant the death of a large swath of demon race. The originally voluminous ranks of the demon race were actually blown open hard. Although these low-realm demon clans were not spiritually intelligent, they were able to distinguish what would jeopardize their lives. For a moment, all the demon clans placed their hate values on this cultivator. At this moment, Li Yundu couldn't help but shed a hint of tears from the corner of his eyes in excitement, and his voice was trembling a bit as he said, "Children, we're saved. Protect that teenager." Explosive charms were sold so expensively because they were important strategic materials, and the ones that had been bought before had already been consumed in the previous battles. I didn't expect this kid to have so many in his hands. Can't it be that he's the son of some family out for training? But what he threw out didn't seem to be something like talisman paper, but more like a small ball. Moreover, the range could be much greater than the range of a normal detonation talisman, yet it was stuck right at the power of the Jindan stage, and it did not violate any of the rules signed between the human and demon races at all. That's right, this cultivator was none other than Su Ruabai's the Juyan Peak senior brother Li Hao. Li Hao originally didn't even know that the human race side had pinned all their hopes on him. He was just thinking about killing more demonic beasts and earning more merit value so that he could exchange it for heavenly treasures. This blow-up is simply awesome. No wonder Master Su said that art is an explosion. I didn't take it seriously when I heard it at the time, but now I realize the depth of the statement. Li Hao naturally also noticed that the hate values of those demonic beasts were all pulled to himself. Not only was his heart not afraid, but he was also somewhat looking forward to them coming over to surround himself. It's better to all huddle together and one goes down and blows them all up. As long as it was thrown well, a single thunderbolt ball would be able to blow up at least 100 or so demonic beasts. and he had 30 or so of them in his possession. In other words, 3,000 demonic beasts were going to die in its hands. 10 points of merit value for demonic beasts in the first realm, 50 points for those in the second realm, and 100 points for those in the third realm. If this one went down, it would earn a few hundred merit points at least. At the thought of getting rich, Li Hao's eyes turned a little red when he looked at those demonic beasts. Ha ha, come over here and die for me. A ball of thunderbolts was thrown out, and the original army of demonic beasts was blown apart. What protection was completely unnecessary. Those demonic beasts were blown up by him before they could even get close. The sound of this explosion was a life-altering bell in the ears of those demonic beasts, but in the ears of the human cultivators, it was undoubtedly the sound of war drums that boosted their morale. The morale that was still low was instantly rekindled after seeing hope. Fellow Taoists, let's go together. We must kill all these demonic beasts today. 2 hours later, as the demon army withdrew, Li Yundu breathed a long sigh of relief. If the Imperial Demon Great Wall is broken in his hands, then he won't have the face to go back to see his ancestors. Then his eyes went to the teenager who seemed like a savior under the Great Wall. A flash appeared in front of him. At this time, Li Hao was still cursing those demonic beasts for withdrawing too fast, and there were still a few thunderbolt balls on his hand that he couldn't throw out. But suddenly a person appeared right in front of him, which almost didn't scare him into smashing the thunderbolt balls on his hand into the other person's face. Li, Commander Li? Li Yundu excitedly held his hand. Junior. No. Hero, what is your name? Li Hao didn't even react to what was going on for a while. How did he become a hero for good reason? Li Hao. Honka. Could it be? Are you from the Li family of the 10,000 Willows Immortal City? At those words, Li Hao hurriedly shook his head. No. It's the Li clan of the 5U Immortal Sect? Li Hao shook his head once again and said with some embarrassment. Commander Li, my junior is a disciple of the Spirit Rain Sect's Juyan Peak, and is not a member of any Li clan. Hearing the 3 words Spirit Rain Sect, Li Yundu froze and didn't think of where this was even after thinking for a long time. Like this kind of Xian rank sect, the entire immortal cultivation world could be said to have thousands if not tens of thousands. Other than the more famous ones, unless one lives nearby, where would one know which clan this was? So where did you get all your starting charms? Something like an explosive charm was not something that a Rune Dao practitioner would necessarily be able to draw. This thing was a more advanced talismanic affiliation. It was difficult and required expensive materials, so it could be said that it had a price. So, the average person can't afford this. Explosive talisman? Li Hao froze, but quickly realized what was going on. Commander Li, this isn't an explosive charm. This is called a thunderball. After saying that, Li Hao handed the few small balls still left in his hand to Li Yundu. Li Yundu looked at the small ball and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Why does it still have a Dan flavor? It also tastes a little bit like the reclaiming elixir. This thing can explode? Li Hao nodded. Commander Li, you can inject a bit of spiritual energy and just throw it out. Li Yundu tried it his way. Bang! There was a familiar thud. Even Li Yun, who had seen the world, was shocked. It's amazing that this little ball is actually something that just managed to explode. It was unheard of before. Do you have any more of these little balls? Where did it come from? I bought it from one of my mentors. Shifu? Does he still have it there? How many spirit stones did you pay for it? I'll pay double. Li Hao also saw that the other party wanted this kind of small ball. Also, something as simple and useful as this is simply a battlefield weapon. There should be. I bought it from my senior brother for 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and I don't know where he got it from. 100 medium-grade spirit stones? Hearing this, Li Yundu was once again shocked. That senior brother of yours is close to you? Li Hao dryly coughed a few times. It's not too good. It belongs to the category of not fighting. It's simply a transaction. Senior brother, he sells this in the clan. Upon hearing this, Li Yundu felt even more strange. He had thought it was some very close relationship, just selling some inside prices or something. As a result, the price of this little ball is just set at 100. Let alone 100. He'd buy 500. 1,000. If this thunderbolt ball was here, where would this battle be forced to the Royal Demon Pass? Not only would it not be forced here, on the contrary, it might even be able to snatch back the previous territory. Thinking of this, Li Yundu's eyes were on fire. Spirit Rain Sect, right? What's the name of that senior brother of yours? Su Ruabai. Chapter 48, Sister? What are you doing here? Half a day later. Brother Li, I didn't expect you to really hold it. That's a great feat. Li Yundu smiled. Elder Wu, you really don't say. There's a place and time. And indeed, the most important thing is this harmony. Today I've met a nobleman. Upon hearing this, Wu Hai couldn't help but be puzzled. Noble person? Li Yundu picked up the wine cup on the table and took a big gulp of it with great bravado. You'll know in a few days. I'm going to do something big. Wu Hai was even more curious. Brotherly, don't be so secretive. Tell me. Li Yundu then talked about how he defended the Great Wall of Imperial Demons today and the origin of that Thunderbolt Ball. After hearing this, Wu Hai was a bit confused. Thunderball? Li Yundu asked. What's wrong, Elder Wu? You know about this thing? Is it hard to believe that I'm outdated? I haven't even heard of it before. Wu Hai's expression was all a bit odd. You know about our Pill King Valley trial the day before yesterday, right? Wu Hai, an elder of the Medicine King Valley, responsible for transporting pills to the border. A back and forth between Wu Hai and Li Yun have become acquainted with. Li Yundu nodded. Naturally, I know. Wu Hai then spoke. This Pill King Valley's trial has given me a bad headache. All of them came up to sell their woes, and none of them have any real talent. Li Yundu asked with some doubt. What does that have to do with this Thunderbolt Ball? I also heard it from someone else. At that time, there was a contestant named Su Ruabai who said that he had originated a kind of elixir called this Thunderbolt Ball, and that the most taboo thing in alchemy is blowing up the elixir. Isn't that hilarious? However, it shouldn't be the same kind of thing as the Thunderbolt Ball you're talking about here, right? Li Yundu suddenly stood up. Su Ruabai? What's wrong? It's exactly the Su Ruabai I'm looking for. Hearing this, Wu Hai was instantly confused and quickly reacted to what this meant. This is a splash of riches, and as a result, Medicine King Valley didn't catch it? Elder Wu, quickly go back to the Pill King Valley and see if that Su Ruabai still stays there. It's a matter of great importance. This could be about the future borders of our human race. Wu Hai couldn't sit still, arched his hand, and rushed to leave. Before, he had only thought of this Thunderball or whatever as fun, and had not thought at all that there would be such a layer. If this fried Dan could really reach that kind of power, then the alchemist could completely rise, and be able to attack and milk himself. Wouldn't that be invincible? Pill King City. Senior sister, when are we going back? Scuttling raised her eyebrows and looked at Imo Xiaosun with an odd expression. Should we leave now? Isn't this a little too early? Scuttling didn't even bother to break her down. She had pushed herself to go back every day when she came out before, but ever since she ran into Su Ruabai, she hadn't thought about going back. Now it's too good to go back too early. I think it's because Su Ruabai is still in the city. Scuttling pretended not to know what she meant, but instead said, this isn't good. If I go back late, Master will scold me, and Master can't afford to scold you. No. I have to go back earlier. Imo Xiaoxuan's face instantly went bitter. Scuttling couldn't help but want to laugh. The identity roles were completely switched off. She herself actually didn't really want to go back. Every day she made more and more money every day. Watching her bag with spirit stones getting more and more bulging, it was simply not too good. Although the monthly salary of a sword sect disciple was quite high, it was definitely not as fast as working part-time to get spirit stones. Working part-time for a while, always working part-time for a straight time. Senior sister, why don't we go ask Big Brother Su when he's leaving first? Well, let's go then. For square in. Su Ruabai frowned and looked out the window. He knew that someone had to be watching him, and it definitely wasn't something to scare himself. Carrying the skill of shadowing the sky, it could be said that the world could not find a second one stronger than him in terms of anti-peeping ability. Before, I thought it was just that people recognized that they were the fun on the trial so they paid a little more attention to themselves, but for the past few days he had been able to detect that someone could see him, and that was a big problem. One could only feel the other person peering at them but one could not perceive where they were. In other words, the cultivation level was definitely higher than him. It's either murder for money or robbery for sex. But Su Ruabai thinks it's more like murder for money. If he was harming lives, he hadn't offended anyone but Scutalaria himself. And now this is a situation where the two have long since dissolved. If you're robbing people of their sex, it's not good. It's not good. But Su Ruabai knew that it was only after coming to Medicine King City that he was targeted. And the only thing he had ever done in Pill King City that was to sell Thunderbolt pills. So it's very likely that someone is eyeing his Thunderbolt pills. Knock. Brother Su, are you there? Yes, the door is unlocked. Come in. Imo Xiaoxuan entered the middle of the room. Su Ruabai asked somewhat strangely, where is your senior sister? She had something to do and didn't come. Su Ruabai didn't think much of it, pulling out a stool and signaling her to sit down. Seeker, what can I do for you? I wanted to ask Big Brother Su when you're leaving. Su Ruabai did some math, and it seemed like a week had already passed. I forgot to tell you, I'm planning on going back tomorrow. Hearing this, Imo Xiaoxuan let out an ah. In that case, then, can I go to the Spirit Rain sect to look for you when the time comes? After earning spirit stones in the past few days, Scuttling had long since paid off her debt, which meant that Mo Xiaoxuan had no more excuses to go looking for him. Su Ruabai nodded. Of course we can. We're friends. Mo Xiaoxuan lowered his head slightly and muttered. A friend? Isn't it? Mo Xiaoxuan hummed, and then a smile was brought to her face. Then, big brother Su, don't mind me bothering you when the time comes. No, just come to me. Right, big brother Su. After so many days, I haven't asked you why you're going to the Pilking Valley for the trial. Su Ruabai didn't mean to hide it from her either. I originally wanted to pass the trial and then go to the Pilking Valley to find out if there was a reversed fate immortal herb, but unfortunately, I couldn't even touch the threshold of the Pilking Valley, so trying to obtain the reversed fate immortal herb was nothing more than a joke. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoxuan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Our sword sect seems to have a. Why don't? I'll go ask master for you? Hearing this, Su Ruabai then remembered that the sword sect was also a great sect, and might also have this kind of divine object. But, I'm sure they can't give it to you for nothing, right? Unless one was able to become a disciple of the sovereign? With this reverse fate immortal grass, the sect master's cultivation would be able to be restored, and since it was able to be restored, there would be no need for him or her to stay by her side. Knock. Su Ruabai looked toward Mo Xiaoxuan. Your senior sister is here? Mo Xiaoxuan was also a bit puzzled. Didn't senior sister say she wasn't coming? Just push the door in. The door pushed open, and looking at the figure outside the door, Su Ruabai's entire body was confused. Senior sister? Why are you here? Chapter 49 Yu Yunqi's Invisible Aura. Elder sister. Let me explain. Su Ruabai was truly surprised that Yu Yunqi would appear here, this late at night, alone with a man and a woman, or in an inn. Su Ruabai felt like she couldn't even jump into the Yellow River to get clean. Yu Yunqi didn't bother with Su Ruabai's intentions. Instead her gaze was fixed on Mo Xiaoxuan. This invisible kind of aura made Mo Xiaoxuan sweat a little. Hello. Yu Yunqi smiled. Who are you? Why are you in my senior brother's room? With that smile, not only Mo Xiaoxuan, even Su Ruabai on the side smelled a hint of danger. Was this still the senior sister he knew? However, in this situation now, it seems reasonable for the senior sister to be black and even. Su Ruabai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, then coughed dryly before saying, Senior sister. She's a friend of mine. There's nothing else to it. Don't think too much. Yu Yunqi glanced at him faintly, a look that seemed to say that men don't interrupt when a woman's family is talking. Su Ruabai immediately dumbfounded. The heart secretly. Small search. Su big brother cannot help you. Mo Xiaoxian took a deep breath and gathered enough courage to meet the Yu Yunqi's eyes. My name is Mo Xiaoxian. Your big brother Su's senior sister. Is it okay if I call you senior sister as well? Yu Yunqi slightly angled her head. It's fine to call me senior sister. However, I'm more than just his senior sister. Well, still his girlfriend. At those words, Mo Xiaoxian's face stiffened, and the courage she had just mustered was gone in an instant. In that case, big brother Su and I just talked about something. We didn't do anything else. Since you're here, senior sister, I won't bother you. After saying that, Mo Xiaoxuan trotted out of the room. All of a sudden, only Yu Yunqi and Su Ruabai remained in the room. Only then did Yu Yunqi turn her gaze to Su Ruabai, but she did not open her mouth. There are times when not speaking instead is 100 or even 1,000 times more effective than speaking. Although Su Ruabai asked herself that she hadn't done anything wrong, but when she encountered such a situation, could that man not panic? Only after a long time did Yu Yunqi speak. Return to the clan tomorrow? Su Ruabai nodded. Senior sister, why did you come all the way here? I was afraid that you were frustrated and couldn't think straight, so I came over to take a look, but I didn't expect. Su Ruabai hurriedly explained. Senior sister Mo and I are innocent. We really are just friends. Yu Yunqi knew, of course. She had been staring at Su Ruabai for so long that she naturally knew what the two did and didn't do. That's right. This Jade Cloud Creek is not the other Jade Cloud Creek. She was none other than Night Lingyu, who was secretly spying on Su Ruabai. As for why she took on the appearance of her senior sister, it was also entirely Yu Yunqi's intention. At that time when she left, her senior sister told her that if she appeared with her true face, Su Ruabai wouldn't have guessed about her restoring her cultivation. It's natural not to be exposed if the plan is still to go ahead. Unable to help, Night Lingyu also had to temporarily exchange identities with her senior sister. If you did do something, do you think you'd still be standing here properly? Hearing this, Su Ruabai cold sweat rose even more. Looks like these days staring at their own should be the senior sister. The senior sister had said before that if she was green, then she would just kill it, previously dismissed as possibly a joke. Now, thoughtful. Senior sister, don't worry about it. Su Ruabai, swear to the heavens that I will absolutely not 3. Oh, stop. Without waiting for Su Ruabai to finish speaking, Night Lingyu hurriedly covered his mouth to stop him from swearing. She wasn't stupid. How could she not know what Su Ruabai was about to swear? Although at the moment Night Lingyu felt that she didn't really like Su Ruabai at the moment. She just felt that Su Ruabai was quite good to her, so she had a slight good feeling. But it was impossible to say whether the future would develop into what the master had predicted. But if you really let Su Ruabai swear, then in the future this road is estimated to be completely broken. This person is still more listen to the words of the master. Her master this all shows Su Ruabai is his future husband. Naturally also have to try to go this way well. Then he spoke. Vows can't be made casually. Senior brother, I trust you. Only after saying that did Night Lingyu release her hand, and her face lost the serious look she had before. Su Ruabai let out a his heart slightly relieved. After a while, Su Ruabai lowered his head. Senior sister, I've let you down. Night Lingyu looked at him with some doubt. Why did he suddenly come up with such a sentence for a good reason? Didn't he say he believed him? What's wrong? The trial. It's still a bit humiliating that I didn't pass. Night Lingyu could hear that Su Ruabai's voice was clearly a bit low. She had thought that Su Ruabai really didn't care about these things. Now it seems like that's just pretending to be strong in front of others, right? Night Lingyu heart inexplicably some sour. Now their own identity is a senior sister, and he can show this in front of the senior sister. I think, is really like the senior sister it. Night Lingyu ghostly reached out and rubbed his hair. It's alright, senior brother. No need to blame yourself. What you did was already very good. Su Ruabai let out a Although this was just a very ordinary comforting sentence to others, to him, it was like a ray of firelight in the darkness. Meager, but still able to warm the heart. Why did you have to come again when you knew this would be the outcome? Senior sister, eldest senior brother had the idea of making a move before. I managed to trick him with one hand before he temporarily gave up his intention of making a move. But I reckon it won't be long before he still chooses to take the risk and doesn't want to find a way to let senior restore her cultivation. Wouldn't something happen to her then? This was something that Night Lingyu had heard her senior sister probably say once before. But after hearing Su Ruabai say it in person, her heart felt another way. After being silent for a while, Night Lingyu continued to speak. But have you ever thought about how your master would treat you after dealing with those senior brothers right after he regained his cultivation? Is it worth it? At those words, Su Ruabai gave a bitter smile. Which has what is worth it or not? I only know. Should I do what I do with a clear conscience, that's enough. As for how the master treats me, that's her business. Senior sister, I still say that. The master is beneficent to me, even if I'm not her disciple. That should also return this favor. Night Lingyu pursed her lips, and for some reason, her eyes were a little red. Elder sister was right. Su Ruabai was a very good person. So good that it made one's heart ache a little. Seeing him like this, Night Lingyu couldn't help but reach out her hand, wanting to hold him in her arms, but it didn't seem appropriate. She was his mentor. No, it's only right that he's his girlfriend now. Thinking of this, Night Lingyu didn't have so many worries and held Su Ruabai in her arms. Chapter 50, Shrinking? Feeling his senior sister's embrace, Su Ruabai's heart warmed a few points more. It's just, why do I feel that the size of my sister's chest has shrunk a bit? It should be an illusion. How many times have you hugged her? Maybe that's how big she is. Night Lingyu? After hugging for a while, it was only then that Night Lingyu reacted to what she was doing, and her ears turned a little red. Not moving to release the hand. The atmosphere in the room is always a little ambiguous. Su Ruabai was also a bit embarrassed as she said, Senior sister, have you booked an inn? Night Lingyu shook her head. Then you can stay here first. The inns in King City should all be full. It's impossible to find another place to stay. This was still something Su Ruabai had heard from Mo Shoshuan and the others. Originally, the two hadn't booked a room because they didn't have any spirit stones on hand, and these days because of the trial, a large number of cultivators flooded into King City. Behind the spirit stone is to want to book a room cannot be booked. At those words, Night Lingyu's expression stiffened. This is about to share a bed? Seeing that Night Lingyu was silent, Su Ruabai hurriedly explained, just like last time. Senior sister, I'll go have the shopkeeper make arrangements. Su Ruabai left. Night Lingyu's entire body was in a daze. Senior sister had already slept with Su Ruabai? Is she so liberal? It always feels like her head is green. Nope, that's not the focus right now. Rather, it's what you do next. Now that she was a senior sister, if she refused she might be found broken, so she still had to stay. Night Lingyu's face was all bitter melons. Had she known that she wouldn't have come over at this point in time? The main reason was that seeing that Mo Shoshuan and Su Ruabai chatting so happily between the two lonely men and women, Where else could she sit down? She was now the identity of a senior sister, and it was very necessary to help her declare her sovereignty. Sure enough, the book is right. Think twice before you act. At that time, I only thought of getting rid of Mo Xiaoshuan, but I didn't think of what would happen after I got rid of Mo Xiaoshuan. Soon Su Ruabai returned, and after laying the cover, Su Ruabai noticed the evasive color in Night Ling Yu's eyes. The heart could not help but feel a little suspicious. Why did the senior sister feel strange today? Could it be that there is something on her mind? No. Is it possible that something happened in the clan while he was away for a few days? What's the matter? Su Ruabai hurriedly asked. Senior sister, something happened to her senior? Hearing this, Night Ling Yu almost didn't choke. How can something happen to you when you're sitting here all right? No. What makes you think that? Su Ruabai sighed in relief. Then, senior sister, why do you look like you have something on your mind? Only then did Night Ling Yu realize that it was Su Ruabai who had misunderstood. Then he made up an excuse. Senior brother, I'm a little worried about your senior. If it's because I left and gave your senior brothers a chance to take advantage of it. Su Ruabai was actually quite worried, but in his eyes, his senior sister had come to him because she was worried about herself, so she definitely couldn't blame her. It's fine. Just go back earlier tomorrow. If something really happens, there's nothing you can do. Senior sister, go to sleep. After saying that, Su Ruabai turned out the lights in the house. The room was plunged into darkness, and after Night Ling Yu watched Su Ruabai lie down on the floor, she hesitated for a few seconds before getting on the bed as well. Could it be that when Su Ruabai said it was the same as before, he was referring to him sleeping on the floor and himself sleeping on the bed? With such a big beauty lying next to you, sure you won't have an animalistic outburst? Night Ling Yu wasn't sure if Su Ruabai had done anything to her senior sister or not. But, if he's going to do something to himself today, how do I turn him down without revealing myself? After pondering for a while, Night Ling Yu realized that Su Ruabai lying on the ground next to her didn't have any unruly movements at all. And as for bestiality and whatnot, it was entirely her own overthinking. So honest? That's right. Even his own innate charm body couldn't attract him. So it can only be said that Su Ruabai's determination is not something that ordinary people can compare to. Only to hear Su Ruabai suddenly ask, Senior sister, if I'm no longer in the Spirit Rain sect one day, can I still be your boyfriend? Well, if you don't become my boyfriend, who else can be my boyfriend? Besides, if you don't stay in the Spirit Rain sect, where else can you go? Su Ruabai sighed, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Didn't you also say before? Master, she waited until her injuries were healed. She might not necessarily recognize me as her disciple. Rather than staying on the mountain and making her uncomfortable, it would be better to simply leave. Originally, on the mountain, I'm the redundant one. Hearing this, Night Ling Yu's heart felt bad. If this hadn't happened, if her cultivation hadn't disappeared, she probably wouldn't have even looked at Su Ruabai squarely in this life. If she had placed it before, she would have been eager for Su Ruabai to leave. She was a person who was also rather good at saving face, and naturally didn't want her disciple to be told that his cultivation talent wasn't working. But, now that this kind of thing had happened, Night Ling Yu also realized that cultivation talent, did it really matter? The answer was no. Compared to cultivation talent, a person's heart was the most important thing. And what if your master recognizes you as his disciple? Su Ruabai laughed, but how this laugh sounded felt a bit far-fetched. Maybe, but after going through so much, I think it would be hard for Master Zun to trust anyone else. Even if she recognizes me as her disciple, there will definitely be a disconnect in her heart. And besides what? I also want to pursue a broader heaven and earth, and I also want to be able to stand in front of senior sister in a dignified manner one day. At those words, Night Ling Yu also understood Su Ruabai's meaning. Regardless of the outcome, Su Ruabai should leave. Those two little girls had still been pulling him to go to the sword sect, and he had been able to refuse them to stay at Spirit Rain Peak, presumably because he, as a master, was facing a calamity. But he stayed on the mountain, not because of any master-disciple relationship, but because he himself had just casually picked him up on the mountain to make up the number of 4 disciples that his master had said he would have. Just casually, he was able to do so. Night Ling Yu some regret. Regret why at first will Su Ruabai collected on the mountain regardless. If can slightly more understand him, perhaps, the relationship between the two will not be so stiff. The atmosphere in the room couldn't help but get heavy, and Su Ruabai also noticed this and hurriedly opened his mouth to change the topic. Senior sister, didn't I promise you before that I'd take you out to play when I get back? Why don't I take you to Liyun City for a stroll then? Lai Yun Chang? Me? Who else could it be? In the middle of the dark room, Night Ling Yu's eyes flickered slightly, and it took several seconds before she replied. Then, senior brother, let's make a deal. Aha! Say yes. Chapter 51, Departure. On the flying boat. Xiao Sun, why did you leave so suddenly? Did that Su Ruabai bully you? Tell your senior sister that even if he helped us these past few days, I'm going to go and get justice for you. Scuttling was very puzzled. When she went there she was fine. When she came back the whole person seemed to be deflated, looking a little depressed. It couldn't be that Su Ruabai took advantage of his absence and then took advantage of Xiao Sun, could it? But the problem is, if little Seeker is really taken advantage of, she's afraid that she'll be stealing a lot of joy. Emo Xiaoshuan said with a bitter face. Big brother Su didn't bully me. I'm fine. Where does this look like it's okay, since it wasn't Su Ruabai who bullied her? Then, could it be that? Scuttling grabbed Emo Xiao Sun's shoulder with some heartache. Xiao Sun, I know it's hard to be rejected for confessing, but it's okay, the sky's the limit, and you'll definitely meet someone better than your big brother Su in the future. Hearing Scuttling's words, Emo Xiaoshuan was about to cry from her anger. Senior sister, I'm the one who didn't confess. What are you thinking? At those words, Scutalaria smiled awkwardly. It's not a failed confession? Then why do you look like this? Seeing that her senior sister had been thinking nonsense, Emo Xiaoshuan had no choice but to explain. Big brother Su's senior sister is here. And besides, he's going back tomorrow. So is there a problem for us to go back now? This can be no problem? This big night to pull their own run away. He also thought in Su Ruabai to say goodbye to it. Su Ruabai's senior sister? Shelling thought about it and quickly realized. Su Ruabai's senior sister's relationship with him shouldn't be simple, right? Mo Xiaoshuan didn't deny it. Scuttling at once or a little crying and laughing. Thought it was a confession failed to be this difficult. Look, the result is actually the name of the grass has a master. However, this seems to be more miserable than the failure of the confession. So he consoled. Xiao Sun na. Still that saying, there is no grass at the end of the earth. Since your big brother Su has someone he likes, don't think about others. Mo Xiaoshuan said with a puffed up face. How have I been thinking about others? Big brother Su and I are just friends. Senior sister, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll ignore you. Shelling skimmed her mouth and didn't break her down. This kind of talk could only fool herself. However, it wasn't clear how on earth little Seeker had suddenly taken a liking to Su Ruabai. That Su Ruabai is only a little bit more handsome, a little bit more talented in the sword path. He can also earn spirit stones, and he treats people kindly. Hiss. Looking at it like this, it seems like Su Ruabai is pretty perfect, so it's no wonder that Xiao Sun's soul was hooked. Just based on the fact that one can earn spirit stones alone, one is already able to defeat most cultivators. Little Seeker, didn't you say last time that the sword sect was going to recruit disciples from all the major sects at that time? Recruit Su Ruabai to the sword sect at that time. The proximity of water is the first thing to go, so maybe you'll have a chance. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoshuan pondered for a while, then weakly spat out a few words. This is not good, right? She said it was bad, but in reality, her eyes had betrayed her. Scuttling secretly spat in her heart. Is this looking for a disciple for her master? Or looking for a Taoist couple for Xiao? However, the two don't seem to be in conflict. What's wrong with that? Su Ruabai's sword Dao talent is so high. It's really too much of a waste to be in the Spirit Rain sect. If he was in the sword sect, he would probably have been famous in the 9 states already. Mo Xiaoshuan hummed. After such an enlightenment from her senior sister, she was already in a much better mood. For a moment there was some regret that he had just left without saying goodbye. But when he thought of the woman he saw at night, as much as it was hard to admit it, the other person was just a little too good looking and had a body that she couldn't match. It felt as if he had been completely abused by that senior sister of big brother Su. Mo Xiaoshuan lowered his head, undulating a bit, but not much, then lifted his head again and looked at his sister's chest. It's a much better mood if you compare it like this. Shelling, the palace of the demon emperor of the demon race. Lord, it's clear. At the innermost part of the palace, a girl with a pair of small horns on top of her head was sitting on top of that throne, with a pair of small lotus root-like legs hanging in mid-air, but her golden eyes revealed a sense of majesty that was the polar opposite of her image. An ethereal voice resounded in the middle of the entire hall. Tell me, my lord. It's a human side that has refined a new type of disposable explosive type of magic treasure called a thunderbolt ball, not a detonation talisman. At those words, the brows on Long Li's small face tightened for a few moments. Not a detonator? Lord, should we send a demon to kill him for him? Right now, his thunderball hasn't gotten out yet, so if we solve it in advance. Long Li pondered for a while, then the ethereal voice once again came to mind. Let's see if we can capture him back, and if we can't, then we'll kill him. Yes. Lord, the great demon kneeling in the middle of the hall disappeared. Long Li, on the other hand, flipped his hand and a leatherless book instantly appeared in his hand. There's a saying among the human race that a book has its own golden house. Stealing. Ahem. Almost got sidetracked again. There is a golden house in the book. And there is a face in the book. The fact that the demon clan has been able to win the great wars of the past few years is because of this book. The book contained an alchemy method that could drastically accelerate the fertility rate of the demon race. Moreover, the refining method is simple, and does not require a specialized alchemist to come. Even the more clumsy demon race, as long as the spirit is intelligent to a certain extent, will be able to learn. It was because of the presence of this elixir that the demon race's demon sea tactics were able to be practiced so successfully. It could be said that this book was a big contributor to the demon clan being able to win so many turf battles. Therefore, Longley would flip through it whenever he had time, saying that he couldn't help but learn something from the book again. It's just a bit of a shame that this was the only book that was brought back when we went to the human land. If it wasn't for that seller saying that it was a very small number of orphan books circulating on the market, one might not have even brought the book back. Longley flipped through it again. But unfortunately, most of what was told on it was some process of human reproduction, and Longley wasn't interested in that. And like this book said, aphrodisiac pills, there is only this kind of just, and there is no other pills refining method. Suruwabai, why does it sound more and more familiar? Longley thought, this book is a good thing. Have to find an opportunity to go to the human race again. Search for some good books back to let the demon race under her to learn more study. Maybe, in the future, the demon race can also become like the human race. Every demon's spiritual wisdom can be enlightened, to abide by the order she has set down, which is also the scene she expects. Chapter 52. A kiss makes you blush. Who doesn't like that? The next day, the first faint light of the morning shone on Suruwabai's face, and Suruwabai wrinkled his brows a few times, then opened his eyes. Sitting up, he looked towards the bed, and at that moment, Night Lingyu was gazing at him with her head tilted. Senior sister, you're awake so early? Night Lingyu froze for a few seconds, clearly not reacting to the fact that Suruwabai was now calling for herself. Oh, what's up? Night Lingyu were dare to sleep. A night just so sidelined looking at the bed under the Suruwabai, which had thought, looking at the dawn, always feel that this time passes a little fast. Suruwabai narrowed his eyes and looked at this senior sister of his. His heart couldn't help but mutter, was senior sister like this before? Think carefully, yesterday's teacher sister seems to be wrong. Then because the teacher sister was captured on the spot did not think so much, and now calmed down to think about it after. In front of this teacher sister is really a bit of a violation of the, according to senior sister's character. I'm afraid that if I say two words, I'll have to say that the book said something or other. Also, there is no such thing as a sentimental expression on the face. Normally it would be expressionless and then say something flirty or something. However, the question came up, who could it be if it wasn't the senior sister in front of me? In order to confirm the doubts in his heart, Suruwabai cautiously tried. Senior sister, is it okay if I want to give you a kiss? Hearing these words, Night Lingyu, who had just been a bit confused, instantly came to her senses. What the hell? Last night so good opportunity or not beastly. This morning why suddenly say want to kiss their own mouth? Should I call him an animal or a decent man? However, had senior sister kissed him? Wouldn't it be revealing if one refused? That's right, it's definitely not that she's willing to be kissed, it's that she's afraid of being exposed and compromising the original plan. Suruwabai's eyes were flooded with doubts. Could it be that it was really a senior sister? Otherwise, if it wasn't a senior sister, how could she let herself be taken advantage of? Come to think of it, who would pretend to be a senior sister for nothing? Besides, as far as Master knows about his relationship with senior sister, this person in front of him can't be Master pretending to be him, right? Thinking of this, the doubts in Suruwabai's heart were dispelled by a few points. Looking at Suruwabai, who didn't move for half a day, Night Lingyu couldn't help but feel a little strange. Didn't you say you wanted to kiss yourself? Is it possible that you still need to brew your feelings for a while? It's so innocent. First things first, said myself absolutely nothing in anticipation of anything. Suruwabai hesitated for a few seconds before coming over. The words had all been spoken, so it was naturally impossible for Suruwabai not to seize the opportunity. Looking at senior sister's pretty face that was getting closer and closer, Suruwabai gulped. Just when it was about to cover her face, Suruwabai suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did senior sister close her eyes? This was really too out of character for senior sister. In accordance with normal circumstances, at such a time, the senior sister could not wait to take the opportunity to molest their own right, before whether they kiss her, or she kissed herself. That did not show this timid look. Thinking of this, Suruwabai hard stop. Looking at this and the elder sister like the same pretty face, Suruwabai really some cannot see through. Is the other party a senior sister or not? It is not that he wants to doubt. The main thing is that it is a little too different from the senior sister in his impression. Night Lingyu closed her eyes and waited for half a day, but as a result, there was suddenly no movement, so she half opened her eyes and stole a glance, only to see Su Ruobai staring straight at himself from a very, very close distance right in front of him at that moment. What is this? You want to enjoy it before you kiss? Is it that sentimental? However, very soon Night Lingyu also sensed that something was wrong. Su Ruobai's eyes held a hint of doubt. Could it be that he had revealed a crack? Brains racing, guesses quickly came to mind. With senior sister's character, she would definitely take the initiative if faced with such a situation. And the way she looked now, it was obvious that she wouldn't quite fit the image of a senior sister. Does that mean I have to kiss him? No way. Obviously he hated the idea of punching the teacher and going against the disciple. Why would he go down this path of punching the disciple and going against the teacher? No matter. The plan is important. I am now a senior sister, not her senior. Thinking of this, Night Lingyu took the initiative to hook Su Ruobai's neck, then moved forward slightly and kissed him on the lips. With such a flurry of maneuvers, Su Ruobai's eyes widened for a few moments, while the doubts in his heart were once again dispelled. This is like a senior sister. Perhaps the senior sister read some strange book, so learned the book closed eyes it. However, how to feel in last time's taste is a little bit not the same. I guess it is the senior sister changed the new rouge so the taste is slightly different. Originally, Su Ruobai's intention was also just to kiss her face, but he didn't expect to kiss the little mouth again. Last time, it was just a gentle point on the lips, and this time, senior sister seemed to have taken a few more initiatives, and also stuck out her tongue? Su Ruobai could clearly feel that her face was definitely already hot. He would like to think of the point to the end, but this senior sister is dead hooked his neck. Blocking his mouth simply do not give him the opportunity to open his mouth. It took a long time before Night Lingyu remembered what she was doing. Although this wasn't the first time he had kissed someone else, it was the first time he had placed it if it was the opposite sex. As for why it wasn't the first time she kissed someone else, it was entirely because her abominable senior sister pointed to the book when the two were still young, saying something about how the book said kissing on the mouth would be very interesting, and then, it turned out to be a little bit of no feeling at all, and when he had just kissed Su Ruobai, the feeling was completely comparable to when he was with his senior sister. The whole brain is a little blank, which led to her has been holding Su Ruobai nibble did not let go. When she recalled what she had just done, Night Lingyu felt an inexplicable dizziness in her brain. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind, to run out and calm down a little, otherwise she would definitely have a hard time being able to maintain a calm expression. Without moving, he loosened his mouth and spoke. Senior, senior sister, I'll go out and buy you breakfast first, I'll leave after breakfast later. Which thought that Su Ruobai was even more flustered than her. Before she could open her mouth, Su Ruobai put down these words and instantly ran away. Night Lingyu could no longer suppress the redness on her face, and even this redness spread above her entire neck. She was a little skeptical that her senior sister had purposely made herself look like her, originally only intended to comfort Su Ruobai. Comfort. Why has it evolved into this now? And why did he somehow stick out his tongue when he kissed Su Ruobai? Is it possible that this is still the body's instinctive reaction? Thinking of this, Night Lingyu's face reddened a few more points. Her heartbeat poofed, feeling like she pressed the fast-forward button. About a quarter of an hour later, Night Lingyu calmed down, and the knock on the door sounded, followed by Su Ruobai re-entering the middle of the room. Senior sister, I bought buns. At this moment, Su Ruobai's gaze was a bit evasive, and her face similarly carried a hint of redness. It could be seen that because of that kiss just now, Su Ruobai's heart was similarly unsettled. Night Lingyu gazed stunned at Su Ruobai. Do not know why. The heart will actually feel slightly red-faced. Su Ruobai is very cute. It's no wonder that his senior sister likes him so much. Who wouldn't like a boyfriend who blushes after a kiss like that? P.S. Electricity. Cha-Cha needs electricity. Chapter 53, Jealous Night Lingyu. After eating breakfast, the two of them went to the boat ride point in Pil King City. The tickets for the flying boat were divided into several types, and the one Su Ruobai had taken before belonged to the most basic ticket, and naturally only had one of the most basic rooms. If he's traveling by himself, he just doesn't have a place to stay anywhere. But there's a senior sister now, and as a boyfriend, it's still necessary to show some financial power at a time like this. Fortunately, the past 2 days earned back some spirit stones, or else I really can't cope with this situation of senior sister's surprise inspection. Have 2 medium tickets. Demonstrating financial strength is necessary, but things like beating a dead horse are definitely a big no-no. 2, Night Lingyu blinked her eyes, and with a hot brain, she said, Senior brother, 1 is enough, right? Said the Night Lingyu on some regret. This if sleep a room, the night should be fearful or her own. This, Su Ruabai felt that it wasn't quite right. Last night, it was entirely because it was too late and the inn couldn't find a second room, so he had let senior sister stay in the middle of his own room. Things are obviously different now, and would this be a bit of a bad idea to sleep in another room? At this time, the young man in charge of collecting tickets suddenly spoke up. You two don't have to argue. There is only one medium ticket left. If you don't buy it, it will be gone later. Hearing this, Su Ruabai didn't hesitate and hurriedly paid the spirit stones. The Pill King city is more crowded these days, and it's not unusual to run out of tickets. Elder sister, then we'll have to condemn you for a few days. Nightling you secretly bad. 3 days? This is 3 days 3 nights alone, men and women in the same room. Su Ruabai really can restrain? Can Su Ruabai really restrain himself? But it was, after all, too late to regret having brought it up. The two had just turned to take a few steps when a voice came from behind them. Come on, 3 medium tickets. Alright, sincere favor 900 medium grade spirit stones. Su Ruabai mouth a twitch. Have to say, that is responsible for selling tickets. Little brother really have eyesight. Su Ruabai took Nightling Yu's hand and sped up his pace by a few points. Nightling Yu lowered her head, looked to the two clasped hands. Well, he is now the identity of the senior sister. Mouth have kissed, is not just pulling a small hand well, or acceptable. Su Ruabai led her straight up to the middle of the flying boat's room. Looking at the large bed in the room, Su Ruabai couldn't help but sigh. This medium and lower class tickets are already worlds apart, and this upper class ticket doesn't know what it's like. By the way, senior sister, I've also brought some gifts back to my master this time. Do you think this is appropriate? Hearing these words, Nightling Yu's heart instantly ignited with curiosity, and she had to admit that Su Ruabai's filial piety was truly filial. His own usual bar is not good to him. This kind of time still remember her as a master. The heart is very pleased, only to see Su Ruabai's hand turn over. In the middle of his palm lay a wooden hairpin quietly. There was no mana flowing on it. It should just be an ordinary hairpin. Of course, whether it was a magic weapon or not, Nightling Yu didn't care. What's the saying? The gift is light. Nightling Yu still liked this hairpin. Quite appropriate. Senior brother, you really do have filial piety. Su Ruabai touched his nose in embarrassment, but what made him a bit strange was, shouldn't daily extra points appear at such a time? Elder sister, I have more for you here. See if you like it. Su Ruabai put away the wooden hairpin, and in its place on her palm was a jade hairpin with the shape of a phoenix carved into it, which looked strangely pretty. Nightling Yu's expression immediately froze. What did it mean? Giving such a nice-looking one to senior sister, but giving a wooden hairpin to herself? Originally also think Su Ruabai can think of giving yourself a hairpin is still quite good. Now so look. Suddenly does not smell. Such an obvious change in expression. Su Ruabai naturally also noticed. His heart thumped. Senior sister will not dislike it? Tentatively, she asked. Senior sister, there's something wrong with this hairpin? Only then did Nightling Yu react to the fact that she was the one who had lost her temper, and hurriedly adjusted her facial emotions, saying, No, elder brother, you really do have a vision. But in Su Ruabai's eyes, this reaction of hers was more like consoling herself. Su Ruabai's eyes flashed with a few touches of loss, and the hand that held the hairpin tightly couldn't help but clench for a few moments. Elder sister, it's my first time picking this kind of gift, so I might have picked it in a bit of a hurry. Or, I'll buy a new one next time? Nightling Yu pursed her lips. The heart cannot help but some chagrin. People can remember you this cheap master, but also the face of emotions. Nightling Yu, you really are not a thing. Afterward, he hurriedly took the hairpin in Su Ruabai's hands and found an excuse. No, senior brother, I like it very much. It's just that I'm a little jealous that you're still giving your master teacher a hairpin. Su Ruabai hadn't thought of this. Last time, senior sister seemed to have been jealous. Only at that time, when senior sister said she was jealous, there wasn't much expression on her face. And now the senior sister, her face still carries a trace of panic. Really strange it. However, Su Ruabai didn't have too many doubts and said cautiously, This, like this? Should, I won't send it? Hearing this, Nightling Yu almost didn't get choked up. Sure enough, in Su Ruabai's eyes, senior sister can be far more important than her as a senior. Too solid. Buy it all, or give it away. Su Ruabai a sound. The bottom of his heart is really some puzzled her the senior sister. Mainly because the senior sister's change is too big. So big that he is a little unable to react. The heart is really very skeptical. In front of the eyes is not a senior sister, but a few times to verify down. And it seems that there is no big problem. After that just now, the atmosphere was also a bit odd. And Nightling Yu opened her mouth to break the odd atmosphere. Senior brother, you come and help me put on the hairpin. Su Ruobai hurriedly spoke. Senior sister. I don't know how to tie my hair. Su Ruobai's own hair is simply take a hairband to tie the hair at the back. Not much care. Where will help girls tie their hair? It's okay. I'll teach you. Well, don't blame me if you don't tie it. In 5 minutes. Looking at the mirror in the middle of the sister's pretty face plus his own, Su Ruobai are some dreamlike feeling that such a good-looking woman could be his girlfriend? Unable to help herself, she complimented. Senior sister, you're so pretty. Night Lingyu knew that he was complimenting his senior sister, not her, and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, but in the end, she didn't dare to show it on her face. The ghost said something like, good looking? Well, do you want a kiss? At those words, Su Ruobai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His heart very much moved. In his heart, he was pondering whether he could kiss or not, but it turned out that senior sister had already covered his red lips. You're really a senior, aren't you? Night Lingyu felt that this wasn't the first time anyway. Compared to kissing or not kissing on the mouth, pacifying Su Ruobai's heart was the top priority. Besides, she was now Su Ruobai's girlfriend. Only, even if it's not the first time, the feeling of this kissing still makes her a little dizzy. Obviously she is the transformation of the god stage, but still some can't resist. Chapter 54, Sword Sect Master. Hua Lilu. Sword Sect. It had been half a day since she returned to the Sword Sect, and Scuttle Ling was apprehensive in her heart. The Flower Sword Zun was the head of a clan. The Sword Sect was not something that could be compared to the Spirit Rain Sect. It was a Xian-ranked clan anyways, and the Patriarch had a lot of things to do every day, and he usually had to be busy until the evening before he came back, and now the sky was gradually darkening, which meant that her master teacher would be back soon. Stealing out for half a month. The master will surely split his head and scold himself again later. It's scary to think about it. Little seeker, you must speak up for me, or else there will be no one to help you go to the Spirit Rain Sect to trick your big brother Su into coming over. Perhaps it was because Scuttle Ling always brought up the matter of big brother Su from time to time. Mo Xiaoshuan was not at all as irritated at this point as she would have been in the beginning. Good, but if I speak up for senior sister, and senior still wants to chastise you, that's none of my business. Scuttle Mercy nodded. Surely this was better to have someone to help her share the fire than to suffer alone, right? It was about half an hour later. Footsteps came from outside the house. Hearing this voice, Scuttle Ling's heart was in her throat, and she knew that it must be her master's return. So of his own accord, he opened the door and welcomed them. With a winking smile on his face, he said, Master, you're back. Hua Lilu boarded her face and said very seriously, speak up. What excuse did you find this time? Scutelaria Ling coughed dryly and sheepishly. Master, I'm really going to do my job this time. Hua Lilu gave her a despicable look and said faintly, does the master still not know you? Which time did you go out and not do the right thing? The phrase hate the iron, not the steel could well be applied to Scutelaria, but Scutelaria Ling didn't have the slightest intention to cultivate. If it was just playfulness, forget it. This little ninny was still causing trouble for herself every day. The last time the third elder came to her and complained that Shelling stole his spirit cranes to eat, it almost didn't make her angry. Scuttle Ling had done a lot of things like this, the point being that every time she reasoned with her, it went in the left ear and out the right. From amongst her eyes, Scutelaria felt deeply offended. She was a good girl. Well, I don't think a ghost would believe it if I said it. Master, I really didn't lie to you. I've found a disciple for you. The sword talent is superb, not to mention inheriting the mantle of your master. In the future, the achievement will definitely be above your master. Hearing Scuttle Ling's words, Hua Lilu couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Could this be some new type of excuse? What does that mean? Master, you don't know. That person is only in his 20s, and he has already mastered the Gathering Sword Unity, also carries the Thunder Sword intent. Isn't this the future Great Sword Immortal? Upon hearing this, the skepticism in Hua Lilu's eyes intensified a few points. Scuttle Ling, you should know what happens when you deceive your master, right? Seeing that her master still refused to believe her and still looked like she was going to teach herself a lesson, Scutelaria Ray hurriedly shouted into the room. Little seeker, come out and help me say if it's true. Mo Xiaoshuan then walked out of the house, and Hua Lilu cast an inquiring gaze. Senior, what senior sister said is true. Hearing Mo Xiaoshuan also say that it was true, Hua Lilu's heart then believed a few points. 20-something? Scuttling nodded. Hua Lilu pondered for a few seconds, then said, maybe it's already the disciple of some hidden sword immortal, so don't add to my master's confusion. Upon hearing this, Shelling hurriedly waved her hand and said, No, he is a disciple of the Spirit Rain sect next door. And, I heard him say that the 10,000 sword skill was only contacted half a month ago. Half a month ago? Rao Hua Lilu was also shocked. If it was just the gathering of swords in unity plus the thunder sword intent, then it was just a little bit of talent. She had lived for so many years. What kind of sword genius hadn't seen? But if one was able to reach such a level after only half a month of learning kendo, then it wasn't as simple as a genius. It was a monster. Of course, Hua Lilu was only a little shocked. As for taking on a disciple or something, she still cared more about the other party's heart. Take Scuttle Ling and Mo Xiaoshuan for example. The two weren't too talented in the Tao of the sword. In the sword sect, it could be said that they were very ordinary, but Hua Lilu still accepted them as disciples because they had good hearts. Well, the only one with a good heart is Mo Xiaoshuan. And as for Shelling, oh, the mischievous ones are giving her a headache. Master, how's it going? Didn't you say that the clan will be recruiting new disciples in a few days? The future sword immortal Master teacher, aren't you moved? Hua Lilu was indeed somewhat moved. She had been the sword sect's patriarch for I don't know how many years, and had long been thinking of finding someone to inherit her position, and then she would be able to unload her armor and return to the field. If the other person had good talent and an okay character, then it was indeed something to consider. However, even if he is not accepted as his disciple, with his talent, into the sword sect, not to mention is more than enough. That 8-carry sedan chair please come in is not the slightest bit too much. I guess the other elders would be afraid that they would scramble for each other if they knew that there was a wizard with this kind of talent around. Right? Spirit Rain sect? What's the name? Seeing that the master teacher was genuinely moved, the big stone in Shelling's heart fell, and it looked like she would be able to escape today. He then spoke. Su Ruabai, it seems like he said to go to Heavenly Spirit Peak to look for him, right? Scuttle Ling looked to Mo Xiaoshuan who was on the side. Mo Xiaoshuan then nodded as well. Hearing this, Hua Lilu's eyes went odd for a few moments. Heavenly Spirit Peak? Isn't that the peak of the Spirit Rain sect's patriarch? The ones living up there should all be that Night Spirit Moon's disciples, right? How to say that they were also neighboring sects? Hua Lilu still had some understanding of this neighbor. There were 3 disciples under the sovereign of Heavenly Spirit Peak, Night Spirit Moon, a Zhang Yunqi, a Li Yuanhe, and a Li Wuxin. Where did this Su Ruabai come from? Could it be that he's a servant on Tianling Peak? But that's not realistic either. People's swordsmanship talent is here. It's impossible for anyone to treat him as a handyman, right? Hua Lilu narrowed her eyes. It couldn't be. Scuttle Ling and Xiao Sun had run into a fraud, right? Scuttle Ling, tell us all about the time you spent with that Su Ruabai. Scuttle Ling blinked a few times, then said, this, Master, why don't you let Xiao Sun do the talking? She should get along a bit more. At those words, Hua Lilu's expression became even more odd for a few minutes. How do you feel that this thing seems to be a little bit not quite right it? Then he turned his gaze to Mo Xiaoshuan. Mo Xiaoshuan was a little less than kind, but it was a matter of whether or not Big Brother Su could worship under her master. So after hesitating for a few seconds she still told her everything. Chapter 55, Spiritual Erosion, the Lord of all Prisons. After hearing this, Hua Lilu couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Were there still such good old men in the immortal cultivation world nowadays? And, why did Seeker's face take on a hint of a smile as he spoke? It's not possible that one of the disciples has already been abducted before he can find one, is it? Listening to it like this, the other party's character is still good. I'll first have someone go and find out more about it, and postpone the matter of accepting an apprentice until later. Mo Xiaoshuan let out a hum, and a touch of joy appeared on his face. By the way, Master, does the clan have the reverse fate immortal herb? There should be more. Why? As soon as she heard that there was, Mo Xiaoshuan's eyes all brightened a few points more. Master, Big Brother Su said that he needs the reverse fate immortal grass. So, how could Hua Lilu not understand what she meant? Originally, she had some good feelings for Su Ruabai, but now it seemed that the other party might be pretending just for the sake of this reverse fate immortal herb. I'll think about it. Scuttling. Hearing her master's father suddenly call out her name, an ominous premonition arose in Scutalaria Ling's heart. Master, what's wrong? Face the wall in the back of the mountain and don't come out for half a month. Senior, don't. I've even identified a disciple for you. How can you do this? Scuttle Ling had thought that she would be able to escape, but she hadn't expected that this master of hers would even unload on her. Hua Lilu hummed. Whether you go by yourself or master sends you, you choose one. Scuttle Ling was dumbfounded. Master, doesn't little seeker need to go? Hua Lilu, it was definitely you who dragged her out. Can master not be clear about that? Scuttle Ling had a look of hopelessness on her face. How come there was such a huge difference in treatment between apprentice and disciple? Su Ruabai, this is something I can relate to. 3 days later, the entrance to the Spirit Rain sect. Senior brother. Then, I'll go back to the peak first? Su Ruabai hummed and glanced at senior sister, then looked around. seeing no one, then spoke, "Senior sister, can I have another hug?" Night Lingyu similarly sensed the surroundings, and after determining that there was no one, she took the initiative to hug up. In the past few days, in order to not let Su Ruabai get suspicious, Night Lingyu had to take the initiative a bit, kissing and hugging and whatnot. So just a separate hug or something, Night Lingyu was already able to do it without blushing or jumping. This suddenly returned to the clan, and there was still some melancholy in her heart. After all, she was Night Lingyu, and not Yu Yunshi. There was discomfort in her heart when she had deceived Su Ruabai. 3 days? Let's just consider it as a dream of Huang Liang. She had been a senior sister for 3 days, and she had also enjoyed the treatment of a senior sister in his place. Not only was he somewhat ashamed of Su Ruabai, he was likewise somewhat ashamed of his senior sister. She knew that Su Ruabai was very fond of her senior sister, and as for herself, it would obviously be inappropriate to be the interloper again. This hug, take it as a conclusion to these days of yellowing. Night Lingyu reached out her hand and took the initiative to hug Su Ruabai. Her face was pressed against Su Ruabai's chest, and for some reason, her eyes were a little hot. I have to admit, I like him a little bit too. But, no buts. Senior brother, I'll go back first. Night Lingyu pulled out of his arms, turned her back, and waved her hand sagely before entering the clan. Su Ruabai couldn't help but exclaim that it was likewise the case for senior sister when she was separated for 3 days. Of course, a senior sister who liked to kiss on the mouth was also quite adorable. And thinking of this, Su Ruabai couldn't help but have a smirk appear on his face. After these few days together, one's favorability with the senior sister should have been a little bit higher, right? Senior sister's side is considered to be a temporary end. Let Su Ruabai is a little angry as the master unexpectedly these days do not eat properly. The whole of these days he has no task points into the account. It's not like he's been working his ass off to make her meals for so many days. Of course, in her heart, she also complained just a little bit. The master teacher didn't eat. It should also be because her cultivation had recovered a little bit, so she didn't need to eat anymore. Then, what about his own mission? Su Ruabai couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. The current master teacher was not the obedient master teacher from before, the kind that she would obey when told to be good. LOL. Sky Spirit Peak. Yu Yunshi looked at the returning Night Lingyu with an odd expression. Senior sister, why do you feel that you are a bit vain? Night Lingyu smiled awkwardly, her eyes all a bit averted. No, right? Su Ruabai is coming back. Senior sister, you go back first. It was just that instead of leaving, Yu Yunshi took a few steps forward to her. This gave Night Lingyu a fright. Senior sister, what are you doing? Yu Yunshi sniffled and looked at her with a smile. Senior sister, how does it feel to hug my boyfriend? Hearing this, Night Lingyu's ears reddened uncontrollably. Senior sister, what are you talking about? Don't joke around. Then his hand pushed on Yu Yunshi's body. Go back quickly. Su Ruabai will be back later. I'll look for you later. Forcibly pushing Yu Yunshi out, he then closed the door behind him. His mouth cursed, this senior sister. How come her nose is as good as a dog's? But fortunately, no matter how smart her nose was, senior sister couldn't have realized that she had kissed Su Ruabai. So, then again, is this considered one's own greening of one's elder sister? Or one's elder sister's greening of oneself? A quarter of an hour later. Knock, knock, come in. Su Ruabai entered the room, arched his hand, and called out, Master. Su Ruabai surreptitiously sized up Night Lingyu. Her chi looked good, and it looked like she had indeed recovered quite a bit. Night Lingyu asked carelessly, how was the trip to Medicine King Valley? Su Ruabai lowered his head and said, don't worry, Master. Ruabai didn't report Master's name and won't disgrace you. Hearing this, Night Lingyu was immediately somewhat speechless. Her heart was very uncomfortable. Su Ruabai, this understanding are somewhat heartbreaking. Su Ruabai then spoke. Master, you haven't eaten properly these days, have you? Night Lingyu couldn't help but be a little puzzled as to how he knew. Could it be that he had also left a special formation on the food box? Eat, eat. Su Ruabai frowned, not quite understanding why his master teacher had lied to him, and didn't think to dismantle her. Then, Master, the noon meal. You do that. Su Ruabai nodded. If the master teacher didn't eat anymore, instead, it would still be a bit tricky. Well, then, I won't bother the master. After saying that, Su Ruabai arched his hand and left his master's cave. Task points are only 120 now. Su Ruabai is thinking, should we draw again? The last draw were shipped. Maybe this time will also work. The main reason was that it would take tens of thousands of experience points to break through the realm at the Jindan stage, and this amount of quest points was simply not enough, so he might as well just gamble again. Thinking of this, Su Ruabai put his quest points into the carousel. It clunked and soon the carousel stopped. Well, It was still white and it was overthinking itself. Sanity erosion plus, reduce time under control by 60%. Not a potion? Sanity erosion? If I remember correctly, this skill seems to be Yang Jian's passive skill. Immunity to 60% of the controlled time. And no limitations on the hero's presence. Isn't that a pretty powerful skill? Why is it divided into the white draw area? Does it mean the system also thinks Yang Jian should be strengthened? Planner, hurry up and strengthen Jian. P.S. Thanks to the readers for their support of Cha-Cha, I'm posting an extra chapter today. Well, in fact, it is accidentally hand sheep hair more than one chapter. Damn right hand. How can not listen to the command? Ooh-hoo, hurry up and send TT power, or be sad to death. Chapter 56, Boiling Frogs in Warm Water. Immunity to controlled time 60%. Su Ruabai thinks this is still a very useful skill. I just don't know if the controlled referred to here counts for all control spells. Su Ruabai flipped his hand and a pill appeared in his hand. Yes, it's exactly one drawn from the system that goes down. This elixir bar is even more cockamamie than just one. The description above is that after taking it, you fall down for a minute. It's simply falling to the ground and then lying uncontrollably on your body for a minute. But the good thing is that the effects of this series of elixirs are stackable. It's like saying that if one elixir lies for 1 minute, 10 is 10 minutes. It was definitely hard to be able to put it to use against the enemy. After all, who would be okay with taking medicine from the enemy's hand? Moreover, it was so dark that it was okay to look at it, but it was quite appropriate to use it to test one's newly acquired skills. After returning to his cave, Su Ruabai took the elixir and instantly fell softly to the ground, only able to look straight at the ceiling. At the same time, the heart was counting the time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, until at the 24th second, the body regained its skills. Even the system's props were immune to it, so I thought it should be possible to immunize those control spells. Of course, it is still necessary to personally go to test it to be able to do so, and I do not know whether the senior sister will be similar arts. Find a time to find her to ask well. The book depository. After slightly cleaning the cave, Su Ruabai came to the hidden scripture pavilion. Sure enough, his senior sister could be found here. However, at the first sight of Yu Yunqi, Su Ruabai felt something strange. It seems to have the same flavor as before. It's like she's jumping horizontally. Sister? Yu Yunqi put down the book in her hands and beckoned towards Su Ruabai. Senior brother, come and sit. Su Ruabai didn't hesitate and sat down next to her. Been to see your master? Su Ruabai nodded, then said, Master's recovery should be good, and it feels like if we drag on for some more time, perhaps Master will be able to recover. As she spoke, Su Ruabai kept sizing up Yu Yunqi as if she had discovered something, then said, Senior sister, where's the hairpin I gave you? Why isn't it on your head anymore? 2 days ago Su Ruabai had given away the hairpin he had previously prepared to give to Yu Yunqi, and he clearly remembered that in the morning his senior sister was still wearing the hairpin he had given her. Yu Yunqi's expression didn't change as she said blandly, took it off and put it in the cave. Su Ruabai gave an "oh," but his gaze had been on Yu Yunqi's body, and in his heart, he always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't specifically say where it was wrong. And naturally, Yu Yunqi also noticed that Su Ruabai had been observing him, tilting his head as he looked at Su Ruabai. Senior brother, what are you always staring at me for? Is there something on my face? Or, senior brother, you want to kiss me? At those words, Su Ruabai almost didn't get choked up and hurriedly looked away. No, senior sister is so good looking, so naturally I couldn't help but look at her a bit more. The main reason was that Su Ruabai hadn't kissed his senior sister much in the past 2 days, and this if he kept saying that he wanted to kiss her, making it seem as if he was craving her body. Of course, it's impossible to say you don't crave it, but there's always a limit. But, senior, what if I want to kiss you? Yu Yunqi moved forward, holding Su Ruabai's left arm in her arms, her jaw leaning on his shoulder, her mouth still exhaling hot air if nothing else hitting the tip of Su Ruabai's ear, causing Su Ruabai to be uncontrollably a little tickled. I don't know if it's his illusion, just now for a moment, as if his earlobe was gently bitten, Su Ruabai the whole person suddenly froze. The right head. This is the feeling. The first 2 days of the senior sister's killing power seems to have disappeared as if, and now this kind of senior sister. Is his impression of the senior sister? Senior sister, what happened 2 days ago was already a bit out of character. I think it's better to calm down. Out of character? Yu Yunqi's eyes all narrowed slightly for a few moments. Oh, senior sister, you're not still using my identity to do something behind my back, are you? Elder brother, the book says that if you like someone that's what will go to your head. Why should you be calm? Su Ruabai also felt that this made sense, and from the bottom of his heart, He also wanted to kiss and hug his senior sister and do things that only couples could do, but always feel that I can't give elder sister anything. There is a very insecure feeling, like a person, that's their own thing, like who no one can stop you, but to be with the person you like, that's more should be to take up this responsibility is. Senior brother, be good, just one kiss, otherwise, senior sister will be sad. Suruwabai could not feel the slightest bit of sadness from her words. On the contrary, he always felt like he was being molested by his senior sister. But this serious look on her senior sister's face again made Suruwabai helpless. Only had to say, that can only be a kiss, ha. The book said the etiquette cannot be all thrown away. Senior sister had said so. So Suruwabai naturally couldn't spoil the fun too much. When he was on the flying boat 2 days ago, he had also said this to his senior sister. But unfortunately, at that time, his senior sister belonged to the category of starting with 0 frames, and didn't give you a chance to react at all. And now the senior sister. There is a kind of warm water boiled frog feeling, so that people keep falling into it, and finally cannot escape. Suruwabai didn't hate this. On the contrary, he knew that he was becoming more and more fond of his senior sister, and because of this, he didn't want to do anything to hurt her. As for why he kept rejecting his senior sister's acts of intimacy, it was actually not because of the so-called etiquette. He was a person who had traveled from modern times. Where would he have so many manners to speak of? Kissing and hugging was a common thing between couples, right? In fact, Suruwabai was thinking that if one day senior sister regretted being with herself, at least, she could get out in one piece. As for herself, should be very sad. Senior. Yuyunchi came up to Suruwabai's eyes, and the distance between their lips could already be described as if they were on the same page. But Yuyunchi didn't kiss up so simply. Instead, he stared at Suruwabai's eyes with a burning gaze, that pair of eyes that shimmered with a shimmering light appearing to have long since seen through Suruwabai's inner thoughts. It was just so quiet, as if the picture was frozen in the moment. Yuyunchi knew that with a character like his senior brother's, it was actually very difficult to be able to truly approach his heart. A person's insecurity in relationships is entirely due to a deep-seated inferiority complex, and this kind of inferiority complex in relationships is very likely to be caused by the environment in which they grew up. Like Suruwabai is obviously this kind, and this kind of person looks strong, but in reality, is very fragile inside, and in many cases doubts himself, doubts whether he is doing the right thing, doubts whether he is doing enough, longing to be loved for myself, but feeling as if I don't deserve that love. Their hearts usually built a wall to protect themselves, and she wants to do, is to let Suruwabai slowly understand their own feelings and then really into his heart among the. Chapter 57, Senior, can you feel it? Sure fu. Sister. Being Yuyunchi with such a naked gaze, Suruwabai slightly averted his head. However, Yuyunchi cupped his face again with both hands to hold it upright. Senior. The book says that it's not just hugging, but looking into the eyes of someone you like also makes your heart beat faster. With that said, Yuyunchi gently pressed her right hand on his chest. Jumping so fast. It looks like you like me quite a bit. Suruwabai felt that his heart wasn't just racing anymore, and if he didn't have his senior sister next to him, he was afraid that he would have jumped on the spot. In the next second, Yuyunchi grabbed Suruwabai's hand and pressed it against her chest. Then with a serious face, he asked, Senior brother, can you feel it? Suruwabai's eyes widened by a few points, her eyesight looking to the place where her hand was pressed. Feeling. What should I do if I feel dizzy? Last time, the elder sister at least asked herself whether she wanted to touch and see. This time it is good. Directly grabbed his hand to let himself personally feel. It's okay, take your time. Senior brother. There's still a long way to go, you can take your time and feel it. Suruwabai hands simply do not dare to move. Even force do not dare to use a point. For fear of half overstep. But now this look. Where is not considered to be overstep. But as if senior sister was afraid that he didn't feel it clearly enough. The force of her hand that was pressing on him increased by a few points. Knock knock. Knock knock. As if. It does jump a little fast. Suruwabai gulped and said. Senior sister. It's okay. Well, it should be. Faster. Should? Want to feel it more closely? At those words, Suruwabai hurriedly spoke. No need. I already know. Yuyunchi didn't press his hand anymore. And seeing this, Suruwabai hurriedly pulled his hand back. If what the book says is true, does sister really like me? Feeling that his brain was a little too hot to handle, Suruwabai opened his mouth and said, Elder sister, I still have a few things to do. Yuyunchi pulled his hand. No, we haven't kissed yet. It's, senior brother. You promised me. Didn't you say that if you promise, you must do it? Suruwabai felt like he was going to explode. The acceleration wasn't just the heartbeat anymore. Along with the blood, The flow of spiritual energy was much faster. Hiss. How come the operation of spiritual energy has even sped up? Could it be that falling in love also helps with cultivation? It's no wonder that there are dual cultivation paths. Well, then, senior sister, hurry up. Su Ruabai are feeling like they are going to be played out. Such a senior sister, but also too will be a little. It's not a zero frame start, but that's just as hard to resist sister's offense. Yu Yunchi once again came in front of Su Ruabai's face, cupping Su Ruabai's face with both hands. Senior brother, your face is so red. Can this not be red? Su Ruabai has been able to imagine what color his face will be. Yu Yunchi didn't rub it in any further and moved forward to cover his lips. Unlike the previous 2 days, senior sister didn't stick out her tongue, but gently bit his lower lip, and her vision didn't dodge in the slightest, but looked straight at Su Ruabai. For a while, Su Ruabai was a little lost in thought. Nice eyes, nice soft thin lips. He didn't know how long had passed before Su Ruabai came back to his senses and hurriedly pulled out. Master, senior, it's almost time, isn't it? Yu Yunchi said with some unhappiness on her face. This bite hasn't even finished kissing yet. How can you be like this? Senior brother? You haven't finished kissing me yet? Okay, 1 kiss a day. 1 kiss a day, right? Su Ruabai felt that if he didn't take the initiative to pull away, he was afraid that his senior sister would really be able to kiss for a day. Next time, elder sister, I came to find you for business actually. Yu Yunchi tilted her head. Isn't kissing your girlfriend business? Su Ruabai could not refute. He felt that if he was molested by his senior sister like this, he was afraid that he was going to be played out. The original purpose was to come to find senior sister to help him test his newly acquired passive, but he didn't expect it to evolve into what it is now. However, then again, is the mind blanking out from being kissed by senior sister just now considered mind control? Wouldn't that mean that if one didn't have this passive skill, one might have to be kissed for twice as long before one could react? So calculated. The senior sister of this control skills is quite powerful. Even Toughness King have to be controlled for so long. Su Ruabai exhaled 2 deep breaths, and after calming her mood down she spoke. Senior sister, I discovered that I have a special physique that I want to test. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunchi stopped molesting Xiao Chunan and asked, what kind of physique? Elder sister, do you know any spells like illusion or something like that? Know something simple. Yu Yunchi likes to read books, cannot be pretending. In the past when there is nothing to do they like to look at the book, learn the things on it. Similar to illusion and other spells naturally also learn too. So, elder sister, use it on me. I have a divine soul impact divine consciousness type technique here that is capable of causing the opponent to fall into a brief fainting spell. Senior brother, may I try it then? Su Ruabai nodded. In the next second, Yu Yunchi's eyes suddenly lit up with a layer of pale light. Su Ruabai felt as if his mind had suddenly been struck by a hammer, and instantly he couldn't perceive anything. It took an indeterminate amount of time before vision was regained. Senior brother, how did you wake up so quickly? Hearing this, Su Ruabai knew that it was the passive that had taken effect. It looks like it's immune to these spells as well, which is still pretty good. Of course, if it really comes down to a fight for your life, it's just being charged for 0.1 seconds that can be fatal. And there was basically no CD to speak of in the arts of the immortal cultivation world, like this divine soul shock, as long as the divine sense is relatively strong, has been to give you shock to let you pass out can be just immune to a 60% that can be said to be of no use at all. Senior sister, I have a special physique that can relatively immunize me from some similar spells. Yu Yunchi nodded thoughtfully. I have seen this kind of physique in books. It seems it's called the invulnerability to all laws. However, this one of yours is a bit weaker. It can only weaken the effects of the opponent, and it can't really be invulnerable to all laws. Su Ruabai let out a but he was already satisfied that 100 quest points could be exchanged for such a skill. Elder brother, want to try something else? Okay. Half an hour later, Su Ruabai was very tired as he slumped down on the counter. Although he was indeed able to immunize himself against some of the controls, the mental load was still there, and right now his only thought was to slump down and squint properly for a while. Senior, it's not going to be very comfortable sleeping on the table, is it? Su Ruabai closed her eyes and said breathlessly, it's fine. Senior sister, I'll just squint for a while, but soon. Su Ruabai felt a sense of weightlessness come over him before he leaned against a soft place. As Yu Yunchi looked at Su Ruabai's side face, a faint smile also hung on her face as she softly said, will it be more comfortable to sleep like this? Su Ruabai is really a little too sleepy, even eyes do not want to open. After Rahun fell asleep. Chapter 58, The Height of the Peak, covering the sky and the sun. Smells good, feels soft, and it's a good night's sleep. Su Ruabai slowly opened her eyes, hissing, "Why is it a bit dark? Is it dark?" After blinking a few times, Su Ruabai realized what was in front of him. There is a saying that the peaks are so high that they cover the sky. One should be pillowed on the elder sister's thigh. From this viewpoint, even completely unable to see the elder sister's face, can only say that the elder sister is still too superb. Then again, wasn't he lying on the table? How come when you close your eyes and open them, you're resting on your sister's lap? Yu Yunchi said softly. Awake? Su Ruabai hurriedly sat up and somewhat embarrassedly called out to senior sister. How long have I been sleeping? 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai said that it was not good. 2 hours? Wouldn't that make it to the afternoon? This lunch, it should also be fine you anyway. Master has not eaten breakfast, and today's task will not be completed. However, in the morning it was all promised that the master would cook for her. So she shouldn't be angry, right? What's wrong? Senior? Nothing. Right. Senior sister. The day before yesterday is not and you said to find a time to go to Lian City to play well. You think when is more appropriate? Lian City? Yu Yunchi couldn't help but mutter in her heart. How many things did her senior sister not say to herself? Wasn't she afraid that she would reveal herself? In a few days. It hasn't been long since I got back. Su Ruabai nodded. Senior sister is right. It's getting late. So, I'll go back first? Yu Yunchi hummed. Go. By the way, senior brother, I want to eat dumplings. Can you make them for me tomorrow? No need for tomorrow. Senior sister, I'll go out of the clan later to buy ingredients and come back. I'll send them over to you in the evening. Su Ruabai waved his hand before saying, Senior sister, I'll be going then. Su Ruabai then left the scripture pavilion. Yu Yunchi also has no intention of continuing to stay here. A flash and disappeared in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Sky Spirit Peak. Night Lingyu sat on a stool in the room with a dark face, her gaze somewhat grudgingly staring in the direction of the door. What time is it? Why hasn't Su Ruabai come to bring her food? Su Ruabai couldn't have forgotten. Could he? In the next second, the air in the middle of the room fluctuated, and Yu Yunchi's figure surfaced. Senior sister? Night Lingyu said without any good humor. Why are you here? Yu Yunchi extended her hand. The hairpin. Night Lingyu's face stiffened and she hesitated for several seconds before taking the hairpin out. Yu Yunchi grabbed at the jade hairpin in Night Lingyu's hand, and as a result, Night Lingyu was even a bit reluctant to let go. This made Yu Yunchi feel somewhat intrigued. Senior sister, this is a gift from senior brother, isn't it? If you want it, it's not like senior sister can't let you have it. Hearing these words, Night Lingyu instantly loosened her hand and skimmed her face, her mouth full of concern. Who wants it? I'm the one who didn't want it. Yu Yunchi couldn't help but laugh out. It looked like the Pill King Valley line. This senior sister of his own had deepened the progress of Su Ruabai's feelings for him by a few more points. It couldn't be blamed on her. After all, with Su Ruabai's character, I'm afraid it would be hard not to like him as long as she had more contact with him, right? Senior sister, what have you been doing these days? Tell me about it, or else when senior brother asks, he might reveal his flaws. What was done? Is that something that can be said? Night Lingyu's heart is a little weak. The full version certainly cannot say, can only say the abridged version of. Half a quarter of an hour later. That's all? Night Lingyu nodded sheepishly. What else? Yu Yunchi didn't say anything else before saying, just now, senior brother asked me when I'm going to Lian City. Why didn't you talk to me about this? Hearing this, Night Lingyu's face stiffened. It's that way. I forgot. Yu Yunchi looked at her with a gaze, then spoke. Senior sister, your heart is moved, isn't it? Night Lingyu flatly denied. How could that be? Senior sister, are you kidding? Yu Yunchi shook her head slightly. Senior sister. In this world, apart from master, I'm the one who is most familiar with you. Do you think that your thoughts can't escape my eyes? Night Lingyu hung her head and didn't mouth off anymore, and her tone carried a point of helplessness. So what if his heart is moved? Senior sister, he likes you, not me. Hearing this, Yu Yunchi understood what Night Lingyu meant. Senior sister, are you sure you're giving up? Night Lingyu hummed. It's me who's ashamed of Su Ruabai. Senior sister, I wish you all happiness. Yu Yunchi stared at Night Lingyu for a while and didn't know what came to her mind. She couldn't help but laugh out. Senior sister, then don't regret it. After leaving these words, Yu Yunchi disappeared into Night Lingyu's room. Night Lingyu some helpless sighed. Are to blame senior sister? Have to guide their own to this aspect of the thought. Would have been good just when the master and disciple. That is also quite good. Into the night. Knock. Knock. Master. It's time to eat. Come in. Su Ruabai entered the middle of the room and placed the food box on the table. Then he took out a wooden hairpin. I forgot to give it in the morning. Master, This is something I bought from Lion City. A little token of appreciation. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's just an ordinary hairpin. Could Night Lingyu not know if there was a problem on it? Reaching out her hand, she took the hairpin he handed over. It's nice. Thanks. Su Ruwabai's complexion was a bit odd. Not to mention the fact that her master teacher had so decisively accepted the hairpin she had given him, and she had even said thank you? Was this still the master teacher he was familiar with? Master, the dumplings were made tonight, so you can tell me what you want to eat tomorrow. Well, anything that isn't green peppers. Well, you go back. Su Ruwabai arched his hand before retreating. Night Lingyu opened the food box and looked at the dumplings inside, not knowing why her eyes felt a little hot. Usually Su Ruwabai to their own are cooking. Can see the dumplings must be because of the sisters sake it. One bite at a time, he ate the dumplings in the food box into his mouth, and the corners of his eyes brought a touch of wetness at some point. The scenes of the past few days kept surfacing in the middle of her mind like a walk in the park, laughing at times and crying at others. Night Lingyu was a bit skeptical if she herself was bewitched. His mouth couldn't help but murmur, Master, didn't you say that Yuer's red Luan star should be on his body? But, why has it become like this? Master, can you tell Yuer exactly what to do for the best? P.S. Posted 3 more chapters. Burned out. Chapter 59, Dating. The next day, the entrance to the clan. Su Ruwabai was waiting here early, and as for why he was waiting here, it had to be traced back to last night. Speaking of which, he was also a bit confused. Clearly in the afternoon, Senior Sister was saying that she would go to Ryun City again sometime later. As a result, when I delivered the dumplings to Sis last night, Sis said she wanted to go today again. After all, it was his first date with his senior sister, and Su Ruwabai had made it a point to clean himself up properly, tied his hair with the technique he learned from his elder sister earlier. What's the saying? A person's face value has a lot to do with his hairstyle. Su Ruwabai originally even is quite good-looking kind. This slightly ride a little bit after the face value rubbing upward increase. This face value almost catch up with the screen in front of the readers of the old masters. After waiting for a while, he finally saw his senior sister's figure at the door. Su Ruwabai waved and shouted, Senior Sister, good morning. Yu Yunchi hummed and quickly walked over to Su Ruwabai's side, asking, Today, sort of a date, right? That's for sure. Yu Yunchi stretched out her hand and hung it in front of Su Ruwabai, who naturally understood what she meant and similarly stretched out her hand to shake it. Senior Sister, let's set off then. Lai Yun Chang. Su Ruwabai had already planned out how this date was going to go when she came to Lai Yun City earlier. The first step was to go to the largest tea house in Lai Yun City. And naturally, going to the tea house was not simply for drinking tea, but for listening to books. Elder sister likes to read and listen to books. And before that, she quite liked to tell her stories by herself, which is also considered to be a good idea. However, there was always a feeling that senior sisters had a somewhat preoccupied look, and her mind wasn't on listening to the book. Su Ruwabai softly shouted, Senior Sister. Yu Yunchi didn't respond. Sister? It was only after she shouted a second time that Yu Yunchi reacted and turned her gaze to Su Ruwabai. What's wrong? Is that a bad rap? Yu Yunchi shook her head slightly. No, it's quite good. Why does it feel like you're distracted? Senior Sister. Yes? Su Ruwabai inexplicably felt as if Senior Sister had changed again. In reality, Su Ruwabai did not feel wrong. The Yu Yunchi in front of him was not Yu Yunchi, but his master, Night Lingyu. As for why she's here, it goes back to last night. TSK, Senior Sister, why are your eyes red? Night Lingyu, who was originally still going through the motions, was startled by this sudden sound. Senior Sister, why are you here again? Yu Yunchi sighed. Senior Sister, there is something I need your help with. What is it? Just now when senior brother brought me dumplings he asked me to go to Ryun City tomorrow. Hearing these words, Night Lingyu couldn't help but feel a little sour in her heart. Obviously, he promised to be, but the result is that the teacher's sister accompanied him to go. Would have been sad. The teacher's sister should not be intentional it. Night Lingyu said without any good humor. Then you go. What are you doing coming to talk to me on purpose? Yu Yunchi said with a helpless face. Senior Sister, tomorrow is my first date with senior brother, but I'm a little unwell. Those days in a woman's home. You know, Senior Sister. So, hearing this, Night Lingyu froze. You want me to go in your place? Yu Yunchi nodded. Night Lingyu stared at her senior sister's eyes. Honestly, she really couldn't understand what her senior sister meant. Sisters' cultivation cannot be lower than their own. What body is not comfortable that does not lie to ghosts? Night Lingyu was somewhat moved, but still refused. Not going. She's all but decided to play the role of master teacher properly, and if she keeps this up, she's going to get deeper and deeper into it. Senior sister, please, do me a favor. I've made an appointment with my senior brother. If you don't go, tomorrow my senior brother will have to wait alone at the clan entrance. Night Ling Yu wanted to say something else, but it turned out that Yu Yunqi rushed to speak before her. I'm counting on you. Senior sister. I'll go back first. Jade Yunqi then disappeared. Night Ling Yu people were dumbfounded. Senior sister must have done it on purpose, right? It's also good that Su Ruabai, who was originally promised by himself, is also considered to have fulfilled the agreement. Just as Night Ling Yu's thoughts drifted, a sudden thud pulled her thoughts back. It turned out to be the storyteller who slammed the table when he got to the crux of the matter. At the same time, Night Ling Yu also noticed the color of suspicion in Su Ruabai's eyes as he looked at himself. Night Ling Yu hurriedly adjusted her state. Yes, since she let herself take over the identity of her senior sister, then she is now a senior sister. That is, Su Ruabai girlfriend. Don't have any psychological burden. And don't think too much. Night Ling Yu, you can. I only heard the storyteller say, guess what the cat demon that only appears when the moon is half full is called? Night Ling Yu, on the other hand, took the initiative to ask Su Ruabai, senior brother, did you know? Where did Su Ruabai know that he was so focused on looking at his senior sister that he didn't even hear what Mr. Hushu said, so he casually replied, a cat halfway to the moon? It's the phantom cat. When Su Ruabai heard this, he was a bit speechless. Is there any connection between the two? How good is the half-moon cat? Oh, sister, how did you know? The habits of these demon races are all recorded in a book, so you can take a look at it when you have time, senior brother. Su Ruabai a sound. The heart cannot help but sigh. Senior sister read more books really. Night Ling Yu looked at Su Ruabai's side face, and her heart was somewhat moved. Perhaps, this is the last chance to experience the identity of a senior sister. If you don't grasp it properly, it will be very difficult to be so close to Su Ruabai again in the future, right? Moving the stool, he leaned tightly next to Su Ruabai, and his hand also held Su Ruabai's hand in reverse, his 10 fingers intertwined. Senior, any other plans for later? Seeing her senior sister return to normal, Su Ruabai was relieved, having just worried that her senior sister was dissatisfied with her arrangement. Aha, shopping in the city in the afternoon. If senior sister has anything she wants she can buy it, and then go to the temple fair in the city in the evening. Senior sister, what do you think of this arrangement? Night Spirit Moon nodded. Well, pretty good. Then, when are we going back? Let's go back after the temple fair. There should still be time. Qingyan Peak shouldn't be under curfew yet, right? Hearing this, Night Ling Yu couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. When did Qingyan Peak still have this kind of rule? Right. Senior brother. It's actually quite nice to stay here. Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai hurriedly waved his hand. No. Before I left, I had agreed with my master that I would rush back to cook dinner for her at night. Night Ling Yu narrowed her eyes. She had already replaced her identity with her senior sister during last night. That is to say, the master Su Ruabai's current mouth was actually his senior sister. And as for why his senior sister had asked him to go back at night, Night Ling Yu could have guessed it even with her eyes closed. Damned elder sister. All let himself top out, but also counts so much. The two just held hands and listened to the telling. Of course, neither man's mind was on the storytelling. There is a saying that the drunkard is not in the wine but in the landscape. In the streets. Senior sister, does senior not trust me very much? Night Ling Yu's heart thumped. Why do you say that? Su Ruabai sighed. Didn't I make a good meal for master teacher when we went to Medicine King Valley the other day? What's going on? Master, she didn't eat it and gave me the empty food box. Must have poured it out. At those words, Night Ling Yu was dumbfounded. It was true that she didn't eat it, but she didn't pour it out either. Because he was going to the Medicine King Valley to look for Su Ruabai. He entrusted all the food boxes Su Ruabai had given him these days to his senior sister to help her eat, so that Su Ruabai wouldn't find any problems when he came back. Although she didn't know how Su Ruabai knew that she hadn't eaten herself. It was clear that Su Ruabai had misunderstood. I even made a special meal for her before I left the house in the morning. And she likewise didn't eat. Sister, I've always thought that it doesn't matter what elder sister does to me, as long as I do well for myself. But, I still get some hard feelings in my heart. Elder sister, am I sick? Chapter 60, Under the Green Diffusion Tree. Night Ling Yu had a bad taste in her heart. It was as if he had treated those 3 disciples of his with good intentions, and when he learned that the 3 of them had betrayed him, he couldn't tell you how hard his heart felt at that time. It must be a bad feeling to be let down. Night Ling Yu's grip on Su Ruabai's hand had tightened by a few points. No matter what, she did not eat Su Ruabai's cooking, and although it was a misunderstanding, the fault was indeed in herself. Only to see Su Ruabai suddenly release another laugh. Elder sister, I've made you laugh. It was supposed to be a date with you, but it turned out to be a sudden talk about this. Night Lingyu pursed her lips. Seeing him in this pretense of strength, Night Lingyu inexplicably wanted to cry a little. Night Lingyu thought that she was still a very strong person. But, in front of Su Ruabai, she was always prone to such mood swings. When she recalled her previous suspicions over and over again, Night Lingyu felt that she deserved to die. Yes, even though he doubted and distrusted himself over and over again, he never gave up on himself as a master. Sister is right. He owes him too much. I'm afraid that he can't pay back cleanly with his body, and besides, he still may not see himself. Think of the heartache. Nothing. Senior brother. If you don't feel good in your heart, it will be more comfortable to say it out. No need to hold it in your heart. I am your senior sister, isn't it? Su Ruabai hummed. Senior sister. Thank you. Although senior sister's state is a bit erratic, she is still as gentle to herself na. Night Lingyu asked. Senior brother. Have you ever thought about giving up? Su Ruabai let out a bitter smile. Senior sister. I'm not afraid of your jokes. I'm not a saint. Whether it's senior brother or senior father, their cultivation is far from what I can match. One slip up might lead to death. I'm afraid of death. I'm really afraid of it. I'm a person who doesn't have too much ambition. I just want to live my life in an ordinary way. However, I know that if I watch my master she is persecuted by a few senior brothers, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Immortal cultivators are concerned about karma, as well as being obedient. Since I was brought up here by my master, then this is my karma, and also my responsibility. I can't do the same as a few senior brothers and be able to persecute senior. I know that senior suspects that I must be like this because a few senior brothers broke her heart. That's why she's like this. I know that. That's why I can't give up even more. Senior sister, will you think I'm stupid? Stupid? Who's stupid? Night Lingyu felt that the one who was the most foolish was herself only. Instead of holding such a good disciple in his hands, he paid so much attention to those few white-eyed wolves. Before meeting Su Ruabai, Night Lingyu really couldn't imagine that there would be such a good person in this world. Even when she doubted him, he was able to find a good reason for herself. Senior brother, don't worry about it. Senior sister, I will always be on your side. Night Spirit Moon said silently in her heart. Master is also. Su Ruabai also do not know why he has to say so much. Maybe because the other party is a senior sister. The heart is some cannot help but want to talk to her. However, after speaking with his senior sister, his heart did feel much more comfortable. Taking 2 deep breaths, he adjusted the emotions in his mind. Elder sister, is there nothing you want to buy? It's been all the way down this street and I haven't heard her say what she wants to buy. It always felt like this date was quite a failure today. By all rights, a date should make your girlfriend happy, but instead, it made the atmosphere like this. Night Lingyu shook her head slightly. It's fine to just stroll around. Su Ruabai hummed. Senior sister usually liked to read books, and was probably not too interested in these things. Rather, sister might prefer a little more quiet. In fact, Su Ruabai think, come to this Liyun city dating is not as good as in the Tibetan scripture pavilion to read books together. Into the night. At night, the pavilion hanging in the sky becomes even more beautiful. The light orange glow of the bright light was a bit of a trance. Su Ruabai would quite like to take his senior sister up to have a look, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to do so yet. Senior brother, let's go back. Su Ruabai looked at her with some confusion. What's wrong? The temple fair isn't finished yet? Are you going back? Night Lingyu shook her head slightly. There's no point in strolling around this temple fair. It's just buying some mundane trinkets. That's true. Su Ruabai also felt that it was no fun to just hang out raw. But how can we say that it was also the first date? So it ended so hastily? I only heard Night Lingyu continue. Senior brother, for the last rite of the date, accompany me to Qingyan Peak. Ooh-hoo. Well, Qingyan Peak, under the green diffusion god tree. Su Ruabai also thought that according to the character of the teacher sister and will take him to the room. I did not think that on the surprisingly came under this green diffusion of the divine tree. The last time in the teacher sister's room to see the strange gadgets so far are still fresh in the memory of it. Su Ruabai looked at the large tree in front of her and asked with some confusion. Senior sister, why did you bring me here? With a flip of her hand, Night Lingyu's hand appeared with a small wooden plaque, carved the name on it. Looking at the familiar small wooden sign, Su Ruabai's expression was a bit odd. Senior sister, didn't you hang one last time? Why do you still need to hang it? At those words, Night Lingyu froze. It looked like senior sister had already brought him here. The love that runs in both directions is really enviable na. Shidoshi, didn't you say this was your first date? It's also my first date. And since it's all about firsts, it should be something memorable, right? Su Ruabai nodded, then took the small wooden plaque she handed over. Senior sister is right. Carving the name onto it, Night Lingyu then took the wooden plaque and similarly carved a few words on the back. I can't see it, but I think it's written with the name of the senior sister. Night Lingyu hung the wooden sign on top of the Qingyan divine tree after doing this. Senior brother. Do you know why the sign was hung on this green diffusion god tree? Elder sister said last time that male and female friends would hang wooden plaques with their respective names on a tree to pray for longevity. Night Lingyu hummed. There is such a layer of meaning in it. Back then I swore together with a very close senior sister that if there is someone I like someday, I have to hang the wooden plaque with the names of both parties on this tree. At those words, Su Ruabai was a bit puzzled. Senior sister. Aren't you the senior sister of Qingyan Peak? How is there a senior sister? Instead of answering him, Night Lingyu took off a jade pendant from her neck. This. Here. Night Lingyu didn't give Su Ruabai a chance to open his mouth, grabbed Su Ruabai's hand and shoved it into his hand without breaking up. After doing so, a look of relief flashed in their eyes. Su Ruabai said with some embarrassment, Senior sister, I didn't even prepare a gift for you. This, Night Lingyu said indifferently. It's fine. Take it. Didn't you give me a hairpin before? It's considered a return gift. Su Ruabai let out an "oh," then looked down at the jade pendant in his hand, which still had some warmth on it. Strange. I haven't seen senior sister wearing a jade pendant before. Chapter 61 Eldest Brother's Suspicion. Senior sister, this isn't an ordinary jade pendant, is it? Su Ruabai was able to feel that there was still spiritual energy running on it, and it was clearly at least a magic weapon. Night Lingyu hummed, then said, it's just an ordinary magic weapon. It was entrusted to me by my parents before they passed away. They told me that if I had a favored man in the future to give this jade pendant to the other party. I originally thought that this jade pendant would follow me for the rest of my life. Su Ruabai smiled in embarrassment. Why did senior sister suddenly play straight ball today? This is somewhat inconsistent with the style of the past sister Na. This, sister, isn't it a good idea to give it to me now? Night Lingyu shook her head. If I don't hand it over to you now I guess I won't have a chance later, right? Of course, this was something that Night Lingyu did not say out loud, but instead hugged Su Ruabai and pressed her head against his chest. Su Ruabai, do you like me? Su Ruabai was a little confused as to how she suddenly called out her name directly, and was still a little oddly uncomfortable. Su Ruabai also gently hugged her and softly said, of course I like it. Although she was only lying to herself, Night Lingyu was already satisfied, and her eyes couldn't help but redden a little. Su Ruabai, I like you too. The night breeze blew gently, the rustling sound rang out, and the two of them just quietly hugged each other. Time seemed to be frozen in this moment. After a long time, Night Lingyu took a deep breath in Su Ruabai's arms and somewhat reluctantly pulled out of his embrace, enjoying so much more of the day. But unfortunately, such time is not really theirs after all. I'm very satisfied with today's date. Senior brother. Thank you. It's getting late. Go back. Su Ruabai scratched his head. Then I'll go back first. Night Lingyu gave a hum and watched Su Ruabai's leave the place. Another gust of cold wind blew by, and Night Lingyu sighed silently. TSK, Su Ruabai. I like you too. Senior sister. I'll have to keep this as a souvenir. Yu Yunchi suddenly walked out from behind the green diffusion god tree with a small stone in her hand. How could Night Lingyu not recognize what she was holding in her hand? It was clearly a shadow retention stone. The atmosphere, which was still somewhat sad, instantly turned sour. Elder sister, when did you even catch this kind of bad taste? Night Lingyu glared at Yu Yunchi, obviously not expecting this senior sister of hers to hide in the shadows and spy. Even if he peeped, he also took a shadow retaining stone to record it, and when he thought that what he had just done had been watched by his senior sister, his scalp was a little numb. No, I was waiting for you to come back, but I didn't expect to see such a place. Humph. Sister, you so take advantage of my boyfriend some not too good, right? Night Lingyu didn't expect her to even hit back, but, taking up the other party's boyfriend's face in front of the person's rightful owner, Night Lingyu was actually a little embarrassed. You asked me to fill in, so I can't show my hand, can I? Yu Yunchi pondered for a while. It seems so. After saying that, Yu Yunchi threw the shadow retaining stone in her hand towards Night Lingyu. Go back. Later on, senior brother is going to look for you. Before, he could have agreed with Su Ruabai that he would come back in the evening to cook. Night Lingyu looked at the shadow retaining stone in her hand and froze a bit. Originally, she was wondering how to destroy the incriminating evidence in her senior sister's hands, but it turned out that her senior sister just gave it to her so simply. Senior sister, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Yu Yunchi turned her back and looked at the Qingyan divine tree. Senior sister, I'll ask you again. Have you really thought about giving up? I don't really care. I'm naturally happy to be able to monopolize my senior brother. But who made you my senior sister? Night Lingyu looked at Yu Yunchi with a condensed gaze. Senior sister. Thank you. But, Yu Yunqi raised her hand and interrupted her. No need to rush to answer me. Think it over before answering. The opportunity can only be this time. Oh. Then Yu Yunqi looked at her very seriously. Elder sister, you have to know. I am helping you now entirely because I interfered in the first place. Furthermore, this is also the mandate left behind by the master to let me take care of you. If not, do you think I look like such a generous person who can let out the elder brother? It's fine to refuse once or twice, but things don't come in threes. Senior sister, if you don't think clearly this time, don't blame senior sister for not caring about you in the future. After saying that, Yu Yunqi smiled again. Senior sister, think about it, I'm sure you'll figure it out. Night Lingyu pursed her lips, and for a moment, she didn't dare to continue answering. Then she disappeared. Sky Spirit Peak. Senior brother. Why don't you come to find senior brother and say something to me when you're all the way back? Zhang Qian leaned against the door of the cookhouse and looked at Su Ruabai. Su Ruabai was busy cooking dinner at the moment, and hadn't even thought that his eldest senior brother would come looking for him at this time. I've been a bit busy these past 2 days, and I was originally planning to go look for you tomorrow, eldest brother. Zhang Qian gave a then chimed in. How was the Pill King Valley trip? Su Ruabai let out a bitter laugh. The auditions didn't even pass. Then Zhang Qian sighed asked. Then did you go to see your master in the past 2 days? Senior brother? I guess that's what eldest brother is up to, isn't it? Su Ruabai nodded. Went. What's the situation? It's the same as always. But the master is so guarded against me that she didn't eat any of the food left for her to cook earlier. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qian frowned. Didn't eat? Su Ruabai naturally noticed the change in Zhang Qian's demeanor. His heart thumped. Could it be that he had said the wrong thing? With his mind racing, Su Ruabai soon thought of the key to the problem. Su Ruabai's intention was to imply that eldest brother senior was vigilant and wouldn't give him a chance to get his hands on him. However, he had forgotten one thing, and that was that it would be impossible for the master's cultivation to not eat if he hadn't recovered. If he said that, eldest brother would definitely think that elder master's cultivation was recovering. Su Ruabai secretly bad. Senior brother, won't she be hungry if she doesn't eat for so many days? Hearing Zhang Qian ask this, Su Ruabai knew that his chicken-thieving elder brother must have thought of what he had just said. Maybe master has left other rations on him. No way. The words are set out. Su Ruabai can only try to be able to mend the sheep. Zhang Qian narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Senior brother, pay more attention to the situation of your master. I'll leave first. After leaving these words, Zhang Qian left in a hurry. Su Ruabai didn't know if what he said was useful or not, but eldest brother must have panicked. And I guess he was considering whether or not to make a move. After all, if he really let his master recover, eldest brother knew that he himself would definitely be unable to eat. So if it was certain that master teacher was recovering, even if master teacher had some special method to deal with them, eldest brother would still choose to take the risk, right? After getting the meal ready, Su Ruabai took the food box and went straight to Night Lingyu's cave. Knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. Come in. Su Ruabai entered the cave, and after setting the food box down, he opened his mouth and said, Senior, eldest brother, may be about to make a move. The matter is important. Su Ruabai think it's better to inform the master of a better. P.S. I can't, Cha-Cha is going to fail. I'm tired all day. I'm going to be a dead dog. Chapter 62, sick again? Night Lingyu looked at Su Ruabai with odd eyes. What happened? Su Ruabai said with some self-reproach. It's all Ruabai's fault. Just now big senior brother came to find me. In 5 minutes. It's all Ruabai's fault. Please punish master. Su Ruabai lowered his head slightly, with an honest look of admitting his mistake. Would love to hug him. For some unknown reason, this thought actually popped up amongst the lake of Night Lingyu's heart. Shaking his head slightly, he hurriedly expelled this strange thought from the middle of the lake of his heart. Are you kidding me? He's his mentor now. If you knew I would chastise you, why did you inform me of this? You could have done it without saying anything at all, right? Hearing Night Lingyu ask this, Su Ruabai was a bit dazed for a moment. Feeling, seniors asking this question is somewhat similar to senior sisters in the afternoon at Liyun City Na. However, Su Ruabai quickly figured out what was going on. Master must not believe in himself. That's why he was asking. Somewhat helplessly, he clenched his fists, and after a while, Su Ruabai said, Master, alas, you eat, Ruabai won't bother you anymore. Arching his hand, he was about to leave her room. Su Ruabai originally wanted to say that what he said is not false, but just so say, and what is the use? Do not believe, how do not believe? Even if you say this sentence is not also futile? Night Lingyu raised her hand in an attempt to stay him, but her mouth only opened slightly, and she didn't say the words to leave him behind after all. Why, it feels a little hard. Did Su Ruabai misunderstand something again? He himself just asked a question out of turn. Is it possible that he thought he was doubting him? Thinking of this, Night Lingyu immediately stood up. If you look at it from your own point of view, it must be clear to you that you don't suspect him of anything. However, if one were to look at it from Su Ruabai's point of view, one would definitely feel that he was doubting him, right? After all, one has suspected him not once or twice, and suspicion has existed by default in his thinking. Su Ruabai had said something about how she didn't trust him back in the afternoon, and it should have drawn attention to it then. Now that's better. Say the wrong thing. Su Ruabai should be very sad. Obviously, he had come to tell himself that Zhang Qian might want to make a move on himself out of pure goodwill, and obviously he had taken the initiative to say that the fault lay with him. Why? It's come to this. Night Lingyu wanted to go find Su Ruabai to explain things clearly. But, how can we make this kind of thing clear? She was a little scared. There must be a limit to human tolerance. Will he really be able to hold out if he keeps distrusting him like this? What if Su Ruabai doesn't care about her anymore, regardless of their own? It's also a relief for Su Ruabai, right? However, it's so hard to feel in the heart. Obviously, he is a cultivator of the god transformation stage. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Early the next morning. Knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. After waiting for a while, there was no movement coming from inside. This wasn't the first time this had happened, and Su Ruabai was thinking, could it be that the master had come that way again? Gently pushing the door open, he saw his master curled up on the bed. Su Ruabai quickly walked over to the table to place the food box over. Then he looked over at Night Lingyu. Her eyes were still a little swollen, and you could tell at a glance that she had been crying. What? You're crying? Last time, Master Teacher just didn't cry even if it was hard. Does that mean, this time, it's even worse? Master, I'm offended. After saying that, Su Ruabai reached out and touched her forehead. Temp seems pretty normal. No fever this time it seems. He was just about to bring his hand back when a hand grabbed him. There was no need to guess who Su Ruabai knew whose hand this would be. Only Night Lingyu suddenly opened her eyes to look at Su Ruabai. This scared Su Ruabai into a cold sweat. Master, I just wanted to take your temperature. Nothing else. Night Lingyu blinked a few times. Belly. It hurts. Su Ruabai almost thought he was finished. But now it seems that he can still be salvaged. If nothing else, this wouldn't be Master Teacher going into docile mode again, would it? Otherwise, with the Master's character, knowing that he touched her that would not give his hand chopped off? The tone of his voice softened. It hurts? I'll go cook you some brown sugar water. But Night Lingyu had no intention of letting go, looking at Su Ruabai with a pitiful expression. It hurts. Rub it. After saying that, he took Su Ruabai's hand and brought it towards her stomach. Su Ruabai is stupid. Still coming? The last time he rubbed his master's stomach it was a wary moment. Wouldn't it kill him to do it again? But, seeing this reddened look in his master's eyes, Su Ruabai was again a bit intolerant. This is crying out in pain. A pain that should have been unimaginable, right? Good boy. Rub it and it won't hurt anymore. Su Ruabai somewhat helplessly rubbed her up. Better? Well, I'll go boil you some brown sugar water. Don't. It hurts. Well, it looks like Master won't let go of himself for a while. There was no way around it. So Su Ruabai had no choice but to honestly help her rub her stomach. Soft, and a little warm. It feels really good in your hand. Are all girls' stomachs like this? Su Ruabai also touched his own stomach, probably because of the abs, touching hard, but not this soft touch. I don't know if senior sister's touch is also like this. Su Ruabai felt that he appeared to be gradually thinking a bit off course. Looking at the well-behaved Master Teacher at this moment, Su Ruabai sighed helplessly. Master Teacher, if only you could trust me this much when you're awake. Su Ruabai some tears and laughter. Remember the last time the Master's so obedient. He seems to have taken the shadow retaining stone to record it. Night Lingyu suddenly spoke. Lung. Cold? Su Ruabai used his other hand to pull up the quilt on the side and cover her body. Still cold? Lung. Hugs. Hearing the word cuddle, Su Ruabai's eyes went wide. This won't do. Master, please don't. Please don't. I'll just take my hand and cover you up. He is not a saint. This rubbing a belly can already make him think. If this is hugged up, that will not be filial piety deterioration? Night Lingyu pouted. But, it's so cold. Su Ruabai rubbed her stomach and soothed. Good girl. Cover up the quilt for a while and you won't be cold anymore. Chapter 63 Unsatisfied. Luckily for him, his cry of good behavior was still useful, and his master did not make any more trouble. After Su Ruabai rubbed her for a while, he spoke. Master, be good. Let go first. I'll go cook brown sugar water for you. Ouch. I'll be back later. In a minute. Only then did Night Lingyu unwillingly release her hand, looking blearily at Su Ruabai. Su Ruabai drew his hand back and hurriedly stood up. Master, stay well under the covers and don't move, haha. After leaving these words behind, Su Ruabai hurriedly walked towards the outside of the house. Such a master is simply adorable. The main focus is a contrasting adorableness. Su Ruabai rubbed his brow. Isn't this menstrual irregularity a bit too serious for master? Do women usually only menstruate once a month? It always feels like this didn't last long enough to be good many times. In the middle of the cave, after Su Ruabai left, Night Lingyu quietly lay under the covers, waiting for Su Ruabai to return. But soon, the air in the middle of the room fluctuated, and an uninvited guest appeared. Senior sister, I heard you were sick. Night Lingyu's face stiffened and she inclined her head to look at the figure that appeared in the middle of the room, only to see that at this moment, Yu Yunchi looked at her with a smile or not. Senior sister, all of you are at the god transformation stage and still get sick, nah. It's really rare. Hearing this, Night Lingyu sat up in irritation and glared at Yu Yunchi. You're still the same? Where would you be physically uncomfortable at the god transformation stage? You tell me? Yu Yunchi sat on the edge of the bed and gently held Night Lingyu's hand. Senior sister, nah. Do you want senior sister to rub your belly? It will definitely work better than senior brother him. Hearing this, Night Lingyu wanted to find a crack in the ground. That's right, there's nothing physically wrong with her. And as for the redness and swelling of her eyes, it's entirely due to the fact that it was so hard last night. In the morning, he thought about lying in bed for a while, and for a while he didn't notice Su Ruabai had come. By the time he reacted, Su Ruabai had already placed his hand on his forehead. Subconsciously, he grabbed Su Ruabai's hand. Seeing Su Ruabai's frightened expression, Night Lingyu had no choice but to take the trick. Sister, will you get lost? Yu Yunchi wasn't annoyed either. She just looked at her with a smile. You're taking advantage of my boyfriend so much, and you're even telling me to get lost. Senior sister, you're really breaking my heart. Night Lingyu skimmed her mouth and cursed in her heart. Just because you are the main palace you can just bully me, right? Get out. Yu Yunchi spread her hands. Senior sister, don't show your cracks. Yo. After leaving these words behind, Jade Yunchi disappeared. Night Lingyu was very angry. This hateful senior sister is still the same hateful. Hearing the footsteps resounding outside the house, Night Lingyu hurriedly laid back under the covers again. By the time Su Ruabai entered the house, Night Lingyu had already returned to her original form. Master, come, drink some brown sugar water. Originally, Night Spirit Moon was still able to forcefully suppress the emotions in her heart to make it look like there was nothing different on the surface. But just now, when her senior sister interrupted, she immediately broke a little. Hearing Su Ruabai's voice so soft, she couldn't stop her face from reddening a little. And this change in expression was naturally caught in Su Ruabai's eyes. Su Ruabai cannot help but be a little puzzled. Good reason why the face red? So look also strange cute. Su Ruabai reached out and gently placed his hand on her forehead. His brows furrowed at once. Why is it so hot? It can't be another fever, can it? Then with a flip of his hand, a small porcelain vial appeared in his palm, from which he poured out an elixir. Come, master, take the medicine. It reduces fever. It's not poisonous. Luckily I had some on me last time. I didn't think I'd really need it. Hearing this, Night Lingyu was a bit dazed. Last time Su Ruabai simply did not have this kind of thing on his body, or else he would have fed it to himself. That is to say, Su Ruabai was prepared after this. As for why prepare on, it must be because of yourself as a master. In the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little touched. Su Ruabai was really an attentive and gentle person. Su Ruabai helped Night Lingyu sit up. Good boy, master. Open your mouth. Night Lingyu opened her mouth, and Su Ruabai put the elixir into her mouth. Have some brown sugar water to smooth it out. After a while, the redness on Night Lingyu's face dissipated. Su Ruabai assumed that the medicine had taken effect, and then spoke. Master, are you feeling better? Got an appetite for dinner? There's. Can you eat by yourself? Don't. Well, it looks like you'll have to feed it yourself. So he picked up the food box on the table and sat down on the edge of the bed, feeding her food into her mouth one bite at a time. Su Ruabai sighed then said, Senior, in the future, you have to take care of yourself if you're on your own. You can't rely on others so much anymore. And you. Su Ruabai let out a bitter laugh. People, they always have to pay for the mistakes they make. Night Lingyu was a bit confused as to what he meant by that. There was always a bad feeling in the bottom of her heart, but it was definitely not a good idea to ask in her current state. Soon an entire food box of rice was all fed into her stomach. Su Ruabai thought it was strange that Master Teacher seemed to eat every dish except green peppers. Master, are you full? Su Ruabai then helped Night Lingyu lie down again. Go to sleep. You'll be fine after a nap. As soon as the words fell, Knight Lingyu grabbed his hand. Can't go. Su Ruabai was really a bit puzzled as to why the master teacher in this state would be so dependent on himself. Obviously sober, that is not trusting yourself at all. Okay. I'm not leaving. The current master was like a small child who still had to be coaxed to sleep, but it was much more adorable than when he was awake. Su Ruabai squatted beside the bed and softly said, "Sleep, master." I don't know how long it took, but only after hearing his master's breathing stabilized did Su Ruabai gently pull his hand away, tucked the covers back over her, then stood up. After glancing at Knight Lingyu, he arched his hand and then left. When Su Ruabai left, Knight Lingyu sat up and touched her somewhat hot face. Last night, she was afraid that Su Ruabai would not care about herself for one night, and in fact, it was completely overthinking on her part. It was just that it made Knight Lingyu somewhat unable to figure out what Su Ruabai meant by the words he said earlier. Her brows furrowed as well. Su Ruabai wouldn't do anything stupid, would she? The main reason was that when he said that earlier, it made Knight Lingyu inexplicably feel as if he was consigning himself to an orphan. No, we'll have to keep an eye on him one of these days. But the problem now is that he really seems to be a bit too dependent on Su Ruabai. Although his mouth said that it would be good to be a master and disciple like this in the future, but his heart doesn't seem to be satisfied with this. Alas. Chapter 64 Plotting. The other side of Tianling Peak. In the cookhouse, Yu Yunqi was sitting at the table eating noodles. It was supposed to be simply a day to visit as a girlfriend to see her boyfriend and stop by for breakfast. As a result, he heard Su Ruabai say that his senior sister was sick. I didn't realize that I had just visited the other side and was faking it. Yu Yunqi can only secretly sigh and say, the master is really calculated. At this time, Su Ruabai re-entered the stoveroom. Senior sister, how is it? The noodles are delicious, right? Yu Yunqi let out a hum, touching her stomach and looking at Su Ruabai with a satisfied expression. Senior brother, your stomach's gotten bigger. You have to be responsible. Upon hearing this, the corner of Su Ruabai's mouth twitched. Elder sister, if you're full, you're full. What do you mean your stomach was enlarged by me? This would be misunderstood if others heard it. Yu Yunqi let out a hum, then tilted her head and asked, Senior brother, when are we going to be Dao couples? You've added up your points here a long time ago. Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai was silent for a while before speaking. Senior sister, I'm afraid it won't be possible for a while. Yu Yunqi hurriedly hugged Su Ruabai's arm. Senior brother, you couldn't have changed your mind, could you? Hearing this, Su Ruabai hurriedly waved his hand. How could that be? It's because of the matter of master teacher. Su Ruabai then told him what happened yesterday when Zhang Yunqi came to him. After hearing this, Yu Yunqi patted her chest and said with a sigh of relief, I thought that senior brother had changed your heart. What does this have to do with senior brother you're leaving? Su Ruabai sighed, then said, didn't you give me an idea last time? Senior sister? Pretend to have taken master teacher Xin Yuan so that senior brother and their targets won't be fixated on master teacher. Yu Yunqi hummed, but I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to actually implement, isn't it? This was true. Su Ruabai had been thinking about this last night. The main thing was how he could convince a few senior brothers that he had taken his master Xin Yuan. If they knew that they were going to take their master Xin Yuan, they definitely wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Maybe he'd be done in by a couple of his senior brothers before he could implement his plan. I still have some scheming to do. If you do become a success and leave the Spirit Rain sect afterward, then, what about me? Su Ruabai lowered his head slightly. Senior sister, I don't have the ability to take you away. It's a bit selfish, but, senior sister, can you wait for me? After waiting for half a day without being able to wait for her senior sister's reply, Su Ruabai's heart was a bit flustered, until a pair of hands cupped his face. Yu Yunqi looked at him with a serious face and said with her mouth, Senior brother, according to you, then isn't it true that we won't be able to see each other for a long time? Right, only to see. Yu Yunqi's face showed a thoughtful look, and she paused for a while before speaking out of turn. Then, wouldn't I not be able to kiss you for a long time? No way. I want to kiss you first. Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai's eyes went wide, and just as he wanted to say something, his senior sister came over and gently bit on his lips, not giving him time to react at all. Elder sister's eyes were beautiful, a pair of curved eyes with a soft smile. Su Ruabai was able to see his own reflection in her eyes. Although she did not answer herself, Su Ruabai already had an answer in his heart. Su Ruabai stood at the entrance of Zhang Yunqi's cave, took a deep breath, and then knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Eldest brother, are you there? Soon the door was pulled open, and Zhang Yunqi looked at Su Ruabai in the doorway with some suspicion. Senior brother, is it that something has gone wrong at master's place? Su Ruabai nodded. Eldest senior brother, I'm showing my cards. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqi's eyes went all weird for a few moments. Showing what cards? Eldest brother, you don't have to pretend. I know that you and a few of your senior brothers have thoughts about Master Teacher, right? Zhang Yunqi narrowed his eyes, clearly not expecting Su Ruobai to say those words. What do you mean? Su Ruobai smiled. Eldest senior brother, I think we can work together. Zhang Yunqi stared into Su Ruobai's eyes, seemingly as if he was trying to see through him, and it took a while before he spoke. Come in and talk. Zhang Yunqi then led Su Ruobai into the middle of the cave. Zhang Yunqi poured a cup of tea and handed it in front of Su Ruobai before making a gesture of invitation. Senior brother, you're not kidding, are you? Of course not. Eldest brother, how do you think I've been doing on the mountain all these years? Hearing this, Zhang Yunqi instantly understood what he meant, only to hear Su Ruobai continue. She took me in on the mountain, but never did her duty as a master, and for so many years, it was all up to me to come through on my own. Zhang Yunqi asked, but even if that's the case, senior brother, you don't have to commit such a crime, do you? Su Ruobai shook her head slightly. Eldest senior brother, do you know what I can't stand the most? I don't know. That day, I told senior brother Li Haoli of Juyang Peak that I was the fourth disciple of Tianling Peak, and guess what he said? Zhang Yunqi frowned. Senior brother might as well be straightforward. There's no need to beat around the bush. He said that there are only 3 disciples in the Heavenly Spirit Peak, so where did Su Ruobai come from? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi froze, then quickly burst out laughing. Senior brother, it's really hard on you. In fact, Zhang Yunqi had felt before that Su Ruobai couldn't be any good person. After all, on this mountain, he was the one that Master Teacher despised the most. If we're talking about grievances, none of the 4 disciples are better than Su Ruobai, right? That's true. But, senior brother, you should also know that Master Xin Yuan only comes once, so how can we talk about cooperation? Su Ruobai shook his head. Eldest brother, I don't care about Master Teacher's innate charmed body, I just want to get out of the way. Zhang Yunqi believed the previous words, but he didn't believe these words. With the seductive power of the innate charmed body, how could Su Ruobai possibly withstand the temptation? This thing, for Su Ruobai, who has no cultivation talent, that is something that will change his fate against all odds. However, Zhang Yunqi didn't really care what exactly Su Ruobai had in mind when he came to him for cooperation. In his eyes, Su Ruobai was just a tiny foundation stage that couldn't make any waves. On the contrary, these days Su Ruobai was closer to his master, so he might be able to know more. Moreover, there must be some reason in it for him to come to seek his cooperation this suddenly. Su Ruobai then said, Eldest senior brother, I also know that you don't believe me, so how about making an oath? Chapter 65, The Conspiracy of the 4 Masters and Brothers. I, Su Ruobai, swear to the heavenly Tao that I will absolutely not compete with eldest brother, only to get out of the evil in my heart, and that if I go against it, the heavens will strike me with 5 thunderbolts. Hearing this, the suspicion in Zhang Yunqi's heart was dispelled. After all, he didn't believe that Su Ruobai could have a treasure that obscured the heavens. Since Su Ruobai had said so, then this was definitely on his side. Smiling, he said, Senior brother, there's no need to be like this. Senior brother, I still trust you. His smile at this time has been no longer in the beginning of the kind of people like spring breeze feeling. Su Ruobai heart secretly spit out, this is all sworn to say believe. Really is the old coin. Zhang Yunqi continued. I'm afraid there's some kind of change of heart if senior brother has come to seek my cooperation so suddenly. Su Ruobai nodded slightly. Elder brother is a mastermind. Elder Zun, her cultivation has even unconsciously recovered to the foundation establishment stage. If this continues, Elder Zun will recover sooner or later. As expected, after listening to Su Ruobai say that the master had not eaten the food he had cooked these past few days, he had already speculated about this in his heart. In the past 2 days, he had been thinking of personally trying to find out the exact news, but now with Su Ruobai's words, he could already be directly sure. Eldest senior brother, late is late. The opportunity is only this time. If we miss it, I'm afraid we'll all be doomed. Zhang Yunqi naturally knew this, and then said, do you have any solutions? She definitely has cards in her hand to guard against us. Moreover, those 2 other senior brothers of yours are likewise watching intently. Zhang Yunqi didn't want to do someone else a favor after some planning. Su Ruobai then said, eldest senior brother, I don't care how you and the other 2 senior brothers argue. I just want to get out of the way. My idea is that for the time being, I will first work together with a few of my senior brothers to bring the mastermind under control, and it's none of my business how you guys distribute it afterward. Hearing this, Zhang Yunqi frowned. According to this current situation, joining forces with a few senior brothers for the time being was indeed the best option. It wasn't a good idea to keep looking ahead like this. so why not simply wait until the master was under control and then make plans? It's a good idea. Those two senior brothers have only broken through to the Yuanying stage only. If no cultivator above the transformation god stage intervenes, I am an invincible existence. Zhang Yunqi said this calmly, but Su Ruobai was able to hear that he said this with a great deal of confidence. I thought that this senior brother had kept some kind of card in his body. Originally Su Ruobai also thought that he could not directly get these several senior brothers, and now it seems that, with his cultivation of this Jindan stage, I am afraid that there is some suspension. Senior brother. Then go invite your two senior brothers over as well. Su Ruobai nodded. The most important reason for being able to convince his eldest senior brother so easily was probably because he was no threat to him. As much as it pains me to admit it, it's true. If the golden finger was on someone like Big Brother, I'm afraid he would have ascended to heaven already. Su Ruobai did have a few Yuaning stage power thunderballs refined on him. It was also much more difficult to refine a thunderbolt ball of this power. Even an explosive Dan wizard like him had scrapped a few times. I'm afraid that just a few thunderbolts of Yuaning stage power won't be very useful for dealing with a few senior brothers. It's a pity. If one's realm could be a bit higher and one had a Yuaning stage, one would be able to try to refine a higher power thunderbolt ball. It comes down to not being able to do it on your own. The plan of pretending to seize the Yin Yuan was feasible, but even after seizing the Yin Yuan, would the several senior brothers let the master off the hook? This Su Ruobai wouldn't dare to bet on it. Although there might be a means to save his life on his master, he was still a bit uneasy. However, if one should be able to quickly reach the Yuaning stage after really seizing the Yin Yuan of one's master, right? Would that give one a fighting chance? Thinking about it, Su Ruobai still dismissed the idea. If he really did so, then what difference was there between himself and a few senior brothers? Half an hour later. Cooperation? Li Wuxin looked at Su Ruobai as well as Zhang Yunqi, and a look of suspicion appeared in their eyes. You guys aren't kidding, are you? Su Ruobai then explained. Master's cultivation is recovering. It can't be delayed for much longer. I'm not interested in Master's physique. I just want to get rid of the bad anger in my heart. What the crowd didn't expect was that Li Yuanhe, the always silent second senior brother, also spoke up. I'm similarly not interested in Senior's physique. However, soon Su Ruobai figured it out, presumably because the second senior brother was smacked by the master, harboring a grudge. Of the four people, two of them were already not interested in Master Teacher's physique. The only ones left were Zhang Yunqi and Li Wuxin. At that moment, all three of them turned their gazes to Li Wuxin. Li Wuxin also knew how he alone could be a match for his eldest senior brother, and could only show his hands helplessly. Alright, I can give up too, but there has to be some benefits, right? Zhang Yunqi flipped his hand. Senior brother, what do you think of this? Only a small seal appeared amongst Zhang Yunqi's palm. Li Wuxin's eyes sizzled for a few moments when he saw this. Xian Tian seal? Eldest brother, where did you get this from? Zhang Yunqi casually threw this Xian Tian seal into Li Wuxian's hand. You don't need to care about this. Just ask you, is this benefit enough? Li Wuxin nodded. Naturally, since that's the case, how about I also make a great Dao vow? Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe then made the great Dao vow to hand over the first use of the master's right to Zhang Yunqi. Su Ruobai secretly spat in his heart. The appearance of these several senior brothers working together in a wolfish manner really made people feel a little ridiculous. Where is there a little bit of the appearance of the righteous cultivators? When they had finished their vows, Zhang Yunqi turned his gaze to Su Ruobai. Senior brother, aren't you have an idea? It just so happens that a few senior brothers are here, so let's hear it. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobai nodded. As several senior brothers also know, I'm the one in charge of Master Teacher's food and drink these days, and after spending so much time on it, Master Teacher is still a bit skeptical of me, but for the time being, she still believes that I'm on her side. After a pause, Su Ruobai then continued, I intend to set up a table for a banquet to invite my master, to test his strengths and weaknesses, and then make it easy to make my move. Several people also feel that this move is good. If you directly fight into the master's cave, ghosts know what means she has it. Not to mention, the master has recovered some cultivation, able to use more means. But, senior brother, have you ever thought about how it's possible for Master Teacher for her to be willing to leave the cave? Even if she trusts you even more, it's impossible for her to trust you to such an extent. Eldest brother, I have my own way. Just listen to my arrangement. Chapter 66 A Red Dress. Night Spirit Moon's Cave. Knock, knock. Master, the meal is ready. Come in. This kind of conversation had been repeated many times, and as soon as he thought that it wouldn't be long before he had to leave this place where he had lived for so many years, Su Ruobai felt a little reluctant to part with it. Entering the cave, Night Lingyu was sitting by the window at this time. Her chi looked quite good as well. her body should have recovered. She just didn't know when she would have another attack is all. The next time she cries out in pain, she probably won't be able to take care of her herself. How does it feel, Master? Knight Lingyu naturally knew what he was asking and could only play dumb. How about what? After taking care of her for a day yesterday, Su Ruabai was worried that Master might remember today, and it looked like he didn't remember just like before. Su Ruabai couldn't help but be a bit skeptical. Could it be that the docile version of Master and this current Master were actually two systems, and don't share memories? The body structure of a girl's family is really strange. It's fine. Master, do you remember what day today is? Hearing this, Knight Lingyu couldn't help but be a bit confused. Day? What day is today? Can't it be that it's his birthday? This is not right. Remember just picked him up the mountain when he himself do not know when he was born. No. Su Ruabai smiled. Master, today is the 14th year since I was brought up the mountain by you. Knight Lingyu this only reacted to what is going on. Has been 14 years? Vaguely remember. At that time picked him up. He only rode his waist here. Did not expect. A flash of 14 years. He is also higher than his own half a head. Master's grace. Ruabai has always remembered it. And Ruabai has nothing to repay Master. So he wants to treat Master to a meal in the evening. Dinner? Well, the dishes are prepared a bit too much. So, can Master Shifu come to my place during the evening? Knight Lingyu didn't hesitate in the slightest. Okay, I know. Seeing that Knight Lingyu had agreed so readily, Su Ruabai was a bit unresponsive. He thought for sure that his master would be suspicious of him, and then he would still need to play some emotional cards to pull himself together. He was all ready to say what he should say, but it turned out that Master agreed straight away? Knight Lingyu couldn't help but look at this somewhat dumbfounded expression on his face. What's wrong? Su Ruabai hurriedly shook his head. No, it's nothing, Master. Then I'll go back to get ready first. You come over early. Knight Lingyu hummed, and then Su Ruabai left. Actually, I guess, Knight Lingyu didn't know whether she should be happy or sad in her heart. Su Ruabai so have filial piety is good, but this is too much filial piety. What she wants is not this. Of course, Knight Lingyu also did not think to force. Since the master has counted his own red Luan star should be in him, then let nature take its course. This is not the time to think about that as a matter of urgency. We're going to Su Ruabai's place for dinner tonight. This is the first time. I have to figure out what to wear. Knight Lingyu stood up and surveyed herself in the bronze mirror. All in white. It looks like it's a little too plain. It needs to be changed. Into the night. Stove. Su Ruabai had been working all afternoon, and the table was already full of food. It's just a pity that I'm afraid I can't finish this meal today. It didn't take long for footsteps to come through the door. Su Ruabai hurriedly greeted them. Sure enough, the one who came was none other than his master teacher. Only, why is he dressed so festively? One could only see that Knight Lingyu had changed from her usual plain attire and was wearing a red dress. There appeared to be light makeup on her face, with a few extra touches that made her already good-looking face look even better for a few moments. Su Ruabai secretly said, this even if there is no existence of any innate charm body. I'm afraid that there will be people who will have crooked thoughts, right? Seeing that Su Ruabai was looking frozen in shock, Knight Lingyu couldn't help but leap in her heart. But the face was still cold. What's wrong? What's on my face? Su Ruabai hurriedly shook his head. No, Master, come in. My place is rather small. Please don't be offended. Master, Knight Lingyu this kid, also do not know to praise themselves 2 sentences. Their own use of the identity of the senior sister. How can always hear him praise their good-looking it? Of course, that was just a couple of mental slurs, followed by following him into the cookhouse. Soon we'll see the table a large table dishes. Good. No green peppers. This disciple can deal with. Sit down. Master, there will be others coming later. At those words, Knight Lingyu's face suddenly looked unsightly. She thought that the person who would come later should be the senior sister. Had also thought that tonight in Su Ruabai 2 people have dinner also specially dressed up. The result of the senior sister to come? Wouldn't he be a chaperone? Damn sister. You'd better not come. Su Ruabai naturally noticed the change in expression on her face, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit scared. But it can't be helped. Things have come to this point. The arrow has to be sent now. Soon footsteps came from outside the house, and Knight Lingyu looked towards the doorway, and her complexion couldn't help but look odd. Zhang Yunqi, Li Wuxin, Li Yuanhe. Aren't these the 3 good disciples of his own? At this time, Su Ruabai also spoke. Alright, everyone has arrived. Sit down. Hearing this, Knight Lingyu was even more confused. What the hell? The people Su Ruabai was talking about turned out to be these senior brothers of his? That's not right. Didn't Su Ruabai know about their relationship with him? Why did he even invite them over? Night Lingyu's mind was spinning a bit. Zhang Yunqi spoke. Master, these days are too busy to visit you. It's Yunqi's fault. It's just as well that I asked my senior brother to invite you over. Today, we several senior brothers intend to have a good chat with you. To this so-called great disciple of his, Night Lingyu didn't have much of a good face. Looking at him with a frosty face, there's nothing to talk about. Be sensible and hurry up and get lost. If you wait for me to recover my cultivation, the first one to pack up will be you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunqi couldn't help but laugh out. Senior, it looks like you still don't understand the situation, nah. Can't you see that this is a hangmen banquet that junior brother has purposely set up for you? You wouldn't really believe junior apprentice brother, would you? Hearing these words, Night Lingyu frowned and turned her gaze towards Su Ruobai. Su Ruobai, on the other hand, skimmed his head away, not daring to look at her. What do you mean? What do you mean? Junior brother also said that he was able to invite you out. At first I didn't quite believe it. I didn't realize that senior brother really had this ability. Master Na, what should I say about you? In the future, your eyes should still be wiped brightly. Night Lingyu's eyes were fixed on Su Ruobai, seemingly wanting Su Ruobai to give her an answer. However, Su Ruobai kept avoiding her eyes, which made Night Lingyu a little flustered. It can't be, can it? Su Ruobai. Chapter 67. This is the king of resilience. At this moment, Zhang Yunqi spoke up. Senior brother, talk to your master properly. Su Ruobai spread his hands helplessly. Master, just as you see it like this, there's no need for me to explain, right? Hearing this, Night Lingyu looked at Su Ruobai with some disbelief. Do you realize what you're saying? Su Ruobai's face also rarely had more than a few playful smiles on it. Master, you're so stupidly adorable. You don't think that because I took care of you for a few days, I'm a good person, do you? In the next second, Su Ruobai's smirk instantly disappeared, but instead gained a few more points of resentment and a few more points of madness. He slammed the table, and his aura changed a few times. Turning towards Night Lingyu, he questioned, Master, do you know how I've come through all these years? No one knows me. No one looks up to me. Even you have never recognized me as a disciple. If that's the case, why did you bring me up the mountain in the first place? To accept me as a disciple? I've had enough of this for a long time. Night Lingyu's face stiffened, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. Just like that? Originally full of joy thinking of having dinner with Su Ruobai, but ended up telling her that before Su Ruobai was so filial to herself were just pretending? How was this acceptable to her? No way. That's absolutely impossible. That's all it is? What do you mean just like that? Su Ruobai once again violently slapped the table, and the rice on the table shook. Oh, after pretending for so long, do you know how tired I am? Cooking for you every day, but also people have to endure those cold eyes of yours. This can't, that can't. Who do you think you are? After saying that, Su Ruobai then turned his head to Zhang Yunqi and said, Eldest senior brother, don't hesitate. Do it. Zhang Yunqi then communicated with the other two senior brothers with his eyes before pulling out his magic weapon. Master, take out any undercard you have. Night Lingyu's fists all clenched a few times, her face turning a little white as she looked angrily at Su Ruobai. He trusted him step by step, not realizing that in the end it was just his scheme. Night Lingyu had an urge to cry. A fondness turned out to be all self-serving. With her cultivation at the god transformation stage, she wanted to take care of them in but a split second. But in her heart, she was unwilling to make a move against him. Even though I know he's lying to himself, but in my heart, I still fantasize that it's all a lie. Night Lingyu's lips were trembling a bit. Su Ruobai, I'll ask you again. Are you sure you want to stand with these senior brothers of yours? Looking at his master's eyes, which wanted to eat himself alive, Su Ruobai was a bit cautious, but as a qualified actor, he naturally couldn't shy away from this kind of time. Su Ruobai let out a cold laugh. Master, or should I say you're stupid? It's all come to this, and you're still holding out expectations for me? Ridiculous to the extreme. A few senior brothers, late is late. Hurry up and make your move. The three of them nodded and stood in three directions to surround Night Lingyu, then made a few spell seals. In an instant, formations rose up around Night Lingyu to bind her within them. Zhang Yunqi also smiled and looked at the Night Lingyu trapped in the middle of the formation. Laughed, Master, you also do not be angry. Yunqi heart towards the road you also know. You this innate charm body put. Fat water does not flow outside the field well. To help me to ascend to the great Tao. In the future there is also a part of your credit. Night Lingyu just looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. It was just a small formation. If she wanted to break it, it was just a matter of a thought. Seeing that Night Spirit Moon was ignoring him, Zhang Yunqi then turned his head towards Su Ruobai and shouted, Junior brother, use the immortal binding rope to bind Master Teacher. I see that she can't wait any longer either. Su Ruabai nodded and threw a rope out to tie it around Nightling Yu's body. But after doing this, Su Ruabai didn't stop moving. And with a flip of his hand, several small black balls appeared in his hand, which he violently threw towards the feet of the three. Who would have thought that Zhang Yunqi would be able to separate one of his hands to condense a spiritual power shield to block the small ball? Zhang Yunqi laughed coldly. He, Junior brother, the calculations are really good. You don't really think that you can't be distracted by moving this spirit binding formation, do you? In the next second, with a bang, the several small black balls that had been bounced off the ground exploded. However, the power didn't seem to be too great, and the floor just blew out a very, very small hole. This makes Zhang Yunqi can't help but somewhat want to laugh. Senior brother, sneak attack also don't prepare a little powerful. This thing is thrown on me that is no different from scratching an itch. At this moment, Su Ruabai also revealed a villainous smile. Ha, is that so? Just as Zhang Yunqi was wondering where he got his confidence from, a strange smell surged into his nostrils. In the next second, the body unexpectedly fell to the ground uncontrollably. It wasn't just him, everyone present fell to the ground. And of course, that everyone included Su Ruabai. Although he couldn't move, his brain was still able to think, and Zhang Yunqi noticed at a glance that a faint layer of mist filled the air. Quickly figured out what was going on. It must have been Su Ruabai's poisoning. Strange, before he came here, he had made enough preparations. What antidote pills and so on could not be eaten less, just in case. However, this poisonous gas was still able to put itself down. What the hell is this thing? But at the same time, Zhang Yunqi also noticed Su Ruabai lying on the ground to the side. This kid, he's not stupid enough to get himself caught, is he? Although I don't know what kind of poison this is, but he has the highest cultivation level in the room, and his resistance to drugs is definitely the highest. So when his body recovers, the first thing he will do is to send this ultimate anti-bone boy to meet the king of Hades. Time passed minute by minute, and the 5 people lying on the ground were all quite confused except for Su Ruabai, especially Night Spirit Moon. Originally, Nightling Yu was still thinking of pretending to be a pig eating a tiger, letting these few disciples be complacent for a while, then waiting until they mistakenly thought that they were about to get their hands on it, then snuffing out their hopes. The heart is all calculated. Wait until the 3 disciples will be resolved, and then leave Su Ruabai to punish him properly. To punish him, even dared to lie to himself, even if it is the senior sister's appearance will not be able to protect him. But after 1,000 calculations, how could Nightling Yu not expect that she had actually been hit? She was likewise puzzled as to what kind of poison this was. She was at the god transformation stage, but she couldn't even move at all. At the same time, in her heart, she was also of the same mind as Zhang Yunqi. She had the highest cultivation level in this place, so her recovery speed must be the fastest. Right. 16 minutes later. What the crowd did not expect was that the first one to stand up was Su Ruabai. But come to think of it, if you poisoned it, how could you not leave some room for yourself? Su Ruabai patted the dust on his body, and his face took on the smile of a pedantic villain. Didn't think I'd stand up first, did you? Jia. This is the power of the great king of resilience. P.S. The front changed a bit on the flying boat to fight to the spirit stone. That paragraph may indeed be a bit poisonous. Slightly deleted and changed a bit. Interested readers can go to take a look at the Old Masters. The 38th chapter. There is where not quite right place. You can say in TT. Can be changed must be changed. Just beg to give a favorable review. Give a little power generation. Oh. Chapter 68, Ruohaku. Retirement. That's right. The mist floating in this room is the product of his work, a fusion of an inverted and a thunderball. Previously, Su Ruabai had wondered if the usage of the thunderball would be too one-dimensional. Even the pills were poisonous pills, so why couldn't his thunderball carry some attributes? Originally Su Ruabai was thinking about whether he could find a poisonous stand that could poison the Yuaning stage to death. But the poisonous path is too few people, and probably because of the suppression by the orthodox Dan Dao. The poisonous stand that can be purchased on the market can't even poison the Jindan stage to death. Moreover, even if it was just a simple ecstasy, then the effect would be minimal if the other party had taken the antidote pill in advance. Su Ruabai had also calculated that, with the extent of the old coins of several senior brothers, he would definitely take the antidote pills beforehand. So there's no way. The only thing Su Ruabai can think of is that one of the ones drawn from the system lottery went down. It was good that the elixir given by the system didn't say that it had to be consumed by eating in order to have an effect, and the same effect could be achieved by ingesting it through the respiratory tract. This is not, will be on the body of 40-1 on the pour all to the fusion into. Even if it is the great Luo Jingxi in here, that will have to be hard to control 40 minutes. He, in turn, happens to have the ability to turn the big picture around with 60% control free. That means they're going to be controlled for 40 minutes. And by themselves, it'll only take 16 minutes to finish. 24 minutes left. Enough to get things done. This is if the screen in front of the readers of the old masters. Afraid of 3 seconds are a little too much. Ahem. Back to business. Several senior brothers were lying on the ground all unable to move. Wasn't this just the right opportunity to make a move? Su Ruabai then summoned his spirit sword and slashed at Zhang Yunqi's body. Duong. Unexpectedly, a layer of spiritual light surfaced on his body, and with a buzzing sound, the spirit sword in his hand was broken, which was still given to him by his second senior brother Li Yuanhe at the beginning. How can it be said that it's also a spirit weapon level? But it was directly shattered? Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. Su Ruabai thought this was quite outrageous. When a person had collapsed, there could still be a protective aura that automatically protected the owner? However, it was also true that eldest senior brother could have the confidence to be invincible at the Yuaning stage, and was afraid that such an ordinary attack wouldn't be much of a bird's eye. If you can take advantage of this opportunity to several brothers to finish, which is naturally no better choice. Afraid of the remaining 20 minutes even the defense cannot be broken, but also the opposite is to scrape half a day. Was anti-armor anti-death. The last one to do so, seems to be a jail letter. Besides, time does not allow him to do so. Gently kicked Zhang Yunqi 2 feet. A little test. It looks like this protective aura will only come out when it is in danger. Which is good. Then Su Ruabai laughed. Eldest brother, you are old and resourceful. Have you ever thought that you would make a dowry for me today? Said Su Ruabai pulled out a few small black and unattractive balls. The 3 senior brothers. One person's mouth stuffed one. Humph. Let's give you guys a taste of the good stuff, and we'll see if you survive later. After doing this, Su Ruabai then walked over to Night Lingyu's side, squatted down, and gently picked up her chin with an evil smile on his face. TSK, Master, don't stare at me like that. This red dress is so festive. I thought that you were coming to marry me. Master, such a good-looking face. I'm afraid it's too much of a waste to use it only once. To be honest, Su Ruabai always felt a little cold behind his back when he said this. However, as a competent villain, there is certainly no shortage of mouth highs in this situation. At this moment, Night Lingyu was unable to move or speak. Only a pair of eyes full of anger stared at him, as if to say, "Adversary, how dare you?" Su Ruabai wrapped his hands around her legs and picked her up. See you later, 3 senior brothers. He then carried Night Lingyu and left the stoveroom, quickly flying away from Heavenly Spirit Peak. After flying for about 2 minutes and almost leaving the explosion range, Su Ruabai let out a low gulp. Explode! Boom! There was a loud bang behind him, and Su Ruabai could feel the entire ground shaking. But, real men never look back at explosions. However, Su Ruabai heart has a kind of intuition. In order to a few senior brother old coin character, the body-less life-saving magic treasure cannot blow up is still another story. Of course, the bomb cannot be killed, that certainly must also be injured. Su Ruabai did not expect these several old coin senior brother can be so easily by him a Jindan stage to finish. Originally, Su Ruabai's plan was to pretend to seize his master's Yin Yuan and then just run away. However, when he saw this face of his master, Su Ruabai knew that even if he seized the Yin Yuan, the several senior brothers would probably not be able to let his master go. So wouldn't he be exposed at that time? Therefore, in front of them, taking the master teacher captive was the best plan, letting them think that the master teacher had been taken away by themselves, but in reality, they had hidden the master teacher themselves, which was a plan to hide the truth from the world. Qing Yen Peak. Night Lingyu and Su Ruabai's arms stared at his jaw. The gentle breeze blew by, raising a few strands of hair in front of his forehead. At this time Su Ruabai's face had already lost the just arrogant flames, and his face appeared to be somewhat unusually calm. Staring and staring, the anger in his heart inexplicably dissipated a few points. Obviously he and a few other disciples are the same as scheming their own innate charm body, but I do not know why. The heart just can't give birth to his aversion, probably because she has broken it. Looking at her surroundings, her brain calmed down. A thought popped into his head. Su Ruabai couldn't be putting on a show, right? After all, if Su Ruabai really resented himself that much, he could have avoided giving himself pills that could restore his injuries, and he wouldn't have been able to let himself have the Qing Yen divine fruit that he had obtained from his senior sister. Besides, he had heard Su Ruabai's heartfelt words when he was disguised as a senior sister before, so it couldn't be possible that he was similarly acting in front of his senior sister, could it? In other words, what Su Ruabai was doing now might not be what she just thought it was. Compared to her previous doubts over and over again, this time, Night Lingyu chose to believe him. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Su Ruabai had gone rogue because of his own suspicions over and over again. but even if that's the case, it's still something he owes him, and if he wants it, then he can have it. Besides, Su Ruabai could have taken advantage of the situation yesterday when he was taking care of himself, but he didn't. Instead, he took care of himself with a mouthful of good and careful care, and that was enough to prove everything. Thinking of this, the anger in Nightling Yu's eyes completely disappeared, staring unblinkingly at Su Ruabai's face, wanting to know, what in the world does he want to do? A female voice, leisurely, came over. Coming? Hearing this voice, Nightling Yu knew who this was. Sister? Why did Su Ruabai bring himself to senior sister? What's going on here? Elder sister. Finally, I'll go back inside to talk to senior sister for a bit. Go on. Su Ruabai carried Nightling Yu into Yu Yunqi's room and gently placed her on the bed. That's right. Su Ruabai's intention was to temporarily hide his master teacher here with his senior sister. Qingyan Peak and Tianling Peak have traditionally been at odds. In addition to the fact that there is still venerable Qingyan sitting on Qingyan Peak, it is definitely impossible for a few senior brothers to check here. Moreover, it is estimated that they will think that their master was taken out of the sect by themselves and then come after them. And it is even more unlikely that they will be able to guess that their master was sent by him to Qingyan Peak. Looking at Nightling Yu lying on the bed, Su Ruabai sighed, then plopped down and knelt on the edge of the bed. Master, today's matter is also a hopeless move. Master Zun is unwilling to believe me, so I have no choice but to come up with this plan. I do not have the talent to cultivate. There is no great ambition. The master does not see me is not a matter of blame. Ruabai does not have any complaints. Can be in the time to starve to death to meet the master is Ruabai's lucky. Can be brought to the mountain by the master is also Ruabai's lucky. To become a disciple of the master is also Ruabai's lucky. Master. Ruabai has never regretted being master teacher's disciple. But unfortunately, Ruabai is incompetent and can only use this method to protect master teacher. Senior sister is safe here. Senior can rest assured that you can stay here to recuperate. If there is anything you need you can also talk to senior sister. People are very good. Please also ask senior to trust Ruabai one last time. Su Ruabai solemnly kowtowed a few times, and a few thuds could be clearly heard in the quiet room. After doing so, Su Ruabai stood up, slightly lowering his head, arching his hand and saying, Master, Ruabai has protected the Tao to this point, and already has a clear conscience. The next step is up to you. Master, Ruabai, farewell. After saying that, Su Ruabai left the room. Chapter 69, The Great War. Su Ruabai was gone. Gone completely, leaving Nightling Yu alone on the bed, the anxious color in her eyes overflowing. What the hell is this poison? Their own transformed god stage was controlled for so long. She really wanted to grab Su Ruabai's hand and tell him not to go, but her body simply couldn't move. It didn't take long for the door to push open. A few moments of joy erupted amongst Nightling Yu's eyes, thinking that it was Su Ruabai who had returned. But unfortunately, it wasn't Su Ruabai who had come in, but her senior sister. Yu Yunqi sat down on the edge of the bed, looking at her with a complicated expression, and sighed helplessly before picking up a small note on the bedside table. Elder brother left it behind. Take a look at it. After saying that, he put the note in front of Nightling Yu's eyes. Preparation of brown sugar water. Senior sister. Now, are you still willing to let go? Yu Yunqi looked at the Nightling Yu lying on the bed, and there was no need for her to answer. Yu Yunqi already knew the answer from her eyes. The corners of Nightling Yu's eyes had long since filled with tears, and the urgency in her eyes seemed to be saying, go and get Su Ruabai back. Before this, she had already guessed that Su Ruabai might be acting, but, even though she knew the outcome, when she saw how this brown sugar water was made, she still couldn't hold back her tears after all. Su Ruabai is a good man. A very, very good man. If you miss out on someone this good, you may never meet him again in your life. If you really let Su Ruabai run away, where can you find him? Yu Yunqi naturally knew what Nightling Yu meant. Reaching out her hand, she gently wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, softly saying, alright, senior sister, it won't look good if you cry again. We'll still have to rely on you to find Su Ruabai later. I really didn't expect that senior brother, he even has a way of shielding heavenly chances. Even I can't perceive where he is now. She also didn't expect Su Ruabai to be able to do this for Nightling Yu. It's no wonder that Sifu's red Luan star should be on his body. This is fortunate that he intervened ahead of time. Otherwise, with this petty character of the senior sister, where can they have their own affairs? Hearing Yu Yunqi's words, Nightling Yu was initially a bit puzzled. Su Ruabai had the means to cover the sky, so where should she look? But it suddenly occurred to him that he seemed to have given him the jade pendant, so as long as Su Ruabai wore him, was he still afraid that he wouldn't be able to find him? Su Ruabai, wait until I come for you. Without you, how can I live without you? Sky Spirit Peak. By Su Ruabai blowing up like this, the entire heavenly spirit peak was shortened by half, which showed how powerful this Yuaning stage power thunderbolt ball was. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Yunqi and the other two senior brothers had placed formations around the area before, I'm afraid that such a big commotion would have already alerted the entire clan. But even so, a figure stood up from the large pit. Zhang Yunqi coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Where was he still in that jade-like appearance? And his eyes flashed with a shadowy color. Afterwards, he pulled out a pill and took it, and the aura on his body soon stabilized. Two senior brothers, stop pretending to be dead and get up. Two figures soon crawled out from among the mounds. It was none other than Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe. If Su Ruobai were to see this scene, he would probably drop his jaw in shock. He thought that the second elder brother and the third elder brother had just broken through to the Yuaning stage, and he was able to take two of them away with this Yuaning stage powerful thunderbolt ball. As a result, the three senior brothers were all standing here properly, only looking a bit lousy with a few flesh wounds. Let's just say that these three aren't just old coins, they're turtle shells with hard lives. It's also good that Su Ruobai is not arrogant enough to think that he can solve them, or else it will certainly be a big problem. Li Wuxin asked, eldest brother, what next? To be honest, Li Wuxin didn't expect it to turn out like this, but it didn't matter. The Xin Tian seal was already in his hands, so there was definitely no reason to return it to his big brother. It's this big brother, who lost his wife and his army. I'm afraid his heart has already exploded with anger, right? What else can you do when something like this happens? Will you be able to bring back your master, or will you be able to capture Su Ruobai? Run away first. There's no need to worry about firewood when you've left a green mountain. Zhang Yunqi hated Su Ruobai's death by 1,000 cuts, but it was obvious that Su Ruobai was able to swear at will, so there must be a means of shielding heavenly chances on his body. The heavenly chances could be shielded, so how could he find Su Ruobai? I have not counted on Su Ruobai to take advantage of it. After planning for so long, it turned out to be a basket case, but there is no way. Things have come to this. If they don't leave, wait until the master teacher's cultivation is restored back, then it's not something they can leave just because they want to. Plus, if the matter of treason were to spread, the entire righteous path would not be able to gain a foothold, so the only option for them now is to run away. Li Wuxin nodded. Anyway, his cultivation had reached the Yuaning stage. There was not much development in staying in the Spirit Rain sect, so it was time to leave. Only, just as Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe wanted to leave, a faint aura barrier rose up and blocked their way. Li Wuxin frowned and looked at Zhang Yunqi, eldest senior brother. What do you mean? Zhang Yunqi sneered twice. What I said was that I run, but I didn't say that you guys can run as well. Hearing this, Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe instantly understood what he meant by this. Eldest senior brother, we are two Yuaning stage here. Even if you promoted so many years earlier than us, that's not something you can kill just because you want to. Oh, yeah? In the next second, black lines appeared on Zhang Yunqi's face, and his original early Yuaning aura was instantly pulled up to peak Yuaning. Seeing this pattern, both Li Wuxin and Li Yuanhe's faces revealed a look of horror. Eldest brother, you've become a demon? He. Originally, this was still reserved as a base card to deal with the master, but now I can only leave this base card to you. After saying that, Zhang Yunqi summoned his spirit sword, and even the body of the sword had a black aura attached to it, giving off an extremely depressing feeling. Saying that the three of them were all in the early Yuaning stage, the two of them were naturally not afraid of Zhang Yunqi, but now Zhang Yunqi now has an aura that is no less than the peak of the Yuaning stage. How can this be fought? How can I fight with my head? Without the slightest hesitation, the two hurriedly broke through the aura barrier and fled in two diametrically opposite directions. It had all reached this realm, so even if they were to split up and run away, it wouldn't do much good. Zhang Yunqi threw the black mist-covered sword in his hand towards Li Yuanhe, while he himself chased after Li Wuxin. In just a few breaths of time, the two were brought back into this deep pit. Of course, the two had already lost their breath and were thrown back into that big pit by Zhang Yunqi like a dead dog. Zhang Yunqi then waved his hand, and there was another body on the ground, and when he looked at it like this, it was actually exactly the same as the one he was born with. After all this, Zhang Yunqi intends to leave. As for Su Ruobai, can only look after to see if there is an opportunity to encounter again, then must let that kid know what is called hell on earth. He took off with his flying sword and flew towards the sky with his aura hidden, but just a few seconds into his flight, a sword crossed in front of him. Spirit whispering sword? Master? P.S. Belial invaded the earth. TT to protect the earth. Cannot find the time to code words. The reader's old masters hurry to give TT power to recharge, so that TT can defeat Belial as soon as possible. Chapter 70 Zhang Yunqi died. Adversary. Where else do you want to go? Looking at the figure in red in front of him, Zhang Yunqi was a little confused. Hasn't Master been taken away by his senior brother? Why is she here again? Ha! Master! How dare you come back? Are you purposely trying to send your innate charm body back? Zhang Yunqi swung the sword in his hand to chop at Night Lingyu. With a duong sound, the spirit-speaking sword easily stopped it. The coldness in Night Lingyu's eyes caused Zhang Yunqi to feel some chills down his spine. Nope. You've recovered your cultivation? If the other party hadn't recovered his cultivation, he was an invincible existence at the Yuaning stage, so how could he possibly be able to block this sword of his? No wonder when he was in the cookhouse before he looked like he had no fear. So it turned out that he had recovered his cultivation a long time ago. I told you how Su Ruabai could invite her over. So it's not that they're holding a banquet, but that his master wants to take advantage of the fact that he's going to get rid of all of them, isn't it? Thinking of this, Zhang Yunqi's face immediately turned ugly. Senior brother has already died by your hand, right? Night Lingyu frowned, not knowing what this adversary had brainstormed. In a cold voice, he said, "This has nothing to do with you, adversary. Suffer death." After saying that, Night Lingyu didn't talk nonsense with him anymore. How could she not see that this great disciple of hers had already entered the devil? Whether it was his desire to be a rusher and rebel or his act of entering the devil, either one was considered a capital offense in the immortal cultivation world. I had been thinking about how to explain to the outside world what happened on Tianling this time. After all, the matter of her being an innate charmed body couldn't be leaked out. And if it was said to the public that these few disciples all wanted to be Punch Master rebellious disciples and that was why they cleaned up the door, other people would definitely speculate. For good reason. All three disciples wanted to be the Punch Master's rebellious disciples, so there must be some reason in it, and it just so happens that this Zhang Yunqi has become a demon, and to the outside world, he only needs to say that his disciple has become a demon, and that he is righteous, so there are no worries at all, and he won't arouse the suspicion of others. Night Lingyu then didn't hesitate anymore as her spirit rain sword out and chopped at Zhang Yunqi's sword. Huge force came, Zhang Yunqi flew backwards, his body smashed down in the middle of a big pit. The injuries that had just been suppressed with elixirs were relapsed by such a sword. A mouthful of black blood was spat out from his mouth. Zhang Yunqi forced himself to endure the pain that tore through his body and roared, "Good, good, master, you forced me." In the next second, the black lines on Zhang Yunqi's face grew more and more, and in just a breath of time, the entire face was completely covered with black lines, and two small horns were even born on top of his head. Where was the jade? Now there was only an ugly hideousness. Seeing this, Night Lingyu laughed twice in a self-deprecating manner. Evil demon? Oh, I really didn't think that I would be able to teach an evil demon. Really? After seeing more of these so-called disciples, Night Lingyu's heart feels even more that Su Ruabai is very good. That's already not a little bit good. It's too good to describe. It's simply a heaven and an earth. The eyes that looked at Zhang Yunqi also became a few points colder, and the power in Zhang Yunqi's body gradually climbed up, and he even had a hidden aura of the god transformation stage. It was no wonder that the power of the devil's way was obsessive. How could this power that could be obtained quickly not intoxicate people? Master, today I will let you see if this disciple of mine can be released from the master. After saying that, Zhang Yunqi appeared a bone chain in his hand, and once this object came out, the originally bright night sky appeared to be stained with a few points of blood color. This is somewhat matching the red clothes on Night Lingyu. Night Lingyu's gaze also intensified by a few points. She also didn't expect that this rebellious disciple of hers would have so many means on him. She was still in a hurry to get Su Ruabai back. Instinctive magic treasure? With a glance, Night Lingyu could tell what the bone chain in his hand was, and her eyes took on a bit of anger. Just how many people have you harmed behind your back? This kind of sinister thing usually had to be refined with human lives, and, with the degree of sinisterness carried by this bone chain, the number of people killed by this was certainly not a small number. Oh, but it's just a means of ascending to the great Tao. How many people die and what does it matter? After saying that, he violently threw the bone chain in his hand towards Night Lingyu, and the fiendish chi on it surged towards Night Lingyu. Night Lingyu imperialized the spirit speech sword and chopped over. She didn't expect that the baleful aura could even affect the connection between her and the spirit speech sword. Even the movement of swinging the sword was slowed down by a few points. With another duong sound, that bone chain wrapped around the spirit speech sword, and the baleful aura kept spreading from the spirit speech sword. Looking at this situation, it was going to soak into her. Night Lingyu rushed to take off her hands. This kind of fury containing the power of extreme grudge would have unimaginable consequences if it were to be impregnated with it. For a while Night Lingyu also felt a little tricky, mainly because Zhang Yunqi's body's power of fury is really too restraining her. She also has no way to deal with this kind of thing, and inadvertent and may also cause a mess. Buzz. Suddenly, a bell rang out in the middle of the entire sky. The night sky that was originally tinted with a few shades of blood suddenly cleared up. That fury chi was also instantly broken. Zhang Yunqi violently spat out another mouthful of blood. and there was a look of shock amongst those dark eyes. Buddhist treasures? Who is it? The aura on his body was also pushed down a few points. Night Lingyu didn't waste the opportunity either. The bell sound suppressed evil demons, but not her. With a flash, he appeared in front of Zhang Yunqi and chopped over with a sword. A line of blood instantly appeared on Zhang Yunqi's body. Only, the blood that emerged was also black. I guess his heart has been black for a long time. This had become like this. Yet Zhang Yunqi still didn't die completely, but opened his mouth. Master, I am your disciple. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Master, please, spare my life. Night Lingyu didn't say anything, but just kept chopping her sword on his neck. Begging for forgiveness? Ridiculous. Don't be my disciple in the next life. Body and head separated. Zhang Yunqi's head fell aside. The body also fell to the ground. A pair of eyes staring. Unwilling. Angry. Confused. But it does not matter. People are dead anyway. The corpses of all three disciples lay in unison in the middle of this large pit. Black and red blood converging into pools of blood. And seeing their deaths, there was no sadness in Night Lingyu's heart. On the contrary, because of them, he found the one he wanted. As for these scummy cubs, dying 10,000 times is not better than her Su Ruabai. Night Lingyu raised her head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. A few of the rebellious disciples have been resolved. It's also time to get him back. Chapter 71, Red? God of Murder? Su Ruabai glanced at the bright moon in the sky, and there was always a sense of uneasiness in his heart. It's hard to believe that elder brother and the others could really find themselves? Su Ruabai felt that the probability was still very low. He had the sky shading skill on his body, and all the heavenly chances could be shielded. It was impossible to find himself without some special means. It was imperative to hurry to Liyun City and catch a flying boat to get out of here. As for where to go, in fact, Su Ruabai did not think well. At least, to be far from this side, will not be a few senior brother bumped into on the line. In his heart, he was actually still very reluctant to let go. Not only because there was a senior sister in the Spirit Rain sect, but likewise, that was the place where he had lived for 14 years. Alas, how long has it been since he left? He misses his senior sister, and when he thinks about how long it will be before he can see his senior sister, Su Ruabai's heart is a little hard to bear. Does time wear out a person's feelings? Su Ruabai didn't know. I've seen many similar plots in my previous life. What with incompetent husbands? Bah! Wrong word. It wasn't that Su Ruabai didn't want to trust his senior sister, but he had seen too many times that long-distance relationships and whatnot could hardly end well. Not to mention, long-distance relationships could at least rely on a phone call, whereas he himself didn't have the slightest means of contacting his senior sister. So, to stop the worst outcome from happening, then he would need to quickly raise his cultivation, and only when he reached the god transformation stage would he have the capital to be able to return to the Spirit Rain sect. Just, while he himself was practicing, weren't a few senior brothers practicing? Their realms would likewise grow, right? With his own talent, even with the help of the system, he would hardly be able to match their natural talent. Unless, of course, one can have more than enough chances, but no matter whether it can catch up or not, for the sake of the senior sister that also have to work hard to be. Calculating the time, if the several senior brothers weren't dead, they were awake at this point in time. TSK, with such a bombing, I guess the heavenly spirit peak will be gone. Right? Su Ruabai was already able to visualize her eldest senior brother blowing up in anger. The heart wasn't much happier. He didn't take pleasure in basing his joy on the pain of others. Just a little sigh of the impermanence of the world. I thought I could spend my whole life on the heavenly spirit peak just doing nothing. Who would have thought it would turn out like this? As his thoughts drifted, Liyun City was right in front of him. As long as he got on the flying boat, it would be impossible for the several senior brothers to catch up with him. Why does it feel like my chest is hot? Su Ruabai looked down at his chest, only to see a flash of red light coming through his clothes. A jade pendant from senior sister? Su Ruabai took the jade pendant out of his chest, and ever since the last time his senior sister entrusted this jade pendant to him, he had been carrying it on his body. Last time, senior sister had told him that it was a low-grade magic weapon, but hadn't said exactly what it did. Su Ruabai can't help but be a little puzzled. This glowing and hot can't be about to explode, right? Waited for a while. This jade pendant also did not want to explode signs. Also, senior sister to give the jade pendant, how can it explode it? The glowing heat must be its functioning. I just don't know what the hell it's for. Su Ruabai thought it was better to go to Liyun City to board the flying boat first. The pavilion floating in the sky could already be seen in the distance. Liyun City was right in front of him. Su Ruabai also accelerated his own speed. He still understood the reasoning that delay makes change. But suddenly, a blue light fell on him from the sky. Su Ruabai was instantly confused. What was this? It couldn't be a backhanded trick that eldest brother and the others had left behind, could it? Stretching out his hand, he attempted to pass through this blue light, but the blue light looked transparent, but it was as if it was substantial, so he couldn't pass through it at all. Suruwabai's face froze. This wave is going to be over. If this is caught back, it will definitely be a dead end. And with his ability he couldn't even break through the strange beam of light. Soon Suruwabai realized that the scenery outside seemed to have distorted, and Li Yuncheng had already disappeared from view. A sense of weightlessness came, only to feel a burst of heaven and earth, and when he reacted he was actually standing in the middle of a big pit. At the same time, the blue light around him also disappeared. Where did you get yourself into this? As soon as he stepped out, he realized that he had kicked something, and when he looked down, he was standing in the middle of a pool of blood. Why is there so much blood on the floor? Whose blood? Soon Suruwabai noticed a hideous-faced head lying quietly at his feet, and there was no doubt that what he had just kicked was probably this thing. Next to this head were 3 other bodies that looked a little familiar. Taking a closer look, Suruwabai recognized who this was, although it was already somewhat disfigured. But wasn't this his eldest senior brother? The 2 corpses next to them. Second brother. Third brother? All dead? Could it be that he was blown up by his own thunderbolt ball? This idea was dismissed by Suruwabai just as soon as it popped up. The ones on them were sword wounds. And in the case of Big Brother, how could a thunderball blow someone's head off? If the thunderbolt ball really has this power, then they should be blown to pieces. Moreover, how did this eldest senior brother become like this? There were also 2 small horns growing on his forehead, and his face was wrapped in some extremely depressing-looking black lines. Why is it a bit like what the books say about being possessed? The 3 senior brothers had all fallen in a pool of blood, and it was clear that they could not be dead anymore. It was naturally a good thing that they were dead, but now the question was, how had he somehow gotten back here? Soon, Suruwabai noticed what appeared to be a red figure still hanging in the sky. Red? Shadow? Master? Suruwabai rubbed his eyes and for a moment thought if it was his own illusion. Wasn't Master sent to Qinyan Peak by himself? Why he here? As if after confirming it, Suruwabai dared to determine that the other party was indeed his own master. One could only see that at this moment. Night Lingyu was holding the spirit speech sword in her hand, and there was still blood dripping from the tip of the spirit speech sword. Standing above the sky, coupled with the red clothes she was wearing, the Night Lingyu at this moment was like a god of killing. Does that mean, did Master kill all of them? Looking at the aura on her body, she should have recovered her cultivation. In other words, they've been gaffed by the Master? Nope. Why is Master looking at him like this? You're not going to kill him, are you? This can't be right, can it? That was all in my own mouth before, and I explained it to my master afterward. So I can't be held responsible because I didn't look like I was acting, right? The red-robed figure in the sky landed in front of Suruwabai's body. Looking at the redness of her eyes, Suruwabai was a little skeptical that she hadn't killed her eyes. Chapter 72, Maru Spice. I'm not an Okinawan against my master, but my master is an Okinawan against his master. Looking at Suruwabai in front of her, Night Lingyu pursed her lips, forcibly holding back from letting tears flow out, and with a tinkling sound, the spirit-whispering sword in her hand slipped to the ground. Stretching out his hand, he reached towards Suruwabai. Suruwabai thought that she was going to make a move, and subconsciously took half a step back. Her eyes closed in shock. There was only one thought in his mind: killing a loyal servant by mistake is a matter of discarding all of his cards. Seeing him like this, the expression on Night Lingyu's face froze in an instant, and her hand just hung in midair, shaking slightly. The way you took half a step back, is that serious? How scared does one have to be of oneself to subconsciously act this way? Biting her lower lip, she asked with a trembling voice, Suruwabai, honestly, are you having thoughts about Master? Suruwabai half opened his eyes and looked over at Night Lingyu, somewhat confused as to why she was asking. She then glanced at the cooled corpses of her 3 senior brothers in the midst of the pool of blood behind her, and replied with a look of apprehension. Senior, I'm a loyal subject. Senior brothers and their desire to be rushing Master rebels has nothing to do with me at all, and I don't have any thoughts about Master. Master, without merit there is still hard work. What I said before was just a play I put on in front of my senior brother and the others again. It can't be taken seriously. Please don't kill me. I just want to live. Hearing Suruwabai's words, Night Lingyu's expression instantly turned ugly. If he said there was, then the red clothes on his body would just be used as a wedding dress. But he said no, or absolutely nothing, which made Night Lingyu somewhat unable to accept it. I'm not going to be just a master teacher, even if it's just a little idea? Absolutely not. Before Suruwabai could finish, he noticed Night Lingyu's increasingly frosty expression, and he couldn't help but feel a bit confused in his heart. How is it that the other party is even more angry when he says no? Does he want to say yes? At this rate, Master Teacher was afraid that he would really cut himself. But it's not good enough to say yes, and it's even worse to say no. Whatever, bet on it. A little life is important. In a small, tentative voice, he said, maybe, a little? At those words, Night Lingyu's expression instantly softened and she muttered in a small voice, a little, that's enough. Seeing this scene, Su Ruabai only wanted to spit out. Changing faces without having to deduct beans? Master, what did you just say? Looking at this situation, I think I should have made the right bet. But what is this? Several senior brothers who have ideas about the master have already laid the board. How come to himself? No ideas, on the contrary. It is not possible? Night Spirit Moon said with a bit of a squirm. Since you have an idea, do you still want me to teach you how to be an impulsive master rebellious disciple? Su Ruabai's brain couldn't turn around. Something was wrong. This master teacher was too wrong. Seeing Su Ruabai's immobility, Night Lingyu actually understood that he was more on the side of master and disciple towards himself right now. But now is the present. The future is the future. As long as there is a little bit of meaning in it, and he or she is a little bit more guided, then won't the water fall into place? So, it's still a matter of being proactive yourself. Stretching out his hand, he cupped Su Ruabai's face and kissed him with a mouthful of kisses before he could react. Su Ruabai's eyes went wide. What the hell? What is she doing? Master? This isn't my hallucination, is it? Su Ruabai's mind is blank. The soul of the three questions emerged in his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In the next second, the lips and teeth were actually skillfully pried open by a fragrant tongue. Sweet. Flavor. So familiar. The familiar smell made an idea pop into his head. The senior sister in Pill King City couldn't really be a senior sister, right? At that time, I still just thought that my senior sister might have changed her rouge, so it would taste different when I tasted it. And it's not just the flavor, it's even the kissing skills. Elder sister liked to bite his lower lip, whereas it was the Pill King's Valley that liked to stick her tongue out. It's completely on par with the current master. No wonder one would feel that the senior sister at that time was strange. So it turned out that it wasn't the senior sister, but was the senior in front of him. But, why? Why did the master impersonate a senior sister to find himself? And, she didn't resist when she wanted to kiss her in the first place, and even took more initiative than she did? Does it mean, Maru Spice, I'm not an Oki-sensei against a disciple, but a master is an Oki-sensei against a disciple? At first, Su Ruabai felt that it was unlikely, but, come to think of it, if he took care of her so well, it was quite possible that he had unknowingly taken advantage of his master. Thinking of this, Su Ruabai are a little crying and laughing. This is completely unintentional. A long time. It was only then that Night Lingyu withdrew her mouth, looking at Su Ruabai in front of her in a state of infatuation, and a trace of clear tears couldn't help but slip out of the corner of her eyes. Night Lingyu then hugged Su Ruabai, her face gently pressed against his chest. Ruabai, thank you. Seeing her like this, Su Ruabai actually wanted to say something, but it was definitely not a good idea to say anything at a time like this. Wait for the aftermath and then find the master to have a good chat. Just killed a few brothers. Her heart should be not very good. Just, let her hold a moment, just hold a moment. Will not lose a piece of meat. Kiss all, kiss it. No. It seems that elder brothers and their corpses are still here. Su Ruabai looked at a wide-eyed human head not far away, and couldn't help but feel a little chilled in his heart. Would it be bad to feed dog food to Big Brother even after death? Looking around, Su Ruabai realized that this seemed to be Tian Ling Peak. How did it all turn out like this? Oh, well, this still seems to be doing it all by itself. Su Ruabai. Hearing his master call out his name, Su Ruabai lowered his head back down to look at Night Lingyu in his arms. What's wrong? Night Lingyu also raised her head to look at Su Ruabai, her red eyes giving her a feeling of pity. When I see her. Softly, he said, what I owe you, I can't pay it back anymore. To be honest, such a gentle master teacher made him somewhat at a loss instead. Su Ruabai laughed dryly. You're my master teacher. There's no such thing as owing or not owing? What Su Ruabai didn't expect was that his master said with a very determined attitude. No, it must be returned. I, Night Spirit Moon, have no reason to owe others? Having no choice, Su Ruabai had no choice but to go along with her. Then, Master, how are you going to pay it back? Night Lingyu's eyes flickered slightly as she said, well, is it okay if I give myself back to you? Su Ruo white people are dumbfounded. This is to give back to themselves? How does it feel? More like even eating and taking it. P.S. Thank you for your power generation. If there is no power generation from the readers, Cha-Cha was almost captured by Belial. Today temporarily repelled Belial. in case Belial attacked the Earth again, but also ask the readers to contribute your power generation, for Cha-Cha to accumulate power. Chapter 73, You're bullying an honest man. It's not good. Only to see Night Lingyu look as if she was about to cry out again, looking at Su Ruabai pitifully, having taken on 4 disciples. Now you're the only one left. Could it be, even you don't want Master Su anymore? The corner of Su Ruabai's mouth twitched. Where did Master's ice cube face go? Quickly return it. 4 disciples? Why is there only 1 left? Don't you have any idea in your heart, Master? Of course, this was something Su Ruabai could only think about in his heart. Su Ruabai sighed, feeling that he still had to talk to his master about this. But before Su Ruabai could say anything, Night Lingyu said first, Ruabai, there are so many spirit herbs missing from my medicinal garden. Do you know who did this? Su Ruabai's words had just reached his throat when he heard his master's words and then swallowed them back down. A few smiles. It's a lot less? Only to hear Night Spirit Moon continue. And with Heavenly Spirit Peak in this state, it would cost quite a few spirit stones to repair it. At those words, Su Ruabai's face froze completely. Master, just say what you have to say. There's no need to beat around the bush so much. Ruabai, Master, I don't bully honest people. This spirit grass plus this mountain totaling 10,000 superb spirit stones shouldn't be too much, right? 10,000? And the best of the best? Is that too much for you? With so many spirit stones, it would be more than enough to buy the entire spirit rain sect, right? Damn masters, and they say they don't bully honest people. Look, as long as I give myself back to you, then Master, I am your person. And Master, I am the patriarch of the spirit rain sect and also the peak master of the heavenly spirit peak. As long as I am yours, then this mountain is naturally yours. So, there is no need for you to return it. Ruabai. So, do you choose to return the spirit stone? Or do you choose to have me? Su Ruabai felt that his intelligence had been insulted, and that this wasn't hoodwinking the little cutie. What? Does he look like such a good liar? But, not to mention, what Master said seems to have some truth to it. Master, can I owe it first? No way. No credit at all. It's not like he was given a choice. There was clearly only one option. Before, I only felt that Master Teacher was high and cold and not good at talking. Why does this mastermind look a little stinky now? Does it mean there are more than 2 versions of Master? The high-flying version, the docile version, and now a cheeky version. And I wonder if there are any other hidden versions. That's yet to be developed. Master, do I have a choice? Yes. Doesn't that give you options? Giving a hammer. Su Ruabai was a bit speechless. Helplessly, he sighed. Master, let me think about it. It's hard to give you an answer on this matter for now. Since we have no choice, we will have to use the reprieve. Su Ruabai felt that it might be that he had been too good to Master before, making Master develop a dependence on him, which might not be what she thought she liked about Master. She'd figure it out when she calmed down for a while after a while. It must be this way. Consider. Night Lingyu looked at Su Ruabai. Her heart was a little anxious. She had taken the initiative to send herself to the door. How come he still had the reason to not want it? But come to think of it, just because the other party is Su Ruabai, this matter really can't be rushed either. After all, right now Su Ruabai's feelings towards herself were more in favor of her master, and she still needed to work harder on herself to be promoted to a Dao couple. Su Ruabai, I'm familiar with this matter. Do you want me to give you a bonus mechanism as well? Okay, then think about it for a few days. After saying that, Night Lingyu unwillingly let go of Su Ruabai. Really, I don't know why, but after the showdown, she wanted to stick it to Su Ruabai even more. Before, she was standing in for her senior sister's identity and kissing and hugging him, but now, she was going to do all this openly and honestly in her own capacity. Su Ruabai sighed with relief. Fortunately, the master's sanity is still there. For fear of an inadvertently become a sickly girl or something like that, that would be the end of the calf. Taking 2 deep breaths, he calmed himself and turned his gaze around. The entire upper part of Tianling Mountain was all blown away, which meant that his own house was gone as well. Where are we staying tonight? Regret. If he knew that he didn't have to run at all, plus the fact that his master was able to GA off a few of his senior brothers, he wouldn't have needed any thunderbolt balls to blow them up. Even if people didn't blow up, they almost put themselves in debt instead. Master, Heavenly Spirit Peak has become like this. It should be hard to recover, right? After saying his words, Su Ruabai then looked at Night Lingyu once again, and Night Lingyu kept staring at Su Ruabai's face as if she couldn't get enough of it for the rest of her life. Seeing that Master has been looking at herself so dully with no reaction at all, Su Ruabai was dumbfounded, reaching out her hand and waving it in front of her eyes. Master? Master? It was only then that Night Lingyu came back to her senses, and a touch of blush surfaced above her cool cheeks. Suruwabai, you're blushing like a bubble teapot. Shouldn't I be the one blushing? What's wrong? Suruwabai sighed helplessly. This master is afraid of being hopeless. Master, I just asked you. It should be hard to recover with the heavenly spirit peak in this state, right? Well, Knight Lingyu's hand formed a magic seal, and soon the bodies of the three senior brothers were lit with nameless fire, and in just a few breaths of time, they disappeared. Watching his master's father do all of this with that calm face, Suruwabai's back went a little cold. Is this what would have happened to her if she hadn't obeyed her? Follow me. Knight Lingyu rose into the air and flew into the sky. Suruwabai was a little confused as to what he was trying to do, but followed suit and flew up into the sky. How does a poem say? Do not know the true face of Mount Lushan, only in this mountain. Looking down from the sky, Suruwabai realized just what the hell he had blown Tianling Mountain into with those thunderbolts of his, only to see Knight Lingyu's hand flip. A formation disc appeared in her hand. As the spiritual energy was urged, this array disc also glowed. Rumbling sounds rang out, and the entire mountain unexpectedly moved. A quarter of an hour later, Tianling Peak completely restored the previous appearance. Where to see Tianling Peak experienced the baptism of art. Suruwabai was dumbfounded. Tianling Peak was restored in such a simple manner? I thought it would take a lot of work. In a quiet voice, he said, Master, you're charging me 10,000 extreme spirit stones? How come it feels like your heart is black? Knight Lingyu just remembered. Just because of this Suruwabai seems to owe himself 10,000 extreme spirit stones to come. Is it black? Do you want to come and see for yourself? Well, on the lips, Suruwabai feels that he has no combat power to speak of. This just one sentence he lost. Chapter 74, Salt Beans Not Salt. Master, where is my house? Heavenly Spirit Peak was restored to its original state, yes, but his own house was gone. Not only his own house, but the cave residences of several senior brothers had likewise disappeared without a trace. Night Spirit Moon then explained. A backtracking formation was arranged on the Heavenly Spirit Peak in order to still be able to recover when such a change occurs. However, the time note of the backtracking was recorded ages ago on the Heavenly Spirit Peak, and at that time, there were not yet any of you here. Hearing this, Suruwabai understood what was going on. The house is gone, can be rebuilt. Besides, the cave he lived in wasn't the same as the ones a few senior brothers lived in. The cave is called a cave naturally because it is suitable for cultivators to cultivate to be able to gather spiritual chi, and he himself live can only be called a house, and the mundane people's house, and there is no difference. Simply as a shelter from the wind and rain is just a place, and did not arrange what array. With his Jindan stage cultivation it wasn't difficult to recreate a house out of it. Wakabi. No matter how many times she heard her master teacher call her name so gently, Suruwabai would still feel a little uncomfortable. What's wrong? Look, you don't have a place you can stay tonight either. Why don't you go to my place? Knight Lingyu's cave was the place where successive patriarchs had lived, so the retrospective formation could naturally restore it. Hearing this, Suruwabai almost didn't choke. Master, this isn't right. It's not the first time anyway. How about this time you take the bed and I'll hit the floor? Not the first time? It was also true that if the one in Pilking City was the master's father, then it was indeed not the first time. This master, salt beans not salt is it? Master, calm down. As you know, I'm the one with a girlfriend. It's really not appropriate. Seriously, Suruwabai is quite ashamed. Senior sister is so good to myself. If I do not do anything to apologize to her, it is too inhuman. What if your senior sister is okay with it? How is this possible? After saying that, Suruwabai suddenly realized a problem violently. How was it that senior could appear in Pilking City as a senior sister? If there were no surprises, the one who went on a date with himself to Liyun City later on would also be senior sister. But the sister in the middle in the hidden scriptures must be the real sister. That is to say, the senior sister for the master disguised as her identity. This matter is informed. Not just informed. The two are obviously collusion. Senior, you wouldn't have something on senior sister and then threaten her, would you? Hearing this, Knight Lingyu faces stiff. This kid is how much to believe his elder sister. Obviously is his elder sister step by step to guide their own become this way. This kid also backwards rake. No, your senior sister won't have any problem with that. At those words, Suruwabai still had some difficulty believing it. But, elder, I'm not interested in you. Before the words were out of his mouth, the air around him went cold. Suruwabai hurriedly swallowed the words back down. Knight Lingyu said with a cold face, kissed and hugged. Ruwabai, you shouldn't be that kind of irresponsible person, right? She didn't know when the spirit rain sword was back in her hand. Suruwabai was skeptical that if he refused any longer, this sword was going to be on his neck. The problem was, the kiss was a kiss, the hug was a hug. But, When he was in Pill King City, he had completely treated her as a senior sister. This kind of thing, how to say, is their own disadvantage. Who let himself at that time not be able to recognize that she is not a senior sister? One can only coax first. Ahem. Master, have something to say. Put down the sword first. Feelings, this kind of thing. Not overnight. Master. Slowly. Nightling, you grunted. A hand flip will be the spirit language sword to put away. Soft, not eat. Have to come hard. Suruwabai is also helpless. A few senior brothers want. The master does not give. And he does not want. But the master wants to take the initiative to stick to him. This is the so-called do not get to want more? Master, it's late at night. You should go back first. So, what about you? The corner of Suruwabai's mouth twitched. It's not like cultivators need to sleep. And I still have to build the house back up again. Then I'll stay with you. Don't be so clingy. Master. Good boy. You go back first and leave me alone. Well, Nightling reluctantly looked at him for a few moments before leaving to return to her own cave in the middle of. Well, the word good boy still works. Nope. Shouldn't this only work on the docile version of Master Chief? Suruwabai's brain instantly went down. Even before, Master Teacher was able to go to Pill King City, so it was obvious that his cultivation must have been restored a long time ago. And with your cultivation restored to the transformation stage, will you still have any colds and fevers and irregular menstruation? In other words, yesterday's illness and whatnot of Master's father was all an act. Such a big man. Do not know shame. What belly pain? Rubbing? A big liar. Thanks to him saying something about protecting the path to this point in the evening and having a clear conscience, it turned out that people didn't need to protect their path at all. Suruwabai would like to find a piece of tofu and headbutt it to death. Somewhat feebly, he sat down on a rock to the side, lowered his head, and scratched his hair. What's all this about? Senior. At this moment, Yuyunchi's voice came from his ears. Suruwabai raised his head, and only then did he see that his senior sister had stood in front of him at an unknown time. Narrowly staring at the Yuyunchi in front of her, she carefully sized her up before tentatively opening her mouth to ask, You're the senior sister, right? Yuyunchi cocked her head. Guess? Well, it's sister without a doubt. Senior sister, why are you here? Yuyunchi sat beside Suruwabai. Senior brother, you won't blame me, right? Suruwabai naturally knew what she was referring to and gave a bitter smile. Of course not. It's good that everyone is fine. Yuyunchi held Suruwabai's hand, looking at the side of Suruwabai's face, her eyes flickering slightly. Senior brother, I know you'll definitely feel a little uncomfortable in your heart, but, she's my senior sister. Ha? Suruwabai was confused. Senior sister? Yuyunchi hummed. Actually, I am Venerable Changyen. It's over. Not enough brain. The brain seems to be taking in a bit too much information today. Venerable Qingyan is just a title. The disciples who have inherited the Qingyan peak through the generations are all called Venerable Qingyan. So, after Master's death, as the senior sister of the Green Diffusion Peak, she naturally inherited the title. It was no wonder that she was able to casually pluck the Green Diffusion Divine Fruit and give it to herself. So it turned out that she was the Green Diffusion Venerable. Then, senior sister, is it true that even without me, nothing will happen to Master Shi? Chapter 75 Damn Fox Mei Zi. Yuyunchi didn't deny his words, and in her heart, she guessed what Suruwabai was thinking, softly saying, Senior brother, you don't have to feel that what you're doing is meaningless. On the contrary, you're doing what I, as a senior sister, can't do. Suruwabai was puzzled. Senior sister, wouldn't it have been less of a problem if you had just made a direct move to finish off those senior brothers of mine? Yuyunchi shook her head slightly. Senior brother, have you ever thought that if I did this, then what would your senior Shi think afterward? Being seriously injured by her enemies, betrayed by her disciple, and finally saved by me, her senior sister? And your existence, not only is it not meaningless, but on the contrary, it gives the senior sister her hope. It's her salvation. So, senior brother, there's no need to be presumptuous. You're doing a good job. Master is a proud person. If it really develops according to what senior sister just said, the current master will probably be disappointed with the world all. It was he who had given his master's father renewed hope for the world, so it did seem that what he had done made sense. But, why did you let your master turn into this kind of feeling towards you? Normally, after so much experience, what deepens should be the master-disciple relationship. Senior, it must not feel good to be cheated. Suruwabai head could not help but lower a few points. It doesn't matter if he was cheated. He's a little afraid that the feelings he has for his senior sister these days are nothing more than his own wishful thinking. Elder sister is a powerhouse at the god transformation stage and a Qingyan venerable, with both cultivation and status, while she herself, Nothing. Obviously. I have long thought about the senior sister maybe just over the house to himself, but, as soon as I thought that this is going to become a reality, the heart cannot stop some hard, and at that moment, senior sister suddenly broke into his field of vision and squatted in front of him, looking at him with a serious face. Senior brother, your cultivation is a lie to you, your identity is a lie to you, but there are some things that senior sister I have never lied to you about. Always. Beginning. Always? From the blazing eyes of her senior sister, Su Ruabai quickly guessed what she was referring to consistently, and somewhat unnaturally averted her head. Yu Yunchi continued to ask, Senior brother, do you blame me? Su Ruabai hurriedly shook his head. Of course not. Yu Yunchi stood up, her body leaning forward slightly, her hands grasping Su Ruabai's right hand, and said with great sincerity, Senior sister, I know what I did was wrong. The book says that when you do something wrong you have to be punished. This is something that a child understands. Senior sister, I really don't blame you. But Yu Yunchi still said, Senior brother, you can punish me any way you want. Su Ruabai was just about to say no, when he noticed a flash of snowy whiteness in the middle of his senior sister's slightly plunging neckline. Su Ruabai gulped, then hurriedly withdrew his gaze. It was just a glimpse, but I was still shocked by the superlative of my sister. The lyrics can't help but come to mind. Look at this bowl big and round, eyes fluttering a bit. He said, no need. Senior sister, I really don't mean to blame you. Yu Yunchi said regretfully, you really don't need it? You can punish me any way you want. Su Ruabai was somewhat skeptical that the punishment his senior sister was talking about was a proper punishment. It always feels like she's luring herself to commit a crime. Dryly coughing twice, he then said, Senior sister, why don't you sit down first? It's not very good for you to talk like this. Yu Yunchi let out an oh-so-subtle cry before sitting back down next to Su Ruabai. Su Ruabai was relieved. Which cadre could not withstand such a test? Then he said, Senior sister, I really don't mean to blame you. On the contrary, I'm very grateful to you. In fact, I've always felt that. There's nothing I can do to deserve senior sister. To be able to continue like this all the time, I'm already very satisfied. But Yu Yunchi suddenly interrupted him and said, Don't. Hearing those two words, Su Ruabai was instantly confused and inclined his head to look at her. I'm not going to stay like this. I don't just want to kiss and cuddle. I want to do even more excessive things. Master, it won't do to be satisfied just like this. Su Ruabai's eyes went wide. More? Something more outrageous? Why does it feel like your brain is getting a little foggy? Sister, don't molest me anymore. Only to hear Yu Yunchi continue. Senior brother, didn't you say that you would marry me when you return? Is there such a thing? Su Ruabai's brain reacted for a while before coming back to its senses. It seems like he did say that. But, wasn't that because he thought he was leaving the clan for a long time? Who would have thought that what left half an hour ago would be back half an hour later? Sister, isn't it a bit too hasty? But, if I don't become a Taoist couple, senior brother won't agree to me doing something even more excessive. Su Ruabai's face stiffened. Being molested like this by his senior sister. His face had long since turned red. How did his senior sister manage to say such words without even bringing a blush to her face? He wasn't a saint, so how could he not be moved? Especially, the one who said this was still his favorite senior sister. But, reason is telling him not now. There was silence for a while before he spoke. Senior sister, you are a Qingyan venerable, a strong person at the god transformation stage, while I am only at the Jindan stage. I want to wait until the day when I can stand in front of you in a dignified manner, and then at that time I will be able to do so. Yu Yunchi understood what he meant, and there was no blame in her eyes. Instead there was only endless tenderness. I'll wait for you. Upwardly mobile senior brothers and sisters also like it. Then, excessive things can't be done for the time being, but kissing and hugging is always possible, right? Having just rejected senior sister, it was naturally not good to do so again now. Can it? So, I'm going to kiss? In the next second, Yu Yunchi cupped his face and kissed him in a swift manner, skillfully biting his lower lip, not giving him a chance to refuse at all. But soon Yu Yunchi frowned and parted her brows slightly, her expression looking a little less than happy as she said, Senior sister's flavor. No way. There can only be my flavor on senior brother's lips tonight, he said, and then kissed him back again, sucking his lips delicately, as if he really wanted to erase the flavor on them. Su Ruabai could hear his own heart beating wildly. Sister, it's too good, isn't it? It's over. I'm going to fall completely. Nightingale, I'm part of your play, aren't I? Someone in the dark could only press the sword in his hand, forcing himself not to go out and give them a chop, his mouth angrily cursing, damnable fox charming child. P.S. The sword sect is definitely going to be there, but it's going to be a transition of a few chapters, so if you have any suggestions you can mention them to Cha-Cha. Well, as for the suggestion of 50 chapters a day or something like that, it's not necessary. Chapter 76, except for your weapon minus. The next day, Su Ruabai opened his eyes and sat up from the bed, sighing in his heart that he hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time. Before, because every day to a few senior brother also or the master will not give their own GA. The heart has been fearful. There doesn't seem to be much to worry about now except for one more rushing disciple against the division. The words of the house were built for him last night by his senior sister, and he had to admit that reading more was really useful. At least like the small spell to build a house Su Ruabai wouldn't. Thinking back to what happened yesterday, Su Ruabai felt a little too dreamy. Rather than yesterday, what has happened within the last 2 months has been pretty fantastic. In the blink of an eye, things are different. A few senior brothers are gone, while the Tianling Peak is still the same. Stretching, he got out of bed, and looking at the light outside. It should be getting late. Su Ruabai's mind moved and brought up the system panel. Name, Su Ruabai, unbearable. Realm, early Jindan, 360/20,000. Task points, 120. Mandate, none. Mission accomplished? It was also true that Master was at the transformation of God stage, so where did she need herself to cook for her again? Originally, there were only 20 points left before. This extra 100 points according to the system's nature is supposed to be the reward for the completion of this mission. Looking at his 20,000 experience bar, Su Ruabai was in deep thought. Should he add to his experience bar? Or should he draw a prize? The main thing is that these few times to draw out of the things are quite good, especially the last time to draw out of the divine erosion. If there is no this thing to give themselves to add toughness has not been able to come up with such a perfect planet. Smoke. It has to be smoked. Even in a white prize pool there could be a divine skill. No? Su Ruabai threw in 100 quest points. Soon the dial spun. Dribble, dribble, dribble. It took a full minute of spinning before the speed of this carousel slowed down. White, gold, blue, white, blue. Looking at the blue light emerging from the turntable, Su Ruabai's eyes widened. Really shipped? Remove your weapon minus, seize control of the weapon by physical touch for 3 minutes. Just by looking at the name alone. I know that this is a divine skill, but unfortunately, it's a weakened version, and there's no limit of only 3 minutes of control within the original. Also, if we did take it over completely, it would definitely be in the golden light prize pool. Then again, why is Shinji Erosion still in the white pool even though it's a strengthened version? It all boils down to the fact that Jurgen is too weak. Strengthen Jurgen. The question is, though, why was the skill changed to require physical touch? Does it mean that one should be allowed to reach out and snatch the sword when someone else cuts him with it? Shouldn't he be cut to death? I don't know what the exact usage is. Maybe it will come in handy in the future. After the prize was drawn, Su Ruabai estimated that it might be close to noon now. Fetched the hidden scriptures to see if sister is there. Pulling open the door and looking at a figure standing outside, Su Ruabai hurriedly closed the door again. Hallucinations? No. It doesn't seem to be a hallucination. It took a while to slow down before Su Ruabai pulled the door open again. He smiled a few times. Master, why are you here? Night Lingyu somewhat squirmed as she handed out what was in her hand. Su Ruabai fixed his eyes on the food box. In her heart, she was puzzled. Why did Master bring a food box over? Did he leave it at her place earlier? Night Spirit Moon's eyes were a bit unnatural as she said, I was hungry this morning, so I tried to make some rice myself. Well, I accidentally made too much. Master didn't want to waste it, and you're the only one on the mountain besides me. So, hungry, careless, you're the only one. These few words, how Su Ruabai heard them felt how they felt outrageous. Can you still be hungry at the transformation stage? Su Ruabai is not stupid. Where can't you see that she just wants to cook for herself? Just in the way of the arrogant attribute. So that's why she said it. It looks like the nature of Master Teacher is really still arrogant. Seeing that Su Ruabai didn't move for half a day, Night Lingyu resentfully withdrew her hand. Forget it if you don't want to eat. Su Ruabai sighed. Last night Su Ruabai had also asked her senior sister about her master, but she didn't care at all. From the previous to go to Liyun City can let the master to replace her identity can be seen. Not just do not care, but also a little support in the meaning of it. Since it's master's intention, Ruabai naturally can't refuse. Hearing these words, Night Lingyu then handed the food box back over again. The eyes also took on a bit of an expectant look. Su Ruabai opened the food box. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A very simple dish. Su Ruabai picked up the chopsticks and tasted a bite in front of her, meaning it was quite tasty. Night Lingyu asked, how was it? Pretty tasty. So, I'll make it for you again tonight? Just said it was doing too much. Now it's not even acting. Su Ruabai looked at his master in front of him who didn't look like he was joking, and could only say helplessly, Master, I'm already at the Jindan stage. I don't need to eat. So, Night Spirit Moon pursed her lips, then said, yesterday, it was Master who was impulsive. Will you blame? Before Nightling you could finish, Su Ruwabai hurriedly said, It's fine, Master. I know all about it, and I definitely don't mean to blame you. Su Ruwabai is afraid that the master also said something about doing wrong things must be punished and so on. Last night when the elder sister left, Su Ruwabai reacted. This is completely the elder sister's trap. Of course, they do not hate, is it? Night Ling Yu hummed, and her tone lowered a few points. I'm not a good senior. I know that because of what happened before. You'll definitely have a grudge against your teacher, and I'm already happy that you're still willing to call me senior. So, Ruwabai, I will definitely do my duty as a master teacher in the future. You, willing to trust me? Hearing this, Su Ruwabai breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like Master had figured it out, and being able to move towards a normal master-disciple relationship was still quite good. Nodding, he said, Master, I trust you. How about this? Master happens to be an innate charmed body, which is quite beneficial to your cultivation. How about Master comes to help you cultivate? Wait, Su Ruwabai almost didn't get choked. How did this sudden change in style change so quickly? It's about doing your duty as a master. Yes, but you weren't told to do it like that. Holding back for so long turns out to be a big move. Master, this won't be necessary. I'm your master teacher. It's only right that I help you cultivate. Saying that, Night Ling Yu even took 2 steps forward, and Su Ruwabai stepped back, almost not tripping over the threshold. Su Ruwabai then realized that this master of hers was not moving towards a normal master-disciple relationship, but was completely a thief's heart. Chapter 77, The Elderly Master Who Couldn't Get Into Oil or Salt. Master, the rice is getting cold. Why don't you let me eat first? At those words, Night Ling Yu stopped in her tracks and glanced at the food box in his hands. Su Ruwabai breathed a sigh of relief before speaking. Master, come in and sit down. Letting her master teacher into the house wasn't because Su Ruwabai wanted to lure wolves into the house, but there were some things that had to be made clear to her. The two then went inside. Su Ruwabai said, Master, fair lady, gentleman good martyred, like master such a woman is even more so. To be honest, I actually do not have too much master-disciple feelings for master. More is your kindness to me, said master, more like a benefactor. This was something that Night Ling Yu couldn't deny. After all, she had never done her duty as a master to him. It was probably precisely for this reason that it was also difficult for Night Ling Yu to have disciple feelings for him. After all, the two were indeed not master and disciple in nature. That's why she was allowed to like Su Ruwabai step by step instead of moving towards some kind of master-disciple relationship. The grace of saving my life is something like this. I know that I can't repay it for the rest of my life, because the life is all given by master. What I did can be said to be insignificant compared to this grace of saving my life. I can do whatever you want me to do, but it's not like that. It's just a simple repayment of the grace. In that case, master, are you still willing? Hearing this, Night Ling Yu fell silent. What she wants is not repayment. What she wants is Su Ruwabai's like. Su Ruwabai continued. It's nobody's business if you like someone, but if you want the other person to like you, it's up to you. Shifu, you said you like me. I don't know if it's a true liking or a misunderstanding due to some other emotion, and I don't know if I like master teacher. So, it's a process for two people to understand their feelings. Put it this way, can you understand, master teacher? I know. Night Ling Yu understood that if you liked someone, you definitely had to go after them. The process of chasing is one that allows both parties to confirm their feelings for each other. The one who is chasing understands through this process whether he or she really likes the other person, while the one who is being chased is going through the process of determining whether the other person really likes him or her and whether he or she likes the other person. It seems a little convoluted. Su Ruwabai knew that his words had worked when he saw Night Ling Yu's face take on a thoughtful look. Then he picked up his chopsticks and ate. Not knowing what Night Ling Yu had thought of, she fiercely stood up. Then, I'll leave first. After saying that, he left Su Ruwabai's room. Su Ruwabai scratched his head, a little puzzled. He couldn't really give up after being told so many words by himself. Could he? 3 times we'll eat the food box and the rice to finish simply clean up the room is ready to go to the hidden scripture pavilion. As soon as he thought of meeting his senior sister next, his mind couldn't help but recall last night's shocking glimpse. The face can't help but burn a little, as if it were more than just the face. The book depository. Sister was her usual self, sitting at the counter at the entrance of the hidden scriptures, holding a book in her hand and looking at it. Why is there an extra person here where he belongs? Master, why are you here? Su Ruwahai was dumbfounded. How did master teacher run here? Moreover, There was also a book in his hand that he was reading. Night Lingyu unapologetically lifted the book in her hands. 100 Ways to Capture a Man's Heart. Su Ruwabai mouth corners slightly twitching. Well, oil and salt. I thought Master left because he figured it out. But it turns out he came to learn how to chase him, right? However, Senior Sister and Master Sister sitting together really look like a pair of sisters. For the record, I have absolutely no other strange ideas. Then again, the elder sister is the elder sister of the Master. And one calls the elder sister also calls the elder sister. It feels that the generation is a bit messy. Yu Yunchi pointed to the spot between her and Night Lingyu. Senior brother, do you want to sit here? The counter wasn't big enough for 2 people, but for 3, it would be a tight squeeze. Brainstorming the image. Hiss. Forget it, let's not brainstorm. Su Ruwabai hurriedly waved his hand and refused, saying, I'll go inside to organize the collection, so I won't sit down. After saying that, he walked towards the inside of the hidden scripture pavilion without looking back. When Su Ruwabai entered inside, Night Lingyu spoke somewhat coyly. Senior sister, thank you for last night. Yu Yunchi let out a hum, naturally knowing in her heart what she was thanking her for. Senior sister, why do you have a Buddhist magic treasure on you? The grade shouldn't be low, right? That's right. The sound of the ringing Buddha bell when he cleared the door before originated from the Buddha Dao Supreme Treasure in Yu Yunchi's hand, obtained by chance, called the Immovable King's Bell. Hearing this name, Night Lingyu's eyes took on a few shocks amongst them. Immovable King Clock? It shouldn't be the Immovable King Buddha's. Maybe. It is no wonder that just the sound of the bell was able to make the demonized Zhang Yunchi suffered serious injuries. The Buddha's magic treasure already has a restraining effect on the evil demons. Like this is even more so. Night Lingyu's face took on a bit of worry. This kind of Buddhist treasure. Senior sister, it won't go wrong if you keep it in your hands, right? Yu Yunchi sighed helplessly. I don't know. Who knew that your great disciple had become demonized? Moreover, that kind of demonization is not something that a simple demonic entry can do. The northern domain was Xing Dao. The eastern domain was Xing Buddha. If it was just an ordinary Buddha Dao treasure, the other party would definitely not be able to sense it. But this is the Immovable King's Bell, the supreme treasure of the Buddha's way. The Buddhist sect will not allow such treasures to go astray. Yu Yunchi said indifferently. If the other party comes looking for them, this clock will just be returned to them. At those words, Night Lingyu's eyes still carried a few moments of worry. Buddhism now is not the Buddhism of the past. The world has changed and so has Buddhism. With the level of caution of those bald asses, I'm afraid that if they find out, they may not just return it. Yu Yunchi naturally knew what Night Lingyu was thinking and spoke. Instead of worrying about these nonsensical things, Senior sister, you might as well think about how to chase after senior brother. Speaking of this, Night Lingyu couldn't help but agonize. Originally, she had thought of taking lessons from Yu Yunchi, learning how her senior sister had charmed Su Ruwabai into that state. But the elder sister even let herself read the book, said the book has everything. It's not a blatant snub to the cutie. What? Night Lingyu think? Must be the senior sister is afraid of their own to Su Ruwabai snatched away, so they are not willing to tell their own. Stingy senior sister. Chapter 78, to think of the benefits, consider the harms. Inside the Bible, Su Ruwabai found a corner holding a book and looked at it. Although there was no longer a need to rely on blowing up Dan to find any reverse fate immortal herbs, this path to riches was certainly something that could not be given up. Fusing the poison Dan with his fried Dan was undoubtedly a very feasible approach. But the problem was that he couldn't find a higher level poison pill right now. Although the Thunderbolt Ball made from a low-grade poisonous elixir was indeed able to take on the attribute of poison, the problem was that the original 9th grade elixir, the explosion, was able to have the power of the Foundation Establishment stage, but the 9th grade poisonous elixir, by itself, was only able to poison chi refining practitioners, and it was not very useful to Foundation Establishment practitioners anymore. You can kill people with an explosion. Why do you need this poisonous property? Isn't this adding to the problem? This was what gave Su Ruwabai a headache. Just then, a pair of long legs broke into the middle of his vision. And well, very nice legs. Senior. Su Ruwabai raised her head and looked at the figure in front of her. Sister. What's wrong? Yu Yunchi beckoned to Su Ruwabai. Come with me for a moment. Su Ruwabai put down the book in his hands and followed Yu Yunchi back to the counter. He thought it was the master who had gone away, but he didn't realize that the master was still here. Senior brother. I'm planning to take on an apprentice on behalf of my master. Do you have any ideas? Accepting an apprentice on behalf of a teacher? Su Ruwabai froze, then turned his gaze to Night Lingyu, who was still sitting at the counter. Night Lingyu coughed dryly. I don't have a problem with it. No need to look at me. Night Lingyu is also quite in favor of this matter. Master and disciple what? Spread out how much some influence is not good. If only the master and disciple then another thing, Anyway, no one in the clan knows Su Ruabai is her disciple. Hearing Knight Lingyu say this, it was even more unlikely that Su Ruabai would have an opinion. Then, is there going to be any process to go through? Yu Yunqi shook her head slightly. No, it's fine if you know about it. Su Ruabai looks like their own this division is still quite casual. As if to say, the senior sister of this Qin Yin Venerable does not seem to have too many people know her identity, only know that she is the Qin Yin peak of the eldest sister. Yu Yunqi continued, calling you here, there's actually something else I have to talk to you about. Seeing his senior sister looking so solemn, Su Ruabai couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. What is it? Your Thunderball. It seems to have played a considerable role in the Great Wall of Imperial Demons. Hearing this, Su Ruabai let out an ah. The Great Wall of Demons? I've never been there? It's Li Hao. Didn't you sell the Thunderbolt Ball to him before? He went to the Great Wall of Imperial Demons some time ago. Su Ruabai then understand. At that time, why Li Hao should not countenance to buy their own Thunderbolt Ball. The original is to go to the Great Wall of the Royal Demon to make preparations. Does that have anything to do with me? Yu Yunqi nodded. There is a relationship, and it's still a big one. After a pause, Yu Yunqi continued. The commander of that Imperial Demon Great Wall, Li Yundu, has already sent someone to find you, intending to seek your cooperation. Hearing this, Su Ruabai's eyes instantly lit up. Isn't this a good thing? In a previous life, one would be the equivalent of being an Imperial arms supplier, and a legal one at that. That would be an absolute profiteering existence. Knew I would be able to get recognized for my breaking balls sooner or later. Didn't think the day would come so soon. Only to see Yu Yunqi shook his head once again. Senior brother, you can't just look at things on the surface. If you want to think about the benefits, you must consider the harms. Do you know how many people you've offended with this Thunderbolt Ball? At her point, Su Ruabai came to a realization. If this Thunderbolt Ball has an effect on the battle of the Great Wall of Imperial Demons, those demon clans will definitely see me as a thorn in their side, right? That's right. And it's not just the Great Wall of Imperial Demons, there's also the Rune Affiliated Association. The Rune Clerical Association? This Su Ruabai really can't think of any relationship between them. The Fuli Association and the Great Wall of Imperial Demons are in a cooperative relationship, and in past years, they would come to provide explosive charms to the Great Wall of Imperial Demons. Su Ruabai wasn't stupid and quickly guessed what was at stake. He had heard Schelling and the others say last time that the price was more expensive than his own Thunderbolt Ball. The appearance of the Thunderbolt Ball was undoubtedly a break in their financial path. And breaking someone's financial path was tantamount to killing one's parents. Su Ruabai's face instantly turned unsightly. Senior brother, I think you understand what I mean by that. The Spirit Rain sect is weak, so you might not be able to protect you if something really goes wrong. Spirit Rain sect is only a Xian rank sect. The entire northern region. Xian rank sects can be said to be countless. The kind that no one knows when they report it, and the demon race, Runely Association, the Great Wall of the Royal Demon. These three, no matter which one single out of the forces that are stronger than the Spirit Rain sect, do not know how many times. Then, senior sister, what should I do? I heard that the Sword sect is going to recruit disciples in a few days. The Sword sect is a big sect. If we can get the blessing of the Sword sect, naturally we won't have to worry so much. No, this no wasn't something Su Ruabai said, but rather Knight Lingyu, who was sitting at the counter. Only Knight Lingyu stood up and said unhappily, last time in Pill King City, those two little ninnies were from the Sword sect, weren't they? Hearing this, Yu Yunqi's eyes all narrowed slightly for a few moments as she stared at Su Ruabai, her tone all revealing a few moments of danger. Two little ninjas? Su Ruabai instantly sweated, hurriedly explaining, senior sister, it's just two friends who know each other. There's no other relationship. Su Ruabai then told the whole story of how he had met them. Only after hearing this did Yu Yunqi's expression return to normal, as if the senior sister with a few dangerous auras just now wasn't her. Indifferently, he said, in that case, if you can worship under the Flower Sword Venerable, you won't have to worry about that Fuli Association. Su Ruabai wiped the cold sweat on the forehead, also thought that the senior sister will not care about these. Now it seems that it is entirely because the master is her senior sister. In exchange for other people, the consequences are unimaginable. This, senior sister, why don't I just not go to the Sword sect? I only saw Yu Yunqi say with a kind face, senior sister, I'm not a stingy person. In this square mile, it's the Sword sect that's the most suitable. It's close by, and when the time comes, I can still come back to the Spirit Rain sect to take a look. And, elder brother, you will definitely grasp the situation, right? Su Ruabai nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Previously, he had actually considered running to the Sword sect, and just as his senior sister had said, the Sword sect was close to the Spirit Rain sect, and a round trip would not even take an hour. But at that time, it was because there were a few senior brothers around, and Su Ruabai was afraid that he would be discovered if he was so close, so he thought of going to a place farther away. And now that the concerns of a few senior brothers were completely gone, the sword sect was naturally the best choice. Then it's a deal. Senior brother, go try out for the sword sect's disciple acceptance ceremony in a few days. Chapter 79, You're not faking it, are you? At this moment the sword sect, Master, when are you going to that spirit rain sect? Hua Lilu looked at Shelling, who was hugging her arm and pampering her, with a displeased expression. How many times have you asked this question? Shelling spat out her tongue and said somewhat playfully, isn't this about my future senior brother? Naturally, I have to ask clearly. Hua Lilu reached out and popped her a melon crash. How many times do you want this little ninny to say for the teacher? Go out. Be careful. I went to check. Tianling Peak is the peak of the Spirit Rain Sect's master in charge of the master's seat on the three disciples. Where is Su Ruabai's name? Hearing this, Scutelaria gave an ah. No? Hua Lilu said without a trace of humor. No. You guys must have been tricked. Shelling said with some confusion. But, is there a liar who still pours spirit stones? To be honest, Hua Lilu also felt that it was quite unbelievable. However, after inquiring several times, the unified statement was that there were only 3 disciples under the seat of the Spirit Rain Sect's patriarch, Venerable Cold Moon, and Spirit Rain Peak has always been inhabited only by the patriarch and the patriarch's disciples. Where would there be others? Don't mention this matter again. The Sword Sect's disciple acceptance ceremony will begin in a few days, so maybe this will lead to a satisfactory disciple. Seeing that he couldn't talk to her master, Scutelaria Lingji stopped there. She did not think much about letting Su Ruabai come to be her senior brother, mainly because Xiao Sun has been urging her to ask, who let her this senior sister to spoil this senior sisterate. After leaving from her master's residence, Scuttle Ling went straight to find Mo Xiaoshuan. Before Shelling could say anything, Mo Xiaoshuan took the initiative to ask, Senior sister, how is it? Scuttle Ling said helplessly, Master said that he simply couldn't find your big brother Su as a person. Therefore, having your big brother Su as a senior brother or something should be out of the question. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaoshuan said with some loss, how can that be? Scuttle Ling stroked her head and said soothingly, maybe someday we'll be able to run into each other again. You can just ask him then. Mo Xiaoshuan interest is not high. The heart is also some regret. If I had known that the first time to say goodbye properly before leaving. Alas, the Spirit Rain Sect. Su Ruabai returned to Heavenly Spirit Peak, intending to prepare slightly for his trip to the Sword Sect. According to Senior Sister, the Great Wall of Imperial Demons, the Rune Clique Association, the Demon Race, and the Pill King Valley, all 4 of these forces could potentially be involved with themselves. If the method of refining the Thunderbolt Ball was given to the Great Wall of Imperial Demons, they might be able to protect you for a while, but they certainly wouldn't be able to protect you for a lifetime. After all, the method had already arrived. One wouldn't have much value to utilize, and even more so, one might have gotten the refining method of the Thunderbolt Ball in one's hand, and turn one's head and disown one's own person. What's more, the refining method of this Thunderball wasn't that difficult, and it was easy to learn if one had the heart to do so. At that time, without the blessing of the Great Wall of Demons, if one's identity as a disciple of the Spirit Rain Sect alone, how could one cope with the crises that would ensue? The Sword Sect would have to go and prove their talent, and although it was heard that the Sword Sect was quite protective of their shortcomings, who would offend one or even several forces for a new ordinary disciple? Knock, knock. This just came back not long. Knocking on the door sounded. Su Ruabai estimated that this time can come to find their own estimates are only the master. Hesitantly, he went over and opened the door, and sure enough, standing at the door was none other than Knight Lingyu. Senior. No, is it time to change your name to Senior Sister? Just call Master. But, wouldn't that be a bit? Knight Lingyu, on the other hand, said, call me Senior Sister when there are people, and call me Senior when there are no people. Su Ruabai is a little puzzled. To make so much trouble why? Directly unified call is not good. Who would have thought that she would say, calling Master is a bit more sensual. Hearing this, Su Ruabai almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A good one called Master Sensei is a little more sensible. Why don't you just say that you want to be a Changtu rebel master? Well, Master, did you come to see me about something? Knight Lingyu's voice even lowered a few points. If you go to the Sword Sect, there will be fewer chances to be able to meet in the future. And then, Su Ruabai had already guessed what she was going to say and spoke. If 2 loves last for a long time, is it not in the morning and the evening? Senior, you still have a chance. How about, why don't we cook the rice first? I'd feel more at ease that way. Isn't there a lot of marriage before love? Su Ruabai's face stiffened. Master, Where did you learn this again? Night Spirit Moon said bluntly. It's from a book. Well, you've really learned something. Senior sister is still in the Spirit Rain sect. I can't not come back, right? But you didn't come back because of me. If senior sister wasn't here, would you not have come back? That's a pretty spot-on statement. Su Ruabai was also helpless. How did Master Teacher become so smart all of a sudden? Did IQ get dramatically strengthened just by reading a book for a short while? It's not even good enough to fool. Also, your body is not as good as senior sister's. Your personality is not as good as senior sister's. You can't look at me. It's also a very normal thing. As she spoke, Nightling Yu's eyes reddened. Seeing her like this, Su Ruabai felt bad in his heart. To be honest, this instant Su Ruabai saw his own shadow from her. At the beginning of the time to get along with the senior sister, he also felt that he was not good anywhere. Compared to others, not worthy of the senior sister. Su Ruabai sighed. Senior, everyone has everyone's characteristics. You are no worse than senior sister. Have you forgotten? Master Teacher, you are an innate charm body. The charm on your body is not something that can be compared to that of your elder sister. Nightling Yu looked at Su Ruabai with red eyes and an appearance of being on the verge of tears. So, why don't you like me? I didn't say I didn't like it either. Only that I didn't like it to that extent. Like raw rice or something like that. Not yet. So, what about cuddles? In the next second, Nightling Yu was carried into his arms. Su Ruabai looked at the pretty person in his arms. Didn't Master take the high and cold persona? Why do you feel like a different person now? Master, you're not faking it, are you? Nightling Yu, who was currently in Su Ruabai's arms with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, heard this and her face instantly froze. He hurriedly changed back to a crying expression and looked at Su Ruabai. You don't believe me. It's me who hasn't given you any trust, and it's only natural that you don't believe me. After saying that, Night Spirit Moon is going to leave from Su Ruabai's arms. Chapter 80, Retreat as Advancement. Looking at this watering look on her face, Su Ruabai completely dispelled any doubts in his heart. Su Ruabai also knew what it was like to not be believed, especially still when someone was sad. There's no way around it. He's a person that probably just has a stronger empathy type of ability. Reaching out his hand, he wrapped it around Nightling Yu's waist. It's my fault, Master. Don't be sad. Nightling Yu pursed her lips slightly, gave a and leaned against his chest again. At an angle Su Ruabai couldn't see. The corners of Nightling Yu's mouth couldn't help but rise again. Sister, really do not deceive me. This book seems to be really useful. A long time. Only then did Su Ruabai reopen his mouth. Master, feeling better? Nightling Yu loosened her hands and detached herself from his arms of her own accord. The tip of his nose is all a little red and he looks like he's being bullied. Ruabai, thank you. Tonight, can I cook for you tonight? Just as a thank you. Nightling Yu eyed him. Where could Su Ruabai refuse at a time like this, and nodded. Well, I'll leave you alone. Saying that, Nightling Yu left on her own accord. Originally Su Ruabai also thought about how to persuade the master to go back. I did not expect her to take the initiative to leave. Think she may really be hurt by her own words. Su Ruabai sighed helplessly. Wait for her to come at night and then apologize properly. If Nightling Yu knew what he was thinking, he would probably be happy. Ding! A new task has been issued. Please pay attention to it. Finally a new quest. These days there was no income from quest points, and I couldn't even draw prizes. Su Ruabai brought up the system panel. Name, Su Ruabai, Unbearable. Realm, Early Jindan, 400/20,000. Task points, 20. Quest, Absorb Sword Intent, 0/3. Sword Intent? Something like Sword Intent was said to be something that could only be had by sword cultivators after they had reached a certain level of comprehension of the Tao of the sword. Everyone's experience was different. Their comprehension was different. And their sword intent was naturally different. It might be a bit difficult to find a sword cultivator who had comprehended the sword intent in an ordinary place, but the sword sect was different. The sword sect was the home of the sword Tao. Now it seems that this sword clan will have to go even if it does not go. Could something like sword intent be absorbed at will? The book seems to say, the sword will this kind of thing if and their own does not fit. Some overbearing a little sword will even directly tear your body. I just don't know if the sword mind can handle this situation. Into the night. Knock, knock. Wakabi, the meal is ready. Come in. Su Ruabai was in a bit of a trance when he said those 3 words. I remember not too long ago when conversations like this seemed to happen all the time. Object switched. Nightling Yu entered the house and handed the food box in her hand towards Su Ruabai. Su Ruabai took the food box, then moved out a stool to gesture for her to sit down. Master, have you eaten? Nightling Yu shook her head. Tell you what, Master, how about I go cook you a noodle? Although Su Ruabai also knew that it was impossible for a master teacher who was at the goddess of transformation stage to be hungry, but the other party had never eaten before and letting people watch them eat. How embarrassing was that? Knight Lingyu didn't refuse either. Good. Su Ruabai left the room and went to the cookhouse next door. It's easy to cook and a bowl of noodles is ready in 5 minutes. Su Ruabai re-entered her room with the steaming noodles. Master? Su Ruabai was a bit puzzled as he looked at Knight Lingyu, whose gaze appeared to be a bit evasive. He had only left for 5 minutes. Could it be that she had done something here? The noodles are ready. Master, eat. Knight Lingyu hummed and took the bowl he handed over. Su Ruabai then said, in the afternoon. It was Ruabai's fault. I know I shouldn't have doubted Master Su. So, I'm here to apologize. Hearing this, Knight Lingyu's heart became even more weak. What a good disciple. But unfortunately, a bad master himself. So, can I hold you again? Su Ruabai's face stiffened. Master wouldn't be addicted to hugging, right? It's just a hug. Knight Lingyu took the initiative to stand up and tentatively walked towards Su Ruabai. There's no resistance. That's good. The book is right. The bottom line is to test the past step by step. First let him be able to accept the hug, then to kiss, and finally to shibari. Step by step. Su Ruabai. Su Ruabai hummed with a slight blush. What's wrong? Knight Lingyu said with her face pressed against his chest. Wouldn't you think that I'm not very reserved as a master? Where did the original high coolness go? Kind of. Knight Lingyu muffled her voice and said, I didn't want it to be like this either. But, I can't help it. I can't help but want to talk to you. I can't help but want to get closer to you. I'm afraid that if I don't come to talk to you, you'll think that what I have for you isn't love. It's some other emotion. I'm sorry. The words are indeed from her heart. The reasoning is in the book, but the doing is outside the book. These are not things you can learn by simply reading a book. Su Ruabai naturally could hear whether what she said was true or not. After so many years on the mountain, how could he not know what kind of character his master was? Maybe it's like what Sensei said, trying to change yourself because you like it, trying to be what the other person likes. There are some places where the master is very much like himself, but then there are other places where the master is not like himself. It's like she's being straightforward at the moment, which is something she's not. This, Su Ruabai does not hate. Su Ruabai reached out and rubbed her hair, saying softly, Master, I have no intention of hating you. You can come to me if you want to. It's fine. Knight Lingyu looked at him with red eyes and asked, any time? Looking at her like this, Su Ruabai was slightly stunned. Master, turns out it's still a crybaby. What if there are times when I want to hug you? So, I want to kiss you now? But, almost got sidetracked. But, seems like it's already a little too late. Knight Lingyu slightly stood on her tiptoes and had kissed him on the lips. The fragrant tongue tested his lips and teeth. One step deeper. Eyes with greed. At this moment, Su Ruabai can clearly feel her on his feelings precisely like. As for himself, Su Ruabai felt that there should be more or less a bit of fondness in his heart. Otherwise, why was her heart beating so fast? Chapter 81, The Sword Test. 3 days later, the entrance to the Spirit Rain sect. Sister. Senior. Then, I'm leaving? Yu Yunchi took 2 steps forward and helped Su Ruabai straighten his collar. This look. It's kinda like a wife. Senior brother. The sword sect is not far from here. Don't meet another woman and not come back. Otherwise, I'll personally go look for you. Su Ruabai sweat. Senior sister speak how TT gas. Hastily nodding his head, he said, aha. Don't worry. Senior sister. Go senior brother. I'll be waiting for you. Afterwards, Yu Yunchi briefly hugged Su Ruabai before letting go, turning her head to Knight Lingyu. Senior sister, do you have anything to say? Knight Lingyu looked blearily at Su Ruabai. How could Su Ruabai not know what she meant? Opened his arms and hugged her gently. To be honest, in front of the face of the senior sister to embrace other women, Su Ruabai heart panicked a match. But it was good that Yu Yunchi didn't show anything special. It looks like the master is really a special existence here in the elder sister Na. Night Spirit Moon spoke. If you are aggrieved in the sword sect, come back and tell me. Even if you can't beat me, I'll go and get you justice. Su Ruabai lost his smile and said, then thank you, master. Su Ruabai then let go of his hand and waved it towards the two of them. I'm leaving. Su Ruabai's heart actually felt 1,000 reluctance. But what's the saying? Parting is for a better encounter. The Spirit Rain sect was more like a gentle land to him, and if he stayed here all the time, he was afraid that his cultivation wouldn't progress much. In order to be worthy of senior sister and the others, one should work even harder. Sword sect. Looking at so many people waiting in this square outside the sword sect, Su Ruabai couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a great sect. Spirit Rain sect has also had an apprentice ceremony, before Su Ruabai also went to see. The scale can be too small than here. Don't miss it if you walk by. You'll pass the sword in every exam. Just one medium grade spirit stone. You'll pass the sword exam. Hearing the yells resounding from the crowd, Suruwabai couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Why is there such a thing as a sword that passes every test? It's supposed to be a gimmick, right? However, Suruwabai observed that everyone around him was carrying swords, and he alone had nothing. It wasn't his fault. He had originally had a sword given to him by his second elder brother. Wasn't it shattered last time when he slashed his eldest brother? That's what caused him to not have a sword on him right now. The last item of the sword test is to use the sword to cut the sword test stone. Not having a sword is the same as not having a pen for an exam. And I don't need to tell you how serious the consequences are, do I? Regardless of that, every test must pass the sword is not a gimmick. Suruwabai also feel that the hand should take a sword will be more appropriate. The sword clan will not provide a sword for you to use. One medium grade spirit stone, right? Give me a handful. Suruwabai looked at the man peddling swords and saw at a glance that he was a disciple of the sword sect. The Taoist robes he wore were of a similar style to the ones he had seen on Mo Shoshuan and the others earlier. It is no wonder that so many people will come to buy his sword. After all, the other party is a disciple of the sword clan. The heart may hold this sword may really pass every exam. Okay, your sword for every test. Take it. Suruwabai took the long sword he handed over. The sword was still engraved with every exam must be passed. However, there was no flow of spiritual energy on it, so it was clearly just an ordinary sword. Selling a middle-grade spirit stone is a bit too dark. Suruwabai also does not care. After all, he would have just to have a sword in his hand, so he came to buy it. As for it is not every test is not important to him. Inside the sword sect, Patriarch, there seems to be a problem with the questioning bell. Problems? Hua Lilu couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. The first level of the sword exam is to ask the heart, and this heart ring is the magic treasure used to ask the heart. What's the problem? Then isn't the time for asking for hearts 5 minutes? There was just a participant in the Ask the Heart trial who came out in 2 minutes. At those words, Hua Lilu frowned. The sword sect has been established for an unknown number of years, and there are those who are bewitched after the trial, those who are injured, and those who are in all kinds of situations, but all of them have to be 5 minutes before they can come out of the heart of the questioning phantasmagoria. This is the first time I've heard of one coming out early. Originally, in accordance with the normal process, is to wait until after the end of the sword examination. She then stepped forward to see if there is a suitable seedling income under their own door. Now ask the heart bell out of the question. She as a patriarch can only go ahead to see. Bridge of Inquiry. Hua Lilu saw a teenager standing in the middle of the bridge, looking a bit frazzled. Hua Li landed on the questioning bridge. What's the name? Suruwabai. To be honest, Suruwabai really didn't know how to explain it. A 5-minute Ask the Mind illusion took him exactly 2 minutes to get out. Those missing 3 minutes must have been toughness powering through, no doubt. Sanity erosion was a passive, not an active skill, and he couldn't turn it off. That deacon in charge of this level of examination pulled him to ask his heart several times, each time for 2 minutes. Asked what the reason was, Suruwabai couldn't say he was the king of resilience. Could he? Suruwabai? Hua Lilu narrowed her eyes and stared at the teenager in front of her. What a coincidence! Wasn't the name of the disciple recommended by his own disciple Suruwabai? You will enter the realm of questioning illusions one more time. Well, 2 minutes later, the questioning heart bell did not react in any unusual way. Hua Lilu then let the testers behind her take the test, and strangely enough, it was back to the normal 5 minutes by the time the others arrived. Go to the next item. It looks like it's letting itself through. Suruwabai breathed a sigh of relief. The Ask the Heart program is basically passable as long as you're not a big-time crook. If you don't pass it, you'll be in deep shit. The next item is the testing stone. It's simple. You cut a special stone with your sword. The deeper the sword mark, the higher the talent. Only 1 inch? It's thin and short. No. Where's enough without 3 inches? Next. Suruwabai walked up. Name. Suruwabai. Age. 22. Cultivation? Early Jindan stage. Former division? Spirit Rain sect. Why did you come to the sword sect? Suruwabai color are some odd. Just watch others try. The sword did not ask so many questions, and even some did not ask. Directly let them cut. How do their own here with the checking of the family background as if sword cultivators should all want to come to the sword sect to study, right? This deacon nodded before saying, cut it. Suruwabai didn't think too much about it, and picked up the just bought every exam must pass sword and slashed it up. There was not a single mark on the sword test stone. Instead, the sword in his hand unexpectedly broke. It's not that ordinary swords can't leave a mark on it. The previous testers also have taken mortal iron swords to test. As usual, there are those who passed. Obviously, it was entirely because the sword was so poorly made that it belonged to the type that would break at the slightest touch. Su Ruabai thought of that sword-peddling disciple Heartblack, but also did not think of So Heartblack, a piece of middle-grade spirit stone even an ordinary sword are not willing to give. That deacon in charge of the examination didn't expect this either. Just asked so many questions completely because the patriarch in the dark voice so asked. Also thought that the patriarch is optimistic about the person, which thought that even traces cannot be left. However, it's also really strange. For those who came to participate in the sword test today, how come so many swords would touch and break? Normally, a sword would only shatter if it was cut on it if there was no talent for kendo at all. Normal people have a little bit of kendo talent anyways. That's why kendo has become mainstream. Weird. This deacon secretly transmitted his voice. Patriarch. What now? Follow the normal process. This deacon was just about to open his mouth to Su Ruabai when Su Ruabai said first, "Can I try again with a different sword?" The deacon frowned, mainly because the patriarch had explained to follow the normal process, and there was no second chance in the normal process. Don't you just carry a sword? To be precise, Su Ruabai a sword did not bring. Just now that thing is considered a sword. Su Ruabai didn't hesitate, and with a thought, his spiritual energy converged, and 3 swords made up of spiritual energies suddenly surfaced beside him, before converging into one, which Su Ruabai grasped in his hand. This should count as a sword, right? P.S. Charge up some cha-cha, it's going to starve. Chapter 82, I want to take you as my disciple. In the dark, Hualilu looked at the sword held in the teenager's hand, her eyes straightening. It was really a gathering of swords in unity coupled with thunder sword intent, and with the relaxed expression on his face, it was clear that this was not his limit. That's not right. How come the arcs of electricity on this are this color? Isn't normal thunder sword intent blue? Purple heavenly thunder? How is that possible? You're kidding. Hualilu also didn't expect that there really was such a person as Su Ruabai. Moreover, his own 2 disciples didn't exaggerate, but instead said less. 22 years old, Jin Dan stage, gathering sword unity, purple sky divine thunder. Not to mention the sword immortal. She would believe it if she said it was the reincarnation of the sword ancestor. Only Su Ruabai lifted the spirit sword in his hand and chopped at the boulder in front of him. Ka! The boulder cracked into 2 halves with a loud bang. And that wasn't all. The residual arc of electricity actually crushed the 2 halves of the stone into powder. The surrounding onlookers were in an uproar. This deacon also looked dumbfounded. In charge of the sword test for so many years, it was the first time he had seen the sword test stone being cut away. Just now when this deacon saw the spirit sword coalescing out of Su Ruabai's hand, he already wanted to open his mouth and say that he didn't need to test, which had thought that the other party would cut up at the drop of a hat, not giving a chance to open his mouth at all. This is great. The sword test stone is gone. How can we test it next? Su Ruabai looked toward the deacon and said blandly, "This, can it pass?" When saying this, Su Ruabai's heart is also extremely comfortable. No wonder so many travelers like to pretend. This is simply too good. Just when their own sword breaks, those onlookers around them cannot be less size. You see now, one by one. In addition to staring, what words cannot be said? This deacon looked at the powder on the ground and stammered. Can. Of course it can. It's no longer a matter of being able to pass or not. It's a matter of having to go and inform the patriarch to come over. Oh, I almost forgot. The sovereign seems to be watching from the side. Hiss. This teenager in front of me couldn't be the sovereign's illegitimate disciple outside, right? Why else would he be so concerned about the other party? He just asked himself to ask so many questions? This sword testing stone is a special material, and under the transformation stage, how deep you can cut is completely related to your sword Dao talent. The one who split the test sword stone without, can be said that except for this teenager in front of him, no one has ever seen it before or after. Hualilu in the dark was also unable to hold back. A flash appeared here. Su Ruabai, this seat wishes to take you as a disciple. What do you think? Isn't this the woman we just saw on the questioning bridge? Why did he suddenly come out and want to take himself as his disciple? Before coming here Su Ruabai had calculated, not to mention the patriarch, how to worship an elder as a teacher. This woman in front of her did not look like an elder patriarch in any way, but more like a deacon of the sword sect. How else would it be her turn to be in charge of that questioning bell? Plus, the people around him didn't say a word, so how could Su Ruabai not be able to think of the other party towards the patriarch? After all, if it was the patriarch, how could there not be a bit of shouting? And the deacon would definitely shout patriarch elder or something if he saw someone with a higher status. But this deacon also did not have any words, which means that the two people's identity is estimated to be not too much difference. Deacon, teenager, is it possible that I've been so amazed by your operation that I can't even speak? I think, Senior might have a better and more suitable disciple waiting for you. Hearing this, Hua Lilu's face froze. How could she not hear that the other party was politely rejecting herself? He was the sword sect's patriarch, and he was rejected just like that? The surroundings were once again stunned by Su Ruobai's maneuver. The patriarch came out to personally accept his disciple and there was still someone who refused? Su Ruobai frowned. What was this situation? Is it possible that he's still going to forcefully accept disciples? But fortunately, Hua Lilu did not mean it, and only sighed. Do you know that I am? Alas. So be it. Can I go now? Hua Lilu, how to say, is also the patriarch. Cannot lick his face begging people to be his disciple, right? Emphasize once again he is the master of the clan and then people are still not willing to worship himself as a teacher that is not pure clowns? He only nodded, and his face took on a bit of a depressed look. It was so hard to see a favorite disciple, but it turned out that they still couldn't see themselves. The main reason was that Hua Liu felt that it was impossible for Su Ruobai not to recognize herself. It's not that she blew, the youngest sword clan master. Plus people also boarded the northern region fairy list. This northern region basically does not recognize her flowers Li Lu's. I just don't know. Who does this kid want to learn from? Su Ruobai also knew that it was definitely not good to reject someone. But there's no way. How can you deal with the dangers that may come next if you don't have a hard enough background? Disciples who pass the sword test will be able to enter within the sword sect. Those with good talent will be snatched up by the elders. And those with poor talent will have to wait for the sect to assign them. Su Ruobai was still a bit confident that he could find an elder-level figure as a backer. At first, Scuttle Ling had said that she had the appearance of a sword immortal. I don't know if she was exaggerating or not, but judging from the way the deaconess looked at herself with fiery eyes just now, her own talent for sword Dao was definitely not low. Hua Lilu spoke. Let's go. Follow me to the sword pavilion. Then he didn't forget to say to that deacon, someone will arrange the next sword trial later. After saying that, he led Su Ruobai away from here. Su Ruobai heart secretly said, really is the deacon. If the identity of a little higher where will do this kind of guide work. Hua Lilu didn't know what Su Ruobai thought in her heart. She gave Su Ruobai the lead because Su Ruobai's high talent was related to the future of the sword sect. Jianya, wait here. The elders will come later. Thank you, elder. It was reasonable to say that one felt that the other party's request to take on an apprentice was considered good if the other party didn't put small shoes on him. And as a result, nothing happened. Perhaps, this is the style of the bulk. Hua Lilu gave a then disappeared. After roughly a few minutes had passed, a few older-looking men appeared in the middle of the sword pavilion. You are the new disciple that Lai Lu said? Lilac? Is that the name of the deaconess just now? Su Ruobai could see the color of suspicion in the eyes of these few elders, and then took the initiative to speak. A few elders, would you like me to demonstrate? I heard that you know how to gather swords and unite them. Try it. Su Ruobai had no intention of hiding his clumsiness. After all, he didn't know what level he was at here. In the next second, 9 swords surrounded the perimeter. Each one T05. Ahem. Accidentally triggered the keyword. 9 swords was the limit of spiritual power, not Su Ruobai's limit. Su Ruobai had discovered before that he could condense as many swords out as he wanted. The problem was that the spiritual energy in his body couldn't keep up with the consumption of maintaining the spirit sword form. At most 9 at the beginning of Jindan. Seeing this scene, the third elder couldn't help but sigh. Good boy. To comprehend the 10,000 swords skill to this point at such a young age is already rare. This alone can already make them compete to take on disciples. But this is just the beginning. As Su Ruobai's mind moved, the 9 swords that surrounded his body came together. The more swords that converge, the stronger the sword will naturally be after convergence. Several elders watched Su Ruobai's maneuver. Their eyes widened a few points. It was that simple to gather the swords and unite them? At this moment, their expressions were the same as Hua Lilu's before. Before, when they heard Hua Lilu say this, they still felt that the other party was joking. Even now when they see it with their own eyes, they still feel a few moments of disbelief. Chapter 83, I choose the patriarch. Third elder, eldest brother. I'm not blind, am I? Let me pinch you. See if it hurts? Grand elder, hiss. You're really pinching me? Shouldn't you pinch yourself? The third elder laughed dryly, then looked at Su Ruobai with a fiery gaze. Your name is Su Ruobai, right? I'm the third elder of the sword sect. You see. Before the third elder could finish, another elder interrupted. Third elder, how many disciples are under your seat? Surely you can't manage them. It's better if I do it. Fifth elder, it's not right. It's not right. If we want to talk about the number of disciples, I have the most say. For a while, a few old men were arguing. Su Ruobai was dumbfounded. Wasn't he going to be an apprentice? How come they look like they're about to fight? However, from their words, Su Ruabai could also hear that his talent for sword Dao was indeed very high. The Grand Elder coughed dryly. All stop arguing. What's it like? As soon as the Grand Elder spoke, silence fell within the sword pavilion. In the next second, the Grand Elder appeared in front of him with a flash and grabbed his hand. This can give Su Ruabai a shock. If it is just grabbing the hand is okay, but this old man, look at their eyes, more and more fiery. Eyes as if they want to give themselves to eat like. No way. This kind of extra money won't work. The bone age is really 22 years old. Wizards, truly wizards. The Grand Elder asked Su Ruabai after he finished marveling. Little friend Su, look, who do you want to worship as your master? You can choose yourself. Su Ruabai also didn't expect there to be such a good thing. However, where the identity of an elder was more useful than a patriarch, Su Ruabai tentatively asked, can I choose the patriarch? This, in the dark, Hua Lilu had originally thought that since she had been rejected, it would be inconvenient for her to appear in this sword pavilion to participate in the acceptance of disciples. Otherwise, how humiliating it would be. Originally, they all thought that he was going to choose which elder to worship, but it turned out that he was actually talking about choosing the patriarch after circling around. Hua Lilu's complexion was all odd for a few moments. Could it be that he had rejected himself before because he didn't know that he was the patriarch? But yes, he and Scutelaria Ling Shaosun are acquainted with each other. The two must have talked to him about accepting an apprentice. Otherwise, how would he let himself go to the Spirit Rain sect to find him to accept an apprentice? I didn't realize that I was able to take on disciples not because of my status and strength, but because of those two disciples. At this time, the third elder spoke up. Cough cough, little friend Su, to be honest, that girl isn't suitable to be your master. Su Ruabai asked with some confusion. Why? That girl's talent is indeed good, but I can't say the same for her teaching. Hearing this, Hua Lilu in the shadows couldn't sit still. With a flash, he appeared in the middle of the sword pavilion and stared at the third elder with glaring eyes. Third uncle, what do you mean? After all, saying bad things about people. The third elder was also a bit embarrassed. However, if he could take this kid as his disciple, then in the future, he might be the master of the sword fairy. This name was put out. Who wouldn't be confused after hearing it? The third elder said in a serious tone. Lai Lu I'm also honest. You look at your two disciples, especially shelling that girl, every day for me to make trouble. You also do not properly control. Hua Lilu was also a bit hungover, but after all, it was her own disciple, so she could only say, she's still young. It's normal for her to be playful. Su Ruabai also didn't expect that the self-proclaimed deaconess just now was really the patriarch. The thought that he had just rejected her and now he was going to worship someone else was more or less embarrassing on his face. Su Ruabai then said, thank you for the kind words of the several elders, but I'll still choose the patriarch. It's not like he's running to whoever teaches him well. He just needs to find a background that fits. Plus, being able to teach such a disciple as Scutelaria Ling, he thought that the control wasn't too strict, and it would be convenient to sneak back to the Spirit Rain sect at that time. As for these old men, they look like the kind who have to drag their feet in class. Hearing that Su Ruabai had said so, the several elders could only secretly regret it. Hua Lilu glanced at the third elder in a very pleased manner. Third master, there's nothing to say, is there? The third elder grunted, then whisked his sleeves away. Hua Lilu then turned her gaze to Su Ruabai. Su Ruabai also knew what to do now. Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Hua Lilu nodded in satisfaction. Get up. Follow me. At the same time, he also carefully looked Su Ruabai up and down. He looks like an honest child. As long as he doesn't misbehave like shelling, then it's all acceptable. Xianjian Peak. Hua Lilu said, since you have joined the sword sect, you naturally have to abide by the rules of the sword sect. This is the sword sect code. Take a look at it. You have to take the test for validity tomorrow. Su Ruabai nodded. Without rules, there is no circle. This reasoning Su Ruabai still understands. Hua Lilu pondered for a while, thinking about what she should teach him as a master teacher. But the truth was, she didn't know exactly what to teach. As the third elder had said, she wasn't very good at teaching people. And for Scutelaria Ling and Mo Shaosun, she let them practice their sword skills more every day as well, and then occasionally spot-check their cultivation progress. And they came to ask if they had any questions. This method obviously does not work well for Su Ruabai. People's talent is here, sword skills and so on, and do not need to urge themselves to estimate to be able to learn. Let's put it this way, the 10,000 sword skill you also know, and the talent is also placed here. This token you take. What sword skill you want to learn, you can go to the sword transmission hall yourself to take a look. However, the learning of sword skills lies in the essence, not in the number. Su Ruabai took the jade slip that Hua Lilu handed over as well as the token. Apprentice knows. For the cave, Our Xian Sword Peak has relatively few people, and most of the caves are empty, so you can pick them at will. Wander around today, familiarize yourself with the environment, and then come back to my cave to find me tomorrow. After saying that, Hua Lilu pointed in the direction of her own residence, and then Hua Lilu left. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't want to teach right now, but she would have to go prepare for the lesson and figure out what to teach him. Otherwise, when the time comes, a sword fairy embryo was taught by himself to be a four-pronged one, then it would not be laughed to death by the third uncle? Su Ruabai scratched his head. Why was he leaving? This master wouldn't be the same as his own master, who didn't care about himself after giving something, right? Su Ruabai glanced at the cave on this Xinjian peak, not to mention the cave. The concentration of aura on this Xinjian peak was going to be quite a bit higher than that of the heavenly spirit peak. The cave was also equipped with a spirit gathering array, and the concentration of spiritual chi inside was even more so. It's no wonder that they all think about going to the big sects. This cultivation resources are different. By the way, where are Scutalaria and Shaosun? Why haven't we seen them for so long? Su Ruabai thought for a moment. It would be better to inquire about where in the sword sect there was sword intent. Quests were brushed out for days without being able to complete them. And that loss was not only quest points, but possibly the loss of the divine skill that made you a Jail 9 sect. Chapter 84, Absorbing Sword Intent. Heavenly Sword Peak. After some inquiries, Su Ruabai really did find such a place. The sword sect has a rule that anyone who has cultivated sword intent must leave their sword intent at the sword cliff for later disciples to observe. Isn't this properly the location of one's mission? It was just that the sword cliff wasn't something that any disciple could go to. If you don't have a deep enough understanding of the sword Tao, if you hastily observe someone else's sword intent, then you will be injured. However, he had a token given by the sword sect patriarch, and he could even learn sword techniques at will, so there shouldn't be anyone stopping him from observing the sword intent, right? Try it and you'll see. Su Ruabai then planned to go straight to the sword cliff. Don't miss it. Don't miss it. The ancient divine sword, capable of cutting through the ages, a handful for only 10 medium-grade spirit stones. This familiar voice, this familiar routine. Su Ruabai, who had planned to go directly to the sword cliff, stopped in his tracks, looking over in the direction of the voice. Wasn't this the same black-hearted merchant who had been peddling swords in that square outside the sword sect before? Well, still a disciple of the sword sect? Didn't they say that the disciples of the sword sect are dedicated to cultivating the sword? Why does it feel like the ones I've encountered? Well, they're all a bit hard to explain. Su Ruabai walked over to the front of this black-hearted merchant's stall. Desolate ancient Excalibur? Ringo thought someone was going to fall for it. Bah! Someone was coming to buy a sword. Rubbing his hands together he said excitedly, how about it? For just 10 medium-grade spirit stones, you can have the power to cut through the ages. Su Ruabai looked at him with a dark face. You don't recognize me? Lingu narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Ruabai for a while and froze, not recognizing who he was. Don't know. Come to think of it, after just one side of work, the other party must have left himself behind a long time ago. You say this sword of yours can cut through the ages? Ringu nodded without blushing. Then show how to cut through the ages. Su Ruabai also saw that the sword he had placed on this ground stall was obviously the same thing as the every exam must pass sword that he had bought before, only that there were a few words missing from the top of the sword. Only to see this, Lingu shook his head and said, this sword can only be utilized by a strong person to bring out all of its power. I don't have the ability to do so. Junior, I see that your roots and bones are clear, and you are a sword immortal, so sooner or later, you will be able to bring out its full power one day. Su Ruabai didn't expect that this black-hearted merchant had even prepared a set of words. Oh, you take me for a cutie. Return the spirit stone to me, and you will not be held accountable for today's matter. Sell fake goods even if, at least serious fake goods can be slightly used, and this kid sells things, not only fake, but also cannot be used at all. This Su Ruabai cannot tolerate. Spirit stones? Seeing that he was still playing dumb, Su Ruabai said, today, outside the sword sect, your every test will pass the sword. Lingu said with a disbelieving face, you bought it? Or what? You bought that how can enter the sword sect? Obviously, Lingu didn't believe what he said. Besides, even if you really bought it and entered the sword sect, that's just getting started. What kind of status? What kind of status? You want me to return the spirit stone? Don't you weigh your own pounds and pounds? Fuck me. Selling fake goods and still so arrogant? It looked like a repeat offender. But that made Su Ruabai find it a bit difficult to deal with. It was unlikely that the opposite party would be so arrogant if they didn't have some backstage. He has just entered the first day of the clan. It is obvious that the whole thing is not very good. Although he was the disciple of the patriarch, it was only the first day that he had worshipped someone as his master. so who knows what his master would think if he caused any trouble for her. Afterwards, if the Fuli Association came to the door, they still had to rely on others to support them, so they had to leave a good impression anyway. This makes Su Ruabai a little hesitant. Lingu could tell by looking at the other party's hesitation that the other party must have been bluffed by himself. The expression on his face became even more arrogant by a few points. Humph, kid, just entered the sword sect. Not everyone you can afford to offend. Do you know what humility is? Su Ruabai? I Lua Bean. Su Ruabai also did not expect. He will be taught what is humility. So what do you say? Don't bother telling you. You don't deserve to hear it. After saying that, Lingu took out a piece of talisman paper, and when his hand tore it open, it instantly disappeared. Su Ruabai, are you kidding me? Why is this guy still running? It wasn't right. If the other party really had some kind of identity on them, how could they possibly need to run away? Su Ruabai then reacted. Where was he trying to teach himself humility? It was obvious that his arrogant look just now was pretending to bluff himself. After standing frozen in place for a while, Su Ruabai could only call it quits. The main thing is that he also does not know where the other party ran away. However, the heart has already calculated. If the next time let him catch, absolutely want to ask him to eat some good fruit. Xianjian Peak. Hua Lilu re-entered Xianjian Peak, and she had already figured out how to teach Su Ruabai. Since the other party was a sword Dao genius then, sword techniques and whatnot didn't need her to teach too much. Remembering what Scuttle Ling had said earlier, Su Ruabai had only been in contact with the 10,000 swords technique for just over a month. If this is known by his own several master uncles, I'm afraid that it will not be so simple to let this disciple to himself, and it is also considered that he has picked up a big bargain. In other words, the sword skill was completely self-taught for him. However, the other party hadn't been exposed to the way of the sword for a long time, so he himself could start teaching from some general knowledge of the way of the sword. Just for example, how to condense your sword intent. Where is everyone? Hua Lilu sensed that the entire Xianjian Peak was not able to sense Su Ruabai. Strange, where did this go? Sword cliff. Wow, so much sword intent? It's hairy. Above one of the walls of the sword cliff, there were sword marks everywhere. Each sword mark represented a piece of sword intent left behind by its owner. Some are overbearing, some are gentle. Su Ruabai roughly scanned this way. There were at least tens of thousands of sword intent here. If this quest had been around, then you could have brushed yourself off for at least a couple thousand days. With so many quest points, not to mention the transformation god, even the cavernous void stage wouldn't matter, right? Like the previous Quintessence of Grass quest, this quest didn't have any requirements for sword intent, as long as it was sword intent. What the system asked for was to absorb the sword intent, and when it was absorbed, then it was naturally gone. The sword intent here was all reserved for posterity to observe, and those strong sword intent would definitely be discovered if they were absorbed. So Su Ruabai is still following his usual habit of choosing the lowest, like the thin and short, relatively harmless looking ones naturally became his target. The method of absorbing the sword intent was also very simple. It was successfully absorbed by touching the hand on it. There wasn't any backlash that happened either, and soon the 3 sword intentions were successfully absorbed. Seeing the number of quest points turn to 60, Su Ruabai's eyes were on fire. Is this quest reward even 40? 10 days would be 400, and 50 days would be 2000, which meant that by relying on the quest points alone, one would be able to break through to the middle Jindan stage after 50 days. Su Ruabai? Why are you running here? Hearing the voice behind her, Su Ruabai's face stiffened before she hurriedly turned her head back. Master, what's wrong? Can't this come? Hua Lilu sized up Su Ruabai before asking. It's natural to come, but you haven't absorbed the sword intent here, have you? Su Ruabai said somewhat sheepishly. No. What's wrong? Hearing this, Hua Lilu was relieved, and it was just the right time for her, the master teacher, to play a role. Something like sword intent belongs to someone else's Dao. Observing it is fine, but if you absorb it, any future Dao will be affected by the other party's Dao, and you won't be able to get out of your own way. If you want to achieve the supreme realm of the sword Dao, you need to step out of your own sword Dao, and with your talent here, sooner or later you'll be able to condense your own sword intent, and if you absorb someone else's sword intent, that would undoubtedly be breaking your own sword Dao. After a pause, Hua Lilu asked with a bit of suspicion in her eyes. You really didn't absorb the sword intent here, did you? Su Ruabai also didn't expect the consequences to be so severe, but with the task laid out here, it was impossible not to absorb it. No. Hua Lilu feel very strange. This sword cliff wall above seems to be missing a very strong sword intent. Wait, will let people come to check look good. That's good. Since you've come all the way here, then I'll tell you how cultivators practice sword intent. The so-called sword intent is, P.S. Jia, consciously a little to TT charge. Otherwise, TT is about to crawl out from under your bed. Yo! Chapter 85, No Drinking. Into the night. Su Ruwabai's entire body was bad. He used to complain about this matter when he didn't have a master to teach him. Now it's good to have a master teacher to teach instead and still not get used to it. This listened to an afternoon of Hua Lilu speaking sword intent. The brain is now buzzing. Sitting at the entrance of his cave, he looked at the moon in the sky. Su Ruwabai can't help but miss his senior sister a little. But it's only the first day here, and sneaking back is obviously a bit of a bad idea. If one were to follow what that sword sect code said, new disciples entering the sect would not be allowed to leave the sword sect within a year. That is to say, if one follows this code, then one will not be able to see his or her senior sister for a year, which is scary to think about. If the master knew about this, he'd probably feel terrible too. Su Ruwabai? Why are you here? In the distant darkness, Su Ruwabai was able to see the outline of a figure. Scuttling? He was also wondering why he hadn't seen Mo Shaosun and Shelling all day today. The main thing is that he is not too good to ask Hua Lilu, otherwise it looks as if he worshipped someone else as a teacher because he was aiming at her disciple. Shelling initially thought that she was blinkered, but she didn't realize that it was really Su Ruwabai, and quickly walked over, with a few shades of surprise in her eyes as well. Why are you here? Su Ruwabai then spoke. Don't you know about the sword sect's disciple acceptance ceremony today? Hearing this, Scutelaria Ling instantly understood what he meant. Su Ruwabai asked, I haven't seen you in Shaosun all day today. What have you guys been doing? As soon as these words came out, a few awkward colors appeared on Shelling's face. Ahem, just going out to play. Yes? Su Ruwabai looked at her with some suspicion. Just go out and play. Why do you have such an expression? Ahem. Shelling hurriedly changed the topic. So, you worship my master? Su Ruwabai nodded, then asked with some curiosity. Why did I see you so afraid of your master before? Wasn't it quite a good talker? I thought it would be the very stern kind. Scuttling snapped and laughed twice, bad memories flooding into the middle of her mind. Since you are my senior brother, there are some things that I have to tell you before it's too late. What exactly is this girl going to say that's so secretive? You said, don't ever let master teacher drink. If you see master teacher drinking one day, run. Hearing this, Su Ruwabai looked puzzled. What's wrong? Master, she can't drink well? Listening to me is definitely right. How come you are also my senior brother now? I won't harm you. Su Ruwabai was still about to ask something when another voice came from not far away. Scutelaria? Why have you come back? Didn't I tell you to go to the back of the mountain to face the wall? Scuttling's face stiffened and she turned back, looking at the visitor behind her. Master? Master? Ahaha, why are you here? Face the wall? It was only then that Su Ruwabai reacted to why Scuttling had that look on her face just now. Feelings are another offense of being locked up for FaceTime and then being too embarrassed to talk about it. So true. Hua Lilu looked at Scuttling with an unkind gaze. Stealing out again. Where's Shaosun? It's still in the back. You're the one who's being punished. And even if you let her accompany you to be punished, you ran out on your own and didn't bring her with you? Shelling lowered her head in embarrassment. I called her. She said she would be scolded by you. Hua Lilu was also furious, knowing that you still ran out? Scutelaria Ling's eyes rolled, then hurriedly said, it's not that I heard Master said earlier that he wanted to find a disciple at the apprentice ceremony, and I, as a senior sister, am quite concerned about who the senior brother is. Hua Lilu hummed. How could she not know that Shelling was making excuses again? However, she didn't bother anymore. She had planned to go find Shelling as well. Scuttle-ling, go and call your senior sister over. Today you have an additional senior brother, so naturally you have to give him a reception. Seeing that Master Teacher was not pursuing the matter, Scuttle-ling was also relieved. Sure enough, with an additional senior brother, one has to take much less fire. But, why do the words receiving the wind and dust sound so familiar? By the way, last time when Shaosun joined the clan, we also helped her to receive the dust here. Nope. The look on Shelling's face immediately tensed up. Master, you're not going to drink, are you? Hua Lilu frowned. What's wrong? Don't you have to drink something for the reception? I even purposely asked the second elder for his collection. Hearing this, Scuttle-ling turned her gaze to Su Ruwabai, signaling him to say something to stop Master Teacher. Su Ruwabai was also puzzled, but looking at Shelling, it didn't seem like an act. Could it be that this master really can't drink? Su Ruwabai then dryly coughed twice before saying, Master, I'm actually not much of a drinker. In that case, Hua Lilu thought for a moment, then said, if you don't like it, then don't drink it. Scuttle-ling, I remember that you don't quite like to drink? Then you drink with Master. Scuttle-Ray's face completely froze. She was quite fond of drinking before. However, ever since that time when she finished picking up Xiaosun, she had a psychological shadow on alcohol. This, Master, I don't like it. Hualilu had a displeased look on her face. Then Master will drink it herself. You quickly go and call Xiaosun over. Scuttle Ling's face was ashen, and she gave Su Ruabai a despairing look then said, Master, I think, the face-to-face meditation isn't over yet. Why don't I continue to go face-to-face today? Seeing that her master's eyes were on fire, Shelling hurriedly said, just kidding, Master. I'm going to go call Little Seeker. When Scuttle Ling left, Hualilu was a little embarrassed. Your eldest sister. She's just like that, don't mind her. Su Ruabai also nodded awkwardly. He was well aware of how much Scuttle Ling could cause trouble. This little ninny was jumpy as hell. It was just that he was a little concerned about why on earth he couldn't let Hualilu drink. If it's just being drunk, that's nothing, right? Furthermore, Hualilu was also a powerful person in the realm of transformation. Could she normally get drunk? Immortal cultivators are able to give alcohol directly to the refining. As long as they do not want to get drunk, how can they get drunk? Su Ruabai was still curious and asked, Master, have you ever drank wine before? Of course I drank it. Why? It doesn't look like drinking is going to be a problem either. It's really strange. What on earth could have happened to make Scutularia scared like this? Nothing. Well then, come with me. If you don't drink, the master has prepared some immortal food. Eating it will also benefit your cultivation. Then thank you in advance, Master. Then Hualilu led him to his cave. Chapter 86, The Past of the Sisters. Back Mountain. Not good. It's not good. Mo Xiaoshuan, who was still in the bamboo house in the back of the mountain, heard this senior sister of hers yelling from a great distance. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Didn't senior sister sneak out? Why did she come back? Mo Xiaoshuan took the initiative to welcome him out, looking at Scuttle Ling who flew over and asked, Senior sister, what's with the fire and fury? It can't be that you just slipped out and got caught by Master Teacher, right? Scuttle Ling shook her head, then said with a horrified look on her face, Master Shi, something happened to Master? Mo Xiaoshuan's face also became anxious. Wasn't Master Teacher fine the day before yesterday? What happened? Hearing this, how could Shelling not know that she was misunderstanding? And hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. It's not that Master is going to have an accident. It's that Master is going to have a drink. Mo Xiaoshuan's face darkened. Senior sister, can you finish talking at once? What's wrong with drinking? Scuttle Ling wanted to cry. The last time she received Xiaosun didn't have any cultivation on her and got drunk as soon as she dipped into the wine. Turns out she was the only one who suffered that night. Forget it, you won't believe me even if I tell you. You'll know later. Let's go. Go back. Mo Xiaosun shook her head. Didn't Master Teacher say that you have to face the wall for 3 days? It's not time yet. Senior sister, you stay too. Or else if Master Teacher finds out, you might have to be locked up for even longer. Scuttle Ling is also powerless to spit out. How could she be such a ghostly senior sister have such an honest senior sister? Who do you think came to make me call you, Master? Mo Xiaoshuan couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. How come Master Teacher is suddenly willing to let you out? I thought she would have to lock you up for at least another 10 days and half a month if she caught you. Scuttle Ling hummed. Am I that bad? I have a good image in Master's eyes alright. Hearing this, Mo Xiaoshuan's eyes were filled with a bit of contempt. Senior sister, that's just a lie to outsiders. Don't really lie to yourself. At those words, Shelling's face fell. I thought Mo Xiaoshuan had a talent for poisonous tongue before, but now I see that it's true. Go. Your master and the new master are waiting for you. New senior? Scuttle Ling was already able to guess what Mo Xiaosun's expression would be when she saw that her new senior brother was her big brother Su later on. The master is going to pick up the slack for senior brother him. Ooh-hoo. Sky Spirit Peak. Elder sister, do you think he's entered the sword sect now? Night Lingyu similarly looked at the full moon in the sky and couldn't help but feel a little empty in her heart. Never before had she thought that she would like someone. Thinking that a Taoist or something might only be a stumbling block to the path of ascent. As a matter of fact, ever since he understood his feelings, he had been a little too quiet to cultivate, and his mind had been thinking about him all the time. It was then that she realized why there was such a saying that a Taoist couple was a stumbling block to the great Tao of ascension. It turns out that there really is something more important than the great Tao for monks. Yu Yunchi cupped the book in her hands. Her mouth said faintly, with senior brother's talent, it's more than enough to enter the sword sect. Night Lingyue withdrew her gaze from the full moon in the sky and looked towards Yu Yunchi, who was to the side. Senior sister, why are you so relieved now? Aren't you afraid that Su Ruabai will be snatched away by another woman? Yu Yunchi flipped the book in her hand to the next side, then smiled bashfully. Elder sister, Do you think that there can be many more seductive women than you in this world? Night Lingyu also didn't expect her senior sister to suddenly praise herself, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was true. Su Ruabai, this kid's determination is not generally high. He threw himself into the arms of others can still refuse even if senior sister to white to him also do not want to. I thought he was a bit too innocent before, but now I feel as if a bit of innocence is still good. At least I don't have to worry about being abducted by someone else. Alas, I really didn't expect that the oath I made when I was a child would come true. And the two of us senior sisters really did fall in love with the same man. Yu Yunchi was also very impressed that this was just too much of a coincidence. I remembered that it was still the time when Master Teacher was still around, and the senior sisters often went to cool off under the green diffusion divine tree. At that time, the two of them had nothing to talk about, and naturally, they had talked about their future Taoist couple. Senior sister, I remember you said at the time that you wanted to find a great sword immortal as a Taoist couple in the future. So I don't think Ruabai can really become a great sword immortal. Yu Yunchi smiled. Really? It doesn't matter if it's the great sword immortal or whatever, as long as it's him. Hearing this, the corners of Night Lingyu's mouth twitched as she said quietly, Senior sister, he's not here. You don't need to say such words of love. Yu Yunchi shook her head slightly. Just being honest. Well, the senior sister segment is still too high. One cannot compare. I only heard Yu Yunchi continue. I remember that in the past, you also said that you don't even like men in the future. And if you want to marry someone, you will also marry me, your senior sister. Hearing Yu Yunchi poking fun at herself, Night Lingyu's face also brought on a few shades of shame. All the memories of my youth came flooding back at once. Under the green smoke god tree over 800 years ago, Night Lingyu leaned on Yu Yunchi's shoulder, and at this time, both of their faces carried a bit of youthfulness. The two interlocked their fingers and it was obvious that they were very close. Senior sister, look. This book says that kissing will have a special feeling. Should we try it? Ha! Night Lingyu raised her head and glanced at Yu Yunchi on the side, saying with some hesitation, this isn't good, right? Just try it. In the future Taoist couple also want to kiss. Do some preparation in advance? According to the book, this is called preparedness. Night Lingyu blinked a few times as she looked at her senior sister who didn't quite look like she was joking. Well, okay then. Seeing that Night Lingyu agreed, Yu Yunchi pulled her hand and stood up. Night Lingyu was a bit uncertain. I only heard Yu Yunchi say, Senior sister, lean against the tree. It's just a kiss? Why is it so complicated? Yu Yunchi brightened the book in her hand and showed it to Night Lingyu. Look at this. One hand stops her waist and one hand is propped up on the wall before kissing her, slightly biting the other party's lower lip and then. Night Lingyu's face turned a little red when she heard it. Senior sister, what kind of books are you reading here? Romance books. Do you know why Master has not been able to find a couple for so many years? Night Lingyu asked with some curiosity. Why? Of course it's because these books are less read, so she can't find a man. The books say, the one who reaches is the teacher. In this regard, I can know more than the teacher's father, so she has to call me the teacher's father. Hearing these words, Night Lingyu's eyes looked at her senior sister a few points wiser. Senior sister, if this statement were to be known by her master, she would beat you to death. Yu Yunchi hemmed and hawed and laughed twice. Forget about master first. You first lean your back against the tree. Night Lingyu let out an oh-so subtle cry, then obediently leaned against the tree. Yu Yunchi wrapped one arm around her waist and propped one hand on her ear. With an excited face, he said, Senior sister, I want to kiss. After saying that, Yu Yunchi moved forward and gently bit her lower lip. Chapter 87, Come and play hide and seek with me. Soon Yu Yunchi frowned, and her eyes carried a few moments of puzzlement. Her lips parted, and Yu Yunchi opened her mouth. How come there is no feeling at all? Is what this book says a lie? Night Lingyu had already blushed so red that she couldn't speak, only to see Yu Yunchi suddenly have an expression of sudden realization. It should only work if you try it with a Taoist couple. No wonder you don't feel anything at all. Night Lingyu lowered her head slightly and said weakly, Senior sister, can you not find a Taoist couple? Yu Yunchi tilted her head to look at her senior sister who suddenly looked a bit strange. Why? If you find a Taoist couple, what will I do? You should also find a Taoist couple. Night Lingyu hugged Yu Yunchi's arm. Don't. I don't want to leave senior sister. Hearing this, Yu Yunchi pondered for a while and soon had an idea. Won't you and I find the same Taoist couple and be together for the rest of our lives? Night Lingyu looked at her somewhat blankly. Will it work? Of course it's fine. I can't let go of you too. Senior sister, if I find a Taoist couple in the future, I'll bring him under the green diffusion tree as well, and write your name on it when I hang up the sign. With the blessing of the green diffusion divine tree, the three of them will surely be able to live happily for the rest of their lives. Night Lingyu fantasized about that scene, and a shimmering light flickered in her eyes. Senior sister. It's a deal. It's a deal. Back to the present. Thinking back to those embarrassing incidents, Night Lingyu's face turned a little red. Only after a long time did Night Lingyu speak. Thank you, senior sister. Yu Yunchi just smiled. There was a time when they were sitting together like they were now. Ever since her master's departure, her senior sister had changed, becoming stoic and aloof, as well as getting further and further away from herself as her senior sister as well. Good thing. Su Ruwabai appeared. Inside the pavilion outside the cave of Hualilu. You and Scutelaria and Seeker go way back, don't you? Su Ruwabai nodded. The two of them even recommended you as a disciple to me before. But I sent someone to the Spirit Rain sect to poke around and didn't ask if there was someone like you on the Heavenly Spirit Peak. The corner of Su Ruwabai's mouth twitched, and he quickly realized what was going on. How can you pry if you pry? Before, when he talked to Mo Shoshuan himself, it was for her to come straight up the mountain to find it right. Master, I do live in the Heavenly Spirit Peak, and it's normal for no one to know about it as I keep a relatively low profile in the sect. Hua Lilu faced disbelief. This kid, where there is the meaning of low-key, the sword test when the sword cut the sword test stone, that can be called low-key? Our Shen Sword Peak doesn't have too many rules. Your talent is also here. There is not much I can teach you. Cultivate well and you will definitely achieve great things in the future. Well, don't follow your big sister to fool around. Su Ruwabai couldn't help but want to laugh a little. Senior sister Scuttle is still quite nice, but she's just a bit more playful. Hua Lilu sighed. If your elder sister could have your general understanding, I wouldn't need to worry so much. At that moment, voices spoke in the distance. Senior sister, why are you blindfolding me? Secretive. Humph. You'll see later. Scuttle Ling led Mo Shoshuan to the pavilion. Only then did he let go of his hand. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Mo Shoshuan was very puzzled. How did the senior sister get secretive? Opened his eyes and looked at the person sitting in the pavilion. Mo Shoshuan froze. Su, brother Su? Little Seeker. No, it should be called senior sister Mo now. Mo Shaosun rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Ha? Mo Shaoxian was still a bit unable to react for a moment. Shelling elbowed Mo Shoshuan and said with a smile, this is your new senior brother. Are you overjoyed? Mo Shoshuan's face suddenly turned a little red. Where? Which? However, his eyes were always sneakingly glancing at Su Ruwabai. This little action naturally couldn't be hidden from Hua Lilu. She had vaguely guessed something before. Now it seems. Shaosun seems to be really interested in Su Ruwabai. Hua Lilu then said, sit down, all of you. Since you all know each other, I don't need to introduce you, right? There was a pause. Then Hua Lilu said, Su Ruwabai will be your senior brother from now on, so take care of her more on weekdays. At those words, Scuttle Ling patted her chest, the sound of her palms and ribs colliding thumping. Hey, dog author, what does this description mean? Senior, don't worry, with me here, no one can bully senior brother. Hua Lilu skimmed his mouth. His own most worried about you as a big sister. However, she didn't say this out loud. After all, it's not very good to keep tearing down Scuttle Ling. Let's eat. Seeker, would you like some wine? Upon hearing the word wine, Scuttle Ling, who had just been talking big, looked flustered all of a sudden. Mo Shoshuan didn't notice the change in Shelling's expression. Her mind was on her big brother Su at the moment. Aha! Brother Su drink? Since it couldn't even be stopped, Su Ruwabai naturally stopped refusing. Then, drink some. Hua Lilu took the initiative to pour the wine. And of course, there was no missing Shelling's share. Su Ruwabai, then we welcome you to officially become a member of our sword sect. So let's drink to that first. After saying that, Hua Lilu very boldly tilted her head back and drank the wine in her cup. What are all looking at master for? It's time to eat and drink. Because of Scuttle Ling's previous words, Su Ruwabai had been observing the reactions on Hua Lilu's body, but in fact could not find anything wrong. This is all a mouthful of booze does not appear to be unable to drink. Shelling suddenly stood up and spoke. Master, I want to go to the restroom. Should you guys eat first? Hua Lilu glared at her. Sit down. You're at the Jindan stage and you're talking to me about going to the toilet? Today is a reception for your senior brother. You're not still thinking of sneaking out to play, are you? Seeing that she couldn't run away and had to sit down again, the expression on Scuttle Ling's face was as if she was about to cry. Thud. The sudden voice that came out gave Su Ruwabai's both a fright. He thought something was going to happen, but it turned out it seemed to be just Mo Shaosun drunkenly collapsing on the table. Ha! Hua Lilu didn't fall down as soon as she drank. How come Mo Shoshuan fell down first instead? Isn't Mo Shoshuan also a cultivator of the foundation stage? She shouldn't be drunk if she doesn't want to be, right? It's no wonder Mo Shoshuan Her attention was on Su Ruabai, forgetting about refining the alcohol in her body, and as a result, the atmosphere in the middle of the pavilion was also odd. Hua Lilu couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. Is there anything on Master's face? Why are you looking at me? Su Ruabai coughed dryly. No, Master, you've eaten as well. The meal was finished in an extremely weird atmosphere. Su Ruabai didn't see any problems with Hua Lilu either. Master, it's getting late and the food is almost ready, so I'll go back first? Hua Lilu nodded. Come over to me early tomorrow. Su Ruabai stood up, and just after leaving the pavilion the cloudy clouds in the sky happened to disperse, and bright moonlight poured down. In the next second, an extremely dangerous aura came from behind, and the cold hairs on Su Ruabai's body stood up. Could it be that? Stiffly, he looked back at Hua Lilu in the pavilion, only to see that at this moment, Hua Lilu's original black hair had turned white, and a pair of eyes were flushed with red, but her face still maintained the few moments of laughter that she had just seen. Only, in Su Ruabai's eyes, this smile looks a few more strangely. Come play hide and seek with me. There's a punishment for being caught. P.S. Chapter 84 TT changed a bit. I think the reader's master said also right. On the humility there, which has just entered the sector on the map canon is obviously not quite in line with the main man's persona. So the TT slightly changed. Interested in the reader's masters can go back to look at it. If you see this unreasonable place, you can directly at TT, can be changed, absolutely change. And, are you kidding me? Cha-Cha is crawling out from under the bed and you guys aren't even scared. It's not fixable. Chapter 88, Hide and Seek begins. Hide and seek? Is this Hua Lilu in front of me still the same person as the one just now? Whether it was the breath, the demeanor, or the tone of voice was completely different. At this moment, Scuttling had a lifeless look on her face, and it was clear that what she was worried about was the current situation. Within the time of 3 incense sticks, if I fail to find you guys, then it will be counted as my loss. If I find you, I'll give you 3 minutes. The game begins. After saying that, Hua Lilu closed her eyes, and her mouth also started counting. 1, 2, 3. Shelling hurriedly ran out from the pavilion. Believe what I said now, don't you? Senior brother, hurry up and hide. If you're found, you'll be in for a treat. After saying that, Scutelaria disappeared in a flash. Su Ruabai froze, glancing at Hua Lilu sitting in the middle of the pavilion, and to be honest, he wasn't too worried about being found. He had the sky shading skill on him, and all the heavenly chances were able to be shielded, so unless the other party saw himself with the naked eye, as long as he wanted to hide, no one would be able to find him. Su Ruabai was more curious as to what exactly this punishment was that would make Scutelaria not dare to say it. Obviously she must have been through it, and thought it shouldn't be dangerous. Could it be some very humiliating punishment? Su Ruabai thought for a moment, then headed into the small forest next to Hua Lilu's cave. Finding a suitable position just in time to be able to see the pavilion, Su Ruabai then thought that Mo Xiaoshuan seemed to still be in the pavilion. She should be fine, right? The main reason was that the sky covering skill could only mask the aura on his body, and it wouldn't be of much use if he brought Mo Xiaosun with him. Once the 3 minutes were up, Hua Lilu opened her eyes, and with it, a small stove appeared on the table with 3 pillars of incense on it. Hua Lilu stood up and walked out of the pavilion, not caring about Mo Xiaosun next to her. I guess it was because Mo Xiaosun was drunk and didn't regard her as having participated in the game. Have you hidden it yet? I'm going to start looking. Hua Lilu's voice wasn't loud, but it was able to spread very clearly to every corner of Xianjin Peak. It gives you an inexplicable creepy feeling. Hua Lilu looked around the circle. That pair of red eyes and looking towards the direction of the self suddenly stayed for a while, staring for a while and then turned to leave. When she was just looked at in this direction, Su Ruabai's heart almost popped out of her throat. He himself had only stared at her for a few moments, and if he hadn't ducked behind a tree in time, coupled with the skill of shadowing the sky, I'm afraid he would have been discovered. I have heard before that some of the most powerful people, not to mention peeping, is to call its name the other party can sense. Himself has the sky shading skill and the other party can be sensed mentally. This perception is afraid that it is not a general horror. Su Ruabai couldn't help but be a little worried about Scuttling. She didn't have the sky shading skill on her, so she thought it would be hard to escape the search of the flower lilac drops. The other end. It wasn't the first time that Scutelaria had participated in this game. The last time the game had only just begun for a short while. Scuttling had been caught and then viciously tortured for an entire night, and that was simply a memory she could not forget for the rest of her life. Since that time, she had thought that she might run into this situation again afterward. Having simulated for countless days and months, I had long ago prepared a response. The scope of the game is the entire Xianjin Peak. 3 incense sticks of time. Scuttling do not believe that the master her old man can still dig 300 feet into the ground to dig out for themselves. That's right, Scutalaria chose to hide in the earth, directly inside a small hole dug in advance in the ground. In his heart, he secretly thought that he was experienced. Su Ruwabai came to play for the first time and was unfamiliar with Xinjian Peak, so he thought that it wouldn't be long before he was caught. Jia. When the time comes, when the game is over, we must record his tortured appearance with a staying stone. This is the kind of thing that you should never be the only one to experience. In his mind, he couldn't help but begin to brainstorm the scene of Su Ruwabai being tortured, and subconsciously burst out laughing. GGG. Laughing, Scutalaria's villainous laughter came to an abrupt end when a hand burst onto her shoulder. He, I caught you. Ready to be punished? The sudden voice from behind scared Scutalaria's heart nearly jumped out of her chest. Stiffening back, the pair of red eyes in the middle of the dark little hole looked particularly oozing. Ah, master. Su Ruwabai, who was hiding in the forest, was wondering where in the world this master of his had run off to, when he suddenly vaguely heard a scream. After a short while, Scutalaria was carried back. With a crying face, he said, "Ooh, I'm not playing anymore. It was the same last time. Why am I always the one who gets hurt?" Hua Lilu said with a smile, "Since you've participated in the game, you must abide by the rules of the game. I didn't say I was going to participate. Here, I'm in charge. He. Take your punishment." Only to see a large tree next to the two of them suddenly extend a vine to hang Scuttling upside down from the tree. "Don't, master, please, you must be doing this on purpose, right? Put me down. I'll never be naughty again." As if he hadn't heard her pleas for help, Hua Lilu disappeared in a flash, and the vine actually spun around with Scuttling. Rotate 360 degrees left, then 720 degrees right, then 720 degrees left, and so on. "Oh, master, ooh, you come back soon." Su Ruwahai's eyes went numb. This punishment, why is it so crazy? This is not even the overnight meal has to be turned out. The main thing is that it's not just turning left and right yet. This is still a variable speed kind of thing. Fast at one time and slow at another. It was not very hurtful and extremely insulting, so it was no wonder that Scuttling looked like she was talking about a tiger. The stove in the pavilion had already burned half a pillar of incense, and there were still 2.5 pillars of incense to go. The numbers were quite auspicious, but I just didn't know if I would be able to make it through. No matter what you say, you can't be hung from a tree and spun around like that. It's too humiliating. Previously, the master was aware of her direction, so it was impossible to say that she would come this way later. After thinking about it, Su Ruwabai still decided to shift his position. What's the saying? The most dangerous place is the safest place. He was hiding in the tree where Scutalaria was hanging, so I don't think the other party could guess that he was hiding there, right? Saying that he would do it. Su Ruwabai first looked around to make sure that his master was not there. Su Ruwabai then walked out of the forest from the side of the cave in a big circle around the tree where Scutalaria Ling had been hung up. In 3 tries, he climbed the tree. Scuttle-Ling did not know that there was another person in this tree. At this time she only felt that heaven and earth were spinning, and her brain was buzzing. Su Ruwabai also didn't have the intention of informing Scuttle-Ling. Breath can be shielded, but not sound. He is not as stupid as Scuttle-Ling. Hiding well must laugh twice. Even if one chose to transmit a voice, that would still generate spiritual power fluctuations. With the other party's terrifying perception ability, there was no doubt that it would definitely be discovered. But, then again, watching Scutalaria being spun around like this from this angle was kinda fun. Yuck. I look like this kind of person. I'm actually a little worried about Scutalaria in my heart. Her IQ wasn't quite enough, so if she kept spinning like this, and her brain spun out, hiss, will there be a negative or a positive? Shelling, hear thou, do men speak? Chapter 89, Achievement reached. Only Scuttle-Ling's injured world. Time passed by, and only the last incense was still burning in the incense burner in that pavilion. At this time, Hua Lilu had also re-entered the area, and looking at the direction she had come out from, Su Ruwabai couldn't help but feel a bit of fear. Sure enough, the other party really went to the forest where he just hid. But, looking at the direction of the other party, it seemed as if they were coming this way. Su Ruwabai hurriedly moved his gaze away and moved his body to hide behind a tree trunk. Hua Lilu stepped under the tree, and the spinning Scutalaria came to a halt. Strange. Surprisingly, there is still an existence that I cannot find. Even though the vines that were carrying her around had stopped, Scuttle Mercy still felt as if the world was spinning. "Oh, master, I was wrong. I'll listen to you honestly from now on. Just put me down," Hua Lilu said with a smile. "Since you have been caught, you must abide by the rules of the game. Yo, the punishment is for the whole night today, and now it's just a temporary rest for thou. Scuttling, I can't thank you enough. The sky-spinning world also slowed to a halt. At the thought of having to endure a whole night of this inhuman torture, Scuttling really wanted to cry a little. God! Earth! Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Where's Suruwabai? Why doesn't he get caught? What is that thing? Scuttling was already in an upside-down perspective, and this glance of her eyes coincided with the sight of a hand grasping onto the trunk of a tree. Could it be that Suruwabai is hiding in this tree? Damn it! You've been hiding in the tree for so long and you didn't even know to put me down? You're just hiding up there, aren't you? I swore I'd cover you before. At the thought of this, Shelling's heart was instantly unbalanced. No! Today you kid will have to come down and suffer for me as well. Yelled out. Senior! The senior brother others are hiding in the trees. Hearing the voice coming from under the tree, Suruwabai's face froze. I'll give you credit for selling out your teammates. Old Six. Lowering his head, he looked over towards the tree, and unbiasedly met the pair of red eyes of Hua Lilu. Suruwabai gave a sarcastic laugh. Master. Hua Lilu frowned, as if pondering why she couldn't detect the other party hiding so close. Well, come on down. Having been discovered anyway, Suruwabai jumped down from the tree. Some angry glared at the side of the Scuttling a glance. This girl just owes to clean up. Shelling subconsciously turned her head away, but once she thought that Suruwabai was the one who had seen death first, she glared back. He also didn't forget to shout, Master! Hurry up and hang him too! Suruwabai also sighed helplessly. The stalling of such an old Six elder sister. This life is also have. I am the Moonwalker Divine Sovereign. How can I win? But, I have never lost before. A hesitant look appeared on the face of Flower Lilu, and after a pause, he finally said, if it weren't for her reminder, I would have lost within the time it took to burn 3 incense sticks. So, for the time being, I will count you as the winner. When these words came out, not only Suruwabai, but Shelling was also confused. Shelling was instantly displeased. Master, you're being biased. You must be doing it on purpose. Hua Lilu glanced at Scuttling. She was already unhappy about losing the game, and said with extreme displeasure, I am the maker of the game. My words are the rules. Thou shalt accept the punishment properly. In the next second, Scutelaria's mouth was sealed, and all that could be heard when she tried to speak was her whimpering. The vines that had hoisted her up also began to rotate again. And, this time, the arc of the rotation was greater, and the rotation speed was also a few minutes faster. Hua Lilu continued, Thou art the second person who was able to not be found by me, and there shall be rewards and punishments for winning or losing. After saying that, Hua Lilu raised her hand, and her fingertips faintly gave him a false nod on his forehead. Another gust of cold wind blew by, and Hua Lilu returned to the middle of the pavilion. Closing his eyes, the white color on his hair gradually faded and returned to its original state as well, thinking that the terrifying existence just now should be gone. Strange, what she said just now seemed a little off, since she had never lost. Why was she the second person not found? And who was this Moonwalker godly monarch? It's only the first day of worship and you're giving yourself this kind of problem. Also, it doesn't seem like anything has changed on the reward she said she was going to get. However, the other party was gone, but Scutelaria was still hanging from the tree. One night. Gee, this nightlife is just getting started. Looking at the spinning around Scuttling, Suruwabai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Senior sister Scuttle, you too have this day? There wouldn't be any substantial damage from all this spinning around anyway, so she might as well let her learn a lesson, or she'd sell out her teammates the next time she ran into something like this. Suruwabai returned to the middle of the pavilion, looked toward Hua Liu, who was sitting upright, and softly shouted, Master? Master? The other party didn't have any reaction, thinking that the terrifying existence had just left and she wouldn't be able to wake up for a while. Suruwabai then looked toward Imo Shoshuan, who was sleeping on the table, which is also fortunate that she was not considered to be involved in the game, or else it is estimated that she should also be hanging from the tree so around. Thinking about it, Scutelaria alone suffered so much, she should be unbalanced in her heart, right? Let her spin for a while, then put her down later. Suruwabai cleaned up the meal on the table. As for Hua Liu and Imo Shaosun, they were both immortal cultivators, so naturally they didn't need to worry about catching a cold or anything, and besides, it wasn't too convenient for him to touch them, so it was better to put Scuttling down and leave it to her. Suruwabai then retraced his steps back to the tree where Scuttling was hanging. Elder sister, wait a moment, I'll put you down here. After saying that, Suruwabai used the 10,000 swords technique to condense a spirit sword to chop at the vine. Strangely enough, he couldn't even chop this vine. Suruwabai tried several times still with the same result. Seeing Scuttling, who had been whimpering, Suruwabai's face took on a few moments of embarrassment. Cough cough, Senior sister Scutelaria. There's no way for me to cut this fine either. It looks like you'll have to spend all of tonight like this. With Scuttling in this state now, Suruwabai naturally wasn't in a good position to leave. The night was still long, and there was no telling when Master and Little Seeker would wake up, so he sat down next to him and prepared to cultivate. It had only just taken in a few mouthfuls of aura Suruwabai realized that something was wrong. The spiritual energy operation speed of his own seemed to be twice as fast as usual. Suruwabai brought up the system panel. Name, Suruwabai, Unbearable. Realm, Early Jindan, for 20/20,000. Task points, 60. Quest, Absorb Sword Intent, 3/3. About an hour later, Suruwabai pulled up the panel again, and the original experience value was 420, but now it had become 425. Before, if you purely relied on your own cultivation, you would only add up to 10 experience points a day, and now 5 points had been added in 1 hour. So if you converted it down, you would be able to add 60 points in a day, which was a 6-fold increase. There was no doubt that this change was definitely related to the reward given by the existence that just called itself the Moonwalker Godly Monarch. Moonwalker God Sovereign. What kind of existence is this? Chapter 90. Stereotypes are a mountain in the human mind. As time passed by minute, Suruwabai also discovered a pattern. This cultivation speed was not fixed. When the moon was fuller and brighter, the cultivation speed was able to increase to at least 10 times. Conversely, if the moon disappears, the speed of cultivation returns to normal. Suruwabai thought it was a whole day of cultivation speed can be improved. It looks like he thought too much. It's also true that if someone's name is called Moonwalker Divine Sovereign, then it must have something to do with the moon. It's almost dawn, and Scutelaria next to me is still spinning from side to side, and the whimpering can't be heard anymore. So it's not really spinning out of control, is it? About another minute later, the night color in the sky faded completely. The vines hanging over Scutelaria's body were as if they had no strength to support them, and they instantly went soft. With a thud, Scutelaria fell to the ground. Suruwabai hurriedly stood up and came over. Senior Sister Scuttle, is it alright? Only to see Scutelaria suddenly pop up and sit up, her mouth shouting, "From now on, let the world feel the pain." When he was done, he stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing back to the ground. Suruwabai, straight face. It's over. This kid, it's hopeless. Well, Brother Su? Suruwabai was at a loss with scuttling when Mo Shoshuan's voice came from the other side of the pavilion. Suruwabai hurriedly beckoned to Mo Shoshuan. Shoshuan. Senior Sister Mo. Just in time. You quickly come over and help send your senior sister back. Hearing these words, Mo Shoshuan ran all the way from the pavilion. Looking at her senior sister lying on the ground, she couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Big Brother Su, what's wrong with her? She did not have any misunderstandings or anything like that. After all, she also knew that Suruwabai was a decent person. Suruwabai thought about it and didn't say what happened last night. Well, probably drank too much wine. You send her back first, right? Watch her a bit. Don't let her do anything stupid. The main thing was that he had only been here for a day, and he didn't know if he could say such things. So it would be better to wait until Scutelaria woke up and discuss it with her then. Mo Shoshuan was a bit puzzled as to what kind of foolishness her senior sister could do for good reason. And to be honest, she didn't even remember how she got drunk yesterday. I only remember sneaking glances at Big Brother Su, and then while drinking a little wine, suddenly lost consciousness. Hiss. So think about it. It seems to be that he was focusing on sneaking glances at Big Brother Su, forgot to refine the alcohol this one. Good, Brother Su. Then, what about you? I'll just head back. And, Senior, she's also drunk, so they're counting on you. After saying that, Suruwabai left. The quest had been refreshed, and he still had to go to the sword cliff to absorb the sword intent. Yesterday was almost caught by Hua Li Lu. Today, while she has not yet woken up, ahead of the task to complete. Set up 100 points of task points, by then we'll be able to draw again. With such a high pop rate lately, how can you not smoke more while the iron is hot? Scuttling suddenly stood up violently from the bed, which gave Mo Shaosun, who was lying on the side guarding her, a shock. Sister? She was seen sticking one hand in her waist, pointing one finger at the ceiling and shouting, "It's done! It's done! I am accomplished! Oh, let this world be completely destroyed! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha!" Mo Shaoshuan looked at his senior sister, who suddenly laughed out loud. In his heart he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Can't it be that his senior sister hasn't sobered up yet? Ha ha ha! I am the god! I will destroy the world! Mo Shaoshuan pulled on her sleeve and said, "Senior sister, if you let Master know that you've gone crazy again, you'll definitely be sent to the back of the mountain to face the wall again." Hearing the words Master, it was as if she had touched some special button, and Scutelaria Ling was instantly honest. Seeing her senior sister sit down again, Mo Xiaoxuan then asked, "Senior sister, what happened last night? Why were you and senior sister and the others all drunk? Last night? Drunk? It wasn't drunk, but it was close, and the world was spinning around anyway." Once she recalled last night's experience, Scuttle Ling's face darkened. "Damn master, she's just biased." Mo Xiaoxun was confused, feeling as if she had missed something extraordinary last night. "I don't know if the master has woken up yet. Senior sister, should we go and take a look?" Scuttle Ling was 100 times reluctant in her heart, but she also knew that master-teacher's state yesterday was clearly abnormal. The last time something like this happened, Scuttle Ling had actually spoken to her master and Mo Xiaoxuan, but the two didn't believe her at all. It made her almost think it was a hallucination. And how could it not be a hallucination when it happened again yesterday? Scuttle Ling felt that she had to have a good talk with her master-teacher about this matter. So it was possible that the next time her master-teacher would turn out to be like that, and she would be the one to suffer in the end. She doesn't want to experience the feeling that the world is spinning again. If she does it again, I'm afraid she really wants to destroy the world. The cave of Hua Lilu. Hua Lilu frowned, holding her somewhat sore brow. "Last night. Hiss. Drink broken? Remember that I seem to have refined all the alcohol. Ah. Knock. Knock." There was a knock on the door. Master, are you awake?" Hua Lilu braced herself and sat up from the bed. "Come in." Scuttle Ling followed behind Mo Xiaoxuan, still looking a little apprehensive. Hua Lilu naturally noticed this and asked with some suspicion, "Scuttle Ling, have you done something wrong again?" Hearing this, Scutelaria really wanted to cry. It was even if she was the only one who suffered last night, but today, she had to be misunderstood by her master. Or else, why don't we create a world where she's the only one? Scuttle Ling said with an innocent expression. "Master, don't you remember what happened last night again?" A trace of confusion flashed through Hua Lilu's eyes. "Last night? Wasn't it just a reception for Su Ruabai? What's wrong?" "Sure enough, the sensei I saw last night might not be the sensei." Scuttle Ling then repeated the events of last night in full. "You mean, I hung you from a tree, and then also made you spin around like a gyroscope?" Shelling nodded in resignation. Hua Lilu was still in disbelief. "How can that be? Do you think I have enough to eat? Why are you playing such a trick on me?" "Really? Master, I suspect that you've been taken over. Your hair is white, not to mention your eyes are red, and you have to pull to play hide and seek, just like crazy." Hearing this, Hua Lilu's face instantly darkened. "Baikalin Ling, this can't be another one of your new excuses, can it? What did you get yourself into yesterday?" Scuttle Ling was really going to break her defenses. Usually wasn't she just a little naughty and made a lot of excuses? Why don't you believe yourself? If you don't believe me, then ask Su Ruabai. He saw it too. Hearing this, Hua Lilu was still a bit skeptical. "Xiaosun, go and call Su Ruabai here. If you don't make it clear today, then you'll be locked up for 10 days and half a month." 10 minutes later, Su Ruabai, who had just returned from the Sword Cliff, was brought over. "Su Ruabai, last night, what exactly happened?" Su Ruabai turned his gaze to Scuttle Ling. Scuttle Ling cried out, "Su Ruabai, quickly talk to Master Su about what really happened last night. She doesn't even believe me." Seeing that Scuttle Ling had said so, Su Ruabai then recounted the events of last night. There were some discrepancies between what Su Ruabai said and what Shelling said, but the error wasn't that big. Hua Lilu didn't expect what Scutelaria said to be true, although she still found it a bit hard to believe, but after all, she had wrongly blamed her. Hua Lilu hugged Shelling with a few apologies, gently stroking her back and said, "This matter is Master's fault. Shelling, I'm sorry." Scuttle Ling pouted with a resigned face. "Oh, Master, I'm the disciple who has been with you the longest, and you don't even believe me. It's true that the preconceived notions in a person's mind is a big mountain that you'll never want to move no matter how hard you try. P.S. I'm wondering if I should do the same as the synopsis and give one of the later appearing notes first so you guys read it and understand it a bit better." Chapter 91, Caught in the Act. "Oh, Master, how could an honest child like me possibly lie to someone?" Hua Lilu stroked her back once and said, Good. Master believes in you." Scuttle Ling arched into Hua Lilu's arms, then said, "If the third elder comes over again later, Master, you must trust me. Yesterday afternoon, I really didn't steal his spirit crane." Hearing these words, Hua Lilu's movements of gently caressing Scutelaria's back stopped. The eyes were also dangerous for a few moments. "Yesterday afternoon you went to steal the third elder's spirit crane again?" Shelling hurriedly denied. "Of course not. Master, why don't you believe me?" Hua Lilu turned her gaze to Mo Xiaoxuan at the side. "Xiaoxuan, is what he said true or false?" Mo Xiaoxuan was also embarrassed and stammered, not daring to speak. Seeing her like this, Hua Lilu's heart made up its mind. "Scutelaria, Scuttle Ling, who was still in Hua Lilu's arms, couldn't help but shiver. Master, master, the preconceived notions in your heart. Become you, damn it. Hua Lilu pushed Shelling in her arms away and pinched up her ears. Go, follow me to apologize to the third elder. Ouch, 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 ouch. Master, I really didn't steal any food. Looking at the appearance of the two masters and disciples, Su Ruabai couldn't help but feel a bit like laughing. Such a master-disciple relationship was quite interesting. Senior sister Mo. Then I'll go back first as well. Su Ruabai waved his hand towards Mo Xiaoshu and then left. Mo Xiaoshu and just raised his hand to say something, but Su Ruabai bye has left also can only resentfully withdraw his hand. A quarter of an hour later. Let's forget about it this time. If you dare to steal the third elder's spirit crane next time it won't be as simple as facing the wall. After a pause, Hua Lilu continued. Next time if the third elder still comes to complain, then I will also hang you from a tree. At those words, Shelling's face instantly turned bad. Shouldn't she have said what happened last night to her master teacher? This is good. Master teacher also unlocked a new way of punishment. The previous master teacher had most let herself be locked up in the back of the mountain for a few more days only. Scutelaria Ling immediately protested. Senior, you can't blame me for this. Who made the third elder's spirit crane so delicious? You'd understand me if you tasted it. Hua Lilu had all but lost the desire to lecture her. She was more concerned now with what had happened to her last night. Hua Lilu had just sensed herself. Her body didn't have any problems, and her divine soul likewise didn't find any abnormalities. Like a different person. This situation is similarly documented in the world of immortal cultivation. For example, if there are two souls in one, or if someone's soul is temporarily lodged in the other person's sea of consciousness, this situation may occur. But the problem was that the divine soul within himself was intact, the sea of consciousness was clean, and he was himself, and it was impossible for him to be someone else. And what to make of last night? According to Scuttle Ling and Su Ruabai, yesterday's own temperament had changed drastically. That's weird. Before Hua Lilu could think clearly, a figure landed in front of her. Patriarch, the matter that you ordered me to probe yesterday has been found out. There are indeed a few sword intentions missing, one of which is the sword intention left behind by Master Hao Yue. Hua Lilu frowned. Something like sword intent, although it did have some loss with the passage of time. However, the time that Master Hao Yue had left behind his sword intent was only 1,000 years, and it was reasonable to say that a sword cultivator of their realm would be able to exist for at least 10,000 years with the sword intent that they had left behind. Disappeared so quickly? It's unlikely in any way, isn't it? What happened to all the missing sword intent? None of it is a normal dissipation. It's probably because some disciple of the clan accidentally absorbed it. Hearing this, Hua Lilu couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Those ordinary sword intentions were, even if they were, absorbing them would probably just result in a little bit of backlash in the body. But that's Master Hao Yue's sword intent. How could a normal person withstand it? Has something happened to a disciple in the clan? No. This was strange. It was understandable that there was one less sword intent. How could there suddenly be several less? Moreover, it was impossible for the sword intent to disappear for no reason. It must have been absorbed by someone. But those who were able to absorb Master Hao Yue's sword intent and still be able to not explode and die, that talent could be said to be not generally good. But those with good talent, who absorbed this powerful sword intent, would live under Master Hao Yue's sword intent for the rest of their lives, and could not possibly be able to get out of their own way. So wouldn't they be properly wasted? Keep an extra eye on Swordcliff for a few days, then have someone look into the matter. Yes. The deacon then left. Scutelaria Ling also spoke up at this time. Master, can I go now? Hua Lilu grabbed Shelling's hand. Where to? Have you practiced your sword today? Don't think about sneaking out to play. It's just as well. I'm going to give Su Ruabai a sermon later, so come and listen too. Ha? Master, can I not listen? No. Before Scuttling could find an excuse, Hua Lilu interrupted. Do you choose to listen to my sermon? Or do you choose to be hung from a tree? Scuttling people are stupid. Why should they be so cruel to themselves? No love. Completely no love. The next day. Swordcliff. Strange. There are a few more deacons guarding the Swordcliff today? Su Ruabai couldn't help but be a little worried that they hadn't discovered the matter of the sword intent becoming less, right? However, with so much sword intent on this wall, the ones he absorbed were still only those very inconspicuous sword intent, which should logically be unlikely to be discovered. Su Ruabai thought about it. It would be better to absorb the sword intent earlier and go back sooner. With this thought, Su Ruabai reached out and pressed his hand on top of a sword mark. In just a few breaths of time, The sword intent on that sword mark was absorbed by Su Ruabai. Just as he was about to reach out and absorb another one, a hand grabbed on top of his wrist to stop him. Only a deacon with a serious face questioned, "What are you doing?" Su Ruabai secretly bad. Finished, caught on the spot. "Don't you know that sword intent can't be absorbed at will? Come with me to the Hall of Law Enforcement." This didn't even give him a chance to explain, and Su Ruabai was brought to the Law Enforcement Hall. Well, there's no need to explain. What else is there to explain when you've been caught red-handed? Law Enforcement Hall. Su Ruabai was brought into the middle of a room, and only then did the deacon speak. "You have the right to remain silent for the rest of the day, but anything you say will be used as evidence in court." Listening to it, the deacon of this law enforcement hall is a professional. Name? Su Ruabai. Which peak? Xianjian Peak. Why did you ignore the rules to absorb sword intent? Wait, which peak did you say you were from? Chapter 92, if you can't make it, use scientific research to open it up. Xianjian Peak. Wu Hai frowned, then opened his mouth with a skeptical expression and asked, "You're the new disciple that Patriarch has taken in?" Su Ruabai nodded with some embarrassment. Wu Hai didn't suspect anything. After all, who would dare to casually impersonate a disciple of the Patriarch? This made it a bit difficult for Wu Hai. It was heard that the Patriarch's new disciple was extremely gifted, and was said to have the stature of a sword immortal, and moreover, the higher-ups of the clan had said that they wanted to focus on cultivating him, and now, if he absorbed someone else's sword intent, that would undoubtedly be breaking his path to the sword immortal, and at that time, not to mention asking for his offense, it would be a different story whether he was being held accountable or not. When he thought about it, Wu Hai broke out in a cold sweat. "You stay here for now." After saying that, Wu Hai left the room. The matter was urgent. It was no longer something he could make a decision on, and he sped along, rushing to find Hua Lilu. "Patriarch, Patriarch, something big is wrong." Seeing this fiery look on his face, Hua Lilu looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" "Your apprentice." "Apprentice." Hearing this, Hua Lilu's face instantly darkened. "What is this girl Scuttling doing again?" "Shelling, I don't know if I should say something." Wu Hai shook his head. "It's not Scuttling. It's that new disciple you took in. Sovereign, it's the sword intent he absorbed." "Ha!" This was much more troublesome than Scutelaria's whole mess, and Hua Lilu hurriedly said, "Where is he?" "Law Enforcement. Law Enforcement Hall." Hua Lilu arrived in the middle of the room where Su Ruabai was being interrogated. A few touches of eagerness also surfaced in his eyes as he looked at Su Ruabai. "Su Ruabai, have you really absorbed the sword intent?" Su Ruabai nodded sheepishly. Hua Lilu looked at him with a look of hatred. "Didn't I tell you what the consequences of rashly absorbing sword intent would be? Aren't you cutting off your path?" Su Ruabai touched his nose and weakly said, "Master, I don't think things should be that serious." Hua Lilu then said, "From ancient times to the present day there has not been a single person who has been able to walk out of his own path after absorbing someone else's sword intent. Do you think you'll be able to do it? Besides, absorbing sword intent can cause your body to explode and die if you're not careful." Upon hearing this, Su Ruabai whispered, "I've absorbed so much. It's not a big deal." Hearing this, Hua Lilu frowned. "What? You absorbed more than one? We're still 2 channels short today. Master, why don't you let me go and inhale 2 more channels?" "Still sucking? You're addicted to sucking, aren't you? The lesser sword intent in the past few days wouldn't all be absorbed by you, right?" Su Ruabai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "If nothing else, it should be me." Hua Lilu just wanted to attack said him 2 sentences, but suddenly thought, if these 2 days less sword intent are he absorbed words, that how you master ancestors sword intent. Hands out. Although a bit puzzled, Su Ruabai still put his hand out. Hua Lilu grabbed his wrist and carefully probed his body. The eyes couldn't help but look odd. According to him, he had already absorbed so many channels of sword intent in the past few days. An ordinary person just absorbing a single channel might not be able to withstand it, but he was actually able to absorb so many channels, and he hadn't found any sword intent rushing through his body. Unless the sword intent is extremely compatible with himself. But if it is compatible, it can't be that all the absorbed sword intent is compatible with him, right? Is there such a monster in this world? Su Ruabai, you've seen it all today. In order to be able to absorb sword intent in the future in a legitimate manner, Su Ruabai then spoke. "Master, don't worry, I don't have half a problem. Moreover, I've discovered a new use for the 10,000 swords technique." Upon hearing this, Hua Lilu loosened her hand, then asked, "What usage?" Su Ruabai stood up. Then with a thought, 3 swords composed of spiritual energy appeared around him. "Master, do you see anything?" "See what?" Hua Lilu cast his gaze on the spirit sword he had coalesced. At first there was some confusion as to what was different again, but soon she realized something was wrong. Out of breath, he exclaimed. Sword intent? Su Ruabai nodded. Senior, take a look at the other two swords. Hua Lilu observed the other two swords that Su Ruabai had coalesced one by one, and the look of shock in her eyes intensified a few more points. White Moon sword intent? The sword intent attached to each one is surprisingly different? Hua Lilu felt people are looking silly. The 10,000 swords technique can still be used like this? It was already extraordinary for an ordinary sword cultivator to be able to attach sword intent to the sword condensed by the 10,000 sword skill. Su Ruabai is good. Not only attached to the sword intent, but also each hand is different. Away from the original spectrum. Master, look, can I go and absorb 2 more sword intent? Now Hua Lilu didn't know how to answer him. Hua Lilu thought that her talent for sword Dao was still very good, but in front of Su Ruabai, it was as if she was a small witch, not comparable at all. You sit here for a while. I'll go get the Grand Elder to come over. Oh, Hua Lilu then disappeared in a flash. Su Ruabai is thinking, this kind of thing cannot also set the baby right? Patriarch reads it and invites the First Elder. The First Elder reads it and invites the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder. The usage of this 10,000 swords technique was actually something he developed yesterday. He hadn't learned any other sword techniques himself, and there was one sentence that he felt Hua Lilu had said correctly. Sword skills are not in abundance, but in precision. The 10,000 swords skill itself didn't have many uses, but it was indeed very practical. So Su Ruabai thought to expand on its uses. What's the saying? If you can't find a way, use research to open it up. And enchanting is obviously one of those playstyles. These sword intentions were equivalent to different enchantment effects, and by enchanting each sword, they could complement each other. Hiss. Then again, what would happen if you used these already enchanted swords in a polysword unification? Soon the Grand Elder was brought over. Before the two could speak, Su Ruabai said with some excitement, Master, I've thought of another usage. Do you want to take a look? Hua Lilu was a bit puzzled. What usage? Su Ruabai condensed 3 swords. Look. Master, isn't the sword intent on each sword different now? Hua Lilu was a bit numb as she watched him do this so easily then Su Ruabai then brought these 3 swords together. Sure enough, as Su Ruabai had guessed, the sword intent on these 3 swords did not clash. Instead, they were able to make up for each other's shortcomings, truly complementing each other. Master, look again. Chapter 93 on the differentiation between good and bad students. Asterisk. Nay, I am uneducated. A line. The eyes of the Grand Elder on the side went wide. He was at least an old man who had lived for thousands of years. What great storms had he not seen before? When did the 10,000 swords technique work like this? He was kind of wondering if he was using the same thing he was using. Hua Lilu had long since become numb to this, and asked the Grand Elder somewhat stiffly, Grand Master Uncle, take a look. What the hell is going on here? The Grand Elder also had a skeptical look on his face. Who am I going to ask if you ask me? How about, ask the Supreme Elder to come out and take a look? Su Ruabai had just casually spit out 2 sentences in his heart, but it turned out that he really wanted to invite the Supreme Elder to come. It was good that Hua Lilu spoke up at this time. I guess it's useless to invite his old man out. Su Ruabai's situation can be said to be unheard of from ancient times. The Grand Elder nodded rather approvingly before opening his mouth to ask Su Ruabai, you said that you can still absorb sword intent? Su Ruabai nodded. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment. Like Su Ruabai's situation, he had indeed never seen it before. Not allowing others to absorb sword intent wasn't just because it affected their future Dao path. It was likewise for the sake of their safety. It seemed that this kind of problem couldn't even be touched on Su Ruabai. Perhaps this was the difference between true geniuses and ordinary people like them. The sword intent that others had spent their entire lives to realize was just something that others could spend a few seconds to absorb and use. Lu, let him look after himself in this matter. The next sword fight will take place soon. Maybe he'll be able to bring a slight chance of winning. There was a pause. Then the Grand Elder continued. I'll go check the ancient books to see if I can find him in this situation. With that, the Grand Elder disappeared. Su Ruabai weakly asked, Master, can I go absorb sword intent now? Hua Lilu nodded without any good sense. Go. This kind of big event will be discussed with the Master later. It almost didn't scare me to death. Su Ruabai hummed. Thank you, Master. Then I'll leave first. Su Ruabai then left the place as well. Hua Lilu, on the other hand, was skeptical and sat on a stool. This disciple, does it really need a master? I feel like I can totally hang up the hosting. Into the night. The moon was out again. So Su Ruabai naturally couldn't possibly waste this good time for cultivation. So he came outside the cave and found an open place to sit down. It wasn't that he didn't want to cultivate within the cave. There was no way. He had to have moonlight for this cultivation bonus. Obviously, there must be a little more moonlight outside than inside. However, it was only after practicing for a while that he sensed what appeared to be movement not far away. Su Ruabai opened her eyes, her heart somewhat curious as to who would be outside at this late hour. Who? Shoo, shitty, you keep your voice down. Hearing that voice, Su Ruabai knew who the other party was. Soon Scutelaria came out of the darkness. Su Ruabai, why are you practicing here? The air outside is better. Then Su Ruabai asked. Senior sister Scutelaria, what are you doing out blindly wandering around in the middle of the night without practicing? Shelling whispered. Of course I'm sneaking out to play. Senior brother, do you want to join us? Hearing this, Su Ruabai just wanted to refuse, but on second thought, she hadn't gone back to see her senior sister for 2 days. Should I follow her and sneak back to the clan? Su Ruabai couldn't help but be a bit impressed. Let's go. What's so good about practicing all the time? Okay. Of course, pulling Su Ruabai into the fold, Shelling naturally had her calculations. With Su Ruabai around, when the time came, even if he was caught, he would have an excuse. Senior sister Scutelaria, where are you running out to play? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the master? Scuttling patted Su Ruabai's shoulder and said with a carefree expression. Don't worry about it. Master Zun is normally in cultivation at this point in time, as long as he rushes back before dawn. Anyway, it's just to go to the town outside of the clan to stroll around. How could Master Zun possibly find out about it? Su Ruabai nodded, then spoke. Then, let's go our separate ways after leaving the clan. At those words, Scutelaria skimmed her head to look at Su Ruabai. Where are you going? Make a trip back to the Spirit Rain sect. Hearing this, Scutelaria pondered for a moment before reacting to what it meant. You're going back to see your love interest? When she first heard it, Su Ruabai didn't react to how she knew. But when I think about that day, Mo Xiaoshuan did see senior sister that day. No, senior sister in disguise. So it should have been Mo Xiaoshuan who told her. No? Scuttling secretly said, small search. Looks like even if your big brother Su came to the Sword Clan, you still have no chance. Fine, but remember to be back by dawn. And even if you get caught, don't say I took you out. Su Ruabai nodded. He wasn't going to do that kind of thing of selling his teammates. Soon the two of them left Shin Sword Peak and were about to walk towards the outside of the sect when a figure not far away walked over head on. At the sight of this person, both of their expressions froze. Su Ruabai asked in a low voice. Senior sister Scuttle, didn't you say that Master Teacher is cultivating at this time of the day? I don't build it either. Scuttling spoke with a little stutter. Who would have thought? Out of the division. This is caught. Hualilu looked at the two who were walking towards her and couldn't help but be a bit puzzled. You two. Where are you going this late at night? Soon Hualilu noticed the look of weakness on Scuttling's face and her eyes stared. You're not going to take your senior brother out to play, are you? Hearing this, Shelling hurriedly denied it. No, how could it be me? It was senior brother himself who wanted to go out. I was just showing him the way. Just showing the way. The sight of Su Ruabai heard this face is black. Well, and cell teammates. Hualilu looked towards Su Ruabai with a few inquiries in her eyes. Su Ruabai sighed, then said, Master, it is indeed me who wants to go out. Hualilu frowned. Where to? I want to go back to the Spirit Rain sect. Hualilu pondered for a moment, then hummed, go, and come back early tomorrow. Su Ruabai didn't even expect her to agree so simply and sharply. He arched his hand, then said, thank you, Master, I will return earlier tomorrow. After saying that, Su Ruabai was about to leave. Scuttling blinked a few times, and in her heart, she secretly gave a nod to her resourcefulness in wanting to bring Su Ruabai along. He then followed behind Su Ruabai, thinking to leave with him. Scuttling, where are you going? Shelling's face stiffened. I'll send senior brother out. Come back. Scuttling could only honestly restand in front of Hualilu's body. Scuttling, you think I don't know just because your senior brother spoke for you? Hualilu looked at Shelling with a look that saw through everything. Seeing this, Shelling stopped pretending and directly showed her cards and said, it's not fair. Master, why can Su Ruabai go out and I can't? Hualilu laughed twice, then said, just because you go out and always get me into trouble. Go back with me, go to me tonight and copy the sword sex code 100 times. And you're not allowed to leave until you've done so. Don't Master, you're being too biased. Hualilu then said, if you can use the 10,000 sword skill to half the extent of your senior brother, I don't care if you want to go out. Hearing this, Scutelaria Ling instantly wanted to cry a little. Could she not know the talent of that senior disciple of hers? At first, she had personally helped her master find a disciple. Is this the difference in treatment between poor and good students? Master, have you ever heard a saying? What's the word? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Hua Lilu popped her in the head. I don't care if you're 30 years or 300 years old. You have to finish copying tonight anyway. Upon hearing this, Shelling, who had just looked as if she would rather die than give in, immediately weakened. Master, can you copy less? No. P.S. Today by the abominable Belial attack. TT unfortunately killed in action. But also please readers Lord Hare. See ads resurrect TT. Chapter 94, Love Story. The Spirit Rain Sect. Standing in front of the clan entrance, Suruwabai took a deep breath. I don't know what elder sister is doing. Will she miss me too? Then took a step toward the clan. Just after stepping inside the sect, he saw a silhouette standing not far away. Suruwabai fixed his eyes on this person. Wasn't it Knight Lingyu? Master? Why are you here? Knight Lingyu belongs to the cool system of beauty. With the moonlight backdrop, face with a few points of holy meaning. Like a fairy. Accurately said. Like a fairy who fell into the mortal world. If you are a real fairy, you probably won't have this kind of hot feelings in your eyes. Suruwabai couldn't help but freeze. And by the time he reacted, Knight Lingyu had already relied on his chest. Without hiding it in the slightest, she inhaled the scent of him, with a slight look of intoxication on her face. Seeing her like this, Suruwabai's heart thumped. It's only been 2 days and Master Teacher has evolved into this? Cough. Senior, this is still in front of the sect entrance. It's not good for people to see it. Knight Lingyu raised her eyes, her scorching eyes on the verge of melting Suruwabai. So, can I go back and hug? Suruwabai hummed helplessly. Let's go back first. In the next second, the surroundings changed instantly. Looking at the familiar walls, where could Suruwabai not know where this place was? The corners of his mouth twitched. Just a blink of an eye he was brought back to his house. Can only say that it is not worthy of the transformation of God stage. Master. Before Suruwabai could say his next words, Knight Lingyu directly interrupted him with her words. Ruwabai. I don't mean anything else. I'm just sick and want to hug you. Sick? Hearing these 2 words, Suruwabai's eyes also took on a bit of worry. What kind of sickness? Are you alright? I only heard Knight Lingyu say, if lovesickness is a disease, then I'm probably suffering from the disease of thinking about you. Suruwabai mouth corner a twitch. This is again shelved where to learn the earthy love language. The whole he thought the Knight Lingyu really sick it. Alright, master. I'm back, aren't I? The sword sect isn't too strict with me, so I should be able to come back when I'm free. Knight Lingyu hummed, her tone dropping a few notches with it. Ruwabai. What's wrong? Did you just want to go straight to senior sister? Being asked this question, Suruwabai instantly fell silent. How is it that master can also see through people's hearts? I know you wanted to come back to find senior sister, but I couldn't help but want to find you when I sensed that you were rushing towards the clan. I'm afraid that you'll go straight back to the sword sect and stop looking for me after you're done looking for sister. Am I a very unreasonable person? Saying that, Knight Lingyu's eyes reddened a few points, and looking at this situation, she might be about to cry out in the next second. Suruwabai was also a bit helpless. Why did he feel that this routine was a bit of déjà vu? Although it was true that he was bent on finding his senior sister, yes, it wasn't as if he had forgotten about his master after finding her. How could he be this kind of person? Having chosen to accept it, it is only natural to take up this responsibility. Reaching out his hand, he gently rubbed and stroked her back. No. How come? I just think you're fine. In fact, seeing her like this, Suruwabai's heart felt a little bad, and he naturally knew why his master was sad. Because he had also worried that during this period of time when he hadn't seen her for a few days, would elder sister miss him? Will the other person still like them as much as before if they meet next time? Put yourself in Suruwabai's shoes for a moment and you'll be able to appreciate what she's feeling at this time. What's more, the master was aware that he liked his elder sister, and it was only natural for him to feel insecure in his heart. Knight Lingyu pressed her face against Suruwabai's chest and closed her eyes. A few teardrops were still faintly visible on those long eyelashes. Master. Knight Lingyu inhaled deeply in his arms. Let me hold you for a while. Just a moment. Just a little bit of your time. A moment is really just a moment. Soon Knight Lingyu opened her eyes and said, looking sprightly, go. Senior sister. She's at Qingyan Peak. After saying that, Knight Lingyu pulled away from his arms, with a few forced smiles on her face and her eyes still red, where Suruwabai could not see that she was pretending to be strong. Suruwabai silently sighed in his heart, and in the end, he did not take a step, leaving behind this state of the master teacher to go directly to find his elder sister, which was definitely not doable either. It's just a matter of time. If master has tried so hard, how can we give some response? Suruwabai gently took her hand. Master, how about accompanying me for a walk? Knight Lingyu slightly lowered her head. It won't affect you from going to find senior sister, right? Su Ruabai couldn't help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. How did he feel that his master was also a little too inferior? Cultivation and appearance are here. Plus there is the innate charm body of the addition. Normal people wear to resist her temptation. Based on these points alone there is nothing to feel inferior, right? But soon he denied the idea in his heart. After all, the other side of this eye where it seems to act. Softly said, no, I'll just go over to look for her later. But I have to go back to the sword sect tomorrow morning. So, the time I can spend with you, master teacher, probably won't be too much. Night Ling Yu hummed, and her eyes took on a bit of joy. Su Ruabai took her hand and went outside the house. The moonlight was just right, and such an atmosphere was quite suitable for a walk under the moon. Master, have you had a good time in the clan these past few days? No good. Su Ruabai skimmed his head to look at her. I only heard Night Ling Yu say, the days without you by my side are not good at all. This, master's ability to say love words has reached a certain level. Master, are you trying to say I'm too clingy? Su Ruabai was just about to open his mouth and say no when he heard Night Ling Yu say, I just want to be close to you. I like the scent of your body. I like listening to your heartbeat when I'm pressed against your chest. And, also like the flavor of your lips. Looking at her sincere and fiery eyes, Su Ruabai silently skimmed his gaze away for a few moments. What the hell? Today's master teacher. The attack seems to be extraordinarily strong. Su Ruabai. Can I taste you again? Having come to this point, how could Su Ruabai possibly reject her? It was just a little strange how she didn't come up to me after waiting for a while. Refocusing his eyes on his master's body, Su Ruabai realized that his master had already closed his eyes. You're not going to kiss her, are you? Looking at her angelic-like face under the moonlight, Su Ruabai couldn't help but gulp. In some aspects, master teacher might not be able to compare to sister superlative. But the point that could not be denied was that although it was not as good as sister superlative, it wasn't weak in the slightest, and it belonged to the kind that was just right. Plus, master teacher still has the blessing of the innate charmed body. This is too foul. Chapter 95. Since it's a dream. Su Ruabai froze for a while before slightly moving half a step forward, gently wrapping her in his arms. He felt that when he rubbed his master's stomach before he felt that she looked high and cold but was actually soft, and now his heart felt a few points deeper about this feeling. With that, his eyes focused on her lips, and he couldn't help but gulp again. Heartbeat fluttering, there's a feeling it's about to exhale. Su Ruabai didn't hesitate any longer and lowered his head, kissing it with him. Compared to Night Ling Yu's kind of wild kissing method, Su Ruabai was a bit more civilized, just gently covering her lips. The eyelashes near his eyes moved slightly, and then Su Ruabai met those affectionate eyes. The corners of her eyes curved slightly, and her eyes took on a few wry smiles, and it could be seen that the Night Ling Yu was very happy at this moment. However, she wasn't satisfied with Su Ruabai just kissing her so gently, and slightly stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her hands around his neck, and probed her tongue, responding to Su Ruabai's kisses in her own way. A quarter of an hour later, Night Ling Yu before Su Ruabai loose, red face, still slightly gasping for breath. This look, afraid of saints see all have to be confused. Su Ruabai. I like you so much. Su Ruabai felt like he couldn't take it anymore. With this Su Ruabai felt like his bloodline was about to be emptied. But suddenly, a line of clear tears slipped from the corner of Night Ling Yu's eyes, which left Su Ruabai somewhat at a loss for words. Obviously the situation is good. Why are you suddenly crying again? Master. Night Ling Yu sniffled. I'm fine. Just too happy. Su Ruabai, I can't compare to senior sister. And I also know that you like senior sister. As long as I can share a little bit of liking from elder sister I'll be satisfied. Su Ruabai reached out his hand and wiped the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. Senior, you're very good. There's nothing to compare or not. And also, liking can't be divided. I'm liking to senior sister. To you. Also, hearing this, Night Ling Yu pursed her lips and her tears fell even harder. Seeing this, Su Ruabai hurriedly soothed. Don't cry. Don't cry. Master, I shouldn't have said anything wrong, right? Nope. No. I'm happy. Really happy. Su Ruabai could also tell that she was indeed very happy at the moment, and said somewhat helplessly, Master, why are you such a crybaby? Night Ling Yu pouted slightly. I don't want to cry either. But, when I'm with you, my emotions just fluctuate easily. Obviously I wouldn't have been like this before. Well, another blast. Su Ruabai also did not expect the master so will tease. This is good to be him. If replaced by the screen in front of the Shao Chunan fear that has long been unable to top, Night Ling Yu took a deep breath, calmed down a bit, and asked, Su Ruabai, according to what you just said is that you don't like me any less than you like senior sister, right? Su Ruabai hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Right? Knight Lingyu then said. Then, why don't you talk to senior sister and ask her to call me sister? Hearing this, Su Ruobai's eyes went wide. Seeing Su Ruobai's difficult look, Knight Lingyu snorted out a laugh. Alright, just kidding. I'm still self-aware. You go to senior sister's place. Knight Lingyu was well aware of what position senior sister held in Su Ruobai's heart. In the time when everyone did not recognize and did not believe Su Ruobai, it was the senior sister who stood by his side. And just based on this point alone, Knight Lingyu knew that it was impossible for him to compete with the senior sister. Master, go on. I'm fine. Su Ruobai again and again to make sure that the Knight Lingyu is fine before leaving. The Knight Lingyu once again revealed a wry smile. Humph, small Ruobai, not yet come to the bowl. Qing Yen Peak. Su Ruobai first went to the hidden scripture pavilion and didn't find Yu Yunshi before he came to Qing Yen Peak. When he came, he didn't forget to make a trip under the green diffusion god tree. And again, he didn't find Yu Yunshi. I think elder sister should be in her room. Lightly arriving at the entrance of senior sister's cave, he then knocked on the door. Knock. Sister. Soon the door pulled open. Yu Yunshi cocked her head and looked at Su Ruobai at the doorway and said to herself, why has senior brother come back? He should be dreaming. Since it's a dream, it shouldn't be too much to do something excessive to senior brother, right? Su Ruobai hadn't reacted yet, and in the next second he was lying on the bed, while his senior sister was standing by the bedside. And looking at this situation, she was really going to do something excessive. Su Ruobai hurriedly coughed dryly. Wait. Senior sister, this isn't a dream. Wake up. Yu Yunshi tilted her head once more, looking at Su Ruobai lying on the bed with a pensive look in her eyes. Is the senior brother in the dream going to rebel against me as a senior sister as well? Kind of interesting, huh? Saying that, Yu Yunshi climbed onto the bed, her hand reaching for Su Ruobai's collar. Senior sister, it really isn't a dream. Believe it or not. Pinch yourself to see if it hurts. Hearing this, Yu Yunshi's movements paused. Fury pinched his arm, then frowned. Hiss. It hurts. The face then took on a look of dawning realization. It's really you, senior brother. Su Ruobai then sighed in relief. How is senior sister also at the god transformation stage? Right. How can she still not be able to distinguish between dreams and reality? That's right. How is it possible to not be able to distinguish between dream and reality? Since it's not a dream, senior brother sent me to the door this late at night. Would it be a bit beastly if I, as a senior sister, didn't do something about it? Hearing this, Su Ruobai concluded even more that senior sister must have done it on purpose. However, at this rate, is senior sister going to be? Only to see Yu Yunshi also lying on the bed, hugging Su Ruobai's left arm. Senior brother, why did you suddenly come back? Aha! Why was this topic suddenly so serious? Su Ruobai thought she was going to do something about it. However, being hugged by senior sister like this, and lying on senior sister's bed, well, inexplicably, there was some tickling. The sword sect isn't too strict with me. I snuck back here at night, and I'm going back in the morning. Yu Yunshi pondered for a short while, then said, in other words, you can stay with me all night tonight? Should be. That. Senior, you tell me some stories. Ha! Su Ruobai was a bit unresponsive for a moment, and froze for 2 seconds before making 2 O's. Senior brother, are you thinking of something bad? Su Ruobai smiled awkwardly. How could? Yu Yunshi moved forward and a hot breath hit his ear. Actually, senior brother, you didn't think wrong. I also want you to do something bad. But, who told you that you are still unwilling to do it now? Chapter 96 Attacks. Alright, senior brother, tell me a story to listen to. I'm tired of reading the books in the clan. It's still more interesting for you to tell them. After saying that, Yu Yunshi retracted back a few more points, her jaw gently resting against Su Ruobai's left shoulder. It was only then that Su Ruobai truly realized what it meant to be outside of people and outside of heaven. Originally, I thought that Master's attack power was already strong enough, but I didn't expect that Senior Sister's attack power was even stronger. So, I'll just continue with the last 3 fights. Say, that monkey head. A quarter of an hour later, Su Ruobai stopped as he spoke when he noticed his senior sister to the side closing her eyes, quietly lying on the elder sister's bed. The thoughts in her mind gradually emptied, and then she also closed her eyes. He didn't know how much time had passed before Su Ruobai opened his eyes again. This opening of his eyes met those eyes of his senior sister. She came very close, and by the looks of it, looks like she wants to kiss herself? To steal a kiss. Senior brother was caught on the spot. Senior brother, how are you going to punish me? Su Ruobai seriously suspected that she did it on purpose, but there was no evidence. Elder sister, kiss if you want to. Where is the need for any punishment? Upon hearing this, the corner of Yu Yunqi's mouth curled up slightly. Really? So, can I kiss it my way? Su Ruabai couldn't help but feel a bit strange in his heart and asked curiously, what way? Only to see Yu Yunqi sit up with some excitement, and then fished out a book from under her pillow in a burst of groping, skillfully flipping to one side, pointing to a passage on it. He said, Senior brother, follow this. Su Ruabai focused his gaze on the passage she was pointing at. Look, it says here in the book, one arm around her waist, one hand propped up on the wall, slowly coming up, slightly biting the other's bottom lip, eyes deep in love. Su Ruabai almost didn't get choked up. The senior sister would not learn how to loved ones from this, right? No wonder he always likes to bite his bottom lip. Yu Yunqi looked at Su Ruabai with a hopeful expression. How was it? How about it? Senior brother, just obey me. Well, acting doesn't even come close. After hesitating for a moment, Su Ruabai then said, then, I'll give it a try. Yu Yunqi took the initiative to lean against the wall, and with her previous experience on Nightling Yu's side, Su Ruabai was already able to hold back the shame within her. Standing in front of Yu Yunqi's body, he wrapped his arms around her waist as the book had just said. Just as he was about to prop his hand on the wall, suddenly Yu Yunqi swept him up and brought him around, pinning him against the wall, with a smile on his face. Senior brother, you fell for it yo. When she said that, she moved up slightly and gently bit his lower lip. In this moment, the words I had just read in the book instantly materialized. Hey, 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 hey. Shouldn't he be the hero script? How did you get the heroine script? It seems like he's being molested as Xiao Chunan again. This time, the senior sister was obviously much more restrained, just kissing for a short while and then stopping. Licking her red lips, she said, Senior brother, it's going to be dawn, so I'll have to let you off the hook for today. Su Ruabai nodded with a red face. The heart also secretly vowed that next time he must find the scene is. He does not want to be what the heroine. Then, elder sister, I'll go back first? I'll come back when I have time. Yu Yunqi nodded. Go on. I won't see you off or I'm afraid I won't be able to resist giving you another kiss. Su Ruabai had gotten used to her being able to say such things at will. Waving a hand at her, he then left. On the way back to the sword sect, the heart is very reluctant. But the more reluctant, Su Ruabai more understand that in his heart there is something to protect. Whoosh! Suddenly a cracking sound came from the air, and alarm bells rang in Su Ruabai's heart, hurriedly moving out of the way to avoid it, only to see several ice picks sticking into the ground where he had just been standing. Su Ruabai was puzzled in his heart as to who had suddenly attacked him. With a thought, 6 spirit swords surrounded his body, ready to meet the enemy at any time. In the distant sky, several cultivators wearing black robes were coming towards them. There was no doubt that they were the ones who had just attacked themselves. Brain racing, his mind quickly came up with an answer. Runic Society. I was wondering before how the Great Wall of Imperial Demons hadn't come to find himself after so long. Su Ruabai estimated that it should be the people from the Fuli Association who had temporarily slowed them down, then send someone to get rid of himself. Although they would certainly all be suspected afterward, but the people were dead, plus there was no evidence, so it was expected that this would soon be over. Su Ruabai naturally couldn't let this happen. He couldn't die here. The opponents were 4 Yuaning stage. With normal means even if one's own sword talent was high it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to last more than a round under their hands. In that case, didn't you come here for the Thunderball? Oh, that's just the thing to give you guys a good taste. These days he had a lot of Thunderballs in his possession, and they were still of Yuaning stage power. Before they could close the distance with themselves, Su Ruabai directly threw the Thunderbolt ball in his hand. He then turned his head and continued to rush in the direction of the sword sect. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. But, after all, they were all at the Yuaning stage, so how could they not react to this kind of explosion? Su Ruabai didn't think he could blow them up, as long as he could stall for time. When they reached the boundaries of the sword sect, they wouldn't be able to do anything to themselves then. Senior brotherly, what is this thing? The power is surprisingly so great? It could be the Thunderball the president was talking about. Wasn't it said that the Thunderbolt ball only has the power of the Jindan stage? This power just now is at least Yuaning stage, right? This I do not know. First chase, if today did not give the other side to silence, at that time to go back to the chairman cannot have us good fruit to eat. After saying that, several people pulled out a few talismans and pasted them onto their bodies, and in the next second, a layer of spiritual light shield surrounded their bodies. Then it actually ignored the explosion and charged directly towards Su Ruabai. Seeing this scene, Su Ruahai was dumbfounded. Open. This was definitely open. The opponent should be using a Vajra talisman, and being able to withstand an explosion of Yuaning stage power. This grade was definitely not low. In just a few breaths of time, those Yuaning stage cultivators pulled up to Su Ruabai's near point. Su Ruabai didn't dare to throw the thunderbolt ball again. So close. They could carry it, but they couldn't carry it themselves. Only to see these few black-robed men tear open a few more talismans in their hands, and several fire dragons were actually born out of thin air and surged towards him. Killing people to kill them is definitely the best option for pyromancy. Seeing this scene, Su Ruabai's heart instantly panicked. He didn't have much experience in fighting and killing, and he didn't have any means of preserving his life on him. Could it be that? Is he going to be planted here today? Only to see a figure land in front of him, and with just a gentle wave of his hand, the fire dragon was instantly dispersed. He, how dare you really ambush my people? Air et al. Are you tired of living? P.S. Give it a 5-star mwahaha.